From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live, as always, here on DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton Russell and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station to start off your week. Did everyone, I guess, survive the weather?
We survived better than the 11th floor here did, apparently, because we have no water. We have no coffee.
I thought you said Peyton broke the coffee machine.
I thought he did, and see, he came in and said, it's turned off. It's turned off.
I hit the button, it spit out one cup of coffee, and that was it. And I was like, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, you're not supposed to imitate your own voice as RJ's mocking it. You know? Like you start off with, I tried it.
I thought it was personality.
No, he's mocking you.
Yeah. So I went in there, and I noticed that that it had been tripped. It's the GFCI plug had been tripped.
Oh, wow.
So I untripped it, or hit the brake or whatever, and then Peyton comes running in and said, there's no water. I was like, oh, okay, because I tried to turn the water faucet on as well. There was no water. And I noticed, like, out by me, when I was driving in, the gas station right at the corner, completely pitch black. Nothing was on. Not a light on, not a car there, nothing.
I'm seeing some softball-sized hail.
Yes.
From Bobby in Flower Mound and other Tolos who were sending it out.
My buddy TK had sent a photo of this hailstone engulfing his entire hand.
Wow.
And his car was outside. He goes, my car's effed. Completely screwed.
Oh.
Yeah, everything was just dead.
And that ruined your 8 o'clock swim session last night?
Well, we went out of the field all day. I mean, it was yesterday. It was obtrusive how hot it was yesterday. It was offensive. I was offended by the heat. I really was. And I've always had this theory that, like, June is hotter than July because I'm not used to the heat yet. You know what I mean? So, like, it's hotter in July.
New.
But I've been accustomed to it for like a month and a half now. The first super hot day of the year is my least favorite day. So I'm like, I am getting in this pool. I have neck sweat. I'm sweating. And we get home, hail. As soon as we pull in. Oh, awful.
Later on this week, 102, 100, 101, 101.
Oh, great.
This weekend heading into next week.
Hey, it's Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, coming up.
So we got no coffee. You don't drink coffee anyway. You
But
sent the
it's
message.
my first day I'm back on it.
Oh, why is that?
My heart. I'm off my energy drink in the morning. I take Spark in the morning. My cardiologist was like, yeah, just stop doing that. Just go back to coffee. 2 cups a day. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's try that out. I'll give that a shot. See if my heart stops fluttering.
And then you and Bobby had the special FaceTime phone call in order to tell him to go get water and coffee before he comes in at 6 o'clock, and you were able to do it on your new iPhone.
No. This is still a Samsung.
Oh, I thought yesterday was the day.
Yeah, I didn't have time. I was at baseball today. So I do not have a phone that works. I can only work on Wi-Fi. So drive it in. I pick up the phone, drive it in. What do I like to do when I drive it in? I like to look at Instagram when I'm doing 90 miles an hour on the highway.
Of course.
Can't do it. Nothing. I got no service. Today's the day I get a new phone today.
Ooh, what are you getting?
I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to get the iPhone.
There it is.
I'm going to go 14 Pro Max Extreme, the big
miserable.
one.
I'm going to be miserable because I hate the keyboard. I hate your keyboard. Your keyboard sucks.
Why are you getting the iPhone then?
Because it's easier to send videos and photos to the kids and Sarah. And
Oh, yeah?
it's just easier. It's just, I hate it, but whatever.
And then there was one, and
Thanks,
that
Bobby.
is Roberto, leftover.
He's next. He's going to do it.
I don't know.
No, he won't.
We can peer pressure.
No, he will. He's a dug in guy. He's too dug in.
He's too dug in. Nothing his family begged. His family could beg. The kids could be graduation, and he's not caring about sending and sharing the photos or the video.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't care about his brother as he showed up looking like a member of the Village People to his wedding. So he's not worried about that.
Just imagine, though, how great our group message would be if it was all blue messages.
Man, I was sending Laufenberg the confirmation last week to come on that you heard in the preschool, and it just kept rejecting it. And it kept coming back to me.
I've heard that happens.
I don't know what's up. I don't know whether it's because of you and your phone rejecting,
I don't
or
know.
whether it was because of Laufenberg.
I don't know what he has. I could see because you could tell. If it's a Android to Android, they have they usually have red receipts or whatever.
Rangers were looking for their 7th straight road series win yesterday in Tampa, and they got rejected as well.
Here's a drive deep into left field. Grossman going back, turning to look. It's gone. Line drive home run into the seats in left for Wander Franco, his 8th home run of the year. And that erases what the Rangers did in the third. The 3-run blast makes it 7-3 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, they were trying to play catch up. It was basically, playing from behind throughout the second half of this game. And then in the 9th, Zeke Durant comes up as the tying run. He gets caught up a little bit on an awkward pitch. Game-ending double play. The Rangers lose 2 of 3 against the Rays. How do we measure up?
I didn't think it was all that bad of a series for the Rangers. They lost the 2 games where they had the pitching disadvantage. You had Tyler Glassdown, you had McClanahan. I mean, you're not going to beat McClanahan. Like that's just it's one of the guys. It's like you going up. It's not quite going up against DeGrom when he's healthy, but I mean, he is one of the 3 or 4 best pitchers in the American League. Glass now has been tremendous in his career, although he's coming off injury. So you lose the 2 games where. Andrew Heaney's not supposed to beat Tyler Glassdown. And Martin Perez not supposed to beat Shane McClanahan.
It's like a Vegas series where everything played out exactly who the favorite was.
Yeah, it did. It absolutely did. And then, Evaldi, should beat Bradley. Like, it's kind of exactly how it played out. You really won't know. You really won't be able to get a great measuring stick until, it's Evaldi against McClanahan. And then, Gray against Glassdown, whatever.
My biggest takeaway is you got to trade for a big-time starting pitcher. Martin Perez, at least on the road, has been a problem. So are you comfortable with Evaldi being your playoff ace? Are you going to continue to get what you have been getting from Dane Dunning? Because right now I do not trust Martin Perez. We're regressing back to what we expected his overall career versus last year and the standout.
Yeah, like he's fine for a 4th or 5th starter.
Yeah.
The problem is your 4th starter is going to have to pitch a playoff game. Do you really want Martin Perez pitching a playoff game? Game 1 through 162, you can get by just fine with Martin Perez, and he'll eat up innings. He's a good pitcher. I mean, he's a quality start guy, right? Basically a quality start guy every time. The problem is quality starts at 4.5 ERA. Like that's the one downside that nobody talks about when you get a quality start.
Got a 1.40 at home and a 5.53 on the road. Teams are hitting 247 against Martin in Arlington, 306 away from Arlington. The whip is a 1.13 compared to a 1.63. He is not allowed a home run at home.
Yeah.
Let's not jinx that. He's allowed 10
Ooh.
on the road.
Yeah, and look, Tampa's a great home team. I mean, their home record is like 31-7 or something. It's insane. And by the way, how have they played so many more games than we have? I don't remember a ton of Ranger rainouts.
They've played 68 games. The Rangers have played 64.
Yeah.
Four more.
That's not one or two. That's four.
And it's so funny looking at all these game recaps over the weekend. They always put in the attendance. Like, it's clearly a storyline for Tampa. They keep throwing the attendance in there, which you normally don't see unless it's an Oakland attendance or it's a sold-out packed place. But they kept throwing the attendance in. On Friday, it was 17,447. They averaged 16.9 for having that fantastic record. On Saturday, the announced crowd was 18.9. Again, they put the attendance average. And then yesterday.
Yesterday was 23.
There you go.
069, 92% capacity. So they're showing up. They only seat 25,000 there. They tarp off everything else. Now, maybe when you get like Red Sox, Yankees, something to come in, they'll open that up. But right there.
Where do we stand in the NBA and Stanley Cup Finals? Are we going to get a champion tonight in hoops? And Fort Worth is representing when it comes to baseball as well. The Monday edition with Sean and RJ. Thanks for waking up with us. We're just getting started right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday in the G-Bag Nation, we'll react to Rangers Rays. Look forward to the week.
and take a decisive 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. We're coming back to the Mile High City, baby. Final tonight for Miami, 108-95.
2 road wins for the Denver Nuggets, and we are set up for a championship celebration tonight. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a brand new Tolo giveaway during the Expressway at 7:20. Steve Buchel from Rangers Television will be joining us at 8 o'clock this morning, and Roberto Bobby Belt in studio at 6 here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Aaron Gordon led the way with 27 points. Bad shooting night from Jamal Murray. Joker only had 23 and 12, and they still beat the Heat by 13. Night. See you later.
Yeah.
This thing is over.
Oh, it's cooked. It's over. I mean, we are talking about a 5-game series max. I can't imagine this thing gets back to Miami at all. But yeah, remember back in the day.
Even if it does, who cares?
Bring one suit. Bring one suit. Miami should just bring one suit to this game just to see.
Yes, Shaq.
Just bring one suit. But even if it does, it's over. Joker's gonna have his Dirk title, if you will. No super team. His Giannis title.
That's a good question for tomorrow.
His Kawhi.
Does the Joker title belong in the Giannis, Kawhi, and Dirk category? Where's Jamal Murray amongst number 2s? Joker versus the all-time big men. These will all be the Legacy World Series, or excuse me, I'm looking at TCU on TV, the Legacy NBA stories.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'll be the legacy stories, and you can. I don't know that this won't be on the level of Dirk's because Dirk beat the original super team, if you will. But
although Bobby is going to call this later on today one of the best NBA Finals runs ever, and that kind of took me by surprise. So Roberto will explain that later on, saying we need to put more respect on the Nuggets name with this run.
I mean, look, it's been a good run. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look because I'm trying to think like what great team did they go through to get here? When the Mavericks did it, they had to go through the back-to-back champ Lakers. They had to go through a really good Portland team. And then they had to go through a very young Oklahoma City team that had 3 superstars.
So we're 3-1 in the NBA Finals. We're also 3-1 on the ice.
5 seconds to the right. A shot blocked by McNabb. Rebound is loose. Pushed to the corner. And time runs out. The game is over. The Knights survive. Now a big pile in front of the goal. Hill jumps in as well. His helmet is off. Several players tackling each other. The linesman now restrained Hill. Several things are being thrown onto the ice as we speak. The game is over. Yeah. The Golden Knights have won it 3-2 and lead the Stanley Cup Final 3-1.
Vegas radio with the call with a brawl breaking out at the end. The Knights survive a 6-on-4 situation. It was a 6-on-4. Guys are just diving, willing to sacrifice their face and their jaws and their eyes and their noses with pucks flying everywhere. And now we're a win away from the Stanley Cup being decided.
Yeah, and it was a great finish. It was a flurry of a finish there. They hang on. They get the 3-1 series win. Florida got their victory in Game 3. But now it's heading back to Vegas. And now it's about trying to figure out if they're going to be able to wrap this thing up. They were unable to wrap it up against the Stars when they had a big lead, right? It took them 6 games still to do it. And if they lose 2 more games here, obviously it's going to a Game 7, and nobody wants a Game 7 if you're Vegas.
Really boring finals for both sports.
It has been. It's been terrible. Now you've had more competitive games in the NBA, maybe. Game 1 ended. They haven't been really competitive, but they've been. The first 2 games of the Stanley Cup Finals were completely non-competitive.
Hey, congratulations to the TCU Horned Frogs, the only school in history to make the college football playoff and the College World Series in the same athletic seasons. They also have an NCAA men's basketball tournament, 5 sports as national runner-up, Final Four, and much, much more, according to their associate AD over there in Fort Worth. So congratulations to the Horned Frogs.
They had the largest crowd for a College World Series game on a campus site in the state of Texas. Very specific stat. 8994. Great crowd over at Lupton Field. They head to Omaha now, and we will see who else joins them. Does Texas join them? They play Stanford today. Do my Vols join them? They play Southern Miss today. So almost got, you got, what, 5 of the 8 teams we have committed to Omaha.
History made with 2 legends. Amanda Nunes winning UFC Saturday night. And which one's the Joker now? Is it Jokic or is it Djokovic? Which one's the Joker? Because I think they're both referred to as that. Why? No one is.
I think it has to be Djokovic.
Okay.
Because his name actually sounds like it. Djokovic. Even though it's not an I say hard R, Sean. I say it like that. Djokovic. Or not it's the other one's Jokic. It's not even a J. It's a Yo. So I think it's Djokovic.
He wins the French Open.
24 titles. 24 or 23 titles now. So he is atop the men's list.
The all-time men's leader. He ties Serena.
Yeah. So, is he the GOAT? I think most people kind of genuflect to Federer, right?
Genuflect.
I know. It's a very good Catholic term. Yesterday was Sunday. Do you just give it to Fed? Or, because Djokovic won a lot of these. I mean, how many did he win near the end of Federer's dominance and near the end of Nadal's dominance? Quite a bit. At least with Federer, in the case of Federer. I don't know. I mean, is he better than Roger? That's a question.
And he missed opportunities because of the whole vaccine scandal.
Yeah, he was, banned from a couple of these tournaments. He did not play in, Wimbledon. He did not play in the Australian Open. I don't think he played in the U.S. Open either. So he missed a couple.
And he's halfway to the calendar year Grand Slam, winning all 4 majors in one season. No man has done that since 1969 in Rod Laver.
Do we want to see it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Why would you not want to see it?
I like history.
We don't get no Triple Crown.
I know.
Horses dropping like flies, dying all over the place.
Yeah. No Triple Crown ever. We got one a couple years ago. But it was American Pharaoh, California Chrome, something like that, coming close to it, but we don't get into that anymore.
And then Amanda Nunes won and then decided to retire in the ring.
Immediately retired in the ring. Made me wonder, is this the greatest athlete I've never watched? I've never watched. I mean,
how much tennis are you watching, though? When's the last time you turned on a tennis match?
I
think you have bought and paid for and set up a UFC Fight Night watch party in your backyard more recently than you have tuned into a big Sunday morning tennis match. I think you've watched Joker less.
Let's see. I've never bought. No, that was a boxing match we got.
Okay.
I've never gotten UFC. I've never enjoyed the UFC. If it's on, I'll see it. But I've tuned in. I'll tune into the Wimbledon final. I'll watch a Wimbledon final, U.S. Open final.
Recently?
The last couple of years.
Sampras Agassi doesn't count.
No, Sampras Agassi does not count. No. In the last couple of years, I've tuned in. No, I mean, I'd sit there and make an appointment to watch.
Pepe, which one of you watch more of, Nunes or Djokovic?
Djokovic, for sure. But, I mean, that had to have been, years ago.
Are you a UFC guy?
I mean, if I get together with friends and we chip in and we buy it, I'll watch it, but I'm not going to sit there Saturday night and watch it by myself.
Yes. 877-881-1053 is the TroutWreck.com text line. And then you put this on there. I chuckled, but I was like, we shouldn't do this as a topic, as the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski died.
Yeah, he did.
That news over the weekend.
Yeah, he did. The Unabomber Ted Kaczynski. Now, Peyton, do you know who this is?
No, I don't.
Oh, my God. So he was basically a mail bomber. He would send packages.
Do you know Bin Laden?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So he would he was a terrorist. He was known as the Unabomber. He lived in the mountains of Montana, very isolated. And he would basically just take buses or drive down to San Francisco or other cities and just put bombs in mailboxes and or send packages to people. And they would open the packages and then bam, they would just blow. They would explode in their face. And they're all homemade bombs that he made. He was he was smart when it comes to explosives. They finally caught him back in the early 90s, and he passed away at the age of 81 in his cell in a security prison in Colorado.
They're saying it's from suicide. He's got an all-time police sketch photo, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that might be on the Mount Rushmore of police sketches.
Yeah, it was great. It was basically a sketch of him. He had sunglasses on.
Yeah.
The
hood
turned to the side.
He's the best.
He's the best. He's the best.
We need to play that for it.
It is an all-time sketch photo. Yeah, he was in Colorado prison. He got transferred to Carolina because of medical issues. In a prison in North Carolina, but that's where he died.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line as Roberto comes in studio bearing gifts. So we're all about to get jacked up on some coffee to go ahead and recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday. The Conor McGregor mascot incident from the NBA Finals. We have some more juicy PGA updates from RJ. This week is the U.S. Open and the international sports incident that took place at DFW Airport next.
The more you our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
How do you think your Texas Rangers measure up now after the series in Tampa against the Rays? We'll get to that at 6:20 this morning. Best and worst of your weekends at 7:20 with a brand new giveaway here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Steve Buchel from Bally will join us at 8 on your home of the Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And thanks to Bobby Belt for bringing in the coffee with no water, no coffee, nothing in the building today.
Yeah, not going to be able to call on me to do that after today, I guess, once Choppy gets his iPhone, because you're not going to be able to FaceTime call me and not going to be able to reach me that way.
Look, I'm not happy about it, but whatever.
How many FaceTimes have you been executing now that you know you can do it?
None.
Oh.
None. I've done none. I've executed absolutely zero.
So,
and I suspect that will continue when I get the iPhone.
No, watch.
That will not.
He's going to full on lean into this whole. He is going to become the biggest Apple cult member.
Steve Jobs.
Now. Yeah, he's just given all the resistance he's put up. Now he will be their biggest cult member. It's great. I even love the keyboard. It's the best keyboard I've ever used in my life on a phone.
Now I've been told that the keyboard that I have now, I've been told that I can keep my own things before, but I've been told the keyboard that I have now is they have it on the Apple. I don't believe that. I have arrows. I have numbers.
If you like your keyboard, you can keep it.
I've been told that before. I have arrows. I don't think you can keep that on there. So whatever. I hate texting on like my kid's phone, or if I ever type something on Sarah's. Absolutely hate it. Absolutely hate it.
So the NBA Finals could end tonight after Denver took both games in Miami. It's 3-1 Nuggets. Game 5, as Bobby Belt is looking like he's going to nail another playoff series. Y'all should start, wagering some playoff degenerate money on Bobby's picks, as Denver could wrap this thing tonight up in 5.
Yeah, and it's Michael Porter Jr. still can't hit a shot, and they are just absolutely dominating the Heat right now because they get performances like they did the other night from Bruce Brown or Aaron Gordon. I mean, Jokic wasn't even as big of a factor. Scott Foster was a bigger factor than Jokic in the game the other night.
Someone asked Joker afterwards, like, you've joined LeBron and Michael and some as 23 having this stat line. And Joker looks down at the stat line. He's like, 23, 12, and 4? That's what you want me to... Okay. Great company to be in.
Yeah.
I love this dude.
It's like... And it's weird because you don't see a team that has absolutely no bench. None. They've got no bench. And they have like one guy that they can ever count on off the bench. To do this in an NBA playoff series. The Heat are the ones that are tired, not Denver.
That's what Bobby said. Miami was worn out.
Yeah, and Denver's winding up playing, they're basically playing 5.5 guys.
Yeah, I wonder, does this look different if they just finish off the sweep against Boston? Like, did those extra 4 games or 3 games that they ended up having to play, did that really just drain them?
Maybe.
And tax them?
Mark Stein with the Mavs latest that the Houston Rockets, if they don't get James Harden, for some reason, their prized possession in the armpit during a rebuild, which makes 0 sense, they would be interested in Kyrie Irving as a backup plan, according to Mark Stein. How about that?
All right. Okay.
Now...
No, not going to happen.
When the Nets traded for Harden, Tim McMahon said the Rockets wanted nothing to do with Kyrie coming back in the deal. So now they apparently have changed their minds. So, number one, would you prefer this? Bobby has been the one that has preferred signing and trading Kyrie Irving. Do we need to start looking at the Rockets roster for return pieces?
Man, I was thinking so, and now I'm looking at it, and there is 0 chance you can make a sign and trade happen. Do you know who the highest paid player next year is on the Rockets?
Luis Scola.
It's Jalen Green making $9 million. Yeah, Luis Scola.
$9 million?
$9 million. You're going to have to throw in
a mid-level exception.
There's 7 players you're going to have to put together to trade for Kyrie Irving, to sign and trade. And they're over the cap. So, I mean, they would have to make some sort of a deal to free up the space. But
so we finally have you rejecting a sign and trade with someone. Maybe we can make it a 3-way deal.
I would love it. Look, if the Rockets would give up 7 of their guys and I could just kind of pick and choose.
Yeah, we can get Christian Wood again.
Exactly. They have a $3 million Christian Wood exception. Maybe they can throw that into the mix to knock off a couple million. But no, I'd be all for it if they could figure out a way to make it work, just because I want assets over Kyrie. I want assets that might have a chance to be happy and contributing here on this team in longer than a year and a half.
I generally agree with that, but like in the NBA, we've seen like you'd much rather have you never get fair value for the star, right? So you always want the one player versus, this is a fantasy football trade. Do you want to trade for the really good, let's just say the star running back, just the Christian McCaffrey, all right? He's probably going to be one of the higher picks. And you give up Michael Gallup, Dalton Schultz. I'm just throwing names out there, right? Instead of getting the one guy, you want the one guy. You don't want 4 little things to get the one. You want the one guy.
Ramona Shelbourne, great reporter from ESPN, with the latest on James Harden and what the Suns could be thinking.
He can totally still play. He just can't be your best player. He can be your 3rd or 4th best player. Like, that's why I'm kind of surprised. But listen, I'm simultaneously texting like 4 people as you just read that to me, because it's really shocking.
Right.
They don't do that unless they feel pretty good about somebody else. And I want you to keep your eye on James Harden. Okay. I don't want to report anything, but that was in the wind for the past month or so. Of like, everybody thinks it's like Philly or Houston, but I don't know.
Harden and Durant are okay together?
Totally okay. Remember, they flew to Europe and hung out in London last summer, and then there's also the Kyrie of it all too. Okay, like this is the thing about Phoenix. Everybody wants to play with Devin Booker. He is like the perfect guy to play with because he doesn't suck up all the oxygen in the room. He's really good. He's a great shooter. And he knows how to be a good teammate. Like, he's already proven he will take Kevin Durant onto his team and Chris Paul onto his team.
Everybody wants to play with Devin Booker, an outright scorer. So that's Ramona saying, look, they don't waive Chris Paul unless they feel pretty good about somebody else. And she first started off with James Harden, then took it to Kyrie Irving. So Phoenix possibility, Houston now possibility, according to Stein.
Yeah, I'm stunned that I haven't ever heard that Devin Booker is like the destination player. Like, everybody's trying to go get with Devin Booker.
He'll let you have the Kardashian leftover.
A historical playoff choker. That's where everybody wants to go and everybody wants to play. By the way, really quickly, I'll have to look at the Suns now, but I totaled up the 11 players available for trade from the Rockets that the trade machine would let me trade. It totaled up to $45 million, which probably doesn't hit what Kyrie gets on the open market.
The Booker thing is interesting, but I think it underscores like a greater point that current players, they're not going somewhere necessarily to win. They're going to play with their friends. And that's what they've been doing for about 10 years now. They want to team up with their friends. They'd rather play with their friends than, and this is the whole Jordan Barkley argument of trying to win by yourself versus over here.
I think they think that playing with their friends will lead to the winning.
That it might, it might. But like they want to be around their friends, not guys that are gonna, a lot of guys want just yes men.
Except for Dame, Mikal Bridges, he's my boy. I'll go to Brooklyn. Bam Adebayo, Miami. Yeah. That's my number one destination.
Yep.
Bam is that friend that's. Dame is that friend that's too loyal.
Yes.
He's way too loyal.
He's way too loyal
to Portland and everybody else. So if it was Kyrie and Bullock, you could match up the money to get Ayton and Paul, which is something we were kind of talking about at the end of last week, which is something that I would be in favor. If you could swing that trade, if you could get Phoenix to say yes to that, I would take that, and I'd jump all over it.
All right, so that's the latest in the association. We had an international news story at DFW Airport on Saturday morning when this I call these people media stuntmen, not a real journalist, works for an outlet I've never heard of, but basically their role is to interrupt press conferences and get their little 15 minutes of fame and get their rocks off by people saying, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that. Way to go. A media, what are we calling him? A YouTube personality.
YouTuber, a vlogger.
Who was trying to harass Brittany Griner when the Phoenix Mercury were flying, of course, not on their own private charter. They're flying through DFW Airport, and this is what happened.
Do you still want to boycott America, Brittany? Well, get off me. Stop. I'm weird. Why? She hates America. What about the Merchant of Death, Britt?
So that video goes on longer and longer. This is a Dallas native. I'm not even going to give this moron the airtime of saying his name. I went and I was like, dang it. He follows me, and I follow him. So I'm going to have to go ahead and fix that. But this broke out into two different things. You had people with the Brittany Griner hate, and then you had people bringing up the travel issues in the WNBA. But this was him standing in the airport like a loser, just waiting for the Phoenix WNBA team to walk through so he can get his 15 seconds.
So real quick, did he just happen to be there?
There's no way.
No, he sought it out.
Okay, but you can't get through security. How is he getting through security? He bought a plane ticket? He bought a plane ticket to go somewhere?
I mean, it depends on where she was walking through. I couldn't tell where he's walking through. Is she walking through past the security gate?
Yeah,
or is it the entry?
That was by the Hudson News.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that was smart. It's a smart investment. Get a $50 Spirit flight till it turns into $500. That's the only time that $50 Spirit flight is staying that price because when you walk on that plane, it's $50 per step.
Per step, right? It is.
So that was a smart ticket purchase. But this was a stunt. And now he's getting his retweets and his airtime out.
This is like reason number like 460 why I could never be like a content creator kind of like this. I just don't.
He did the same thing with like Portnoy a while back in Barstool.
I can't like approach someone and just do that like something like that. It's just I have more class than I have no class at all, but I have more class than that. It's just I don't know how you do that. Like and I get it like. There's no expectation of privacy in public for Brittany. Just not.
Yeah. And they're going to have her go through. Now, the WNBA is saying we gave her permission to fly differently. We talked about security beforehand, and she had permission to fly differently compared to other teams and her own team. We don't know why she didn't take advantage of that, and she was just walking through the regular old airport.
Yeah, I mean, that's like it's got to suck to be like you're connecting. Like, why is she you're connected in DFW? That's got to suck.
Yeah, no, and I mean, Vanessa Nygaard, the coach of the Mercury, said yesterday that they're going to make travel changes. Now, when they were asking about, like, okay, but what does that mean? She didn't really have an explanation as to what their changes were going to be. I'm honestly surprised this hasn't happened already. Like, the fact that it took this long. I mean, how long has she been back playing? 2-3 weeks, whatever it is.
Couple weeks, yeah.
I'm just surprised there wasn't somebody else trying to pull a stunt like this or push buttons or be a provocateur. But I mean, it's disappointing, I guess, that it happened here, that you get it happening here with somebody stirring it up. But in general, I don't know why, if they were given the permission, why they wouldn't have had the alternate methods set up to where you wouldn't get confronted like this, because this seems predictable.
Yeah. Very predictable. So the league is saying we're making adjustments. You got people on Twitter and the text saying, what's wrong with what he said? There's nothing wrong with what he said. And what I got from this in reading all the different comments was just the amount of hatred and the bigotry and the disgusting reaction that was out there. Brittany Griner did not control what the United States government gave up to secure her release, number one. So she didn't sign off, ultimately on the trade. She's not the commissioner of the hostage league. That's number one. Number two,
is there a hostage league?
This little pipsqueak and everybody else insulting Griner, you would have agreed to the same thing. They came to you and said, hey, they're working out this trade to get you out of this little rabbit cage that you're staying in, and it's for the Merchant of Death. And you got all these Americans with their flag profiles saying, "Oh no, I would have stayed in Russia. I would have just stayed." And I tweeted this guy and I was like, "You're a little bitch. That's what you really are. This is a little bitch move. That's what you are." And he wrote me back, "You never asked a hard hitting question in your life, bro. You didn't do a 60 minutes sit down. You didn't do some exclusive interview. You dressed up in your little shirt and tie. You bought a ticket, and you stood to troll and wait for a WNBA player pathetically and asking if you slept with Putin. That's not some hard-hitting question. It's a troll job. So you're the Skip Bayless of airports. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. And all the he-she jokes Are you really dumb enough, those of you who tweeted that, to not understand how that's offensive? Oh, you said he was acting like a clown. Which one are you talking about, the guy or Griner? I mean, you should still maintain a little bit of a level of decency. I know we're in the trans hatred world right now. You know, that's the new thing that has now taken over sports and everything else. But referring to Brittany Griner as a man still is still an insult. Like, so anytime people are throwing out that type of vitriol and hate, man, I had to comment on that. It's ridiculous. But this is an excuse for people who really have a problem with black people, with women, with homosexuals, to go ahead and use your little patriotic flag and your love for America as a mask and a cover. And that's all it is. This guy and everyone like him, they always have the American flag in their background profile. Because, like Skip Bayless, they take advantage of a segment of the population who loves the country way more than everybody else does. And it's usually those people who are the most raging lunatics.
Did any part of you, I'm curious, when you weighed in on it, knowing that it was a potential hornet's nest, did any part of you go, do I want this in my sphere right now? Do I want this in my world?
Yes. Like, half the day.
Did he quote tweet you or did he reply to you?
He quote tweeted me. Ooh. I actually thought I was going to get more of a hornet's nest from his followers. I was like, you've clearly never heard Tuesdays with Jerry Jones.
No.
With the hard-hitting questions.
Oh, my God. He's the guy that went. I didn't realize this because he follows me, too. He's the guy that went to that.
Because he's desperate for any type of real media attention. He can't get a real media job, so he's getting his 15 minutes of, now he's acting like he solved the travel problems in the WNBA. Hey, CNN, give me my credit. I'm fixing the travel issues with these poor teams. Bro, that wasn't your intent. That wasn't your goal, you clown.
He went to the the city council and was that viral video of him at the city council complaining about whoever the hell's complaining about whatever.
He's a media stuntman. He's like a comedian.
Yeah, he is kind of. It is. It's a comedian thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't have this kind of job where you go, like, if this is the way you make money, it's like, man, I got to find a different way to make money. There's no way I could be this guy.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. How do the Rangers measure up now? They faced the best in baseball. Bobby said, nope, the Rangers were the best. Has he changed his opinion? And what does it mean for Chris Young adding to this baseball team after losing a road series for the first time in 7 tries? That's next with Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and take that money with that future retirement.
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The first pitch, Grossman swings, and that one is hammered to left. Back on it, Rosarena, track wall, out of here! Robbie Grossman, a solo home run, and the Rangers are on the board. It is 4-1, Tampa Bay.
Robbie tried, but it was not enough as the Rangers lost 2 of 3 in Tampa against the best team in baseball. This is your home for your Rangers on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, unable to get their 7th straight road series win. So where do we stand now in the American League West? Still 5 games up on the armpit. The Astros are 4-6 in their last 10. The Rangers are 6-4, 6.5 games up on the Angels, 10 games up on Seattle, 25.5 up on the Oakland Athletics, and the Rays have a 5.5 game lead in the American League East.
Yeah, this was the 2 best teams in the game right now, or at least in the American League. And Tampa did exactly what they should have done. They won the 2 games when they had the pitching advantage. They had Glasnow and they had McClanahan. And those are games that you should win when you're going up against Heaney and Perez. And the Rangers should have won the Eovaldi start. They did. Like this was not a rocket science series. This was your pitcher's better than ours, and you're going to win the game.
All right, Bobby, you were not believing that this was the ultimate measuring stick with the way the Rangers had played in the last month. How do you feel right now, or no impact?
I prefer to focus on, you remember when I said Brock Purdy was going to be good, or like my predictions for the NBA playoffs?
Oh, you want to go back to that?
I'd prefer to just talk about those things and not what I said on Friday about the Rangers being the best team in baseball. But look, I mean, Tampa's really, really good. And
especially
I think,
at home.
Yeah, especially at home. But if you look at, I think what this did for me, and it's one series, you don't want to overreact to too much, but we were already discussing, should you go out and get another starter? I think what this did for me was, just like Choppy said, when you look at, you had the clear disadvantage pitching-wise in 2 of the 3 games, it makes me say, okay, let's go find a starter. Like, let's go try and find somebody to even this out a little bit, because there are going to be several times. It's not just going to be Tampa. There are going to be several times where if it's Perez and Heaney in a series, you have the disadvantage in those games.
Well, I mean, Heaney doesn't need to see the mound in a series.
No.
There's a case to be made that, he might
I'd rather see Heaney over Perez.
Ooh.
Well, I'd rather see Dunning over both of them.
Yes.
I mean, there's a case to be made that Heaney's not even on the playoff roster.
Yeah, you could probably,
because
make that argument.
You would have an injury, and then you would move him in. You can change up the roster with an injury. So there's a case to be made for that. I mean, to me right now, it'd be, you could go Eovaldi and Gray and Perez and Dunning, or however you want to set it out. But I think they're also going to get somebody. They have to. They recognize in this series that they can't beat a Tampa with the current pitching that they have, because Tampa's pitching is just that much. It's just so good. They've got 2 guys that are Eovaldi.
You know what's concerning too when you look at the rotation is if you look at their fielding independent pitching compared to their earned run average, the gap that exists there, you generally don't want to see large gaps between what your ERA is and then the FIP being a much higher number, because it says you're eventually going to come back down to earth. Every single last one of the starters in the rotation right now, their ERA is above their FIP. And in John Gray and Dane Dunning's case, it's over a run higher. And so that says there's going to be some regression at some point.
11 runs given up for Heaney over his last 6 games. I thought it was worse than that. He's got a lower ERA than Perez at a 4.14. Martin yesterday gave up 4 runs on 6 hits in the first 2 innings. Opponents are hitting .302 against him this year. That's the second worst number in Major League Baseball for a pitcher. A .302 average against.
On the road.
I think it's just period.
Just period. Yeah, because his road numbers for Perez are definitely worse than his home. You mentioned that earlier in the show. But yeah, I mean, look, there is going to be. I mean, you're going to have guys. Every team's going to have this. Every team's going to have guys that are going to regress, that are playing above their level, and they're also going to have teams that are going to, positively, progress, regress. They're going to be better than what they've been. They've had a little bit of bad luck over the first 60 or 70 games. So each team's going to have a couple of guys. You just don't want to have your entire team play over their head for the first 2.5 months of the season, and then all of a sudden you look up 2 months from now, and it's like, well, wait, where'd the lead go?
Did it feel like a monster? Did it feel like a monster series to everyone, or it's still tempered a little bit because it's Tampa?
I don't feel pressure.
You cannot have a monster series against Tampa. It just doesn't. It could be Game 7 of the World Series, and it wouldn't feel like a big game against Tampa. Not in that stadium.
Yeah, it didn't have a feeling of.
There's no energy in there. There's no energy in there.
Yeah, other than whatever their little cowbells or whatever softball type of atmosphere they set up in there. But if you look at it should have been a bigger series on paper than it was in terms of when you actually got into the games. I felt like I didn't feel an energy. Now, that also could just be the fact that it's June. Like, if they're playing the same series and it's September 3rd or something like that, do I feel a little more, like, invested in it or feel a little bit more of the energy? Probably, just naturally. And so part of it's just the fact that it's the first week of June or early in June. But I did feel like watching the game, I was like, Tampa feels on a different level. Like, as much as all the statistics say Texas's offense is historic and everything else, I did feel watching it like I'm more scared of Tampa's offense than I would be of Texas's probably.
All right, let's go around the NFL. None of the teams want to do Hard Knocks. Right. This is going to be a fascinating decision. I cannot wait. And I hope the league gives us what we want. 3 of the 4 teams have said, no, keep the cameras away from us. The Bears, the Saints, and the Jets. The team that everybody wants to see in New York. The 4th team hasn't made a comment in the Commanders. But Mike Florio is saying the league probably wants to stay away from that because of the Daniel Snyder angle, getting into ownership changes and the whole transition, and wanting to stay away from the dirt that the NFL wants to keep buried and hidden away. So I hope the league tells the Jets, sorry, too bad. It's the way it is. You are going to be put on television, but none of the other teams want to be put on the show.
They don't, and nobody does. Nobody ever does, and they say it's a distraction. But like,
what is really the downside? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
I get it.
How has it really cost you and hurt you? Jerry Jones would probably sign up for it again, based upon our conversation with him at the media party that Bobby chickened out of.
Right. Like, it's, they say they say it's a distraction, but like, yeah. So you do some interviews with HBO. Right, you do a couple of like sit downs. There's cameras everywhere. There's cameras everywhere anyway. You're going to do interviews anyway. Okay, the PR team generally should do a pretty good job of not giving Dak every day to them.
And a lot of that is as long as your coaches don't say something crazy in a meeting like we had with Cleveland, it's going to be focused on the Rudy stories.
It's the last guy. Yeah. They talk about the quarterback. They talk about a couple of the stars. And they talk about the bottom of the roster. They try to find that one bottom of the roster guy. I want that cake. I want the cake.
Isaac Alarcon.
So, are you telling me you can't install the offense with Hard Knocks there?
I get it, because naturally you are going to have several guys on the team in all likelihood who get stars in the eyes and aren't locked in and focused the way that you want them to be because they're clout chasing or whatever else. So I understand that angle of it. It helps obviously with exposure. A couple years ago, the Colts were on the mid-season edition of Hard Knocks or whatever they did. The Colts ended up missing the playoffs, but ended up with more Pro Bowlers on the roster than any team in the NFL. And I don't think that happens without Hard Knocks exposure, where people are exposed to, oh my gosh, these guys are playing really well, and they're here. It helps your branding. How much is the thing is, I think most coaches are not worried about the branding aspect of it.
Yeah.
Is that I don't care about that. So all it is something that I have to worry about containing. And so it's just one more thing on their plate they probably don't want to deal with. Because we hear this almost every year, I feel like, that teams are trying to get out of it.
Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers was asked what it's been like to be the new mentor to Zach Wilson, as Aaron is like, I haven't had this much fun playing football forever. He stuck around for the OTAs and the mini camps.
Yeah, how about that? He stuck around. He actually did some off-season work. In
the light.
In the light.
Sober, maybe.
In the light.
Let's not go too far there.
Now, you remember Zach Wilson saying in the past that whoever they bring in here, whatever quarterback they bring in, this was last year, that he was going to make their life a living hell. And Aaron Rodgers doesn't really agree with that statement.
Yeah, he's been incredible. He hasn't made my life hell every day.
He's got jokes, man.
He's so aware.
He's got jokes. It's like he's welcome or something. He feels great right now. Who knows? He's engaged. He's actually working.
Oh, no time for jokes back You're in trouble with this bet.
Well, no. When your play is slipping, you have to put in work. Like, you can't just skate by like he has for forever. I'm seriously, I have zero concern so far.
Okay, well, you're gonna lose the bet.
He's enjoying. He's doing something that nobody does. He's enjoying playing for the Jets. That's very, very difficult to do. It's
He's
hard.
loving New York City.
He is loving New York City.
He's like your kid
Like
going to New York for the weekend.
Absolutely.
He's like, oh my gosh, this is what real life is.
Yeah.
Not that. Is Roanoke Green Bay? Is that the same comparison?
I mean, it's
the Texas Roadhouse.
It's probably a more populated area than Green Bay, to be honest. I still say Green Bay is Grapevine with a football stadium in it. Which, no disrespect to Grapevine, I just wouldn't expect Grapevine to have a football stadium.
No, not one that seats 70,000 people.
No.
He loved New York City though, and Aaron Rodgers appears to love New York City right now. He is eating that up.
How bad of a sign is it with what happened over the weekend at AT&T Stadium with the fires? We got fires already at AT&T Stadium. It's matching up with Texas toast. It's not a good omen for the Cowboys. And is Conor McGregor just an absolute piece of garbage after what he did at the NBA Finals? Next on The Fan. But let me
Decisive 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. We're coming back to the Mile High City, baby. Final tonight for Miami, 108-95.
Denver radio with the call. More entertaining than the actual game is what happened with the Conor McGregor stunt. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you on 105.3 The Fan. But first, I have a moral dilemma, Pepe, as we don't have any water in the building. So no coffee, no water. I don't know the status of the bathrooms right now, but I went to the fridge in the commercial break, and I wanted to see if there was any like leftover bottles of water. If there was like 2 or 3 Dasanis or just water sitting in there, I was going to take one with no hesitation. I found 1 bottle of water, and Ryan, you can zoom in on this. This is a monster, and this is Simple Truth. So I'm deliberating whether to open this up and drink it myself. How old is it? Is it the fact that it's Simple Truth? Like, is this a special purchase from someone? I don't know about this water too much. It's a humongous bottle, so makes me feel like someone, you know, it's not just a leftover water bottle that you have sitting in your car.
All right, that's a 33 ounce, so it's a liter.
Yeah, 33.8. Should I drink it with no water in the building?
So,
should we even be in the building anyway with no water? Is that a
that's a great point.
health
That's a great
code?
point.
We should probably leave, yeah.
I think part of your question here needs to be evaluating potential fallout based off of whose that is.
Great point.
If it is somebody here at the station, I feel like the person that most likely owns that water is Mike Bassick, in which case I would say probably don't drink it if it's Mike's, because Mike would lose his mind.
Yeah.
The person I think most likely on the floor who would have that, I don't know why. Artisan water feels like maybe a Nancy thing. And so I would think it's Nancy or Mike.
As long as it's not, who's Nancy?
Nancy from La Grande.
Oh, as long as it's not Lucius's, I'm fine drinking it.
He drinks a lot more water than that. He drinks like a gallon a
he'd
day,
bring a
so
gallon
he's filling it up. I don't think he'd bring that.
You don't think you bring that? Okay, I'm fine drinking it. I'm gonna crack the seal.
I went and looked. That's not expensive water.
No,
that's not expensive water at all. It's not pH balanced, really.
because I never open the fridge and look on the sides.
No.
I just look at the moldy jambalaya that's in there, which I assume is from Broadus, with the white balls growing off of it. But I don't look in the side unless it's like for ketchup or something.
It's a good cap too. That's good. You want a cap like that. Good mouth opening.
And here's this big monster water just sitting in there.
It's now. Here's the thing. Today's battle conditions. You can't worry about that. You can just replace the water tomorrow.
Yeah.
Leave a note. You know what? Here's a sticky note right here.
Yeah, I'm admitting to
Say,
it
I'm
on the
sorry.
air.
Just say, I'm sorry,
I'm
Sean.
admitting to it on the air.
Yeah, I think you're admitting to the like the dire conditions that we're in right now.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
not
just trying
Dawson's.
to say,
We saw 19 Diet Coke bottles sitting over there the other day from Dawson.
This isn't taking Mike's entire box of Think Thin bars where somebody just took them because they wanted them. We're in a unique circumstance.
And I left like a snack bag that my wife had packed me up here one day, and Mike just went through it and ate it. So I wouldn't feel bad at all if it's Bassick. So have you recognized this? You know who this is?
No, I don't. Now, you said you're going to drink that whole thing like by yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to share with RJ.
Okay.
Why?
Well, I was just wondering if you were going to share with the other three of us.
Oh, we need to ration out waters?
Wow, the other
we need
three
to
of us.
ration them out?
We're going to split it in fours.
Did you hear that? He cut out Ryan. He goes, share with the other three of us.
Put that on the thing in the fridge.
All right. Choppy wrote me a note. Took your water, will replace maybe. Sean. All right. I like it.
Put that where it was.
I'll leave the empty bottle in there with the battle conditions.
How empty is your current water?
Empty.
Oh, it's fully empty. It looks completely full.
It's gone.
Okay.
Well, it's
All
a
right.
different color, Bobby. You got fooled. Fooled by it.
I mean, it's blue. It could it's just deceptive. I don't know what you want from me.
All right. The Conor McGregor stunt. He goes out to half court and punches the Miami Heat mascot. The Heat mascot's got the gloves on. Come on, McGregor, let's do this. Conor with his Miami Heat red outfit. I got no problems with the first punch. First punch, he knocks him out. He's down on the ground. Then McGregor goes over him with the Amanda Nunes finishing shot while the mascot is on the ground and doesn't just like tap the end of his nose. It's a full 100% unleashing of a McGregor left that apparently sent the mascot to the hospital to get treated.
Yeah. And my first thought was, wait a second. Like I've seen these mascot.
Barkley does it all the time.
Masks. Yeah, there's. I mean, it's hard to get to. Those are padded. They're hard. It's a hard head, but like, you're not going to be able to make contact with the face unless he had to have like jarred all this material right into his nose.
I thought you were saying you've seen these level of punches. Like you don't see a punch this hard.
No, you don't. No. I was just surprised that it made it through the mascot headgear.
Dude, he unloaded.
Yeah, he did.
He unloaded.
And I was like, my first thought was like, is this a stunt? Like, is this fake?
Yeah.
Is this a fake emergency room trip?
What I need to know was the second punch planned? If it wasn't planned, it wasn't supposed to be that hard. Man, I hate Conor McGregor now. I've totally
because of this.
Because of the other 15
I was
things.
gonna say
Beating up the old man.
Okay, I thought this swung you. I was like, why this?
Throwing the piece of metal at Khabib's bus. This guy, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a crap about anything. He just goes and breaks law after law, tries to break this guy's jaw. I hope he gets thrown in jail for it. Seriously.
I mean, look, the mascot didn't tap, and so he went in for the second shot. I can't blame him for that.
Well, you can't tap when you're unconscious.
The other aspect of this is Eric Spoelstra says Bernie won't miss a game. That Bernie will be back out there for the next game.
Yeah, because they ain't gonna have another game in Miami.
Pack one suit. I would be completely distraught if I was Conor McGregor. Like, you're a professional fighter and you couldn't knock out the 23-year-old college student from even missing a game, whatever. But honestly, what it really reminded me of
this is the true sign that McGregor's done.
Yeah, exactly. That you couldn't keep him out for more than a half or whatever it was. What it reminded me of was Randall Simon. You guys remember him at the Brewers game hitting the sausage race with the baseball bat? And he got crushed in the media for that because he knocked over that girl in the sausage suit. And pretty much since then, I felt like it's been taboo, like, don't mess with the mascots. There's only, because he got questioned by police for just screwing around and trying to tap him with the bat.
Sometimes these are like kids. Now, like,
she was a 23-year-old girl and got knocked down.
Do we know Rowdy? Do we know who Rowdy is?
Now, I don't know about the current Rowdy. I met the Rowdy from like 07 on the flight to Oxnard.
If current Rowdy is listening, DM us on where you stand on this.
By the way,
how did you know it was current Rowdy?
Just carrying a suit with him. He had a big giant
carrying
suitcase.
It like
Doesn't check it.
He checked it. It was, but he had all kinds of, and he was saying who he was. You'd be stunned at the amount of money that dude made. Stunned.
Well, tell us.
He didn't give me
betraying his.
I don't want to say, but it was.
Is it over 70?
Really? With like extra events and stuff? Is that what it is?
He might make 70 by February.
No way.
Dude.
You're telling me Rowdy makes six figures?
Way more.
How do you know that?
I know these things.
You didn't ask him.
Oh, no. I did ask him.
Okay.
I pried. Every kid's birthday party that he goes to, every team event that he goes to, at least back then. Now they may have changed it and said, yeah, you're just getting a straight number now.
You think Chuck E. Cheese makes six figures?
I don't think Chuck E. Cheese makes six figures. I don't think Chuck E. Cheese is Rowdy.
Uh-oh, Bobby just looked at
I just Googled how much do team mascots make. The highest paid one is Rocky the Mountain Lion, a representative of the Denver Nuggets, who earns $625,000 a year.
Yeah. Rowdy makes like, I was going to say, now
what?
Rowdy, like, this was
$625?
This was like 15 years ago. It was $500,000.
There is no way.
Every child's birthday party.
I dare
everything.
You. I dare you to apply. Let's just all quit and apply for mascot
Benny the
job.
Bull, $400K. Go the Gorilla for the Suns, $200K.
Now, what would not be worth it in terms of the events that you have to go to or the weather conditions?
Putting the suit on would not be worth it.
Dude,
Conor McGregor events, probably.
Dude, when I was Texas Williams.
Oh, when you were at Rockford, Illinois?
Rockford Lightning, you're getting in and you gotta, the salary I was making, I had to sell tickets and everything for my salary, and the mascot didn't show up one night and they're like, you gotta wear the mascot. and I was beyond furious. It led to me quitting. And I put on this effing mascot for the Rockford Lightning, and I had to wear this over doing the play-by-play, which is what I drove out to that crap hole city to do. And I'm like, I'm out of here. See you later.
You had no idea they were trying to give you a giant raise by having you.
That's right.
Again, Harry the Hawk, Atlanta Hawks, $600,000 a year.
What?
And so these are NBA. So how much more would Rowdy make?
Well, I mean,
My
who knows?
word.
NBA may work more because they're working 41 home games.
Yeah, and you could go out there with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
Yeah, but Rowdy's not making money at the game. That's where the most of his money is. It's doing special events.
Dana White was asked about the McGregor incident.
I saw the Deontay Wilder one, too. What's up with mascots wanting to get punched in the face by professional fighters? What do you expect? You want to get punched? I mean, what are those mascot things made out of, unless you're like the Golden Knights mascot, I wouldn't be, I don't even know what the hell he wears, but I'm assuming it's a metal helmet. I wouldn't have professional fighters punching me in the face if I was a mascot. Doesn't seem like the brightest thing in the world.
So that's Dana being like, it's mascot's fault.
Yeah, mascot's fault. Don't do that. I mean, it is dumb, but you don't expect him to unload like that.
The second one, man. The second one was lethal.
It's like he got it's like he went back to his training, and as soon as he was down on the ground, he decided to get up and pounce.
Is there any other surprising profession that Atolo works to where we'd be blown away by the money like this? To where it's like, are you $600K
It's a
to
lot.
wear that?
From the 405, I know Rowdy, he makes the coin.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah.
How about the Heat?
Remember who you're talking to.
You think TJ made that much?
I would doubt it.
By the way,
that's probably why his jealous boss cut off our segment.
Yeah, by the way,
petty jealous boss.
Yeah, TJ boss. Once again, 2 elevators not working in the lobby today. So,
oh really?
Yeah, there were only 2 of
It's
them.
these storms, man. These storms killed everything.
And no, don't give TJ's boss a break here.
Oh, it's the boss.
Yeah,
for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100% the boss.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Will the NBA Finals end tonight? The Stanley Cup over as well. We got Fort Worth representing in the College World Series, and the Rangers proved what in this heavyweight fight in Tampa? Headlines and a brand new concert ticket giveaway during the Expressway is next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a drive deep into left field. Grossman going back, turning to look. It's gone. Line drive home run into the seats in left for Wander Franco, his 8th home run of the year. And that erases what the Rangers did in the third. The 3-run blast makes it 7-3 Tampa Bay.
Rays take 2 of 3 against the Rangers over the weekend on this radio station. 7-3 was the final yesterday as Shane McClanahan, he's making a serious case to be the AL starter again in next month's game. Becomes the Majors' first 10-game winner as Martin Perez takes the loss and the Rangers lose 7-3. Oh, we thought RJ Choppy got locked in the elevators, coming back late for headlines. What did you get stuck?
No, but there's only one elevator working, so everybody who's trying to get up stopped on every floor.
But Choppy came through.
2 gallons of water, baby. The last 2 gallons.
Where did you get those?
The Chevron next door, the gas station.
You left the building in that time?
Ran over there, yep.
That's why he's got the diamond calves.
That was lightning fast.
And there was 3 people in line. I was waiting. I had to wait.
Wow.
Should have been way quicker. They're on.
Well done.
They were on their own time. They were on their own time frame. They had no respect for the clock.
What, you think you're getting some of this too?
Okay, now I'm going to say something. Now I'm saying something.
Now I'm saying something. Cool. Now I can pour the water that I drank back into this and put it back.
There you go.
That's really tightly
and put it back in the fridge. Well, I'm really impressed.
Oh,
You're like the Reds kid with your speed.
Oh, Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah.
It was my son's like, hey, he beat out an infield single. I'm like, that's never happened before.
Like, yeah, I've seen Juan Pierre play, thanks.
Yeah. He has no idea Juan Pierre is guaranteed.
McClanahan is 5-0 with a 1.67 ERA in 7 starts at home, all won by the Rays. His overall ERA is a 2.18. The Rangers win the game that Eovaldi pitched with Corey Seager going nuts.
Yeah, and look, that was the expected game to win. You expect to win when Eovaldi's going against Bradley. But when it's McClanahan or Glass now, I mean, it's a much tougher hill to climb, especially when it's not one of your top starters. And Haney and Perez are let's face it, they're the weak links of the starting rotation. I think most of us would agree with that. And, the Rays got those games. Plus, Tampa's really good at home. I think it's hard. Like, it's such a depressing place to play. I wonder how much your energy just gets sapped walking into that building. And Tampa plays great there. Were they 31-7 at home now? They're just a fantastic home team. And they're a good team. They are. This is one of the issues that you're going to run into is without DeGrom, is that you face a team that's got two frontline starters and you've only got one, and that one, Evaldi is great, but I mean, Evaldi's this is easily the best year of his career so far.
Ooh, I think so. Yeah, I mean, ESPN literally called him over the weekend. They said he has been the best pitcher in baseball this year. That's what they called him.
Wow. Yeah, and I can't argue that.
I mean, and the funny thing is we're sitting here talking about the pitching matchup and everything else. We're not even mentioning just how good Tampa Bay's lineup is. Like, offensively, they're so strong, and it felt all weekend like no deficit was too big for that. I mean, the fact that Texas got up like they did on the Saturday game, only to have Tampa roar back, take that lead. They score in bunches, and so that'd be a team that would be absolutely terrifying, I think, to face off against in the playoffs.
Angels starting tonight, 4-game series in Arlington, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. Rangers are going to have Dane Dunning on the mound. The Angels are 6.5 back in the West. Rangers are still 5 games up on the armpit, and LA is 6-4 in their last 10. Have the Angels finally turned it around?
Define turned it around.
Not being a perennial bust every single season. Too early to tell?
I wouldn't say that. I mean,
they're 5 games over. Yeah. That's not like...
No, if we're going to say that, they're 60, almost 70 games in with the Angels. They're 68 games in. So
still third in the... That's how low the bar has been dropped for them. They're still third in the division with the 2 best players in the sport.
Yeah, and they're, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They'd right now be on the outside looking into the playoffs still.
Who would have thought all it took for the Angels to have success was for Mike Trout to start playing like a regular old baseball player?
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing. Like,
OPS is 820 this year.
You can't just have 2 guys.
Let's recap a little football. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network reports, Dalvin Cook, $5 million, not going to be enough. He's looking for a significant contract. So Dalvin Cook probably pricing himself out of the market. Rich Eisen, host of the NFL Network, tweeted, I honestly can't believe the running back position has reached the point where a 1,000-yard rusher 4 straight years with 52 touchdowns gets released at the age of 27. So Dalvin Cook wants more than 5. Not going to be enough.
No, and look, what month is this? This is June. Isn't free agency money largely dried up? Now, there's post-June 1 cuts guys can make, or guys have made, and have been designated, so they have some money freed up. But the lion's share of the money is given out in March. Do guys get $10, $15 million a year contracts in June?
Not typically, and so I wouldn't think that he's going to get that. But I don't know. I'm curious how much. This will be a great example, I think, of which teams are really buying in on analytics, because the analytics say that the raw numbers say Dalvin Cook is still one of the very best running backs in the NFL. The analytics say that he's not nearly good enough to command anything more than just a couple $1 million, because last year he finished among all ball carriers. He was dead last in the NFL in rushing EPA and rushes for 0 or negative yards. And I think his rushing yards over expectation was one of the worst in the NFL too.
Well, just as it looks like the league is burying the running back position, you get 2 guys drafted in the top 12.
Right.
So which one is it?
Right. But look who's drafted them. The Lions, who have been rebuilding since 1957, and Atlanta, who has no quarterback, and their offensive coordinator is the same guy who had Derrick Henry take him to the AFC Championship game.
Reports are that the XFL, The Rock in the XFL, lost how much last year?
$60 million.
Woo!
$60 million was the losses that they had incurred last year. They had to reduce workforce. My buddy works for them. He's a trainer for them.
Well,
and now for the league, and now they've all gone to seasonal employment. So they were let go, not right after the year, maybe a couple of weeks after the season ended, they got let go, and they will bring them back on a case-by-case basis when the season starts again. It's not ready to be a 24/7, 365 league.
Well, they're projecting $100 million next year.
Well, I mean, just that's wonderful. I would love to project $100 million. I mean, that's a $160 million swing.
Yeah.
You going to do that? You lost $60 million last year. How are you going to project $100 million? Your TV deal's $20 million. Are you going to get $140 million in ad revenue and ticket sales in 1 year?
Not enough Peyton support.
I know.
Not enough tickets.
Maybe you stop buying a Zeke jersey to the game and start buying a real jersey.
I've had that jersey for like 6 years now, and I'm still going to wear it this year. But it's because we were drinking all outside the stadium. We were only getting, cotton candy and hot dogs inside.
And then Antonio Brown, no surprise. Who let Antonio Brown be an investor or owner of anything? This dip S sitting there cheating players or cheating people in his league.
So he bought the Albany Empire, the same team his father played on, who was considered one of the greatest Arena League football players of all time. And there's a report out there. They have not paid coaches or players since April 21st. Coach Damon Ware confirmed the lack of the payment. He has left the team. Wide receiver Darius Prince, quarterback, lineman, defensive back, linebacker, all of them. They did not receive room keys for the team's hotel. The acting team president said they've been suspended from the team. All these guys are saying this place is a cluster blank. We want to play for the Albany Empire. Great. We want to continue our career. We're not getting paid. Who would have thought that Antonio Brown would not have payroll together? He needs to call, what is it, ADT? Paychecks? He needs to call those companies. Those
ADP?
ADP.
Yeah, ADT was the security company.
ADP. He needs to call ADP, Paychecks. Get it going, man.
The U.S. Open is this week in Los Angeles. RJ is going to bring you the latest live drama. But first, people are calling this an all-time call on CBS.
Good pace. Are you serious? Oh, my goodness! Glorious and free!
Glorious and free.
That's a good old Canada reference there, Jim. I like that one. Nick Taylor wins the RBC. Now, this was cool because you had, at the end of this, you had two guys standing. You had Nick Taylor from Canada, and you had Tommy Fleetwood of England.
All right? Fleetwood Mac, yeah.
So you had three of his countrymen standing right there. Terrell Hatton was there. They were all from England rooting on Tommy. And you had three Canadians, including Adam Hadwin, rooting for Nick Taylor. Well, they all rush. They rush the field. They rush the green with champagne just to shower Nick Taylor. Well, Adam Hadwin's there. He rushes the green, and he gets absolutely trucked by security.
Yes.
He could have broken his wrist.
Yeah.
He almost fell on his wrist, broke it, and here he is just trying to celebrate. They trucked him. They had no idea who he was.
Boy, this has been a bad weekend for these physical altercations. You get Conor McGregor. You get the end of the Floyd exhibition fight last night. You get the tackle on the golf course. What I'm curious about, Chop, were there any subtle jabs from Jim Nance at all this weekend at Live, or did those pretty much end?
I think they're gone.
Oh, they're gone? Okay.
I think they're gone.
What's the latest drama with them?
With Live? Well, the latest drama is that, Live is like, it's going to disband within the year. But beyond that, now they're saying that the golfers who were loyal to the PGA Tour will receive an equity stake in the new company. What is the equity stake? We don't know what the equity stake is going to be. But the commissioner admitted the tour was out of money. Jay Monahan admitted to the Wall Street Journal the tour was out of money. They couldn't even last a year keeping up with Live. Imagine that. They couldn't even last a full year. They had to do it. They didn't want to do it. They had no choice. It was either, lose more golfers to Live because we can't compete with the elevated events, or join forces.
Antonio Brown and The Rock are about to call the Saudis. Be like, hey, come bail us out, bro.
Yeah, don't joke too much about football getting taken over. Tonight, the NBA Finals could end in Denver after the Nuggets took both games in Miami. They lead 3-1, 7:30 tip-off. And, of course, everyone wants to hear if Jimmy Butler is going to give some type of guarantee.
No doubt. We don't have any of that. We don't have no quit. We're going to continually fight to get better. And then we're going to go on a Monday and do what we said we were going to do this entire time and win. We have to. We have no other choice. Otherwise, we did all this for no reason.
Will effort be a problem? Right? Effort's been the problem?
They're going to be wheezing in the air. Everyone says going back to Denver like that in the middle of the series, it takes the toll on your lungs.
Takes a day to get used to it.
None of y'all think.
We'll see. But this is no time for bad effort. But the series is over. I mean, whether or not they win tonight or they wrap it up in Game 6. The series is over. Denver's your champs.
I saw a very heated discussion, popular debate on Reddit, as I tend to scan, Sean, that was maybe giving you some salvation from your Jimmy Butler take. There was a lot of people in there trying to argue, say, this series proves 10 years from now, people will not remember Jimmy Butler as one of the era-defining players.
Well, that's definitely true.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I kind of feel a little vindicated that you can't win a title. Let me think how to phrase this. Who has to be your 2 if Jimmy's the 1? If Jamal Murray's on the Miami Heat, do they win the title?
No.
See, that's the thing about 2s. They'll still have games like Jamal did the other night, where they're 5 of 18 or 5 of 20.
Yeah.
You know, they still got some stinkers.
Like, is Jimmy a super 2 or a legit 1?
Ooh, I think legit 1.
Yeah, I think he's legit 1, but I don't think he's not on the level. There's levels of 1s, right?
Yep.
He's a number 1 starter.
Is he a
but he's
Dak
not an
1?
ace.
I was about to say, you know what? He is a number 1 in the way that we probably talk about Dak as a franchise quarterback.
No, but Jimmy's better than Dak in what he does. It's not even really a question.
Jimmy's not a top 5 player in his sport, so.
There's Dak.
There's Dak.
So he's
It's Monday. I got to save some of these for you.
He's a number 1 starter.
Drink some water.
He's a number 1 starter, but he's not an ace.
Yes.
So your aces are your DeGroms.
He's Evaldi.
He's what Evaldi is right now for the Rangers.
Yeah, basically he's Evaldi. He's not. Look, let's face it. If Evaldi's going up against DeGrom or Garrett Cole in a playoff game, you're probably going to pick one of the other 2 guys, even though Evaldi's great. But there's an ace and there's a 1. He's a 1.
I don't know who won the Belmont. I don't care. But RJ said the reaction from the trainer was really good.
Go buy him now. Yes. Yes. Go buy him now. Come on, Hardy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Run. Come on, Javi. Pick him up. Come on, Javi. Come on, Javi. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Javi. Come on, Javi. Come on, Javi. Come on. Oh, my God. Come on, Javi. Come on. Come on, Javi. Come on, Javi. Come on. Javi. Come on.
All right, turn this off. Good Lord, Choppy. How do you this sound like I'm listening to Amy Lawrence.
Jenna Antonucci.
Good Lord.
The first female trainer to win the Belmont. And she won the Belmont. Very cool.
How much longer did that have?
About 15 seconds.
Oh!
that was trimmed down just a little bit.
Man, I feel like I'm listening to John Sterling's partner.
Oh my God, Roger Clemens.
Goodness gracious.
Arcangelo. That girl. Arcangelo wins the Belmont. It's such a shame that if there's no Triple Crown, that nobody cares about that race. Such a shame. But we don't. We don't even care about it. There's a Triple Crown, really.
The new Triple Crown is the 3 horses that stay alive.
Yeah.
Headlines to recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday. Here on your home of the Rangers, Cowboys, and the Tolo giveaway. This is in our era. We got a little Bone Thugs. We got a little LL Cool J. We got a brand new concert ticket giveaway. And who had the best, who had the absolute worst weekend, if you're listening. We got gambling, beer pong, hail, and cereal being poured yesterday afternoon. What does it all mean? Best and worst of the weekend. Next.
But let's get that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
All right, y'all, let us know the debauchery that you got into every Monday to recap your Friday, Saturday, Sunday here on Sean and RJ. Hopefully you survived the hail. Bobby, I saw you naming your hail yesterday in Flower Mound.
I did. I was inspired by our bad DFW contracts discussion on Friday, and so I decided to name each of the giant hailstones I found after bad DFW contracts. So there's Chan Ho, there was Rafe, Jalen, then there was Dwight 1, Dwight 2, Dwight 3, Dwight 4, Dwight 5. Yeah, Dwight Powell. Yeah.
And was this softball-sized hail?
I'd say it was a little more than, it was between golf ball and baseball probably. But it's funny is that, so we pay for a carport that we don't use unless there's storms. But we have the new Explorer that's 4 months old now. And Kristen was like, hey, it's about to storm. Should we put it under the carport? And I was like, yeah, I'll go put it under. And so I took the keys and I stepped out for a sec and it was already raining. And I was like, I mean, we don't see hail that often. I think it'll be fine. And so I came back in and I was like, I'm not moving it. And she's like, and then 2 minutes later I hear ping, 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 ping. And I'm like, crap. So I had to run out there in the middle of the hail and then move it and then just stay parked under the carport until it stopped. So I was in the car for 15 minutes.
Oh. Pepe, did you get it bad in the Rock?
We got pea-sized hail, which I saw some videos of other people in Rockwell that had more golf size, but we got pea-size for maybe 5-10 minutes, not much.
We had marble size.
Marble
size. It was like a little, little
not the countertop.
Size. No, not the countertop, just the little ones. Nothing major. And then my buddy texted me. He lives over in the Lantana area, Flower Mound, and he was like, dude, we are getting absolutely destroyed. He showed me a photo of one of his hail balls that hit him, and it's the size of his hand.
Wow.
And that'll destroy a car.
That's huge.
Destroy a roof. Capo's roofing and waterproofing. It'll destroy it. So it was bad. I mean, the whole Metroplex really got something.
That's the biggest downside of having nicer new cars for the first time in my life.
Oh.
No, I'm just saying, my whole life I've always bought $2,000 to $3,000 Craigslist cars. That's been my whole adult life. And anytime there was a hailstorm, I would go outside and look at the car and go, can't tell the new dents from the old one, so I don't care. Now I actually have an investment that I have to worry about.
The best part, though, about hailstorms is all the insurance fraud you can do with your car. You just keep saying, I got hail damage.
Life hacks on Thursday.
Yeah,
Life
save that
hacks
for Thursday.
on Thursday. It sounded like Peyton had by far the most interesting weekend as he wrote a separate email. Recapping what he did. You hit the tables again at WinStar?
Yeah, twice in the last 30 days, guys. I don't know if that means addiction.
It does.
Well, I'm winning, so I don't think it's smart, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Won $130 this weekend. Was there for about 4.5 to 5 hours with the homies.
When did you go?
Friday night. We left around 6 o'clock, met up in Denton, and then one of our buddies drove the rest of the way. But yeah, hit the tables, blackjack, which has been really friendly to me at WinStar recently. I had enjoyed playing with Justin, who was the dealer there, who won a bunch of money.
Did you tip him?
No, I did not.
What?
Well, because they switch out. You start winning, they switch out, guys, and then a girl came over, and I started losing some, so I had to leave. And
of course, you didn't give her any.
Yeah, of course.
You won't even buy drinks for your dates.
Yeah, we know you're not giving anybody any.
But I might have committed a crime, guys. I had cashed out. I was probably up just at $105, $110, and I walked back from the cashier because my buddies were still playing, so I was just walking to go watch them. And I walked past another blackjack table, and there was a $25 poker chip on the ground. Green poker chip, $25 in value, and I walked over and I did the 10-second rule. I looked to my left, no one claimed it. Looked to my right, no one claimed it. I put my foot over it, and I took it. I took it, and I went back, and I cashed it out for $25 more.
Yeah.
And the cashier said, whoa, did you just win this? Because it was the same guy, right? I just saw him 5 minutes ago. I said, I was caught up in my wallet. I gave some excuses.
You keep all the poker chips in your wallet.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I think that's okay. That's okay.
Should I have played it, though? I mean, it's free money. If I lose, I lose it. But I could have, played one round of blackjack and doubled it. But it's is it that kind of unwritten rule where you, if you find money, you kind of just play it there because it's a casino?
I think that's one of those things you put on roulette. You pick your favorite number, you go on over there, or maybe you have a couple of numbers, you just throw it on. I think that's what I would have done, roulette. But either way, you're fine not to ask whose it was at the table, because then somebody else could just lie and say, oh, it was mine.
Right. Everyone would have said, oh, it's mine. It's mine. Yeah. No. So I took it, cashed it out. Instead of going home with $105, I went home with $130.
So that was on Friday. And then the beatdown.
We don't have to talk about that.
The embarrassment that happened Saturday in your backyard, your neck of the woods.
That's right. Bobby went out to Siren Rock, and I said, Bobby, hit me up. I'll be there. Well, obviously, I live 15 minutes away from there. I don't have to travel 45 minutes or an hour to Fort Worth, to hang out with my friends. I can just go 15 minutes down the road. And amazing place, amazing venue. Had the mermaids there and everything. And at the end, Bobby said, hey, they got a beer pong tournament, and let's play it, me and you. And he was talking all that mess early on. And he actually put a video out on Twitter with his mess, and I recorded it. And here's part 1.
We're out here at Siren Rock, Peyton and I. I'm here. And I'm about to whoop his ass at beer pong. It's going to be ugly. This isn't going to be like Sean's house with the bogus table and RJ Choppy cheating.
Right, because Choppy was Mr. Elbow that entire day.
I was 4 feet behind the thing. First of all, I'm gonna defend you here. Peyton, you cannot claim that victory. That was...
Whoa.
That's the worst form I've ever seen. You did a jump shot. You can't do that. It's got to be up
It's
here.
about putting the balls in the cup, Chop. It doesn't matter. You don't have to
here. You've got to sit here like The Rock, staring his opponent down the ring, back, forth,
No.
right here, elbow up, bam.
You don't
Like
have
darts,
to Dwayne
bam,
Wade a fadeaway every
You've
time you
gotta
put
have
it
your
in.
elbow at a 90-degree angle, bam,
No.
bam, bam. No movement.
He skunked you.
No, not quite.
No, I looked at it. That's pretty skunky.
It was close. I had knocked out 2 cups, but it was Peyton made the first 4 shots right out of the gate. I was like, crap. Like,
did you allow him heat check? Did you heat check?
Did you bounce?
No, he heat checked. He got it.
How many times did he bounce on you?
Like 3.
Yeah, 3.
And how many did you swat away?
Just 1. Because the first one I was picking up the ball on the ground, and he did the he's not looking and bouncing.
Yeah,
I said, all right, Bobby.
I don't care
here
if
we
that's
go.
cheap. That's cheap too.
No, I kept having stuff like rim out. Everything was hitting off, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, they all could have gone in and it wouldn't have mattered because it was over. Peyton, I think, put up 16 shots and he knocked out 10 cups.
Wow.
Like,
What's that, 60%? I mean, that's just incredible.
Look, I am, as we all know, I will lean into the bit of I'm the best at everything ever. I can't even lean into a bit. If we are ever having a company like beer pong tournament or a station beer pong tournament, or whatever, I'm already claiming Peyton on my team because it's a silky smooth jump shot that goes in. Now, I am going to agree with Tolo Steve, who was out there with us, who said that from where my angle was, I did have the AC, Peyton, blowing in my direction. So that probably threw things off. I think I probably beat you, if not for that.
Doesn't make up 9 cups, though.
Probably not. But Peyton it was fast. It was vicious. It was, I actually respected how painless it was because he made sure it was quick.
Like a Belmont horse.
But yeah, exactly. It was great though. Shout out to Siren Rock. It was a great time. And a couple Tolos that I met there.
Well, before we get to that, let's continue to pour salt in the wound with Bobby's daughter mocking and making fun of his miserable performance at the event.
Wait, sorry. What did my own daughter just say about this game? What did you say? Repeat yourself.
Daddy's awful, Pepe's awesome.
Daddy's awful, Pepe's awesome.
That's right. Smoked Bobby. I'll see you Monday.
Oh, the nickname has stuck.
So
even with the youth.
Yeah. No, it did. She did because Tolo Steve kept calling him Pepe, and she was right there observing it, and
thank you, Sean.
Completely embarrassed that I'm her dad watching it, and it was pretty.
Is she the one who fat shamed you?
No, that was Laura. That's the baby. This is the middle one.
Okay.
This is the one who's starting to get into basketball, so is going to idolize people with good jump shots, and so I am no longer her hero at 9 years old. It's now Peyton, old Pepe. But yeah, shout out to Tolos, Jacob, and Will, who said hi while we were out there. It was a good time.
So that was the best of the weekend from the morning show. Peyton with Windstar and then destroying Roberto. Both of you sent me miserable weekends. There was nothing good about it. Nothing good whatsoever.
Sunday was good. We got to hang out at Texas Live, have drinks with a couple listeners, so that was fun. Me and the wife, and I had a bowl of cereal.
Let's get to that. Man, he poured out a vicious bowl of cereal. What time? My question about this was the timing. the timing.
I mean, I
this.
literally poured the bowl 5 minutes after. So let's see exactly what time that would have been.
Yeah, what type of cereal was it?
It was grape nuts. I didn't even eat it.
God,
it was more just
say that line again.
It was grape nuts. So that was 5:07. So this was probably okay. So I said that was 5 minutes after 5:02. So this was probably 5:01.
Where were the children? 5 o'clock.
So
what happened to the old 9 p.m.? What happened to the old 8:45 p.m.?
Look,
5 p.m. cereal bowl.
Her mom was
in the next room.
In the next room.
Her mom went and took the kids to go pick up Kristen's brother, and so the opportunity was there, and I did what I do.
Okay,
you know?
nice.
I laid down game.
Now, did they turn into? Never mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No,
it was a grape nuts joke.
We've done enough innuendo.
It was a grape nuts joke.
5 o'clock cereal bowl pour. That was impressive.
Look, I support whatever you can find time. Whenever you can find time with the kiddos there, especially when you have like 7 kids.
Right.
Like you have.
Yeah.
You've
In
gotta
an
find
apartment,
time.
no
Yeah,
less.
An apartment. So
yeah.
you gotta find
I mean, that's
time.
why you got to get creative. Like, Motel 6 bathrooms in Montgomery, Texas for my brother's wedding,
I threw out my back in the pool.
You threw out your back?
Yeah.
Doing what I was doing?
I was throwing around. No. I was throwing around little kids.
Oh,
you're
I
trying
did
to give
that
them a
too.
good time and
Yeah.
everything, and then you wake up the next morning from the pool. The pool soreness is a thing, at least for me. My feet are all cut up from the bottom of the pool. You're trying to throw all these kids around, and then
You've got a very coarse surface for your pool anyway.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
I noticed that the other weekend.
Good night. I don't know.
Good night. Yep.
Yours is like textured or whatever.
And it cuts up my damn toes. It hurts. But my back hurts more from throwing around these kids. Friday night, margaritas, Mexican food, and then yesterday, another kid's birthday party.
Are you the
These
birthday
3-year-olds.
party host?
No.
Oh, okay. So this wasn't at your home that you had to like host 3-year-olds.
No, this wasn't at the house, but let me call it the hypocrisy of my wife yet again.
Oh, no.
For our get together that you all came to, Peyton wasn't invited.
Hey, by the way, we're planning one.
What?
A baby?
House.
A party?
A get together. I've never had people over.
I know.
And we're gonna plan one. You guys are all welcome.
We inspired you?
We inspired me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell us more.
I don't. We have no. That's all. That's all we know.
Oh, okay.
We're just committed to the plan of
We're
we
just
should have
committed to the
people
plan
over.
of
That's a
having
big
people
first
over.
step.
Well, maybe you could take some lessons from this.
Okay. Perfect. Let me write them down.
Number one, don't put people on. You don't.
Oh. Please go forward.
I'm not going to. That's a side joke, commercial joke. But the next morning, she's like, "Oh, like I think there was just too many people here. I think it was too crazy." I was like, "I think it was perfectly fine. No issues, no problems." And she's like, "No, I just feel like with 35. You know when you invite the max people that you can, and you just know that only half will come."
Yeah.
This was a party the other week at my house where
Everybody came.
Everyone came.
Yeah, everyone came.
Everyone hit. Like everyone ended up coming and following through. And I was like, it was fine and dandy. It was fun. No cleanup nightmares, nothing. We didn't run out of food. We didn't run out of drinks. And she's like, well, maybe I just didn't know everyone and I was overwhelmed. And she's like, it's making me second guess Ollie's birthday. Ollie's birthday is sometime in July, first week in July, someday. And she's like,
one of them.
It's one of those. One of the 31.
And she's like, what do we want to do? We're going to have a pool party. And I said, okay. And she's like, yeah, but I don't want it nearly as big as the get together the other day. I want to keep it smaller, more intimate. Well, yesterday she hands me the guest list for the Evite.
Oh, 30 people.
More.
What?
Ooh, this is including parents, right? Not
Parents and kids.
Okay, so 46 people.
46 people.
Wait, dead on?
Dead on.
Man, you're so good at lines, bro.
46 people. I said, what happened to you? What happened to you saying I over-invited? What happened to having too many people? When it's her idea, it's brilliant. When it's my idea, it's stupid. And people say, welcome to marriage. But I'm like, what happened to being overwhelmed? Well, and this and well and that. So decide how many people you want. Decide the food setup. And our previous fight over his birthday party was a snow cone machine. I said, I'm not getting this stupid snow cone machine. We're not going to use it. It's dumb. We don't have room for it. I'm not going to store it in the garage.
Do the cotton candy machine.
She ended up getting a snow cone machine. Well, this year, it's a bounce house. She wants that big water slide inflatable
That's
thing.
fun. You got a yard, though. You can do that. You
I don't know if it's wide enough. I mean, these things, they're cool. They're awesome. my kid can't climb it. He's so uncoordinated. I'm like, he's not going to be able to enjoy it that much. And she's like, well, we can't have 50 people at the pool. There needs to be a side area. So you got to get your food straight. You got to visualize how many people can be in the pool and how much yard area you have. And then the worst thing from the pool party is the flies.
The flies are bad.
We are still killing and trying to get flies from the event at my house.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. Flies are terrible.
I got that electric fly swatter thing, and I go through the house, and I swat it, and she's like, McEnroe. And then I hit another one. She goes, Connors. And then, bam, Joker. So at least she's paying homage to my
Peyton knows none of those references.
Is that a tennis joke?
All right. What's McEnroe's first name?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Okay.
It's very okay.
I think you got that wrong. I don't think. What's Connor's first name?
First name? I'm going to go with Steven.
Okay.
Close.
Ring yourself up. Good job.
By the way, it is John Patrick McEnroe. He is not a Jonathan, so that was wrong.
That is wrong. Wait,
isn't it Jimmy Connors, not Stephen Connors?
Yeah, I was joking.
That's
right.
What was Sampras's first name?
Don Julio.
I think he's Greek. I think he's Greek.
I can't even spell that. What are they? Giannis?
I don't think he's Hispanic.
Hercules Stevenson.
Hercules Stevenson.
2 for 3. I'll take it.
So those are my party tips. That was my weekend recap. Choppy.
There was nothing that was great this weekend for me. Although I guess you could say my oldest, they made it to the finals yesterday. They lost the championship.
Okay.
But
back from New York, he was on the Jumbotron at Yankee Stadium.
So he landed about midnight on Friday night, and he played an 8 a.m. baseball game on Saturday.
Don Julio Sampras.
This poor kid was on like 5 hours. He was dragging. The worst part of the weekend was we get home from that game. He sleeps from about 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock. He wakes up and he's 2 inches taller than me. So I'm officially shorter than my child now. Yeah. I'm officially shorter than my oldest. So it was a depressing day. I'm happy. I hope it doesn't stop. I want 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah.
But he has flown by me. So that was maybe the best. That could have been the best. The worst, I gotta get this new phone today.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Come on over.
One of us.
And I'm coming over. I am coming over.
Be one of the ducking good guys.
To the ducking iPhone.
God, if I see one more person post a stupid ducking joke.
Yeah.
With iPhone fixing it or whatever.
iPhone fixed the ducking autocorrect. Obviously, it's a different word. No one has ever meant ducking, ever. So they have this. They've fixed the autocorrect. Something that we've had on Samsung for years. We've had that fixed.
A lot of stuff we've had on Samsung that you're losing.
Listen, I fully understand, and I love my phone. I find it so much better. The text thing is so much easier on the iPhone, and all my kids and my girlfriend's got the iPhone, so it's just a pain in the butt to send videos back and forth, because Sarah and I like to send videos, if you know what I mean. We used the tripod this weekend.
Oh, good for you.
To film my son in the pool.
Oh.
But
you guys are sick.
It was very weird because Julian's telling everybody, Dad, or he told his Mom, Dad filmed me with the tripod. I could only picture my ex thinking, why do they have a tripod?
And when will Peyton be watching it?
Yeah. Well, we're going to start that site, Peyton.
All right. Make sure he gets the URL so he can sub.
I got $15 set aside.
Today, as soon as the show's over.
You're starting it?
I'm going to the AT&T store.
Woo!
Dude.
What
is wrong with you?
I don't have my loopy case in. I'm getting a loopy.
What is?
That's that little case that's got the little loop thing around your finger.
In the back? Dude, God, that's what girls do.
I know, but I want to be able to hold it with my drink in the pool and just have it dangle off my finger.
Oh,
I watched, there was some video on TikTok recently of an Android user talking to, or former Android user, they use iPhone now, but they were talking about how much better the Android is and arguing with their iPhone friend. They're like, we have this, and this iPhone. You're just like, I don't have any, what is that? Like, you guys don't have a back button?
No, I hate it.
Oh my gosh, that would drive me, that would be the biggest reason for me to keep a phone.
There's so many things I love about the Samsung phone, but it's just the text. That's what I use most. What do you use most on your phone? Text.
Yeah.
And it's just better on the iPhone, so that's what I'm going to do. I don't care. I mean, whatever.
All right, so what model, what price you looking at here?
Whatever the 14 Pro Max thing, the one with the 3 cameras in the back.
Wow, you're gonna pay the absolute most to have the phone you had 4 generations ago.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Good job.
My phone is cracked.
And you say I make bad money
it's got
decisions.
holes everywhere. It doesn't work. So I'll get some money for it. but the rest of the phone's probably going to cost, what, $800?
Oh, okay. So
big bill.
Best and the worst of the weekend from the Tolos. Before we hook them up with the giveaway, we got Twitch, we got YouTube, and the truckwreck.com text line coming in at 877-881-1053.
All right, let's see. By the way, they're saying spray bug killer on porches and house everywhere. The cement. Be careful around pool. You should get rid of flies.
Nothing works.
No.
Nothing.
So we came up. We found this organic make it yourself bug spray or weed killer, and they have bug spray that you can make yourself too with like vinegar and dish soap.
Yeah.
Whatever. Or get a salt gun.
Yeah. Nothing works. They're bugs.
No, it doesn't.
Mosquitoes are going to tear it up with the water slide. The mosquitoes are going to tear that thing up.
Oh, really?
Yep. Use sticky traps. The water slide's terrible for mosquitoes. Flies are bad this year anyway. Sean, the big water slide will kill your yard for months.
Oh! I can see because you got to keep a hose hooked up to it. I can see a flood.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can see a flood.
Sean, that's 100% marriage. If it's the wife's idea, it's good. If it's yours, it's open to criticism.
Yeah.
And that's I let my wife plan everything to avoid it. Ooh. Water slide will be a big brown spot in your grass.
Oh, man. All right, we're out.
214 worst timing belt broke this weekend.
Oh!
That's one of the worst
timing
car
belt?
repair. Yeah, that's one of the worst car repairs you have to do. That's expensive as hell. That's because they got to take off the water pump in a lot of instances to get to it. If it's a timing chain, it's a belt though. If it's a chain that can get like caught up in your engine and just destroy the whole car, that's a painful repair right there.
Get fly bags at Home Depot, handbags of water. Ooh, Thermacell. I've seen this. Do you have Costco? In like the third or fourth aisle of the like the outdoor stuff, like the
man aisle,
gardening and stuff, the man aisle. They've got these little things called Thermacell, and it creates like a cloud, like a 20-foot cloud around. I don't know how well they work, but I've seen them.
214. My daughter had her first soccer tournament with Gavin's team.
Oh, on Gavin's team.
I don't know if it looks like it's with them. So yeah, I guess playing with them. It was a blast.
We need to mic up Dawson, like the NBA coaches audio for him coaching.
What kind of do you think do you think he goes up at all, or do you think he's Jason Garrett? Just he's the level.
What do you think, Choppy? How would it sound?
Oh, it was a good goal. You scored from the 18-yard box.
Bring it in.
I
1, 2, 3. Pure gold as always.
I think we get. I think we would get. I'll see you in Oxnard, sir, Dawson. Like I think we'd get. Yeah, I think it's like this is not working. Like
so
I think
he argues with the officials.
I think he's like on top of them, just like guys, this is not going to cut it. I think he's making subs, just like sit your ass on the bench. I'm not going to take that kind of effort. That's where I think Dawson is at with his soccer team.
All right. 877-881-1053 to hit us up with best and worst of the weekend. Let's hook you up. Brand new week. Thanks to the promo department for turning it on, leaving it on PayPay. We're giving out what?
All right, Toles, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see The Force Live. The star-studded celebration of hip-hop culture is headlined by LL Cool J and will feature live performances by The Roots, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Rakim, Big Boy, Juvenile, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and much more at Dickies Arena on August 24th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What?
Do you have to look up the phonetic for Rakim, Peyton? I'm
Yes,
very
I did.
impressed you
Yes,
got
I
it.
did.
Very good. I'm sure you would have said Rakim.
And name one word that LL stands for. LL Cool J.
No.
Lil Lego.
Not
Little Lego Cool J.
Oh my God.
Chop, you know it?
I don't know what it is.
Is it
either.
Ladies Love?
Ladies love Cool
Oh,
James.
yeah. Ladies love Cool J. Little Lego. What do we get from this segment? Little Lego.
Don Julio Sampras.
Don Julio Sampras. My gosh.
And there was one more. Steve Buechele from Bally, Rangers analyst, is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning to talk about the Rays series. But there was another baseball moment that went viral over the weekend. The great John Sterling.
Oh, man.
How old? 84.
84.
84 years old on Yankees radio.
At the belt. And now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
Didn't skip a beat. We saw the video of this.
Yeah.
Like, it went right up the front of his head, bounced and hit him in the head.
It genuinely looked like it would have hurt because that thing hit like right up off of his cheekbone
Yeah.
or whatever. And like, I mean, I'm impressed that he bounced right back and didn't spend more time, but it is just like, ow.
So he didn't see it coming to him whatsoever at all.
I don't know what the setup there is like, if there's like an overhang and you can't really see very well. Plus, he's also 84 years old.
Yeah, I mean, he can't really see very well
He can't
because
really see
we've already seen him call every warning track fly ball as a home run in recent years.
And that's out of here. Well, that's a 6-4-3, John. Let's hear it one more time.
At the belt. And now the 3-2 swung on. A pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
Ryan, you got it. You got to get that on the YouTube.
You got to.
And we're allowed to with copyright stuff.
You got to.
He got plucked. All right, the most entertaining thing on Twitter to me is Zion's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. I think her adult film page is blowing up with hits and everyone researching her, Mariah Mills, and she just continues to put Zion on blast because Zion had a baby reveal with his current girl.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently he had two current girls, at least according to Mariah Mills. And now she's putting out receipts on how much Zion has given her over the past month.
So over the weekend, she posted a couple of tweets, and I'll read a couple of them to you. She goes,
and the most vicious thing she's throwing out there, man, to me, man, she putting his soda bottles out there. All she's saying is,
like, no wonder you're fat.
You fat tub of lard, you're nothing but Coca-Cola, Coke cans, and Sprite bottles.
Zion, you're on the wrong soda. They can help you. State of the art.
So on June 10th.
Well done.
Happy birthday to my mom on June 10th. At 5:06, she started. Now, I don't know. She may have been bored.
What'd you do for your mom's birthday? You didn't mention that.
We didn't do anything. Luca was sleeping. He was asleep. He slept the entire day.
The whole day?
He slept from 1 to 6:30, and she wanted to go to pizza. We had pizza the night before, so we're like, well, we're not going to go. We'll go a different time.
God.
We'll go a different time. So she writes, she posts.
You better hope she doesn't have full control of the will.
Well, she does. She has full control of everything right now. But, I mean, we hung out all weekend. We started baseball.
Okay.
She writes, used to watch Basketball Wives on TV when I was younger. Now the drama's my life. Not what I signed up for. It's a good tweet. Solid. And you write on Mad Zion, this entire situation has you spending all types of unnecessary money. Whatever is toxic. That baby mama. All right, that's what Urban Dictionary said. So, thanks for the gifts you gave me last week. Not sure why you wanted to make me upset again. It's all good. You have responsibilities now. You'll be mad too if $107,000 monthly allowance may have to be cut because of a baby. And she goes and she posts receipts.
The wire transfers. There's
wire transfer.
There's a $25,000 wire transfer. There's one for 20 and there's one for 10.
Yeah, so 10, 20, different dates, March 9th.
If these are true, it's $55K in the past week.
Jeez.
Yeah.
50. God, this is great. What's better
That's
money?
mascot money.
That's mascot. I was about to say, being the side piece or mascot money? Are you serious?
Yeah.
$107,000 monthly allowance?
That's 1.284 tax-free million per year.
Woo!
After taxes, that's roughly what Micah Parsons makes. That's what, according to this, per year on his base salary. There's more funds he sent me since 2021. People, I'm not posting all of them. It is what it is. Started off as a sneaky link. We fell in love. I always said a baby's a deal breaker for me. Haven't slept in days, emotionally distressed. You hurt me big time. Not even going to front. Eventually became more until this mysterious pregnancy happened.
And then she started posting Zion texting her.
Yeah.
Zion was trying to get in touch with her.
Yeah, some of these are snaps. Tomorrow evening could work. Would I be able to record? Well.
Oh, my gosh.
How much to bring you to Portland for 2 days this week? That's from Zion. I guess they had an overnight in Portland. And then it keeps going on. This keeps going on and on and on, deleting texts. Zion saying he's deleting texts, all that stuff.
The 2019 NBA draft class might go down as the messiest one in the history of the league. You got Zion at the top, all his drama recently. Very next pick was Ja Morant. We already know what's going on with Ja. Pick 12, PJ Washington, who back in 2021, Brittany Renner, divorced him 2 weeks after having his baby and is now getting $200,000 a month in child support. And went on a video rant not long after saying, blank an athlete, they're really dumb. That's your way in this life. And then, of course, was it pick 28? I think it was. Pick 28 was Jordan Poole, who, of course, got knocked out by Draymond Green and had all his drama. So it's just a really bad run for the 2019 draft class.
God, $200,000 a month. It's insane. That's insane money.
Well, I mean, she clearly needs it, Brittany Renner, she needs that $200K a month to survive.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Best and worst of the weekend. Another Tolo giveaway during the Expressway on your home of the Rangers. And this one of Mike Bassick's best buddies. I think we'll ask him, Steve Buechele from Bally, on how the Rangers stacked up to the Rays. Steve joins us next, right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But first, a shout out to all of our Tolo electricians. Y'all need the Monday love.
Security.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch, the wall is bounced to third. It's a fair ball past the reach of Young as it caroms off the sidewall. Margovian sent around third. Grossman's throw is held up by Duran. And Margot scores from first on the RBI double from Taylor Walls. And the Rays lead 3-0.
And the Rays take 2 of 3 from the Rangers on this radio station. Sean and RJ here on your home for Rangers baseball. Jared Sandler with the call, and he'll have the call again tonight with Hicksey as they take on the Angels. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. On the TV side, you always see this man, former player and current analyst on Bally, Steve Buechele. And I'm going to start off with this, and I think this will really impress RJ. Tolo Gabe just sent me this. Boo was a neighbor of mine for years. His yard is immaculate. He works on the details himself as well. Steve Buechele, is that true?
Not due to me, but yes. I mean, we all our free time, my wife and I love being in the yard. I don't know if immaculate is the correct word, but we enjoy being out in the yard.
All right, Chop, we have finally found someone you can speak yard terms with. Throw it at him. Let's see if he knows.
Do you use like a real mower or like do you have like a regular old-fashioned, circular blade?
No, I'd use you just call it a reel mower?
Yeah, like the ones that kind of like the ones you use on a golf course.
No, just a regular push mower.
Yeah, very low though. You keep it very, very low.
No, I don't keep it as low as I should. My son now uses that old like little rotating blade mower.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his yard looks like a fairway. It's ridiculous.
He must thatch. I need to de-thatch my yard more.
Thatch?
Yeah, you gotta get underneath. You can do a rake, or they have like a machine that'll do it.
What type of grass we working with there?
Just Bermuda.
Okay.
We got zoysia. We have zoysia in the backyard, Bermuda in the front.
I need zoysia on my side. I get too much shade.
What does that mean?
It's just a grass. Zoysia needs less sunlight. Like Bermuda needs a lot of sun. Have you ever noticed, like, between houses, you get no grass?
Screw the yard. Screw the yard. What I've always wanted to ask you, are you really that close to Bassick, and why?
Yeah, we're about 3 feet apart on a lot of things.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have fun. Bass is fun. I enjoy listening to him on the radio. That's when he'll say some stupid stuff. and then once he does the analyst, when we're on Bally's, I mean, he's got pretty good insight, and he's so knowledgeable in all sports. So we have a good time together.
How often is he watching a Maverick game while you're supposed to be watching a baseball game?
I'm not going to lie. He'll talk NBA right in the middle of the summer. There's no doubt about it. He'll check out the Mavs and what's happening.
Steve Buechele joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think, if anything, we should take from this series? Were you looking at this as kind of a measuring stick or a litmus test for the Rangers, Steve?
No, maybe in a little ways, but not really. I mean, I think there's still pretty close to 100 games left. I think the fact that they went in there and took a game in Tampa, which is a really hard place to play, and they're a really good team. I think that if a team would have swept that series, I think they could have put a notch on their belt and felt pretty good about it. But I think they move forward. This series coming up against the Angels, I think, is a little bit more significant than that Tampa series.
So, did you come away thinking that Tampa's the best team in the league at this point, or did you already think they were to begin with?
No, I kind of thought they were to begin with, and I think you come away from the weekend thinking that those were the two best teams in baseball going at it. And right now, I don't think anybody can say that Tampa Bay is not the best baseball team.
Why do you think the Angels series could be just as, if not more important?
This is a division rival, and it's a 4-game series. So, this is where you can create separation, or a team can get a little bit closer. So anytime you're playing a division team and you're only playing them 2 series less, you're only playing them 4 series during the year. So these are games you need to take advantage of. And when you're, Ranger-wise, this is a chance to just create a little bit more separation. Anaheim's hanging around. I'm not sure. I think they're 6.5 games back. It'd be nice to end this series with them back 7.5 or 8.5 versus them being, 5.5 or 4.5 back. So I think you can like I said, this is where you can get a little separation.
Steve Michelle joined us here on 105 through the Fan. Do you think a frontline starter is something they absolutely need if they want to advance to where they want to be?
At this time of the season, I mean, it's kind of fun to think about what the Rangers need, and what the Rangers need is also what probably another dozen teams need out there. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be competition. Could they use a frontline starter? Could they add depth? Yeah, for sure. Could they add a piece in the bullpen? Yeah, I think so. I think everybody understands that. But right now, the market is pretty slow. It's not going to heat up for a while. And there's going to be competition for these guys that people want. Just because you hear the names, Shane Bieber out there, the dude in Chicago, just because you hear those names, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to come away with these guys, because there's other teams out there vying for them.
Steve, do you think the question about going for, you mentioned there, the frontline starter versus the bullpen help or whatever else, I remember back in 2010 when they made the move for Cliff Lee, leading up to it, there was a lot of discussion about how much do you want to sacrifice your future for a young team with what looks like a few years of contending ahead of them just to make a deal right now. Do you think that is the question essentially in front of them, is like, hey, let's not sacrifice stuff too early in what we expect to be a 3 or 4 year run just for this year. Let's instead focus on solidifying the bullpen, and that'll cover over enough issues that we can get away with without having to go and get an ace.
Yeah, I mean, you weigh that, right? Depending on how deep your farm system is. In 2010, they had the pieces. You can think about 2015 when they got Cole Hamels and Jake Beekman and Sam Dyson, and the amount of talent that was traded during that time. But you had a chance to win, and we made the playoffs in 15 and 16. The same goes back in 2010 and 11. Winning's hard, and when you feel like you have the chance to win and you have those pieces to go get other ones that will help you have a chance to win and move on in the playoffs, I think that's when you take the chance and you go get it. The Rangers are in a great position now. They have a minor league system that's loaded with some young talent. But again, so do the Dodgers, so does Tampa. There's a lot of teams that are in the same situation, so there'll be a lot of competition.
Last 5 appearances in 7 innings, 0 runs, 4 hits for Jose Leclerc. Has he turned a corner?
I think so. Without a doubt. I mean, I think he's starting to understand. I don't know what the talks have been with him, if there was anything mechanical, but when you watch him pitch now, he's using his fastball a whole heck of a lot more, and he's using his slider. I think these last 7 innings, the scoreless streak that he's been on, and especially yesterday in the Tampa game, I think he went 2 2/3. You saw him use his fastball, and I think he's starting to understand that his fastball is good when he locates it, and his slider is good, and then he can put hitters away with that changeup. He just doesn't have to rely on that changeup over and over. And when you fall behind, I think he had the feeling that I can't throw my fastball in this situation. They're sitting on it. But these 7 innings that he's gone through, the scoreless streak, I think his fastball is showing up, and I think that's going to pay off for him the rest of the year.
Steve, one of the things Bassick has said recently that we've all been kind of kicking around over the last week is Mike had said he thinks this is the best offensive Rangers team he's ever seen. When you think back over some of the offenses that they've had, it was always considered pitching was more the issue for them in the years where they struggled, that they always had the offensive firepower. Does this team stack up to you as one of the best offensive groups they've ever had?
I think so. You could probably go back to 2010 and 11. Those were very good offensive teams. But I think from top to bottom, this is the best Ranger offense that I've ever seen. Not just 1 through 9. They got guys that can come off the bench that are good players on the field and that can swing the bat. So I would agree with Mike. This is probably one of the best, if not the best, offense the Rangers have ever had.
As a former front office executive, your thoughts on the job that Chris Young has done?
Well, I mean, credit Chris Young. First of all, credit Ray Davis for allowing him to do what he's done, but I think CY's just done an incredible job. Number one, starting off with pulling Bochy out of retirement. I think that's where it all started. He had a vision. Bochy believed in that vision, and Ray Davis and Neal, those guys gave him the okay. They opened up the pocketbooks, but CY went out and did exactly what the Rangers needed him to do. Get a ton of depth from the pitching side, to add to Seager and Simeon that they got a couple of years ago. So CY deserves a ton of credit. And knowing him, it's not over. I think he sniffs the playoffs right now. I think he can smell the winning, and I think that drives him. So I think come trade deadline or come this summer, it's going to be exciting to see what he does.
We're obviously giving a ton of credit to Chris Young, but should there be, and I understand there was a lot of frustration with how long it took to get into this rebuild, but should there be a little bit more credit for people when they look back and say, hey, John Daniels, it turned out, did contribute some worthy things to this rebuild, whether it's Adolis Garcia or making the move for Dane Dunning or whatever else. Do you think he's getting enough credit or should get more credit for this turnaround?
I think he's, I think those 6 years, I think it was really frustrating for Ranger fans, and they took it out on JD. That JD did a lot of good things. I mean, you can go back to those World Series teams, and then the 15 and 16, the playoff teams there. Those were all under JD. He made some big moves. He did a lot of things good for this organization. But after 2016. It was just, it was a pretty solemn time around here, baseball-wise, for Ranger fans. And he had a great run, and he did a lot of great things. And now it's CY's turn.
Steve Buechele here on the home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Who controlled the college remote between you and Elway?
I don't even know if we had a TV now that I'm thinking about it. To be honest with you, I don't even remember having a TV, but I controlled the stereo. I know that.
Can you educate these morons that I work with, disrespecting the greatness of John Elway? Best arm you've ever seen in any sport? Does it belong to him or someone else?
Football-wise, probably John, I would say. People say that Justin Herbert, it comes out of his hand pretty good too. But, I mean, back in the day when John was in college, there was nobody like him. And his time in the NFL, I think you could probably say arm strength-wise and arm talent-wise that he was certainly the best.
What do you think his ceiling would have been as a baseball player?
I think he could have been an all-star, to be honest with you. He was a left-handed hitter, which a lot of people probably wouldn't realize.
Oh.
He had a great arm, obviously, but the right field or third base, I think, would have been his position. He could hit. He was a power hitter. I think had he gone the baseball route, he could have been an all-star.
Steve Buechele, right here on your home of the Rangers, with lawn advice, with pitching advice, front office advice. You got any final questions, Choppy?
Yeah, I got one dead spot in my yard. It will not grow. I think my area was the neighborhood washout yard when the house was built. There's like cement underneath it. I can't get grass to grow. I need a tip.
Oh, you know what? Just scrape it out, put a little topsoil underneath there, and then just match the sod up with what you got around there. Water twice a day, you'll be good to go.
All right, very good.
Done.
Thank you.
Well done. Steve Buechele puts up with Bassick on a weekly basis, just like we do on your home for Rangers baseball. Keep up the great work, man. Thank you for the time this morning.
All right, guys. Have a good day.
There he is, Buechele. He gives a great recap. If you're missing any of the game, you just tune into the post, and he kind of goes through like a 2 or 3 minute rundown that captures everything. I really enjoy it. I think he does a fantastic job, and he's usually on there with Mikey B.
And he look at that. Great expert analysis on John Elway, yards. He's never been. I thought that was interesting, though. He said flat out, he's like, yeah, this is as good of a Rangers offense as I've ever seen. And he's been around a number of teams for, 35 years.
Yeah,
now, 40 years.
The 90s teams, depending on whether you had, and even in the early 2000s, depending on whether you had Palmeiro or Will Clark there, they were mashers. They were scary.
Are
No.
the Rockets trying to steal Kyrie? And why is Kyrie getting involved in this big internet fight on social media? That followed by Below the Belt as we continue Monday edition right here on The Fan. But let's get
Attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Mark Stein reporting that the Houston Rocket, you want to sing it, Bobby?
No, that's okay. We're already deep into the song.
Your lip,
Paramore, baby. Misery Business.
Your
Great
mouth
song.
singing it.
Yeah, here it's coming out. It's, God, does it feel so good? Yeah, it's a great song.
The Garth Brooks and Crosstalk on Friday got rave reviews from people. They said the singing was actually very good.
Oh, well, I wonder if the same thing's going to happen today.
I mean, I carried us, to be honest. You know what it is? Actually, it's Garth playing underneath, I think, then blended with all our voices, gives it a sense that we were singing better than we were. If it was just the music, it probably would have sounded awful.
By the way, weak move by Corey Majors, or you would have done the same thing, letting Joey get the Ja cupcake smashed in his face. It'd be really funny if Ja got less than 16 games.
Yeah, because now what?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm not going to do anything.
There's no cake.
Corey sold out as producer.
We should bring another cupcake. You just have it like in your backpack. Don't tell them. And then the day of that crosstalk after the suspension,
just hit him
you
with
say,
it.
I got a surprise for you. Catch him off guard.
Corey, he's got some tantrum possibility in him. I don't know. It's like the day they were plotting to get you, RJ, to smash in your face. I know Choppy pretty well. It would not have gone over well. He's laid back and cool with a lot of things, but I could see him snapping a little bit over that.
Which is why, Hagee, when he brought it up, he's like, we should just hit Choppy with it right now. I was like, let me ask Sean first. My inclination is Choppy wouldn't be cool with that, but he'll have a better idea.
Yeah.
And Sean was like, don't do that.
Yeah.
It's when you catch me. It's when you catch me. I think there's a lot of people like that, but yeah, I mean, I don't like things in my face.
Well,
some things.
After you just set up a tripod. You don't like
on
that.
it.
Okay.
Not in it.
Weak move by Corey?
Little bit. Take your lumps. You placed a bet. Take your bet. Now, Joey's got to take the bet, too. Joey needed to have something done to him as well.
Joey needed something. It was right here. And also it allows Joey to show, A, he's cool, because it was last day. He very easily could have ducked out.
Very cool thing by him.
And B, he took on Corey's punishment. So now, as Corey said, Corey came right into KNC, and he's like, I don't know what it is, but I clearly owe Joey now for a long time. I'm in debt here. And that's exactly what it is. So he's in debt to Joey. That's a good thing to have.
So Mark Stein, when Joey's making hockey hires down the road, he can go ahead and get Corey, little sideline ice reporter for the Wisconsin minor league team.
Chippewa Falls.
My bad. So Mark Stein says the Rockets, if they can't get Harden, may look at Kyrie. Bobby has been trying to figure out what else Houston could throw in to their entire roster to make something work with the Mavs. We've come to the conclusion, all right, before we get a third team involved, do they have role guys? Because, Bobby, your plan around Luka is not to have a second star. It is to try to win a championship with a non-super team method. Luka and roll people. That's what you believe the Mavs have to do. What do we need role-wise? We need defense. We need rebounding. Do the Rockets at least have that since their highest-paid player only makes $9 million?
Yeah, I think that, and to be clear, I do think not like role players like the ones that got to the Western Finals with. You need quality role players and somebody who maybe borders on being a 2 but isn't quite really like Jamal Murray territory. That's the type of sidekick I think he needs. Or you just need to find if the number 2 is like a big man that can easily pick and roll with Luka and play some of those games. They do have, they've got Kevin Porter Jr., and if they've already got, Jalen Green, and they're going to make a move for Kyrie Irving. How many guards do you need? But Kevin Porter Jr. would be quite a return there. You could go you could look at Kenyon Martin Jr. That's another guy that you could maybe throw into a deal. But, they're terrible for a reason. That's kind of the way that I look at it. But I don't know. I don't think that there's anything that they would be willing to give you up that'd be a really good piece that you could build around or have in your arsenal that you would feel like would be worth it to trade with Houston. So that's why you'd have to probably get a third team involved. You'd have to do that just to make the money work, because literally all the tradable players that the Rockets have on the ESPN trade machine don't total up to Kyrie's salary. And so you can't make that deal. You'd have to have a third team involved, and I'm guessing you'd have to get some capital.
There is nothing more frustrating to me than figuring out NBA salary caps.
Even
Trades.
NFL?
NFL seems more cut and dry than the NBA, right?
Yeah, you can...
Bird rights.
Yeah, you got the bird rights. You got trade exceptions.
Yeah.
You've got mid-level exceptions. You've got cash You've got...
Yep.
You can only trade picks in...
Every other year.
Every other year. It's just... and then meanwhile, baseball's like, you can't trade draft picks. That's it. You can't trade draft picks.
Yeah.
Like every sport's got their weird little quirks.
No top 10 protection. In the others, these are all built in. And then Kyrie, for some reason, is engaging in this Twitter fight with Dave Portnoy, the head of Barstool Sports. Dave is winning, as he usually does, with a PR campaign, calling Kyrie out. And Kyrie is basically, he's giving Portnoy so much attention. He's looking up where he's from. Let's play a one-on-one game if you want to run your mouth so much, and then we'll go over to your parents' house to go ahead and eat. So Kyrie is sitting back, killing some of his time researching Barstool Sports.
Yeah, and look, this is why you can't take it seriously when Kyrie goes on his Twitch or whatever and starts saying, guys, stop believing the rumors. All this talk about me, what? I don't want any of this talk about. And then meanwhile, he's openly on Twitter engaging Portnoy in a one-on-one, which of course Portnoy loves that. That's going to be great for him. He has been one of the very vocal and public Kyrie haters ever since everything went wrong with the Celtics. But this is giving him exactly what he wants, and in turn, it's giving Kyrie exactly what he wants, which is people talking about him. As much as he likes to play the whole, I like to be kind of in the background, I don't want my whole life out there. He clearly wants his name out there all the time because he gets involved in things like this.
This next clip was made for Peyton Russell. Charles Barkley is a huge NHL fan, and here he was talking the other night on TV during the Stanley Cup final.
I got to tell you something.
All right.
So yesterday I was at the hotel. I walked up to Jack Eichel and said how great he was. I think he had zero idea who I was. I did. He was at the hotel. We sat in the same hotel. I said, hey, Mr. Eichel, it's an honor. You're a great player. But he looked at me like, who the hell are you? It was pretty funny.
Okay. Similar stories. You have no idea. One of y'all wrote something in your email saying, guaranteed Peyton doesn't know who this is. It was last night.
Yeah. Should I just give the name? Because I was trying to think of the... Yeah, I'll just give the name. Here we go. Do you know who Liam Gallagher is?
No.
Oh, I've heard it, but I had no idea. Couldn't give you any context.
I don't know.
Oasis.
And Man City, I guess, won the Premier League or whatever the hell they call it. And he had tweeted if Man City wins that he will call up his brother.
Oh, really?
And get the band back together. So people are saying, hey, man, it's time to go.
He and his
Let's
brother
get your Champagne Supernova
hate each
going.
other.
Yeah.
They hate each other. I wonder if we played Wonderwall for Peyton if he'd even know the song. Probably not.
Where's Jack Eichel from?
Massachusetts.
Okay, well then.
So, like, if he was from Nova Scotia, I'd be like, okay, if you're from, like, Kiev, I get it. You don't know who Charles Barkley is. But if you're from, like, Massachusetts.
The States,
yeah. That's one of the 50 states still, right? It's a Commonwealth, but whatever.
If you're not an NBA fan, though, if you were just completely ignorant to that sector, and he's a month younger than Peyton.
Nope.
Peyton, who were the 3 teams that Charles Barkley played for?
it would be the Suns, the 76ers, and the...
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. I know.
Think close.
The Houston Rockets.
There you go.
Man, why'd you give that?
So,
but he's still on TV.
He's on TV.
He's on the Hockey Network. Yeah. That's the other thing. He's on the Hockey Network.
Yeah, he's the same network that they do the NHL games on. Now, granted, Jack Eichel's probably not watching games on the NHL on TNT because he's playing.
Yeah.
But he grew up.
He's not playing in every game.
I'm sure at some point Jack Eichel watched an NBA game on TNT at some point between the ages of 4 and 20.
What if he just hates Barkley and so he's like, I don't even want to talk to this guy? That could be possible.
Yeah, I mean,
he's a Boston sports fan.
To me, it's like you're major. If a guy who plays in the NBA doesn't know who Eddie Olczyk is, fine. But I have a hard time that they don't know who A-Rod is. A-Rod being on Sunday Night Baseball for years.
Yeah.
And didn't that happen though? Didn't Anthony Edwards have no idea who A-Rod was when he took over Minnesota?
Yeah, that's right.
But
he's a baseball. Baseball, basketball. We always talk about the decline of popularity, but Barkley.
You think you ran into it at some point in the course of your life?
Yeah. Just sing it.
No, I'm not gonna.
You
were
can't
making
sit here
points.
and voice all the words and do a dance and then not sing it. So just sing it.
We're
Do it.
Yeah, I know this song.
Oh, good, you do. So that after all, you're my wonder one.
Wrong timing.
No, I'm saying that's the song.
It's a good song. I like Oasis.
Yeah, they're good. They can't get along.
No.
They hate each other.
I'll tell you this. I hated them when they came out. My sister listened to this album non-stop, like on repeat, to the point where I was like, if I never hear this band again, I'll be fine.
This is one of the go-to, hipster who can kind of play a guitar, sits around a campfire. This is like the go-to song to strum is, I can play Wonderwall.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything worse than Bring Your Own Guitar Guy?
Ooh.
Does anyone have that friend? I like to take that thing and smash it over their head.
Like Jeff Jarrett, Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
I don't think anybody has that friend because I don't think those types of people have friends.
John Mayer, like a real life John Mayer. And the girls, would a girl really get impressed if you what I have here behind this couch? I wrote this for you. Would she just melt or would she roll her eyes like every other dude would?
Maybe 40 years ago, not now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You didn't write a song for Sarah on your midlife crisis guitar?
I've never written a song for her. No, I think that might be in the cards. Maybe I should write a song. I should write a song and debut it on the fan.
Yeah, play it on your iPhone. Get debuted on the fan.
Yeah, I'll sing it live on the fan.
I just had a great idea too. I'll just tell you about it during the break.
Wow, way to deliver this segment.
Well,
what about fake sing when no one can hear you, and then I'll give you the great idea off the air. You're on fire.
Well, you'll see why during the break. Why I am on fire.
He does his best.
Just like Peyton was at the brewery the other day.
Instead of what a man, only fans.
Now, have you looked into how much you would charge and everything? How do the fees?
We haven't got that
How do the
far.
fees
Don't
work?
go over $10. That's insulting.
We're probably just going to start on Feet Finder and be fine with it.
All right, but real question, and you are honest.
Okay, I'll be honest here.
You are totally honest. If Choppy started a page, would you watch one of the videos?
No, it'd be disrespectful. I couldn't do it.
Disrespectful?
Yeah,
how about gross? What would be disrespectful about it?
Because I would see him without clothes on, and it would scar me, and I think you just
used the wrong word.
He's lying.
I would make an account that had Bobby Belt on it, and I would subscribe. Or someone from the station, I'd put their profile picture in there.
He would
Kevin Gray subscribe.
He would sub, and he would absolutely watch it.
KGPT. Who's the most likely the fan to subscribe? Who would be the most likely one to subscribe?
Peyton.
Me.
You think so?
Like for real or as a bit?
For real.
Chiafalo would. He would so subscribe.
Yeah.
No.
His wife, she's married to a Hispanic girl.
Would die.
Yeah, she'd kill him.
I
think Peyton.
I think it's Peyton.
Yeah.
Would you take offense to it if you saw my name pop up?
Offense? You're putting money in his pocket.
Take your $10 and go.
Are you kidding me? He would love it.
Yeah, that matter to me. You got to retweet it though.
It would be Peyton or Walchuk.
Has Zach seen it?
No, I'm just saying Walchuk is the single man who doesn't have to worry about, ducking anything, so it would be him.
Do the Cowboys have a top five? And the safeties, a problem around here for a very, very long time. The safeties have been ranked. Where's the Cowboys back end now? That's next and Below the Bell right here on The Fan. The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Broken clocks, blind squirrels, and PFF making a halfway decent list. Eventually, they're going to get something right. And they may have done it this time. More on that in a sec. First, we're going to look at a new ranking from ESPN. Seth Walder, their analytics guy. Do we have Seth Walder fans in the house? Chop, you a Seth Walder
right here,
guy?
big fan.
I love him.
He, he did steal.
You don't even know
quite a
Seth
bit-
Joyner. Shut up.
He did, I think he's took,
Seth Rogen. No
he's
idea.
taken quite a bit of stuff from Burke, stolen it from Burke, but I still like him.
Well, he has a new list out, and it is ranking the top cores in the NFL. So this is the top 5 players on each team, considering that the team's core, and then stacking those against each other. He says an NFL roster is made up of 53 players, but there are a few core playmakers who serve as the cornerstones for every team, and some of these cores are better than others. So he goes ahead and goes through the rankings. We're going to go through the top 10, see how much you guys agree with these names. Number 10, the San Francisco 49ers. Feels low to me.
Yeah.
They say the roster core is Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and Fred Warner.
Oh, that's a hell of a top 5.
You don't even have
is.
Deebo Samuel in there, and you're saying that this isn't a top core? I don't know. That seems a little That seems a little low. But is it also possible that because we're talking about just roster cores, you're not
Way
gonna
the quarterback?
you're not gonna factor Shanahan? And so if you're not gonna factor Shanahan into the discussion because you're just talking about roster makeup,
Is our 5 better than that 5?
Well, yes, because we have a quarterback in there. I would assume.
maybe we'll see if they're in the top 10. Maybe they aren't.
But yeah, like to me, like if you don't have a quarterback and as your one of your best 5 players, you are going to struggle to have a top 5 core.
One of the things that they might be getting dinged for a little bit here too, and this is obviously tilted because of Trent Williams, their core age is higher than a lot of the others. The average age is 28 and a half on their core, which a lot of these other ones are younger. Number 9, the Baltimore Ravens, who they have as Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews, Marlon Humphrey, Roquan Smith, and Ronnie Stanley. Average age is 27. Interesting, Walder says, I doubt we'll ever see the 2019 MVP version of Jackson again, but with help of this relatively strong group of core players, it seems feasible that Jackson could return Baltimore to title contention. Number 8, the New York Jets, with their core of Aaron Rodgers, Sauce Gardner, Quinnen Williams, Garrett Wilson, and guard Elijah Vera Tucker. Now, here's what's interesting.
The age?
Even with Aaron Rodgers in there, the age is 26.8. Because Sauce Gardner's 21, Quinnen Williams is like 24, Wilson, Vera Tucker, those guys have all been drafted in the last 2 years.
And they're really good. Those are good players.
Is there any chance we're putting a little bit too much pressure and crowning Garrett Wilson and Sauce too early? Is there any chance?
Sauce, I don't think so. Garrett, yes.
Because we're putting a lot of pressure on them to be a championship contender. Both are second-year guys.
Yeah. Yep. They got both of the draft last year. Both of the top, 15 picks?
I mean, there are a lot of people arguing already that Sauce is the best corner in the NFL even after a year. Garrett Wilson, I don't think, even though he was
he's
good.
a stud. I'm just wondering, because we're trying to put them in championship contention.
Right. I do think that Garrett Wilson, if you're talking about him up near the top of the league, you're going too far. Now, he did have a bad rotation of quarterbacks last year, and he still put up 83 catches and 1,100 yards as a rookie. So he is impressive, but I don't know that I would have him near the top of the young receivers. Number 7, the Los Angeles Chargers with Justin Herbert, Joey Bosa, Rashawn Slater, Keenan Allen, and Derwin James. Number 6.
Tired of hearing about them.
And let's see if we have any problem with any of the names here. But number 6 is Dallas Cowboys. Nope. Dallas Cowboys on this one. They say that the roster core is Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, and Trayvon Diggs. We feel good about that?
Yeah.
No disagreements?
No.
I'm fine with that.
The Cowboys core.
His 5th year, 6th.
The Cowboys core is a clear display of why they are a true, perhaps even underrated Super Bowl contender. Prescott isn't at a Mahomes or Allen level, but he's supported by a Defensive Player of the Year candidate in Parsons, a star number 1 wideout in Lamb, and a future Hall of Fame offensive lineman in Martin, and no player has more interceptions over the past 2 seasons than Diggs. I like that little throwaway line from the analytics guy on Diggs, because clearly not as big of a fan when you look at some of the peripheral things. Is there any argument that anybody else could even be in there? Zach Martin was not great last year. He was really good, but we had always been used to great with him. Last year was the first year where it felt like, okay, he had a couple games where it wasn't the best. Like, is there a chance we're at the end of this year and we're saying Tyler Smith is more of a core player?
Maybe. Like how?
No argument for now.
Yeah. Who else would you have put here instead of Zach?
Maybe Gilmore.
Okay.
No.
All right. I agree with Sean. I would put Zach, but I wouldn't kill you.
Now let's see if any of these guys or any of these teams we think are ridiculous to have above the Cowboys. Number 5 is the Buffalo Bills with their core of Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Von Miller, Tre'Davious White, and Matt Milano. That is a core age of 29 and a half. I guess I hadn't thought about that. You know, when we've talked about Buffalo's window and stuff like that, I guess I hadn't thought they really do. It's been a build to where they are getting up there in age at a number of positions. Their safety duo, which we'll talk about safeties here in a sec, is to me the best duo in the NFL with Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. And those guys are well into their 30s now.
Josh is 27. So they're still good. They got time.
Number 4, I find it really interesting. This would be above the Bills. Number 4 is the Miami Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Ramsey, Jalen Waddle, and Teron Armstead.
I think that's my most overrated one. I don't know if Waddle is a heavyweight in there. I don't feel like he is. Very, very good player. I don't know what type of year Armstead had. I know he was a stud in Miami. And look, there's a Jalen Ramsey split. I'm on the side that he has lost a step or two.
He has.
I'm not thinking of him as the best corner shut down. He's not absolute shutdown anymore. And I said he was throughout the prime of his career. I don't know. They didn't put Tua in that top 5, right?
They did.
Okay, that's another problem. Miami doesn't belong. I don't believe that high. That's my first major disagree.
Number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Let's hear Bobby pick this apart.
They have the roster core as Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson, Hassan Reddick, and Darius Slay. It says the Eagles' elite core checks every positional value box with high-end players at quarterback, wide receiver, offensive tackle, edge rusher, and corner.
I'll pick it apart. That doesn't sound that impressive to me.
From a name perspective, it may not be, but what are one thing that all these teams that are ahead of us have?
Better coaches.
A quarterback?
No.
Kyle Yeomans.
They are the extreme positions of value. We have a guard on ours. And then, if you want to call Micah an edge, they have him listed as a linebacker. I don't think that's very
guard
fair.
Instead of a tackle, but otherwise we check all the same boxes as Philly.
Yes, but except the other ones are checking the tackle, edge, wide receiver, corner, quarterback.
Yeah, and we check all those boxes except
that.
Tackle guard.
I think that might be the differentiating factor. And the other thing is that every team ahead of us has either one of two things. They've either been to a Super Bowl in the last couple of years, or they've got 2 Hall of Famers in the 5. Or at least trending. And now we do too. Mike is trending that way, and obviously Zach will go.
Number 2, and I think this is definitely the youngest core in the top 10. I think it's the youngest core on the entire list, the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson, and Orlando Brown Jr. That average age is 25.
Ooh.
They're going to be good for a long time.
That's pretty salty.
Burrow is gonna break one of your rules, Chop, about losing your first Super Bowl appearance and then never going back.
I think he is. It's a hard and fast rule, though.
So
the last one. Who's the last person, Sean, to lose their first Super Bowl and go back?
And win it or just go back?
No, just go back. They didn't even have to win it. I give you a win at one, too. But the first person to lose, the last person to lose their first Super Bowl and go back.
At quarterback?
Uh-huh.
I know Jim Kelly did it.
I was about to say it might be Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
The last person to lose their first and go back and eventually win one is John Elway.
Yeah.
Like, if you lose your first Super Bowl, you just don't go back. And for whatever reason.
Then number 1, this is clearly just tilted towards how good the very top of the core is. It's the Chiefs. And it's Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, and then center Creed Humphrey and guard Joe Thuney are part of this list. That's just a Kelce and Mahomes list.
That is.
Yes.
Exactly
And Chris Jones is really great too, but that's mainly what that
Absolutely.
is. PFF has their safety grades out. Their top 32 safeties in the NFL.
By the way, did you see, anytime we talk about a Cowboy safety, my mind always goes to Earl Thomas. Did you see the Earl Thomas video?
No.
Did you see? TMZ. Him and his ex had a gun and a knife on them. Heated exchange. Police showing up. Get them on the ground. and Earl's screaming on the video, "She called me cheating."
Oh, this is from that incident like, what, a year and a half ago? Is this did the video finally come out?
She called me cheating. It came out from Austin. How is this footage just coming out from 2020? And the footage just got out there, and it's the gun and the knife. I mean, you could have told me it happened yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised with all the stuff you hear about Earl. But anyway.
Took a little while. The number one safety in the NFL is, any guesses?
Derwin James.
Derwin James from the Los Angeles Chargers. Then you got Minka Fitzpatrick, Kevin Byard, Antoine Winfield Jr., Micah Hyde. So that's the top 5. You do not get to the Dallas Cowboys until number 19. And that's when you finally see J-Ron Curse. But then you start getting a bunch of them in a row. And you get 26, Donovan Wilson. Number 30, Malik Hooker. And very interestingly, they say about Malik Hooker, there may not be a better scheme fit on this list than Hooker being paired with Dan Quinn's cover 3 defense. Hooker is a true free safety with the speed to man the deep middle by himself. So what's interesting is they're the only team with 3 safeties in the top 30. They don't have anybody in the top 18. Like, their first safety is there at 19. So they don't have an elite safety, according to PFF, but they've got the most solid all-around depth. So would you rather be a team like...
They're a room of 6.5.
Would you rather have the number 1 safety and then number 50? Or would you rather just have the 3 guys in the top 30 where you're just steady
number 1
across the board? So you would rather be the Bills, too, then? Because the Bills have number 5 and number 8. Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer.
Yeah.
Over having the depth of the 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends.
Now, is that going to factor into paying them? See,
Yes.
the Cowboys don't value safety in terms of paying them, so this is their perfect dream. They're never going to have to break the bank for one of these guys,
Right.
and it's working out.
And that's fine. I'm fine with that. You
Yeah.
know, I'm a depth guy in the secondary.
Can you hear?
Depth. Oh, depth. Yeah. In the secondary, give me depth. That's what I want.
Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde both make about $10 million each, which I think is more than Curse, Wilson, and Hooker make combined.
Below the belt every day at this time with Roberto, our Cowboys insider on your home of America's team. We are also your home for Rangers baseball. How aggressive do they need to be? We looked at ourselves in the baseball mirror after the series against Tampa. What do the Rangers need to do after losing on the road for the first time in a while? That's next on The Fan.
But let's get you.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The first pitch, Grossman swings, and that one is hammered to left. Back on Itaros Arena, track wall, out of here! Robbie Grossman, a solo home run, and the Rangers are on the board. It is 4-1 Tampa Bay.
Sandman with the call for the first. Oh, it is fist pump time on a Monday here on your home of Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend and survived the hail last night. Rangers lose to the Rays 7-3. They dropped 2 out of 3. I don't think any of us are really looking at this as a major measuring stick, but I think the need is there. It's a blinking red light that they need to go and get their DeGrom replacement.
I agree. You can make the case that, would you rather go get a frontline starter at the trade deadline, or do you need a more shore up the bullpen? I think it's quite obvious this weekend, showed that, the Rays have, if Glasnow's healthy, they have 2 frontline starters.
And how much has the bullpen settled down? You had the Leclerc numbers. Sandler tweeted Josh Spore's last 4 outings, 6 1/3, 0 runs, 0 hits, 11 Ks, and 1 walk.
Yeah, and Leclerc, since his outing on May the 21st, where he pitched 1 inning in relief, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned against Colorado. He's gone. He did not have a very good game against Pittsburgh. 3rd of an inning, 2 hits, but no runs. Inning against Detroit, 0s. Inning against Detroit, 0s. 2 innings against Seattle, 1 hit, no runs. 4 strikeouts at 2 innings, no walks. More importantly, and then 2 2/3 inning yesterday, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, no walks. Is it 5 games? Is it 7 innings of good stuff, or is it a little blip? Who knows? But maybe he's turned a corner.
ESPN has a trade aggression chart.
Yeah, so all 30 teams, where they stand at the trade deadline as we approach it. And now, look, we're still, not quite 2 months away. It's August 1st. It's a month and a half away. And each team, the Rangers at this point before the season, they were not supposed to be in the full speed ahead aggression tier, but that's what they are. They are in tier number 1 in terms of trade deadline. These clubs have playoff probabilities high enough to all but ensure an aggressive deadline approach. Tampa's got a 92% chance to win the division, 21% chance to win the title, 100% chance to make the playoffs. They've simulated the baseball season 10,000 times. They're going to estimate to win 106 games. Atlanta's next, 18% chance to win the title, 99% chance to make the playoffs. And at third, the Rangers, 99% playoff chance, 80% division, 21% title. They won the title the same amount of times the Rays did in this simulation. Simulated wins, 102.4. So, why will they add? This is the write-up. No team has improved its outlook more from the preseason than the Rangers. A wrecking ball offense maintained a 1,000-plus run pace since the beginning of May. Simeon is leading the AL MVP candidate. Seager might be the front runner had he not missed time with injury. Evaldi has been baseball's best pitcher. Josh Young is a prime Rookie of the Year candidate. And while we're at it, wouldn't Bruce Bochy be a shoo-in for AL Manager of the Year? He would be, right?
Well, Tampa.
Tampa, too. Yep, absolutely.
It depends how many games Tampa wins the American League by.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be one of those everything has come together seasons in Texas. And since the Astros aren't going anywhere in the West, the Rangers have to maximize this opportunity. A healthy return by DeGrom would have been the best addition, but the Tommy John surgery provides the clarity. Sandler talked about that clarity, right?
Yeah, Sandler just texted, it's not an either or with bullpen and rotation. You need to address both. Okay, well, it's not free.
It's not free, so yes, you need to address both. What is the more pressing need? And obviously, a frontline starter like a Stroman is going to be much more, maybe not even Stroman, maybe somebody else, is going to be much more expensive. Do you want to go all in? Do you want to trade some of your top guys in the minor leagues? Who knows? Dunning's done a sterling job in his place, and if that continues, they should scour the lands far and wide for every useful reliever they could find over the next few weeks.
That's the follow-up question. How deep are you with your, developing players, and how much are you willing to clear that out and sacrifice the future for right now and next year, because DeGrom's not going to pitch next year in all likelihood either. So
at least not the first half for sure.
Yeah, at least not the first half for sure. So is it much more of a no-brainer to just sacrifice it and clear it out? And what do you have left at the top after, Rocker? I mean, Kumar and Leiter are the names that, you know.
Yeah.
And Rocker's got.
I mean, neither
well.
one's their top pitching prospect, though. Their top pitching prospect's Owen White. And so you've got Owen White, you've got Brock Porter, you've got like these different guys that you can throw in there. The one that I think almost certainly, whatever deal you make, the one who's almost certainly ending up in the deal is Luis Angel Acuna, Ronald Acuna's brother, who's, I believe, their third or fourth. But he's a middle infielder. You have Seager and Simeon here under contract for a very long time. Yeah. You're trying to find at-bats, ways to get Ezekiel Duran in the lineup. So, to me, Acuna and a pitching prospect for Stroman, like, is that enough to get it done, or do they want more than that? I mean, Acuna is a good prospect, and so if it's...
And you have to pay Stroman.
Yes.
And he has
him being a total rental.
He has an option. I think he's got an option that he can exercise, and you might try to say, hey, look, if we make this trade for you, we will, we'll extend you, but we're going to need you need you to pick up your option.
So let's just be on the same page, though. And again, trade deadline is a ways away still, but we find going in, this burned John Daniels multiple times.
It did, but there's a couple avenues to take. The Nationals with Strasburg early on in his career. Remember, they shut him down. They're like, all right, we don't care how good we are. We don't care that we're in first place. We're going to shut him down. We're going to stay the course. You can stay the course. You could do that. You absolutely can if you want to. Or you could say, is this team overachieving? And that makes you less likely to make a deal because you don't think it's going to last. Or do you have to strike when the iron's hot and say, this may be our career year where everyone's having a career year. Let's go for it. There's a couple ways you can look at that. And then the Astros. Are the Astros going to be, are they on the downslope of their dynasty? Or is that dynasty going to continue?
And Jared says they have plenty of resources to address both.
What if they...
so that's good.
Because for example, when the Rangers made all these moves, they traded Joey Gallo. They got back Duran and Josh Smith. Okay, those are two reliable pieces to this puzzle.
Duran especially.
And yeah, I mean, and this is what happens though when you make trades to get players. Sometimes the players don't work out that you bring in here, and sometimes the guys you send become valuable pieces of the other team's cog.
Well, and if you look over the past, some of these big deals they've made when they've let go of Dylan Tate or Justin Smoke or Mike Olt or whoever they've let go in some of these deals, it hasn't like they haven't been burned frequently by some of these deals in terms of maybe the return didn't get them what they wanted, but the prospects they gave up.
Yeah, the Rangers are like, haha, we don't know how to draft. Now you're about to find out.
Yeah, exactly. Like go take Lewis Brinson, have him, Mike Old. You can have all of them. So then what if the question is, and Choppy, I feel like I already know your answer. Sean, I'm curious for yours. What if they say what if the Angels say you need to give us your top 5 prospects and we'll give you Ohtani? So that would be Evan Carter, Owen White, Luis Angel Acuna, Jack Leiter, and Brock Porter. Well, and he's here.
Yeah.
Let's say top 5 prospects, and he tells you he's staying. So you've got Ohtani locked in.
Well, look, the easy answer is yes, but then the other side of it is we've seen the Angels are proof that you need a deep team in baseball. You can't just win with 2 guys. They've had arguably 2 of the 4 best players in the sport for the last 3 years. They've had the best player in the sport for the last 12 or 10. And they've got nothing to show for it.
Shohei is going to be 29 July 5th.
I think, man, you'd be depleting your system.
I'd probably say yes. But,
man,
first off, none of those guys are going to be Shohei.
Right, that's the thing.
To me, I'm not worried.
That's true.
I'm not worried about the prospects.
Yeah.
I'm worried about Shohei continuing to pitch.
I guess
that's what I'm worried about.
Here's the thing, you mentioned all those players, the top 5 prospects. How many of them are going to be a top 10 hitter in the sport, and how many of them are going to be a top, let's say whatever he is, top 20 pitcher in the sport?
Yeah,
he's both.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you even bringing up Ohtani?
Because I'm just trying to think of there's no guarantees Ohtani's staying in Los Angeles, and so something could stir up there. He could be on the move. There was chatter last year that Ohtani could have been moved by the Angels, and there's talk about it in the future because his future there in LA is just not stable.
You talk about the top of the Cowboys cap. What would Simeon, Seager, DeGrom, and Ohtani be?
Ohtani could be 50 or 60 million.
With DeGrom, like total of the contract's $1 billion.
I mean, you talk about team building mistakes in terms of your money allocation.
I mean, there have been numbers with Ohtani. I mean, I've seen numbers and I don't believe it, but I've seen people throw 10 for 600 out there. That's a lot, but
as good as Ohtani is, and like you make the point, like none of them will be Ohtani, none of those 5. Even if they turn out to be good, none of them will be as good as him. But if you tell me I can get Ohtani for your top 5 or 2 of your top prospects and maybe another middling one for Stroman. If you tell me it's Leiter and Acuna for Stroman, I probably do it.
Jared, you don't have to totally clear out your farm system to make these moves. You won't have a top 10 farm system after, but you should be in the middle third. I'd say Foscue is the one most likely to be traded. Don't forget the Hamels trade. They gave up Alfaro, Williams, Asher, Eichhoff, Thompson. Do you regret any of those? That's what I'm saying. I kick the prospects to the curb, except for you, Josh Young.
The chances are that the prospects don't amount to the player that you're getting in return. That's the bet you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to see Ohtani probably again in our lifetime.
No, we haven't seen Ohtani ever. I mean, even Babe Ruth didn't pitch and hit at the same time at the rate that Shohei is doing.
All right, we got a couple of leftover, so we're agreeing to go in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would go in. I mean, I may not go in to the point of
like if DeGrom was back next year, the opener, that would change my mind. I'm thinking DeGrom's out for 2 years, and I do believe that the team is legit. Yeah, is the offense overperforming? Probably, but when they regress, fine. They won't be historical. So I got a championship team possibility for the next season and a half. That's my opinion.
Ohtani's the only guy that you could go get, I think, who would meet the impact that you lost in DeGrom not pitching.
Well, I don't have to have that impact. But you're setting a hell of a bar by saying, I got to go get the best pitcher in all of baseball.
Totally get it. I just I think it's a tough psychological hurdle, if nothing else. It would be a tough psychological hurdle for the Rangers to say, we invested all this money, and now we're going to give up prospects and money for somebody who doesn't even meet what we were getting from him. I think that's just tough to say yes to.
Congrats, TCU. Moving on to the College World Series. And then you can either do the pitch clock story real quick or the pitch amount story.
Oh man,
was that Stanford?
Yep.
Yeah, do that one. Well, because you got a Stanford one, and I've got another one from Southern Miss or Johns Hopkins. Sorry.
Yeah, Quinn Matthews, the pitcher for Stanford, in a 5-run lead last night, was allowed to finish the game. 9 innings pitched, 16 strikeouts, great performance against Texas, but he had 156 pitches and was allowed to go out there and finish the 9th inning in a game that was in hand. And they were getting killed by reporters, random people on Twitter. I saw, Skylar Dixon from the Associated Press. I saw he was going off on it. Everybody kept saying, people were replying with these memes of this kid's Tommy or UCL after the game, and it was just like ground beef. Is that just too irresponsible? I mean, the kid's a senior. This is his last time playing for Stanford.
You've got to ask yourself, because the same thing happened in Johns Hopkins. A pitcher threw a 160-pitch complete game, sending them to the national championship game. And Keith Law, he worked at the Blue Jays organization. He's always been kind of like snarky a little bit on social media. He said no MLB pitcher's throwing more than 150 pitches in a game this century because it's bad for arms. And the pitcher's like, it's the last game of my baseball career, bro. I'm a fifth-year grad student. I'm going to go be a doctor or whatever.
Who cares?
This is what I wanted to do, which I'm fine with that. If the Stanford kid has any aspirations of being a Major League Baseball player, huge problem with the coach doing that.
What was his pitch count?
156.
It's a lot, man. It's a lot. Now, Nolan Ryan did that. Nolan Ryan pitched in a different era. It was a different world. His body was built to do that.
What do you do? You're in the 8th and the 9th, and this kid is coming to you, and he's looking you in the saying, I have to go. I can do it. I know you're looking out for me. I have to do it. What do you do with the manager in that situation?
If the player is never going to play baseball again, has no aspirations of going pro, let him do what he wants. If he wants to play at the next level,
go Holland yourself, kid.
Yep.
Lights out.
If he wants to play at the next level, then you have to protect him. We played a team yesterday. This kid threw 97 pitches, and he had thrown 2 innings the day before. That
there wasn't a league limit on that.
They don't really have. They have limits in terms of you can't pitch 3 innings on Saturday and then pitch again on Sunday.
MLB.
So the pitch count doesn't matter. It's the innings.
Which I think is dumb.
I could throw 12 pitches on Saturday. I could throw 3 immaculate innings and not pitch the next day.
You could throw.
That's stupid.
Let's see. You could throw 9 pitches and get 9 outs. You get 1 pitch outs on Saturday, and you're ineligible to pitch the next day. You could also throw 40 pitches in 1 inning and come back the next day. It's so stupid. But I mean, this kid, he threw 2 innings the day before and then 97 pitches yesterday. That's just too many, man. The kid's 13 years old.
Stanford kid, by the way, is the 199th ranked prospect according to MLB.com, so he's draftable.
Yeah, you gotta bench him. Is there anything Dak Prescott can do to shut up the haters this season? That's next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum.
By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with the return of Mikey B at 9:40. Turns out this was Mike's water that I stole.
Oh,
told you.
That's a safe one.
I don't know. He gave 2 responses, though, that were very sketchy. He walked in. I said, now, the water in the building was out. It's now on because we thought Peyton broke the coffee machine. I think the hail and the storms knocked it out last night. And I took this very big Simple Truth water, and Bassick walked in. I said, is this your water? And he's like, and I'm like, that's a no.
Yeah.
And then he goes, well, I did have a water in there. Was it on the first shelf? And I said, no, it was in the side door. And he goes, yeah, that was mine. I said, what?
That's, you know what it is?
We just did 2 no's. 2 no's, and you're still claiming it. And then I threw out a fake makeup. I said, I owe you a water. I'll get you the water in replacement. He goes, okay. And I was expecting him to be like, don't worry about it. So 3 things that I have to take issue with that Bassick just did.
I think you're in the clear here. Okay, you've got a.
Well, I'm definitely in the clear. I'm not bringing in another.
He doesn't.
water.
He doesn't really even know if it was his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he
obviously
claimed it.
forgotten about it. So you're good. You're in the. Plus, again, we had battle conditions this morning.
Yeah.
We had no water up here, no coffee,
Now,
nothing.
Do you trust the first cup of coffee that you make when the water's been backed up like this?
It's a good question.
Trust it?
No.
I would
drink it. I would dead serious. I just wouldn't put any coffee there. I'd probably run a hot water cycle through it and then do it again.
That's fair. I think you can get away with that. Plus, I mean, what's water has to be 200 something degrees to boil, whatever it is.
Sure.
Probably not boiling water. I doubt it is. So we're good.
Okay. Power get knocked
one
out.
cycle.
Power get knocked out in a lot of places.
I know driving in Roanoke, as soon as I got on the highway, I noticed the gas station right there on the corner was completely pitch black. No lights on the inside, no lights where the gas station is. The Waffle House next door, completely pitch black. Not a stitch of lighting out there. The traffic lights worked, but that was it.
I don't know that we've ever had the power go out where we're living right now.
You live next to a hospital, or
we do. We're like a mile from a hospital.
Perfect.
And so because when the ice Mageddon happened a couple years ago, we kept power the whole time.
you don't want to pay for a generator. My Lord.
Oh, you did that? You paid?
No, I looked.
Oh, okay.
Ran across a Tolo in Costco. He's like, hey, man, I heard you talking about generators. I was like, oh, how much? I think it was like 8 to 10K.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh, that'll power the whole house? He's like, no, your living room. It'll keep the living room lit. So shout out to the Tolo. I appreciate it.
That's
I was
a big generator, though. You can get them for $600 to $800. Now, they may not. Then what they'll do is you get like a now that generator.
Light what?
Well, it's like one of these, right? It's like one of these portable generators. They're mainly for tailgates.
Right.
Yeah. So you could get them to keep one. You could, my neighbor attached it to his breaker. He's an electrician. And like he can keep like one room on, or, he just has enough just for the coffee pot or whatever. So you can get them cheaper than that.
That should be a home search thing you add on your list. Is this close to a hospital or a police station or a fire station? It'll help you out. All right. Ryan Clark was on ESPN, and he was asked, will Dak Prescott silence? Is it possible for Dak to silence the haters like Sean and RJ this season?
No, because doubters will not be silenced. If you doubting, you doubting. Ain't nothing gonna change that. The people that don't like the way that Dak Prescott plays football are not people who are simply doubting him from last year. These are the doubters that say Dak Prescott can't be a Super Bowl caliber or a Super Bowl winning quarterback. If you go back to 2019 and 2021, Dak Prescott was a top 5 quarterback in this league. I believe in 19 he had 30 touchdowns and only 10 picks. Then in 2021, 37 touchdowns, only 11 interceptions. Dak Prescott seemed to be ascending into that top tier. we think that the mean is not where he was last year. So even if he, quote unquote, regresses to that, he becomes a better quarterback than he was in 2022. If he backs off of the interceptions, protects the football, as we've known Dak Prescott to protect the football his entire career, he's better than what he was last year. But let's be real. This isn't about winning the NFC East. This isn't about being one of the 7 playoff teams. For Dak Prescott, it's Super Bowl or bust. This is a team that with and under Jerry Jones wants to win the Lombardi, wants to get that opportunity to be in the Super Bowl on the big day. And Dak Prescott hasn't even sniffed that. So for him, it's about taking that next step as a quarterback and as a leader of an organization. And I don't believe until he does that, the doubters will ever be silenced. And I don't have the Cowboys as a Super Bowl winning team right now.
He's wrong.
About which part? There was like 14 parts in
About the end. Dak could go 40 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. They could win the Super Bowl and people would still complain about it.
Yeah, I think he is correct about that overall because people are unable to admit when they're wrong. People are stubborn to the death. That's one of the things that drives me crazy about getting in debates and discussions with people. I would change my tune. When I said they shouldn't pay him, and he started balling out that first half of the season, when I put the sign on my head with Pat Doney, NBC5, and said, yes, go ahead and pay him. Yeah, if Dak gets past the San Francisco level hurdle and balls out throughout a playoff run after putting up spectacular numbers and they go to the Super Bowl and win it, and he was a major reason why, of course, how could you not sit here and say I was wrong about doubting him? But Ryan Clark is probably right overall about sports society. But yeah, I would change my mind. I just feel like when he gets to that San Francisco level, we will be eliminated. And the last 2 years has proven it.
He's been a top 10 quarterback with 20 between the Zeke suspension and Amari Cooper. He was not. But other than that, he's been a top 10 quarterback basically his entire career.
I mean, he was 4th in QBR even in 2017, which everybody points to as like his worst year.
It was, and a lot of people were pointing to 8 straight games of under 200 yards passing or something. But he's always been about somewhere between the 6th and 10th best quarterback in the league, and you can win a title with that. Can you consistently win championships with that? That's where I draw the line and say that no, you can't. But Ryan's right about this. He won't quiet the doubters. I also believe that once a narrative is set on somebody, it never changes. Never. It doesn't matter who it is, it will never change. A-Rod was a playoff choker. He wins a World Series, basically carries the team to the World Series, still a playoff choker. Peyton Manning goes to 4 Super Bowls in his last 8 years, playoff choker. You can never get rid of the narrative once it's set.
That's what it is. You would acknowledge, even though you have questions about Dak or you think there are limitations to what he can do, you would acknowledge like he's evolved as a player from rookie year to now.
No doubt.
He's not the same player anymore.
I think he went from bus driver, and when he's going, he's a baller. Like he can ball out and he can throw for 350, and I felt like he was a bus driver early. He's evolved.
And I think that if you were to go back and look at the arguments that people who are against Dak today, the arguments people make about Dak today, very little has evolved about their points about him all the way back as a rookie. And that shows that it's not in good faith. The arguments aren't in good faith. It's you made up your mind and you didn't want to argue. But I heard for 4 years in a row, well, Dak is probably always going to be XYZ. And then something would change, or he'd break something, or he'd improve something. That's why he is between 6 and 10, roughly.
I wonder how many Cowboy fans would actually not want them. This is how stubborn people are about everything. How many Cowboy fans would actually not want them to win the title if it meant that Dak Prescott was the Super Bowl MVP and he threw for 350 in every playoff game with 3 touchdowns and no picks? I wonder how many Cowboy fans would actually reject that so they wouldn't have to admit Dak was like better than Romo or Dak was the guy. Seriously.
There'd be a lot. And in fact, they probably, if you threw up some sort of poll, they would all say, no, that's not true. And I think they would believe saying it's not true. And then I think if the reality they lived through it internally, they would probably be like, I kind of hate this.
I think
I wanted to win, but not this way.
I think it would pain my father-in-law. Like, I don't know. He'd have a tough choice circling one of the 2 options. Does he have to admit that you were wrong about it? I want to be wrong.
Yeah, that's the goal.
I want to be wrong if it means the team winning titles.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the goal. You want the team to win a title.
Yeah.
How it happens, yeah, we all have our like Jerry wants it to happen a certain way.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, everybody wants the title to win the way they want to win, the way they enjoy it. Like, do you ever
Jerry be so much happier winning a title. He would have been so much happier winning a title with Garrett than Parcells. Are you kidding me? He can't stand that people think and have labeled he had to hire Parcells out of desperation because he was desperate.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Bill ran the show around here.
I'll look at my college team. I would much rather lose the way the team's playing now, fun, a lot of offense, than win a title with Jeremy Pruitt trying to win 10-6 games. I'd be bored out of my mind. Out of my mind.
There's a part of, I mean, obviously I'm happy they won the title in 2011, the Mavericks, but like I remember when they won it, and as happy as I was, I sat there and thought to myself, like, yeah, but it's not the 06 team. Like, and I was frustrated that 06, I was frustrated that collection of players couldn't win it. It will always make me sad that the collection of players that were playing for the Rangers in 2011 weren't able to win a title. I loved that team. I loved that group. If they would have won in 2016 when they got swept by the Blue Jays after having the best record in the AL, I remember thinking at the start of that playoffs, even if they win, I don't love this team like I loved that team, and it's not going to be the same fulfillment, I don't feel like.
Do you love this Cowboy team? Or this collection of players?
They're
not going to let you back on the locker room.
No, I'm just saying that's exactly my point. It's because it's different. It's a different question now than when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Like now it's more about it's work, and it's you're covering it from an angle of, professionally what they do, and my job has changed, my perspective has changed. But as I love some of the personalities. I'll tell you this, I love this group of players right now in the locker room more than if they would have won in 2020. Let's say Dak doesn't get hurt and they win. I would not have liked that group as much.
We crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to wrap up the Monday edition. If you haven't learned anything, you never know what the hell's going to take place in crosstalk after last Friday. We'll see what today brings next.
But let's get you over.
Masterpiece. The entire squad is back with Kevin Hagelin looking like he has something to say. Mike Bassick still undoing his headphones, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, at 11:20 today, the do's and don'ts of the self-checkout line. There's some very serious violations of the checkout line that we got to fix.
The do is be fast.
What time is this at?
11:20.
11:20. At 11:20, I'll make it official what fast food restaurant I'm completely and totally done with.
Oh, no. Can I guess?
You can guess.
Whataburger.
You guessed right.
Well,
it's
forever.
You just got out Whataburger.
I'm done. Guys, you make good food.
It's slow.
Love your burgers. Love your food. Pathetic. You have the people from Chicago that bought Whataburger and have taken it over have decided there is no training necessary to get this job. In fact, if you'd like to sit on your ass for 12 hours during your shift and do absolutely nothing.
That's a long shift.
That's what they do.
I love you,
At
Mike.
almost every Whataburger now in Dallas-Fort Worth. Maybe there's one. Maybe there is the one that actually has employees that know how to do a job. But at this point, I'm done with, I told Jake.
This is a hotter take than my Griner one today.
I'm done with Whataburger.
You say
guys.
Griner or Grinder?
Griner. Would you try to get the taquitos? Breakfast taquitos?
No, it was my son loves their Buffalo Ranch sandwich, Buffalo Chicken Ranch sandwich. It's a good sandwich. I love their food.
Yep.
I'm not waiting 45 minutes for it. And it's ready. The problem is it is ready. And then they bring it to you and the fries aren't like hot.
Yeah.
And the burger is like warm. And you're just like, what a pathetic way to run a business. And they have over years, you've complained about it for years now. And you know what? I'm like, I've dealt with it somewhat, but it just keeps getting worse. They keep hiring worse and worse humans to work at these Whataburgers.
Yeah, look, I agree. The service has changed a lot. I blame Chicago.
That's what Mike did.
That's what I always do. I blame Chicago.
So you think Pat Mahomes' Kansas City Whataburger runs better than any here?
No, because it's all the parent company, right? The parent company's now up in Illinois, or Illinois, as they would say. But yeah, I still go. I still like it. It's great food. It's fantastic.
I mean, they're going to stay alive. There's lines out the wazoo. Now, the reason there's lines is because they have incompetent people working there. Like, they could move faster, but they're like, who cares? I get paid. I feel like when I went to Cuba and played for the United States Olympic team, nobody goes fast there. Why? Because the Castro family has decided no matter how hard you work, no matter what your job is, we pay you whatever we want to pay you. So there's no incentive to work hard.
Cuba reminds you of Whataburger?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Whataburger should move to Cuba because they work about as efficiently as people do in Cuba. They're like, I am here. The government pays me pennies to be here. It doesn't matter if I get the food out to you nice or I get the food out to you not nice. I still get paid the same amount of money as if I was in Cuba. So Whataburger is Cuba.
Oh my God.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Whataburger is Cuba.
Whataburger is Cuba.
Starts at the start.
I got a t-shirt line coming out. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
You got a book. You got a t-shirt. You got Guitar Series.
Yeah. OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. That's right.
35 jugs of
doesn't
water.
it stink when something you enjoy and appreciate just goes into the toilet?
Yes.
Don't talk about the Rangers like that. They won one
Oh,
game.
come on.
Back to the self-checkout for a second.
Yeah.
I don't love it. I always seek out the other regular line first.
Okay.
Because I always get that alarm that stops me in the middle of the process, and I got to wait for the person to come over. If you have alcohol, you can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't do it with the alcohol, and then...
Or cough syrup, which is weird because it's one bottle.
Tell us about it, Jamarcus.
I could
Get
have
that
been
lean.
No, like if your kid is sick, I'm not trying to start a meth lab. It's one bottle. I could see if you were like rang up 8 bottles or whatever. They're like, no, we got to check it.
What's wrong?
My Fitbit. I was hoping that maybe it would charge off of my computer because it hasn't charged at any place in my house. I was like, let me try Fitbit. I'm done with Fitbit too.
Yeah, and I'm done with Roku. Let's cancel them all.
What happened to Roku?
My Roku just stopped working like Mike's Fitbit.
I love all
my
these
TV
products.
just goes dark. Yeah, this would be a
Potential
fun
people.
post-show meeting for sponsors. Maybe that's why you can't get any sponsors. You just set them on fire like this.
I don't.
Why do we get lumped in with that?
KMC. Oh, Chubby's getting his new iPhone today.
Yeah.
He's making the switch.
Making the switch.
He's coming on over.
I'm not happy about
Proud
it,
of you,
but
Chop.
I think I'm making the switch too. I'm a Samsung guy and
Does
have
it want
been.
to charge a Fitbit?
Well, Fitbit has gone to trash, and I'm probably changing because I'm going to get an Apple Watch. I do like having the watch to track my heart rate, to get my workouts in, all these things. But Fitbit dies every 12 months. No matter how good of a Fitbit you buy, they have made it where it will self-destruct after about 12 months.
Why don't you get the Aura Ring?
I don't know what that is.
That's
It
the
goes
ring.
right
Makes it
into-
last longer.
Yeah, the ring. It's the one they wore at the NBA. It tracks all your fitness too. It's like a Whoop, the Whoop band, but it's a ring form instead.
And the
Instead
other
of a watch.
the
Like
other
95 South.
And you won't get pregnant.
Whoop.
And the other thing about
Yeah.
the self-checkout, I saw what you did there, Corey. You ever feel like you could really just steal?
Yes. All the time.
Do you?
That's what
I
Kevin
don't
did.
steal.
That was
but
a long time ago.
I
but
feel
you're
like I
right.
could steal.
Yes.
I know there's a camera there because no one's ever there to really check. Like when you leave Costco, they're not checking the receipt and looking in your bag. At least at the stores I go to, I'm like, how much money have they lost off of this?
You can go to Lululemon and steal, and they appreciate it.
Oh my God! Did you see that?
What?
Their CEO fired. They fired 2 people for approaching for trying to stop shoplifters and said,
Still hurts.
It's just merchandise. We are not stopping. That's our policy. We're not stopping.
Poor
Yeah.
Blockbuster Hagee.
I think Walgreens or CVS did that. They're like, it's not worth it. Let them go.
would-
And who got fired?
The
The
employees
employees
are trying to stop
trying
them.
to stop the
You were
theft.
trying to help their store.
Did you get fired or were you just reprimanded?
No, I was definitely fired
From
Blockbuster.
Oh yeah, we've heard that story. I thought you did something with Lulu.
What if everybody?
Did you
what
sit
if-
around
Did you
this?
steal?
What if there was assembly of
No, I
people?
stopped a shop.
No, you stole.
Oh yeah. I got arrested for shoplifting when I was in middle school.
I got arrested for shoplifting.
Decriminalized
College.
now. You can do it now.
I never
Go
got
ahead.
caught.
I probably won't now.
What if on a
RJ?
certain day, people went to all Lululemons across the whole country?
This is gonna be like the purge.
Wow.
and
Life
took,
hacks.
and
The
took
purge.
everything that they had, right? The employees are allowed to do nothing. And so Lulu would lose at least, now I know they have warehouses of stuff, but they would lose all of their inventory on one day. Like Lululemon in North Park, Lululemon all around the country, they lost all their inventory in all shops because everybody said, well, it's free, so let's just go take it. Nothing will happen to us,
Except for
especially
employees,
because let's
fine.
say 20 to 30 people. Well, the employees just have to, they know now to just be like, hey, I hope you have a great day and I hope you enjoy all your Lululemon. and so I'm just wondering what would happen to Lululemon
Thanks for coming in, guys.
if on one day, let's just say 5,000 people decided around the country, we're all going to go into Lululemon, all walk in peacefully, all take everything from their store, and now Lululemon has nothing at all of their shops around the country because they're like, hey, thumbs up, we took all our stuff.
What else do you have coming?
You want sports teases?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, not lifestyle.
Chris Davis said hi. He was at Kroger today.
The
He's
Athletic?
a Tolo.
Chris Davis or Ranger Chris Davis?
I don't think it was either one. I think he's just Tolo Chris
Was
Davis.
he black or white?
He's black.
Oh my god.
Oh, it wasn't either one. Okay.
Well,
That
there
was
there
random
was
as hell.
another Chris Davis.
Well, you got to shout out. The Tolo stopped me at Kroger and
Yeah,
said,
but I
what's
was asking
up at
Corey
9
for a
a.m.
tease.
Corey, what's the tease, man?
Hey, at 11 o'clock, the Dallas Stars fan survey.
Try that one.
Dallas Stars fan survey.
We got the results.
We did a little bit of it last week, and
What's their favorite
now
podcast?
we got the results, and I may have been right all along about everything, so you'd be prepared for that.
Corey was very pessimistic about the Stars season.
What's happening, Mike? What are we watching?
Is this going to be about this vacuum cleaner? I knew that was going to be about
zero
this
res
vacuum
right there. That's
cleaner.
Bo. That's Bo
I don't
from
feel like
Zero
it did
Res.
that great of a job. The ketchup was still
Mike!
No, they
Don't
went
go
back
after Choppy's
on the
money.
second
It
time
wasn't
they
zero-
got it.
That wasn't zero res.
Look at the screen.
It was zero res. They did a great job.
I got it. I want
I've
your
used
I want
zero
your
res
wife
at my
in
house.
studio for an hour.
I've used zero res at our house. It's great.
I want your wife in studio for an hour. How different are you at home?
We did that once before, and she started listing people's full names off on
Dude,
air.
she was amazing.
How
It was-
different do you think Mike is? I don't even want you to talk this segment. How different do you think he is at home?
Nope. I think he's
0%
pretty close to the
You
same.
think he's
He's
and
exact
she just
same.
accepts him? Like, does she have amazing patience?
She struggles with him, I
Yeah.
think, for sure. But she's like, you know what? We've committed to this life together, and we're sticking through
She's
it.
like this professional, mature doctor.
She's very mature. She
She's an
understands.
excellent doctor.
She gives advice.
Yeah.
He does not listen to it a lot of times. He takes it as a, you know what, you're attacking me right now.
Yeah, me too.
But
High five.
you know what? Eventually, after a few days, he'll cool down, and then he'll do what's right. You know, so
How
You want me to
where's
talk
her?
now?
Yeah. Where's her playful / immaturity scale?
Hers?
Yeah, is she just
very
like
low?
Very low.
Yeah.
All right, opposites attract then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even last night, I fell asleep at like 9:15 during the Stanford game, which I'll talk about in Mike Likes It, about 156 pitches. CG is, she's like, do you know why you fell asleep at 9:15 and had a good night's rest and you feel so good this morning? Because you plugged in your phone in the bathroom and it wasn't next to you, so you couldn't wake up and look at your phone. So if your phone is away from you, you have a great night's sleep. And so she's like, why don't you do that all the time? And Bobby, to your point, I'm like, why are you attacking me?
Right? Exactly. Who cares about your circadian
Yeah,
rhythm?
why can't you just appreciate that I had a good night's sleep and I feel good waking up this morning? Instead, you're like, do you know why you had a good night's sleep?
Has that Holland bed like kind of worked itself out, or he ripped you off? He knows he ripped you off.
Hold on.
He knows he did, and I know you wanted to say it the day after. He's not here.
Yeah.
He blew out his eardrum, too.
I need to have a sleep number expert come over to the house. Derek gave me all the paperwork, but I need to go like, hey, we
All
must
the
have
paperwork
plugged this in wrong, because you have an app, but it refuses to accept everything I'm giving because like this is already registered under somebody else's
You
name.
need a factory
Has an
reset.
insurance
You gotta
policy.
Factory reset the bed.
All right, Chop, I want you to recap the sponsorships that Mike has torpedoed
Okay,
in
so
this cross.
Whataburger.
Yep, gone.
Zero Res is gone.
See you later.
Zero Res did
they did a great job on
They
the
also-
second pass. They
went.
nailed
It's
it.
like the first one they got all the ketchup, and then the second pass they did get all of the marks
Okay,
of
good
it.
save.
So that's
I
great.
love Zero Res, the 3-step process, the RJ Choppy fan special.
Okay.
I only looked at step one.
3 rooms.
Step two. Step
What
two
else is
crushed
gone?
it.
What else is
He just talked about
Did you say
sleeping.
Fitbit?
Oh yeah,
Fitbit.
Fitbit's gone.
Fitbit out.
Sleep number's gone.
Sleep
Samsung.
Samsung's gone.
Samsung, that's 5.
Can't do Samsung anymore.
Okay.
Can't do. Let's see.
Sue's practice, whatever that is.
Yeah.
That's 5. That's a lot.
No,
Samsung.
as a client of Oak Cliff Pediatrics, that place is great.
I don't have a major issue with Samsung, but I get it. Like
I love my phone. I'm going to be very disappointed to get rid
iPhone
of
did
this.
things to screw you over. So when you're not at your son's game and your wife videos something on her iPhone and sends it to your phone, they distort it into like 1947 television.
Yeah.
And that's intentional. I get it.
Yeah, they forced you into it. It sucks. I'm going to have to do it. But it's going to make the OnlyFans page that much better.
Well, Mike, I don't need this note anymore.
things
Does it
to
say
talk
don't
about?
alienate sponsors?
No, I was gonna leave this in the refrigerator and take after taking your water.
Yeah, you took my water.
Choppy
I
wrote this out for me.
Before you took it, I was putting my Zevias in there, and I go, man, I had a good water in there.
You didn't even remember you did it. I asked you two different times.
Did
This
I?
is even.
Oh, he came in today and he was like, you know what the problem is with putting stuff out here and in the fridge and stuff is everybody takes
Do
it.
you remember what you did in my snack bag?
No, did I
You
destroy
took his
it?
Yeah.
back, dude. You
Yeah,
took his, his
okay.
peanut butter crackers.
It's
my
great,
peanut butter
though.
crack. Yeah.
They were
Hey,
great.
All right, we're even. We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC masterpiece.
They were great.
Lineup sponsors next on the Fed.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and making his return, Reginald Atatula.
I feel like I return too often. I don't think we should keep announcing it every time.
But I'm excited every time.
When you return, it's for your Atatula adjustment.
What do you want me to do with that?
That wasn't part of the get right.
Yeah, why haven't y'all instituted that yet?
Why would I?
Because it would be great. You get to tell everybody how to attitude.
That's the whole show. Like, that's the entirety of the show.
I've heard that show. It's really good. But they'll tell you how to attitude sometime.
They need those East Coast games. These home games are screwing you over, Reggie.
That is true. But we're excited that you're here, Reggie. And I just have a quick question, because I know none of you guys have seen it yet. Has anybody seen the show The Idol? What is this show?
It's not American Idol?
No, it's not American Idol. Is
this the Lily Depp thing?
Yeah, it's got Johnny Depp's daughter and The Weeknd in it. And there's parts of the show where it's kind of normal. And then they're like, hey, I know what the script says, but what if, and hear me out, we broke out and had an 8-minute softcore scene. And they're like, but that's just in the first episode,
8 minutes?
right?
You said softball scene?
Nope.
8 minutes?
I did not. And then in the next one, they're like, hey, what if we did a longer scene like that? And you're like, are you sure? Do it. Okay, well, the rest of the episode was super focused.
9 minutes?
Dude, I didn't even keep track of it. It felt like it was 30 minutes long, and it didn't really particularly advance the plot. It just went on and on and on.
What is the plot, Kevin?
So the plot...
Give me a plot summary.
So, like, Johnny Depp's daughter... You said Lily? Rose Lily? Lily Rose?
Lily something.
Okay.
Lily Depp.
She's like a hot shot pop diva.
Okay.
But she's had some like issues, and so she's kind of trying to rebuild.
All right.
And
on Jump Street?
No, not that. But she's like uber rich, uber famous, and she's trying to re-secure her spot at the top. And then she meets this fella The Weeknd at a club. And there's something sketchy going on there. Is he a cult leader? Does he just run this club and he's trying to make it in the music business?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think he's like some kind of weirdo cult leader. But then they're like, hey, don't worry about that part. Here's like a 10-minute sex scene.
His name's Tedros?
Tedros, I think.
They couldn't decide Ted or Rose. They just went with Tedros.
I think it's,
right.
And I think people call him that twice.
Tedros.
And you're saying the scene's too long?
It is way too long.
Like unrealistic?
And like, no,
nobody does that much work.
I'm not saying it's unrealistic. I'm just saying for television,
so much
it
effort.
just feels like for like a mainstream. And I know people are like, well, it's from the same guy who did Euphoria, and I get that. But
you watched Euphoria.
I know, and
you didn't like that either.
I do like Euphoria.
Lies.
But this would make Euphoria blush.
Okay.
It makes Euphoria look like Schoolhouse Rock.
They said, hey, let's get the attention of everybody by going even further than Euphoria
Pretty
went.
much.
All right. And this is season 1?
Yeah, it's only 2 episodes.
Usually how it happens. Usually that's how it happens with these shows. Remember Game of Thrones? It was like the whole first season. You were like, what is happening every week? And then by the end of it, it was like
down on the
never,
nudity and
not even a
stuff.
single
Okay.
time, you know?
Interesting.
So I think is it HBO?
It is HBO.
That's how HBO, that's their formula, dude. They throw out lots of stuff like that and hook you in. And then they're like, let you down the rest of the way.
Hey, as long as you're putting places on blast today, the new Max app absolutely sucks.
Oh.
Learn
That's
how
HBO.
Well, they've incorporated other spots. Learn how to keep track of what I was watching. That's the whole reason you're a streaming service.
Apple is so good at that, by the way. Like Apple Plus's streaming service on that front, whenever I will, Kevin, be watching, let's say I was watching the new season of Ted Lasso. I'll get so far into it, pause it. Avery wants to watch season 2, episode 3.
Yeah.
I go back to season 2, episode 3. It'll be like right in the middle of that episode. It's perfect. They're very good at it.
HBO Max was excellent at that, but now that they've incorporated other stuff, terrible. All right, let's talk about the Rangers. What did we learn from the baseball series of the season thus far? Cut 3, let's hear it.
Here's a drive deep into left field. Grossman going back, turning to look. It's gone. Line drive home run into the seats in left. for Wander Franco, his 8th home run of the year. And that erases what the Rangers did in the third. The 3-run blast makes it 7-3 Tampa Bay.
Okay, so one of the things, both teams' offense will destroy your kind of what, if you'd say average pitching. And you know, not lumping everybody together, but Taj Bradley, right, for Tampa Bay, young prospect pitcher. The Rangers are like, yeah, let's see a little bit more of that. For Tampa Bay yesterday, they're like, yeah, Martin Perez, let's see a little bit more of that. And they're different pitchers, and they can have good days and they can have bad days. But when you look at McClanahan yesterday, after giving up 3 runs in the 3rd inning, he retired the next 15 guys. For Nathan Eovaldi, hey, he had a rough inning, but after that rough inning, he shut it down. Now, both teams would be satisfied if they had their ace on the mound, if it was Eovaldi versus McClanahan. Very close game, a battle where both teams' offenses are good enough to score runs, but it's going to be difficult to just keep adding on. If you throw out a guy that could struggle to get swings and misses or struggle to execute a game plan, we're going to keep scoring runs every inning. You're not just going to put a 0 on the board here. It's going to be very tough to put a 0 on the board. So I think that both teams are honestly very similar. Now, Tampa is unbelievable at home. They're 31-7 now. We talked about that. At least I talked about it on Thursday. I'm sure you guys talked about it on Friday. Taking one of those games, I'm not saying success, but that's good. When you looked at the pitching matchups, when you looked at their record at home, you got one of the 3. I don't think that's the end of the world.
You're right about that, but I was getting greedy after, man, you talk about the highs and lows in this series. Is after the first game, I was like, oh dear. And then you won the second game. I was so hoping for a win yesterday, not because it changes like the direction of the season or anything, but it really felt like we could have come in here today and been like, hey, Tampa's unstoppable at home. You just went in there, won your 7th straight series. The Texas Rangers are the best team in baseball.
But at the moment, what you are is not good enough and you need to get better. And I think that's a great, I think that's a positive thing, because I do know there's a sense of when you're really good at something, you're like, what do I have to fix? And the Rangers already have some, hey, we're still fiddling with this bullpen, trying to figure that part out. Well, now, Kevin, I think the next series against Tampa is on the other side of the All-Star break. I believe that's kind of when it is. And when you go into that one at your place, you're going to have a few more things that you want to show. And so I feel like there's a lot more to fix, and the Rangers can still continue fixing rather than, hey, they just maxed out early in the season and they have nowhere else to go. I think that's a positive for this team right now. I know you love to be the front runner and you want everybody to chase you from behind right now. And hey, look, the Astros still are. Everybody in your division is still chasing you from behind. The thing though is you now have something that you can say, I have to be better. And it's one of those, you just told me that I couldn't, so I'm going to go show you. That's how Simeon is. And I'm hopeful that the rest of the club is like that too.
Man, it is still a cool feeling that you had won 6 series in a row, and because of that, you still have a 5-game lead over the Astros.
Yes.
Which is pretty amazing.
Yeah. At some point last week, wasn't it 2.5 games, and they just stretched it even further and lost a couple?
Yes.
So,
and that's another thing that if you would have won yesterday, and I realized that you did not, I move on with my life. But had you won yesterday, you would have had the biggest division lead in all of baseball, which has been another cool, just little feather. But I think you saw that I think the Rangers can compete with anybody, and they still have the second best record in baseball.
Yeah.
But they lost this series.
They did, and I'm just not sure Tampa's better than Texas. I get it. They won 2 of 3. But if I have McClanahan versus Eovaldi, who's the better team?
Yeah.
I don't know. You scored 3 runs off of them in 7 innings. Both teams' weaknesses are their bullpen. Yesterday, in a 7-3 game, the Rangers got the bases loaded with 1 out. Yes, they hit into a double play and the game ended. But there was a lot of tension there in the last inning from Tampa's side going, are we about to blow a 4-run lead in the 9th inning because our bullpen, we still don't have the bullpen that we'd love to have? They're probably going to add a bullpen piece, if not 2. I think they'll add 1 just because Pete Fairbanks. It's amazing how many closers are around Major League Baseball who are former Texas Ranger pitchers in their bullpen. But McClanahan versus Evaldi, I don't know. That's a great matchup. Zach Eflin versus John Gray. That would be game 2. If everything matched up 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, you get into the playoffs and sometimes your 1 has to pitch game 5 or something and you don't get the matchup you want. And then I will say this is where it gets a little bit iffy for the Texas Rangers in this. Drew Rasmussen right now is their number 3 and he is 4-2 with a 2.62 ERA. Right now, I'd say Dane Dunning is your number 3, and I don't think you want a lefty pitching against Tampa Bay in a matchup. So Rasmussen versus Dane Dunning. I will give it to them on definitely game 3 that they probably have the better pitching situation. Game 1 and 2, very even if I look at it. And so that's where when I look at Tampa versus Texas, the other thing too is it's a ways away. How would Tampa play on the road? They're not the same team on the road.
And I was looking it up. I think they have, I want to say like the 7th best road record in baseball. So they're definitely a good road team, but they're an elite.
Maybe the greatest team in the history of baseball. I need to look this up because we look up amount of wins. They're not going to challenge, at least in recent history, the 2001 Seattle Mariners. They are not going to get close to, I don't think they will, 115, 116 wins. But if I look at their home record, they look like they're going to win over 60 games at home.
They're on pace to go 66 and 15 at home.
That might be the greatest home record in the history of baseball. I don't know, but that might be in the history of a 162-game season, the greatest home team in the history of baseball. And I think they have a chance to do that. I don't think they have a chance to get to 115 or 116 wins. So, look, they would have home field advantage if they do finish with that record at home because that would probably lead to 105, 106 wins. But I do like this Ranger team still. They showed the ability to put up a crooked number against their ace. They showed the ability to put up a crooked number against our ace. So I look at it and go, hey, these are very similar teams. You have to give the edge to Tampa. They have the better overall record. They won 2 out of 3.
They would have home field. Yeah.
I look at this Ranger team and go, to Corey's point, we know they need to add at least 1 reliever, if not 2, that can pitch the 7th, 8th/9th inning. The Rangers now probably are starting to look like, and we'll get more into this at 10:45, looking like they need to add a top 1, 2, or 3 rotational pitcher into this team. So I think you can beat Tampa in a 7-game or a 5-game series. It would be very difficult. They are as good or maybe even a little bit better than you, but I don't take out of this series, well, the Rangers are screwed come playoff time.
And by the way, shout out to Corey Seager on Saturday and Corey Majors.
Yeah.
First, Corey, you're always doing great.
Thanks,
For
buddy.
Corey Seager, Saturday was his first career 5-hit game. And after Saturday's game, he sat 2nd in batting average in all of Major League Baseball, 9th in on-base percentage, 3rd in slugging, 2nd in OPS. It is amazing.
Is he qualifying now?
That's for a minimum of 125 plate appearances. I still think he needs like another week to be qualified for all of those categories, but he'll get there assuming he stays healthy.
I'm looking at StatMuse right now, and it has 62 wins as the most home. The 32 Yankees had, 65. The 61 Yankees had 65.
Tampa's on pace to beat that by 1.
75 Reds had 64. So that's, now that being said, their record was 62-15 one year, and the 61 was 65-16. So it's that I think that's a percentage.
Would they not sell tickets in the upper deck for playoffs in Tampa to make sure they keep their home field advantage of 15,000 people being at the game? Because if
you can say they would not, but they just wouldn't sell them, Mike. It's just nobody's buying them.
Isn't it amazing the team with the biggest home field advantage is a team that, besides Oakland, probably gets the least amount of fans in their home place?
It is fascinating and sad all wrapped into one. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Saturday was one of the biggest sports days of the year. What did you care about / watch the most that day? Was it soccer? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have you.
brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
5 seconds to the right. A shot blocked by McNabb. Rebound is loose. Push to the corner, and time runs out. The game is over. The Knights survive. Now a big pile in front of the goal. Hill jumps in as well. His helmet is off. Several players tackling each other. The linesman now restrained Hill. Several things are being thrown onto the ice as we speak. The game is over. The Golden Knights have won it 3-2 and lead the Stanley Cup Final 3-1.
Casey Masterpiece. What an excellent ending. Right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 214. One of the biggest sports days of the year. After the City game, I watched The Office. What else was on? All right.
Oh, boy.
There was a lot.
It was stuff.
There was the French Open women's final. There was Manchester City. There was the, we obviously just played, Stanley Cup final.
I love that you're just like Manchester City. Inter Milan, you weren't even there.
Win the game. And then
Fair enough.
They're the Washington Generals of the soccer world.
We'll circle back around to them. And then there was the college baseball tournament. Teofimo Lopez and Josh
Nailed
Taylor's. I felt like I had it, and then
you honestly you did have it, and then you were leaking confidence the whole way.
I changed it in their match, UFC 289. If you care about horse racing, the Belmont, there was stuff all day for it. Felt like every type of sports fan, and even I was interested in the Champions League final and the treble.
Did you watch it all?
I'm not going to say
you said
I
you were
watched
interested
it all.
in it. How much of it did you?
I watched like half of it.
Nice.
I watched the half where they scored the goal.
Look at you, man. I watched the soccer match as well.
Was it on Ted Lasso?
No, it was at My Possibilities field.
Oh, yeah,
where they were hosting their United Soccer League, and it was awesome to see that Avery was playing in the league. So it's really fun to watch what's going on out there. And I know we have a big Tolo that's on Avery's team. Thanks a lot, Sean, for being part of it. Good luck to your wife. So that's going on there. That was what I got. And Lucy had a birthday party at the same time. So Kevin, during all the madness of sports, I was consumed with other things. I also went and saw Spider-Man.
Oh, see, that feels like a choice as opposed to the birthday party. You're forced to do that.
Yeah.
So you missed TCU sweeping Indiana State. I never got confirmation or denial about the appearance of Larry Bird at these games. I don't know.
I didn't see him when I was flipping the channels. I thought if Larry Legend would have coached first base.
You thought there was a
which he did like playing baseball. He played baseball like growing up and everything. He's a baseball fan. I just thought you should have Larry Legend there.
Okay.
But it's maybe too hot.
Coach?
Maybe it's too hot for him. Yeah, if he's on the bench, he can have the AC, not the AC, but the fan on him and a mister.
Back. You don't want him standing too much, so maybe just kind of.
Yeah, but supposedly he's helping out the Pacers, like choose who they're going to pick in the NBA draft.
Oh, all right.
I'd rather have Mark Cuban watch the guys do it.
No, you would not.
You don't know what Mark Cuban knows.
He's a good Shark Tanker. He picks people from Shark Tank to invest in.
I'm seriously asking, has he been successful with that? I'm not.
With Shark Tank, I don't know.
I've
like
seen a couple
you only watch the episode, you have no clue what happens after.
I'm going to go look at their records.
Okay, I want to know that. Now, Corey was watching Spider-Man and birthday partying. Reggie.
It's kind of an awesome birthday party, by the way.
How many of these things did you watch on Saturday? I feel like you definitely at least watched tennis and soccer.
I actually, funny enough, have not been watching very much of the French Open. What? I felt bad about it. Like I think the only match that I watched was Alcaraz Djokovic.
Yeah,
which was
disappointment. That was.
I enjoyed watching it.
Greatest
up until
tennis player of
Alcaraz
all
got
time, right?
Hurt,
maybe,
or started cramping. I definitely watched the Champions League final, and then I watched the combination of combat sports in addition to the Stanley Cup match. I think those are the four things that I partook in on that Saturday.
Can you believe that Nunez decided to retire? Like, that's a big story for me.
Yeah, I actually...
I can believe that.
Oh, okay.
Was that 28 fights?
Yeah, I think so.
Why
and
not 30?
obviously, I will always love her, much like Holly Holm, because when Ronda Rousey came back, people were like, maybe she can do it. And Amanda Nunes knocked her ass out, and it was amazing. And it took like a minute and a half and made Ronda Rousey look like a fool. She's the greatest women's combat UFC fighter of all time. I guess you could say mixed martial artist of all time. And
are you willing to say just women's? Because it felt like Cormier in the ring said just flat out of all time.
I always have a difficult time with that.
Crossing over?
Yeah, it's the same thing with, like, I know, you know how some people have difficulty comparing eras in sports, and I certainly understand that. It's the same thing where people are like, oh, Djokovic, by winning the French Open, is tied with Serena Williams. And I'm like, I don't know how to determine who's, like, better per their sport. That feels impossible. And obviously, you wouldn't have them play each other, just like you wouldn't have Nunes and I guess John Jones fight. And like, those are the things
John Jones wouldn't be able to fight. You know, you understand.
Yeah. I have difficulty with that, but Nunes is certainly one of the greatest mixed martial artists of all time. And her ability to not only win belts in 2 different weight classes, but consistently defend them, unlike Conor McGregor, who couldn't defend either one of those belts,
she can attack though.
Her all-time great.
Shout out to Bernie.
Are you the mascot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you
We're talking about Sanders.
Conor McGregor knocked out a mascot. Are you
Yeah, we need to talk about
Are you
that.
limiting Cobra Kai's Tori Nichols because she's not a mixed martial artist? Is
she the best female fighter on that
I mean,
show?
she had the trophy right at the end, so that's the one that I'm trying to kind of going with here. Even though she
beat
gave
LaRussa.
it back because she did cheat, so that was. Or did she give it back?
I can't remember. That's probably not good.
Are these spoilers?
I need to go back and watch that. Oh, well, also, if you want another spoiler, she shows up in another show where she's dead and they have to figure out who murdered her at the high
Idol?
school. No, not The Idol.
Oh, Euphoria?
No, not Euphoria either.
Okay.
Mike, how much college baseball did you watch as TCU on Saturday advanced to the College World Series?
I watched quite a bit of baseball. I watched quite a bit of Rangers baseball. I watched some of the NBA Finals. I didn't watch tennis, even though I do think tennis is such an awesome sport. It's just, there's only so much you can do. I guess if you're single and you don't have any kids.
Oh, you mean like what? I thought you were saying there's only so much you can do in the sport of tennis.
No, there's only so much you can. There's only so much you can watch, right? I did watch a little bit of the NHL Game 4.
Yes,
and it turned into Slapshot at the end. It was awesome. As soon as the horn rang, is like everybody fight somebody. And I guess there must be some major penalties for people that aren't in the game at the time to come onto the ice and fight too, because I felt like both benches were like, I want to go out there and fight too, but I'm not allowed to. So I really want to get into hockey next year. And you know what I mean by that is maybe take in about 15 to 20 Stars games, try to watch a little bit more of the best teams play each other to have an idea on who the best players are and why. But yeah, I thought it was a great weekend of sports. Now, I know it's all kind of coming to an end here, right? Tonight, finals will probably come to an end.
In the next 2 days, you might wrap up both NBA and NHL. And
then you're down to, I guess, professional baseball and then the College World Series.
And even that's,
it goes
for
quick.
Another week and a half.
So I had a lot of fun watching these things. So it was a good weekend, but I think your weekend of what did you watch of sports is about to come to a close.
Yeah. Now, for Manchester City, I got caught up in this because everyone told me how historic it would be if they could finish out the treble and win their first ever Champions League. As I know they did it, is that overstated or is it truly like amazing? It sounds amazing.
Well, I mean, based on what I saw, it sounds like Oasis is going to get back together because
Oasis,
of it.
the band?
Yeah, because I think it was Noel said that if Man City won, that he'd call Liam and get the whole band back together. So thanks a lot, Man City. Looking forward to What's the Story Morning Glory Part 2.
Okay.
But Reggie, as far as soccer goes, I know how that affected the music world for me.
That sounds like a big deal. No, it really is. It's a huge deal. The treble is huge. Winning your league, your kind of league or your national cup, And then winning the European Cup, the Continental Cup, is huge. It's not something that's easily done. And the last time it was done by Manchester United. Glory, glory. So I just had to get that in, had to. But no, this is huge. And honestly, Manchester City, this was kind of something that was holding them back. Like, this was something that you could, kind of big brother them on, and no more, right? Like, they have finally won the Champions League for the first time ever. And now they've done this thing that hadn't been done for such a long time and is so really difficult to do, because one thing you have to consider is all these tournaments happen concurrently pretty much. So, if you were to go deep into 3-4 different tournaments, that means that you're playing your regular league games, and also in the midweek or during the course of that, also finding time to play other games. You're having to manage your squad. You're having to manage, play time and all these things and tactics throughout various different competitions. So being able to manage all of that. And yes, last time it was done by an English team. Thank you, 972.
And they did it with a limited budget.
No, an unlimited budget is what you mean.
I know that's the issue that some people have. Is the way I always hear it described is the oil money.
Correct.
Came in 2008, 2010-ish, and then they had all of the money to spend, and that has helped them win all of the titles.
Right, and of course that helps, but there's something to be said for unlimited money that does not get used properly. So there is, there's a lot of credit to be given to Pep Guardiola and Manchester City, and I hate that I have to say that, but congrats to them.
And I take some of my soccer knowledge off of Ted Lasso. Does the FA Cup, they just really take all the top 2-3 division teams and throw them in a giant tournament?
Basically, yeah.
Sweet.
How do they rank them? Do they just say, random pairings, or is it based on wins and stuff like that?
I feel like they want to get a lot of those David and Goliath matchups, right?
Those great opportunities to get the little, that makes a lot of sense. I'm in on that.
And then my next question, do you ever watch horse racing if the horse that won the Kentucky Derby doesn't win the Preakness?
No.
I had no clue horse racing happened until I was driving home last night. And then, the national shows that come on Sunday night, they're talking about horse racing. And I'm like, why are we talking horse racing? And then there's Preakness or whatever it was.
It's the Belmont.
The Belmont.
Isn't there scandal? Hasn't there been a whole
bunch
bunch
of all the horses
scandal.
are dying, right?
Yes, much like at
die.
Churchill Downs, there was a whole bunch of horses dying there
It's like the fishes in Gulf of Mexico, right?
Yeah.
Yes. What is happening to our animals?
You know what's happening
Or
to
our
our
mammals.
animals.
Reggie, hold on. You sound like you have a theory.
I don't think we're supposed to talk about those things here.
Oh, oil spills in the Gulf for one, and then they're injecting these horses with steroids.
It's amazing how many fish there are in the ocean.
What did you say?
It's amazing how many fish there are in the ocean. When all those die, and you're like, there's still millions more.
Do you think it's weird that got used as a dating analogy? When they're like, hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
And now there aren't as many fish.
Oh.
They seem to spawn pretty quickly, though.
They do spawn quickly. Yeah. No, you're right about that.
I don't know about that.
They get after it.
Fruit flies. My God.
Okay. What?
Fruit flies own our house. They have won.
How did we get here?
So I think
because of fish. There's so many fish. It's like, hey, there's so many fruit flies in the air.
Boil vinegar.
If somebody dumps you or whatever, there's so many fruit flies.
There's no way to get rid of them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yes, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Has Martin Perez lost his touch? Next.
Coming up Monday in the G-Bag Nation, we'll react.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
I have a quick question for you guys, and then I'll get right into Texas Rangers.
Is it about the age of the earth?
No. Okay. It's about Elly De La Cruz.
Yes.
Do you guys think that he is the next superstar in Major League Baseball? It's going to take some time, like Ronald Acuna Jr. is starting to emerge as one of those guys. He's had definite moments throughout his career, but it's like, dude, this Ronald Acuna Jr. at 24, 25 years old, now that he's healthy again, might be kind of the Mike Trout of the next 5 to 10 years. But Elly De La Cruz, it's very early in his career, obviously, 6-7 games. But it's starting to intrigue me. Is this the guy that after we've gone through all of these shortstops, we just saw Wander Franco play the Texas Rangers. Yeah. He is great. Unfortunately, he plays in front of 5 people. But I just... whether it's Bobby Witt Jr., whether you can keep going down the list, I'm just wondering, dude, is this Elly De La Cruz going to finally be the guy that is the guy?
See, I'm struggling with that just a little bit to figure out, when do you really know? Because, you look at Julio Rodriguez, he has been regressing as of late. Yeah. And so I'm curious, how many seasons in do you really know? Because last year I'd have been like, hell yeah, that dude's the dude. Right now, early, it looks like De La Cruz can be the dude.
Well, I guess for Mike Trout, in his second year, he finished second in MVP voting to a dude who won the Triple Crown in Miguel Cabrera.
A lot of people thought
then he finished second again.
Yeah.
Then he won. Then he won again. So I guess in his first 5 years, he had finished in the top 2 in MVP voting 4 times.
Yeah, that feels pretty safe to me.
It feels even still, I know, how good Mike Trout is and how respected he is, the consistency that he's had over his entire career. For some reason, it still seems like he's underappreciated as a superstar.
Totally.
Because he plays on a nothing team who
and
never
so when you
plays
ask
for
that
anything.
question, Mike, that has a lot to do with it is, A, can he establish that consistency over a long period of time? And we can't know that now. And is he on the Reds forever? And are they going to be a real legit contender that plays when the big lights are shining?
And we do know this. The Reds do have a great fan base. They love baseball in Cincinnati, but they do have to have a product to want to root for. You have to consistently be a 90-win team. And then I think Cincinnati gets a lot of people there, but you have to obviously consistently win. You know what led me to something else here that I wasn't planning on talking about immediately, but Mike Trout, his OPS is the lowest of his career right now. It's, I think, 827. I didn't see what it finished at yesterday after his at-bats, but it's in the low 800s. And he has a career OPS of just under 1,000. For the first time in his career, it dropped under 1,000.
Oh, he's washed? Wow, that's crazy.
So that's kind of not that he's washed. Is he just off to a slow start? The Angels are having a very good year. They're 5 games over 500, and I think part of it is that he's in the lineup every day. Is that Ohtani and Trout for the first time in their careers, because Ohtani early in his career was hurt while Trout was somewhat healthy. Then Trout started getting unhealthy and Ohtani got healthy. This is the first time in their history of Ohtani and Trout consistently being in the lineup through almost 70 games, and they're over 500. But I'll tell you my opinion. I think Trout is going to get hot. I hope he doesn't get hot Monday through Thursday. I also think he's probably going to get hurt when you look at his career. At some point, his body's going to say, I can't do this for a month. But I just think Mike Trout coming into Arlington right now with an 827, I'm not like, hey, let's throw him down the middle. He can't hit anymore. I just have this feeling he's going to get hot, and all of a sudden numbers are going to start shooting up. But do you guys think that this is the regression of a body that just hasn't been able to handle a major league season for about 5 years?
I think I do, in terms of what you're used to for him. I hope I'm wrong. I think those days are over.
Even though he hit 40 last year?
Yeah, 40 home runs last year.
Yeah. I think that was his last stand. You know what? And it's funny that you talk about how many home runs he hit, but his WAR was still way down from peak Mike Trout season.
He's having to DH a little bit more. Obviously, when you're not playing as many games, you're not going to, because WAR is somewhat of an accumulation of a stat.
Oh, sure.
And so when you're not playing every day.
And his batting average has fallen over the years.
Yeah.
And
See, 50, 53, 36, 119, and 63.
The
Those
thing
are
that
the
sucks
games
about
played over the last 4
the thing
years.
that sucks about the 53 though is that's 90% of that season.
Yeah,
so
it's
he
COVID.
played 90% of that season, and so he might be looking at it then like, dang it, I could have played that whole season. I just don't know.
It's interesting because I think it's an interesting time now after a little over 2 months of baseball. Mike Trout's numbers. He's going to be a starting all-star. Everybody wants to see him in the all-star game, but it's like, is this the regression? Is he starting to get to a little bit of the Ken Griffey Jr. situation where he still is good, but he's not Ken Griffey Jr.? He still is good. He's still good, but he's not Mike Trout, what you're expecting. And in moments he can be, but can he be a 1,000 OPS for a year? Can he be in those top 3, top 5 MVP conversations? And right now he's not really that close to those numbers. Now I get to your Texas Rangers. I think something very concerning for Ranger fans right now is Martin Perez, as he didn't get beat up tremendously yesterday, but out of his 75 pitches, he had 5 swings and misses. I was doing the pre and post and watching Martin Perez yesterday. Anytime he made his pitch in a big situation, Tampa Bay either took it for a ball because it was just off the plate or they fouled it off. And they said, good luck. You cannot make us swing and miss. We are not fooled by your pitches. We are not off balance by your repertoire of pitches. When you throw a good one that's just off the plate, we take it. When you throw a pretty good one, we're able to fight it off. And sometimes they ended up being hits. So you're like, oh, well, he was unlucky because there was a lot of kind of not hard hits. But I'm saying that was great hitting. If it was the opposite way, if it was whether it was against Taz Bradley, I know it'd be different if it was against McClanahan, right? Because he's a Cy Young candidate, just like if it was off Nathan Eovaldi. But when you can't get them to be off balance, when you can't get them to swing and miss, when even you get a pitch where you want it to be and they still get a base hit off of it, that is concerning.
And this is the thing that I can't really wrap my head around is start to start, he is all over the freaking place because you look at let's just take the last 5 starts is 3 of them have been top notch, went 7 every single way, gave up 1 or 2 or 0 runs. And he had an average of 5 strikeouts per game. And you're like, wow, incredible. And then there was a
They're
game
probably
against,
all at home too.
Yeah.
His home road splits are tremendous.
Yeah. There was only one of those was on the road.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 games he pitched in that run were on the road. And he got hammered against the Tigers. He got hammered against the Rays.
He's a starting pitcher, so I don't want to take that away from him right now. But I think that now that you are 2 months into the season, there's still a lot more to go. But Corey, I look at it and go, okay, so last year was that year. This is always the shocking person, and I'm just putting this guy out there because I think if you're of our age, you'll remember this, is Brady Anderson. That's probably too extreme, and obviously there was probably steroids. I don't know that, but to deal with that unbelievable, whoa, Brady Anderson, 7 home runs at 49, what is going on? And then he went back to being a 10 home run guy. It's it was just one of those years where you're locked in and you just... Every time you went up to bat, or every time for last year Martin Perez took the ball, he was locked in. He couldn't miss his spots. Every time he threw the ball, it felt like he was close to or he was hitting his spot. And this year, very inconsistent on his command. And because of that, especially a team like Tampa, where you want to look at and go, hey, how does he do against some of the teams that we could possibly play in the playoffs? It's worrisome. Not that he's not a starting pitcher.
No, I get it.
Stay healthy, pitch those 5+ innings. But now when you're starting to look at, hey, could you go into a playoff game and have him start? I'm concerned about him starting a playoff game.
Can I make a comment on Tampa, Mike, real quick here?
Okay.
This has a lot to do with belief. When you're talking about their decision making, early in the season they said we're getting away from the mechanics, launch angle stuff. And we have a bunch of guys that are free swingers. We're going to get them up there and have them make better decisions. Randy Arozarena is still going to be a free swinger.
Right.
But the other guys in the lineup, they have to make better decisions. And so their philosophy is on decision making. And even their hitting coach is saying the players amongst themselves are talking about it more. And they're excited about the way that they're approaching the plate. And that's a helpful thing, but it doesn't help us whenever we're trying to fix Martin Perez.
I love what you're saying. Honestly, both lineups are very similar to me. If you start missing over the plate, they are going to destroy you. And it doesn't matter if it's the heart of the lineup or the bottom of the lineup. You are not going to get away with getting behind in counts and then throwing the ball in the heart of the plate. You have to get ahead in of counts and have really good stuff to get both teams out, and Martin Perez wasn't. I wanted to give you a few of these stats right here just to give you an idea. Right now, Martin Perez's whip, he is 6-2 for the year. So that's a good overall record, but his whip, Bradford's whip is 1.5. Martin Perez's whip is 1.56, and Jonathan Hernandez, who was sent down to the minor leagues, his whip is 1.62. So those are the guys that he's really close to when it's the runners getting on base. Just to give you an idea.
And that's been bad all season.
The other guys' whips are 0.98 for Evaldi, 0.96 for John Gray, 1.1 for Dane Dunning, and 1.25 for Heaney. So you can see there's a big difference in how many runners are getting on base for your 5 starters. Obviously, DeGrom doesn't count, but he was 0.76 for his 6 starts. So just to show how good he was when he did take the ball. Batting average against right now, Martin Perez, for starting pitchers in the major leagues, has the second worst batting average against, and teams or guys are batting, I believe it's 308. Let me pull it up real quick.
And that's another one that's been poor most of the season.
302. I'm sorry. 302.
Nice.
Cody Bradford is 308. Taylor Hearn is 300. I don't even know if Taylor Hearn's going to come back to the major leagues this year. I hope he does. We're rooting for Taylor Hearn. But just to give you an idea on some of the guys that you get really frustrated with, I think Martin Perez can turn his season around and be better. But I am starting to go, I don't know if we're going to see the same guy we saw last year. And that's why, luckily, it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
And Martin Perez took the 1-year deal, and the Rangers offered the big 1-year deal to say, hey, we're not so sure of offering you a 3 or 4-year deal. And luckily, the Rangers in this situation, they have a guy who I think now the Rangers are like, hey, probably what we thought when we signed him a year ago, a guy who can be at the back end of your rotation, compete at times, be really good for you. At times, it's just a bad matchup, and he's not going to be that successful against that team.
I might have a question for you tomorrow. Is I wonder if you would ever consider, given how dramatically different they are, adjusting your pitching rotation to get Martin Perez pitching mostly at home.
I thought of that too. I think that's a good idea to sometimes bring Cody Bradford up if there's the last start is going to be on the road, to maybe, if you really feel that way, just get Martin Perez off of that road rotation and more into your home rotation.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we ran through the Dallas Stars fan survey last week. Now we have the results. Was pessimistic Corey right all along?
Maybe.
We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
The more you listen, Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, last week, we went through the Dallas Stars fan survey, the questions. We allowed Joey to participate. He got so angry, he left to go to Chippewa Falls and broadcast hockey. Or
That's not a real place.
Something. It is. That's where he is.
You ever been there?
I think I might have, actually.
Have you been to Wisconsin?
Yes.
Why?
Because that...
You said Chippewa Falls?
That's so rude to all the people in Wisconsin. Yes.
Like in Tim McGraw's Indian Outlaw.
My lady, I don't know if actually that line.
Half Cherokee and Chippewa, right?
Yeah, she is part Chippewa, yeah. It looks gorgeous based on the pictures. All right, but that's enough about Joey.
He's gone.
He's gone.
To
No
go-
longer with
Oh,
us.
no. To go do hockey. He's fine. He's alive and
You don't
everything
know.
like that.
Heard from him lately?
I guess not since Friday.
All right.
Oh, you just don't talk to your coworkers outside of work, huh?
Oh, whatever. We talk. We talk.
All right, what's
All right.
next?
Mike, you didn't get to participate in this, and so
All
I'm
right.
kind of curious where you fall now that we have the results. How did the Stars measure up to your expectations last season? Exceeded, met expectations, or below expectations?
What if you didn't have any expectations?
Okay.
I will say exceeded.
Okay.
I didn't know, but I will say this now. If they don't reach the conference finals
You're gonna
next
be
year,
disappointed.
and that's not fair, right? Because it is very tough to do.
Yeah.
But I will say this: if they are not going into the playoffs, one of the top 4 teams, even though there's no way to know that once they seed the playoffs, who actually the 4 best teams are, because it's so weird. But if they do not have one of the 4 best records in the West and get out of the first round, I would be tremendously disappointed with their progress. I get sometimes you get an injury, sometimes a bad matchup. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. But that team seems to have enough talent to win the majority of their games, to be a top 4 team in the West, and to win a round in the playoffs.
20% said met expectations. 79% said exceeded expectations. And I kind of want to hang out and chat with the 1.2% that were like, nope, below expectations.
Well, if you didn't win,
What'd you really do?
did you even accomplish anything this year?
Man.
How much of that was just based off of the Pete DeBoer teams always go to the...
Okay. Now, it's funny that you asked that question because I want to kind of answer that with this next question. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being poor, 5 being excellent, how do you feel DeBoer did as a coach in his first year?
Excellent.
Okay, so you say 5?
Yeah.
Reggie, what do you say since he got those other teams to the Stanley Cup final? That's the only part where I can kind of see how you'd be like, well, this was the one year that DeBoer does stuff.
Yeah, I felt 5. Like as like someone uninitiated, it felt during the course of the season when we talked about this team, he was doing a fantastic job.
How many guys make it through their second year as the Stars coach? I feel like in the last 20 years, we say, hey, Hitchcock came back and did a pretty good job. And then like 2 months into the next season, he's fired or resigns or whoever. It just feels like
we've had some issues.
Yeah, then the dude went to Boston and did great, but he was doing some crazy things here.
He's not wrong.
He had to be
17 to 18, Hitchcock.
Okay.
18 to 19, Montgomery. 19 to 22, kind of bonus. So I guess he made it.
And Bonus stuck around as the interim coach because they ended up making the Stanley Cup final, and some people even still wanted to get rid of him. 66% gave him a 5, 32%, gave him a 4, and the other remaining 2% gave him a 1, 2, or 3. How would you grade Jake Ottinger? The only ones to give votes are A, B, or C.
C, grow up is what I said.
That does not stand for grow up.
He needs to grow up.
Otter the squatter, because you can go high on him.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Reggie, are you going to bring some sanity to this, or are you with Corey?
I kind of want to not bring no sanity to this, but it feels like an A. He felt like one of the better goalies in the league throughout the course of the season.
4% agreed with Corey. He said C.
I'd give him a B+.
Okay, so that's a B. That counts as a B.
I give him a B.
57% gave him a B.
All right. Majority rules.
39% gave him an A.
If I want to be honest, I also wanted to give him a B+, but I was like, I understand that we just have these firm letters.
A, B, or C. Yeah, there were no pluses or minuses.
Yeah.
I've been hockey talking. You know, I've been like using
like-
some of my free time to hockey talk it.
Wear a cowboy hat and dance.
Yep. And I've heard this. This is going to sound really educated, but I'm just repeating this, which it sounds good.
I've never heard a disclaimer go that way. This is going to sound smarter than I intended to be.
Yes. Is that the issue with the Stars is that Ottinger played 64 games last year. You want him to only play about 55 games.
Yep.
Your issue is how much do you trust Westwood? And then throughout a season,
Good
you
enough.
need a minor league goalie to come up and play about 5 to 10 games that you don't feel you're going to lose those 5 to 10 games so that Otter is fresher for the playoffs. And it's just a mental wear on you and also a little bit of a physical wear and tear. And especially when you get on the post, there's a way you position now on the post, which is the best way to do it, but it does kind of torque your hips a little bit. That can kind of mess up your body a little bit more, but it is the best way to protect the post.
That sounded good.
Okay, Reggie, I know you wanted to jump in
That sounded so good.
and say Wedgwood instead of Westwood.
Oh,
but
dang
I want
it.
us, hold on, but I want us to all reflect on something.
That was killer analysis.
Mike was talking about the backup goaltender for the Stars, and he didn't go, I don't know, what's his name? Stephen McSave
Knocker
face
McGee,
or whatever. Yeah. He was close to getting his name right. And that
I
is
remember him by
tremendous.
Westwood 1, but it
Yes,
is Wedgwood.
Wedgwood 1.
Dang it.
Big golf.
I was so close to sounding so smart about hockey.
You did really well, though.
You did
I like
great,
the
man.
So we
positioning. of the
might need to
post.
pick up kind of one of these, I don't know what they call them, AAA goalies,
Well,
where
I think
you feel like you,
Wedgwood can be the guy. He just got hurt.
but you need like a third guy,
And
from what
they
I
do-
understand.
And I believe that they have someone available that can do that.
Okay.
What would you grade Jason Robertson this season?
Jason Robertson this season, I would give him, this is ABC still?
Correct. Or if you want to go lower.
Well,
We are so much better when we are mad at him for not scoring.
I'll give him an A.
That feels reasonable.
Because he did end up, he found a little bit of a groove in the playoffs finally.
And then we started losing.
7% gave him a C or a D.
You said 0.7%?
0.7, which I think is insane given that he scored the most points ever by a Dallas Stars player.
But
Maybe
he
they're
left
big-
a bad taste in everybody's mouth for a while.
Okay, well, he stepped up in the last series. Not his fault you lost that series.
A.
79% gave him an A. 20% gave him a B. Let's go down the list.
Uh-oh, Jamie Benn.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to talk about Jamie Benn?
I think, when did this vote happen? After everything?
Yeah.
I bet he gets a C because everybody's going to be so mad at what he did in the playoffs.
I actually have a different question for you about
Okay.
Jamie Benn. How do you feel about Jamie Benn's captaincy going forward? Strip him of the captaincy now, keep him as captain until the end of his contract, or keep him as captain, then eventually transfer to someone else while Jamie Benn is still here? Which is my vote, by the way.
I think the keep him as captain through the end of his contract.
Okay.
I just How many more years we have? 7?
I think 2 on him.
I think if you trade him, then you don't have to worry about it. And I would take Ben and Sagan and package him for Connor McDavid.
Okay, well, that's not.
No,
gonna-
I mean, people that don't follow basketball tell me we should
That-
go trade for the Greek Freak. So
Okay.
I'm just going to now throw this
That's
out.
fair. We're not going to be able to package 2 bad contracts
Oh.
for the best player in the NHL.
Kevin, what do you know? You're talking to hockey expert Mike
Yeah,
Bassett.
I just gave you who our Westwood one called Wedgwood, our backup. I just told you about the post and how guys set up to protect it, but it's not that good on your hips to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I think the reason being is everybody on the team thinks he's a good captain. Like they like him as their captain. They love that the dude doesn't ask them to do anything he's not willing to do. I
Except for
understand.
playoff
I
games.
understand the level of play is different. You like when I talk about we need that classic Jamie Benn game, we didn't get it this year, man. And that
during the
stunk.
regular season, I thought we did. In the playoffs, I'm with you on that. 61.6% said keep him as the captain the rest of the way. 31% said keep him as
Is he really the captain, though, if he's kind of a dead weight captain?
Whoa.
You know, like, it's just, this idea right here is just keep him because why,
Yeah,
you know,
because he used
you're just
to be
waiting for his
really
contract
great.
to be
Dude,
done.
I'm with you.
But I mean, what is the value of a captain? Like, is a captain just, your lead scorer, what have you, point getter?
No.
Like, there's going to be some intangible things that we can't speak to in the locker room. And I think Corey pointed to the biggest point about it. It seems like everybody in that locker room wants to go up for that dude, which I think is part of the benefit or part of the role of being a captain.
Usually I'm with you, and I do think a lot of what you said. I just wonder if any attitudes changed when he made some poor, and some would argue selfish decisions in the playoffs that meant he wasn't there to play for the team.
They played for him for 2 games.
I don't know
And
if I
then
agree with that.
That's what they said.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you have to say, right? Like, you're not going to come out and go, well, Jamie Benn is a piece of trash. But like,
they said we wanted to get him back in the playoffs.
They said that about Sean Avery.
That's
I don't know that they said. I don't know that.
31% said keep him. Probably not. Said keep him.
I thought
as the
they hated Sean Avery.
No, they did hate Sean.
So they said
Avery.
he was a piece of trash.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
I thought you were saying,
no, I'm saying that if you ask the
Didn't you
Stars
think
players
that
when
was-
they played
it
with
was
Sean
something else,
Avery,
yeah.
they're like, no, that dude's a piece of trash.
I thought you were saying they played for him, and I was like, I don't know about that. 31% said keep him as captain for now and then transition, and 7.4% said take the captaincy away from him now. That feels a bit quick, but what is your confidence level that the Stars will win a championship in the next 5 seasons? 1 being the least, which again is confusing. Shouldn't it be 0?
0.
And 5 being the most.
10.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah. They're going to win a championship. Trust me.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Okay, tell me.
How often do you trust people that say trust me, Mike?
You probably shouldn't.
Because it feels kind of like hey, I don't want this to sound offensive. And you're like, you should just stop talking, man. Just stop what you're about to say.
Okay.
If somebody tells you something and they goes, hey,
Trust me.
does that make them less trustworthy?
Have I ever steered you wrong?
We got Otter, who's going to learn to not be the squatter. So you're not going to be able to go high on him so much. Our young guys are going to improve. Yes, the old guys will leave the team.
Max Domi is not. That's.
I do want
somebody that I
Domi
know
back
we're
for 1
concerned.
year. I would really like him
Would
back.
you pay no matter what, or do you need it to make sense?
I don't. I mean, is it a hard cap like
Yes, and
NFL? I
The
don't know.
Stars do not have a lot of cap space. They believe like $7 million.
I don't know. I like his kind of spunk, and then he also brings Ric Flair to the table.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Valuable asset.
yeah, I do. From what I understand, they have to work a little bit on their depth. The old guys obviously don't get better because they're already past their prime, but the younger guys should keep improving and take over leadership roles.
And so, not surprisingly, by the way, what do you want to add to this team? 0.5% goalie, 4.4% forward, 95.1% is defense.
Connor McDavid.
You're not getting Connor McDavid.
You don't
Why
know
not?
that.
Oh,
Yes,
guess
I
what?
do.
Name the greatest Edmonton Oiler of all time.
Wayne Gretzky.
And did he play for the Oilers?
Yes.
And did he play for the Oilers the whole time?
No.
Oh.
I felt like that's a confusing question, right? Name the
answered them
greatest
both
Edmonton Oiler of
correctly.
all
That was
time.
perfect.
Wayne Gretzky. Did he play for the Oilers? Yes.
I think I just kind of answered that.
All right.
Okay.
Corey.
See? If Gretzky can leave the Oilers, so can McDavid.
Okay, that's a fair point. Oh my God. All right.
I loved it.
On a scale of 1 to 5, Corey, your confidence level that in the next 5 years the Stars will win a championship.
1. It's tough to win a championship.
What?
It's just difficult to win a championship. I mean, this is a really good team, and maybe they're not quite there yet, but that doesn't. You see how good Vegas was for just a stretch here? Like, they just decided we have it all, and they're a good team too. I will be very entertained as we go into the playoffs, I think, for the next few years. I think that they're going to be that kind of team. But I think they're going to have a matchup that's going to be a struggle for them almost every time.
Reggie, scale 1 to 5.
3.
3. All right.
I mean, just understanding that in sports in general, getting to that apex is really difficult. But you've got a lot of young, talented stars, which means, at least to me, it feels like you have a foundation to be able to build back.
Foundation to build back, or one Tony Braxton moment away from that thing just falling apart.
What are you doing right now?
And our Canadian owner's going to go all in.
Yeah.
0.5% said 1, 4.5% said 2, 25% 3, 41% 4, and 29% said 5.
Wow.
Okay, now here's my bonus question. In the next 5 years, scale of 1 to 5, the Stars get Connor McDavid.
7.
Is
It's a
5
1.
5 being the most?
5's the most.
5.
We'll put it at 1 for now.
Okay.
Gretzky left.
He did.
And I don't think he wants to go be a LA King.
Probably not. But also, wasn't there other things at play with Gretzky? Like they wanted to firm up West Coast hockey and his wife wanted to be an actress?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe Connor McDavid
You
was one of
just told me
those.
all that stuff
He hasn't
earlier.
listened to the book yet.
Okay.
Mike,
Yeah.
will you listen or read the Gretzky book?
Yeah, I find him interesting because he's just like whoever. I know that Jordan, there's competition there, but it doesn't seem like there's competition for Gretzky in hockey.
Gretzky, to me, is by far and away the best player in their individual sport by the widest
You know what else I
margin.
learned? Do you know holding the puck behind the net was not a thing until Gretzky created that? He was supposedly. It's like I did a pre and post game show with a hockey guy yesterday. And then I was just talking a lot of hockey and asking a lot of questions. And there's a lot of revolutionary things that Gretzky did. And if I'm correct on this, one of the things is holding the puck behind the net. He's like, no, everybody wanted to be in front of the net because you can't shoot from behind the net. But he's like, I can see everything while all the defenders are watching me. So then I can find my cutters and everything in the open ice. Wow. So he's kind of like the Messi of hockey, except really Messi is the Gretzky of soccer.
That makes sense. We're the KNC masterpiece.
I mean,
no,
I had a day off and I learned all of these
I'm
things.
not kidding, Mike. I know that sounded sarcastic.
Should we give Mike just like a week off and then let him learn hockey entirely?
You know what, Mike? If you promise to come back with more sports information when you leave, we might be able to work that out. Coming up next, the do's and don'ts of the self-checkout lane. 877-881-1053. Will this be the most controversial segment of the day? We'll find out next right here in The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no
This segment is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. There are already a lot of different answers coming in. The do's and don'ts of the self-checkout lane, 877-881-1053. And some of them have already connected with Corey, but also we were talking about the dude spraying champagne on the winner of the Canadian Open or whatever, and the security guard just straight up form tackling him because you have to have your badge.
Yeah, it was the Canadian Open, and Adam Hadwin was standing on the sidelines. By the way, he was born in Moose Jaw, Canada. Nice. He was watching his buddy get his opportunity. Nick Taylor going up against Tommy Fleetwood, and Nick Taylor is from Canada. He makes a, what did you say, 72-foot putt on the par 5 18th, knocks it down, and Hadwin decides, hey, this is a great opportunity to rock out there with a bottle of champagne and start spraying everybody. And as the celebration for Nick Taylor is going on, the security guard does a full-on swim move, bends really tightly around the corner of the golfers, and full form tackles.
He did great.
Hadwin from Moose Jaw, and he had to, I guess he apologized. Hadwin apologized to the security guard based on his wife's tweet for being out there. I guess he didn't have his credential. He just looked like some random dude out there spraying a bottle of champagne on people.
I think the security did a good job.
Yeah. I agree.
Tackle first, ask questions later.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Protect first. Yes.
We were talking a month ago about Monica Seles. You don't know what people are going to do when they run onto a court
so awful
course.
Now, this seems to have focused in on one specific aspect of the self-checkout line, but I think there's a lot more to it than just your number of items. But one of the do's that I have is do pay attention to see when the next stand is open.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the reason those lines get backed up is because people, and it's even, you see people looking around for somewhere else to go when they're next in line. I'm like, you're next. You just watch. Is someone getting close to checking out? Are they leaving? And you go, because I honestly think if someone is not paying attention, you should be able to go around them. I realize that polite society might not approve of that.
It's like you could just talk to a person and be like, hey, that's open.
Yeah, I know. And then sometimes they're like, huh? What? Oh, me? It feels like people's IQs across the board drop at the self-checkout. So,
because they don't work here, Kevin. That's why it drops. I don't work here. So why am I checking this out?
It's a tough world we live in, especially when it comes to Whataburger. Oh. And I would like to just make this point. Whataburger, what has happened to you? What have you done to this beautiful establishment that has great burgers, and your honey butter chicken biscuit is freaking amazing? You've taken some things off your menu that we don't agree with, but it's because those Chicagoans have no clue what taste is down here.
Chicagoans.
And you have no idea on your... There has to be some sort of, hey, before you take this job, we would like to give you some idea of what this job is. You can't just sit on your butt for 12 hours and then go, give me my $120, I'm leaving. That's not the job. That's what OU football players did years ago.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying, Corey, at like a car dealership, and they're like, look, I showed up. Give me my check. I'm ready to go.
No one else.
Now, that being said, can people text in? I don't have the text line open, but you do. There has to be some Whataburgers.
Hold on. We're not talking about that, though, Mike.
Oh, can you imagine if Whataburger had a self-checkout lane?
Do you think if we order... There has to be some Whataburgers that are good that I can take my son to, because I have now boycotted taking him to Whataburger. But there has to be some Whataburgers around. I was in the Balch Springs area yesterday where I decided that is it. I've had it with Whataburger. I've had it with the Cockrell Hill Whataburger. This Whataburger close to us ain't that great either. So I'm like, where are the Whataburgers that actually have hired competent people to get you your food within 15 minutes of ordering and it's still warm or nice and fresh? The end.
Okay. Back to the
That's it.
self-checkout.
That's all I got.
All right.
Self-checkout. They should have self-checkout at Whataburger. I could make it faster if you just gave me the griddle. Just give me the meat and the griddle. I'll make it.
You want to cook it too?
I feel like that means you
it'd
could
be
just make the
faster.
burger at home.
Okay.
I'd be like, hey, here's what I'm going to order. Now I'm going to go back and make it.
Now, somebody suggested there should be an age limit for the self-checkout. I'm assuming that's a shot at
Old
older
people. Yeah, that is.
because they don't understand
It
what's
is.
happening.
I do see it. I saw a comedian where they're like, what a total give up at the grocery store. They're just like, not only do you need to shop for your groceries, but you have to check out too. You have to do the job.
And that's the thing that irritates me because one of the things that keeps coming up a lot is how many items you have. Some stores you see it where it's almost exclusively self-checkout and you kind of get stuck and you're like, hey, I know I got an entire basket. I don't know what to tell you. There's only one other line open and there's 68 people in that line.
Target, if you walk into Target, that middle's from one door to the other like a super Target, right? Because you have, it's like Home Depot where it's like 7 miles between the doors. The whole section, the whole stretch is nothing but checkout lines. Maybe 2 of them are open. The rest of them are self-check on either end, and that's it. And there's a line. Why is there lines? We have all these checkout counters. Just get rid of them and add more self-checkouts if that's the case.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
Thanks.
More self-checkout.
Instead of the 4 at the front?
Is there any way you can just take your cart and it goes through some sort of scanner like
That's
you do at
even
the
better.
airport?
Oh my God.
And it
that would be
scans
awesome.
everything you have in
That's
your
even
cart
better.
somehow, and you just walk through, and then it says, "Here's your bill,
Sam's Club is actually.
$112.52."
I know Sam's Club has done some of this. I think Amazon has absolutely worked on some of this. Y'all really trust the computers to be doing that?
It took
like
them
that?
like way too long to figure out you should put a barcode on the fruit.
Hold on, let me ask
I
you a
don't know
question.
if they can figure
Do you trust that when you do you check every item you scan?
Absolutely. What you mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. I can't do math that fast.
Do take your cart or basket with you. All right. There are some people who think once they're up at the self-checkout, they can just leave their cart where they're standing.
Not the cart, but the basket. Come on.
You just
I see the
leave it in
dude
the
that
middle of
stands
the
there and
walkway?
watches. Yeah, that dude stands there, watches you. As soon as you walk off, he picks it up and takes it to the thing.
You know what? I'm going to ask you this next question.
That's his job.
Because my wife and older son disagreed about
To
this.
keep that area tight.
How did Noah feel though?
He didn't have an opinion. He was sleeping.
He was busy reading.
Do you take the time to put the items you don't want back?
No. Because I'm also not getting any items that I don't want.
You've never changed your mind?
At a grocery store,
Yeah.
you have to kind of put the frozen food though back in a frozen food section, right? Because then it would just spoil.
No. Look at his face. He says no.
I understand. You're like, hey, you guys can do something for getting paid money to be here.
Oh my God.
I know there's like 7 of you.
That's what Jess said too. She's like, no, you just leave it there. Brandon was outraged.
Hold on,
by
do you
that.
whenever you go through the checkout line with a person, a human that does it, don't they set it to the side and they'll get to it in a minute?
Yeah, what do you get that you've then made a decision? You've put it in your basket.
I don't know, but surely you've seen people like not end up getting everything.
I
in
have
their
done
basket.
this. I have had a cart full of food at Walmart.
Oh no.
And then the line was forever. And I just walked out of the building. I just left the cart and walked out of the building. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not spending 30 minutes in line to wait for a checkout. This food is not that important.
You spent 30 minutes piling the stuff into your basket.
100%. Over on the Cockrell Hill Walmart. At one point, it was just too long. To your point, they should have more self-checkout. There was nobody checking out. It was like 10:30 at night, and I had a carton full of food, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this, and I'm not going to go put everything back. I just walked out, and like somebody will eventually find this cart and go, man, this is a great.
Did you push the cart to the side or anything?
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm done.
But also, Mike was about to say someone would see his cart and be like, "This is a great assortment of food."
Hey, somebody did a good job here. I'm going to take this cart. I don't need to shop.
Mike's a secret personal shopper.
Corey, was this the one that you loved from the 817? They got college-educated people with badass jobs, but as soon as they get to a self-checkout, they're as useful as Dwight Powell trying to get a rebound.
Oh, no.
That was a good...
That was a good analogy. You know what drives me crazy? It's not when you pay in cash, I get that, but when you've decided to take every dollar bill that has ever existed and pay in cash. Like, have you ever seen somebody who's like, oh, it's $24, and they're like, you know what, I got a 10? and I got 14 ones I can just run through the machine.
It's
and
currency.
Yeah, and they're all crinkled up, and you know they're going to get spit back out, and it's just slowing down the process.
So maybe it wouldn't happen if they had more people to check them out.
Yeah.
Kevin.
I hear you. I can't change that. I don't work in retail
Wait,
anymore.
Hold on. I do have this theory.
Uh-huh.
The self-checkout, no matter what, is faster than whenever you get into the line and you have the person that has an item that needs to be like found.
Oh, yeah, we got to go get a different barcode.
If you're in self-checkout and you get to that point, a lot of times people are just like, just set it over here and I'm moving on. I'm not spending the time.
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm not spending
Not
the
that
time
important.
to try and figure out what the code is on this.
And then you get to avoid at least one of the jokes, which is, well, if you can't find it, it's for free,
It must
right?
be free.
I get mad
I
though
think
at self.
you should be able to stab that person.
I get mad at self-checkout when you move the items into your cart because you need more space to put more. And they're like, attendant, somebody has stolen goods out of here. You're like, I have to move these goods to then check more goods out to put into the bags. And you have to wait for that attendant. And somehow, guess what?
They're
A
not
lot
there.
of times,
Yeah.
they're not there. You're like, what do I do here?
And that's why
you Lululemon it. That's what you do.
one of my other don'ts was, hey, don't let your kids scan those items unless you're prepared to pay more.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're going to mess it up.
Like scan didn't hear the buzzer and then do it again. You're like, how did we get 7 boxes of cereal? We only have 1 here.
And then you're going to value
Unless
judge.
you just
To
stand there
Mike's
holding that one
point,
box.
is it worth the extra $20
Yeah.
to not just have to wait for that person to come back?
Yeah, so one of the don'ts is I don't get alcohol whenever I go through the self-check.
Have
I'm
you
going to
ever
get
forgotten-
alcohol. I'll go because I don't want to stand there and have to wait for that person because it could be forever.
Have you ever forgotten about like cough syrup? Because that's what's got me a couple times. I'm like, crap, I forgot they need to send
I've
somebody
never
over
dealt
here.
with that. Not a single time.
So as we're talking
My Tom
about
Thumb
this,
knows me though.
Corey, my wife hates grocery shopping. I mean, that's one of the things she hates the most is grocery shopping. So she doesn't do it anymore. She only orders online and has it sent to
That's
the house.
Adrian. Adrian
Because
orders
she's like,
online
I'm
and
not
goes
going to the
picks
grocery
up.
store. This conversation we're having, my wife hates the grocery store so much that she won't even grocery shop anymore. She only does it online and has it delivered to the house.
God, I love being a single male. I buy such small quantities of stuff. Makes it so much easier.
From the 945, Corey's a monster, not putting the frozen food back. The 817, lazy people irritate me. Put it back if you're not buying it. Put your cart away. Man, we didn't even get to the cart return because you would think every cart return ever made 7 miles away, the way some people are like, nah, I'm just going to put my cart right here.
If I ever have a day off, I'm going to watch my kids drink a gallon of milk a day because somehow every day we have a gallon of milk and it is gone. And I'm like, you guys aren't drinking all this. How much milk are you putting in your cereal?
Yes.
That's
What's funny is Mike said if I ever have a day off. Friday, you literally had a day off.
I did not. I had to be a dad.
To do stuff.
Took my kid to a lesson. Thanks a lot, Chad Allen. He really helped out. Jake had a really good weekend.
Wait, that
hitting.
wasn't sarcastic?
No, it wasn't. He told us he needed to take the day off because he had stuff to do.
Yeah, I have to do.
I've been there, man.
There's at this point in our lives, there is too many things during the summertime, and they can't drive. So I have to then take days off to drive them to all their activities.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the Cowboys are on fire, plus the coolest Father's Day gift ever. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and get back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That's one. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Reggie's back. Slim Scotty gone.
And will we start? Can you play cut number 40, please?
The Bills safeties are 25 yards from the line of scrimmage. Kirk back to pass. He's going to heave one to JJ to the right. Jefferson leaps to catch it, and he caught it at the Bills 40. What a grab! Are you kidding me with that catch, JJ?
Now, I can't believe I had never heard this before, and it is off season, so not the most pressing thing in the world, but do you know if Justin Jefferson gets 235 more receiving yards, he'll have more receiving yards than any player that's ever been on the Bears ever?
What? Say that again?
If Justin Jefferson gets 235 more receiving yards, he'll have more career receiving yards than any player that's been on the Bears.
Why are the Bears?
You know, I wonder if it's...
Why are the... That's a weird question.
Where's Willie Gault?
Hold on. Do you know who that player is?
I do, sadly enough. Johnny Morris.
What years did he play?
1958 to 1967.
The most contemporary would be Alshon Jeffrey.
That's who I thought
at 44,
too, right?
45, 49.
It's amazing how historic the Bears are without having historic players. I say that, I know Walter Payton, Dick Butkus, quarterback. Like here we have, you might not want to include Don Meredith. I get it, but he was really good. Like in the history.
Don Meredith is what, 10 times better than Jim McMahon?
Right.
But Jim McMahon is the only person it feels like they've got.
Like Roger Staubach, obviously Troy Aikman, two legendary quarterbacks, Hall of Famers, champions, all this. And you think the Bears would have so much history when it comes to different positions. And it seems like they have Gel Sayers, Walter Payton, and Dick Butkus. I know I'm probably leaving people out, but I mean, to just a casual Bears fan, you're like, they should have a lot more. When you name this, and then you start thinking, oh my God, the Bears have never had a wide receiver who's been great at football in the history of the Bears, and they have a lot more history than the Cowboys.
Their all-time leading passer in yards, Jay Cutler. 23-443.
Legend.
His record, 51-51.
Hell yeah.
What in the world, Bears?
As I said, why are the Bears?
Why are the Bears?
Yeah, that's a fair question. All right, let's go from that to specifics about the financials of the XFL. As it turns out, probably went as bad as some people thought, maybe even worse. The XFL had to lay off employees during the year and lost approximately $60 million in year one.
Is that good?
No, that is bad.
Could have been 61.
That is a good point. And also, other good news is, well, I guess some good news. Not other good news. Well, it was good because he said it could have been 61. Is the XFL supposedly has financing in place for 4 years. Let me ask you this.
Oh, so they were supposed to lose the $60 million this year.
They're like, nah, we're fine.
Because their gains will capitalize the next 3 years.
Yeah, startups always lose money. That's what I've been told.
And they're projecting $100 million in revenue next season, with $20 million of that coming from their TV deal and $80 million they, I don't know, made up. I'm not sure. No, some of it's from Carter and other ticket buying folks.
Carter got $80 million?
I mean, maybe. That's the only reason he'd put up with
He
his
works
job,
in the
right?
digital world, so there's a lot of ambiguity when it comes to how
ones
money
and zeros
works there.
Probably has crypto. You better sell that in a hurry.
Too late.
Over under the XFL 2.5 more seasons.
In a row?
Who are they backed? Who are they backed by? That is a great question. They're backed by The Rock and who else?
And his ex-wife, I know, are the people who bought it. And they have investors from Disney, so that's hurting right now. and Redbird Capital.
I went to that mall plenty of times as a kid.
I don't know. Maybe it's the same group, I guess. I don't know.
That's where I discovered Orange Julius's, Oshman's.
Nice.
Where I got all the Sports Illustrated posters. Is a great place.
Are you sad that Orange Julius isn't really a thing anymore?
Yeah, they were good. I liked them. I think you can get them at Dairy Queen's.
Oh.
I think Dairy Queen bought Orange Julius.
Kevin, as we talk about the measly $60 million that
Also, y'all still need to answer that question.
they lost, Redbird Capital, they have about $7.5 billion in assets to manage.
So you're interested.
So I am interested. But even still, just think about this. They have a league at about $7.5 billion. The PIF could roll in with $620 billion. They could roll in with $1 trillion and say, what do you want to do, NFL?
This is what I want to see. I want to see.
We're not far from
I know.
that.
I know. Trust me,
wanna
we've been talking
see
about it.
The PIF buy up the XFL and buy out Caleb Williams and
Why
all
would
these
they
other
buy out
people.
the XFL?
It just
So that they can buy all the players
Yeah,
that might
just
go to the
buy the
NFL.
NFL.
I know. Look. That's it. That's a more
Reggie's over
direct
there like
line.
getting-
That's a more direct line. I want to see the chaos of it all. And all of a sudden, you're starting quarterback for your defending XFL champion Renegades, Caleb Williams. And everyone's like, holy crap, when that dude going to be like number one in the NFL
He's
draft?
getting paid $1 billion to play quarterback here.
Although if we go through the way that they went through Live, wouldn't they just go get Tom Brady?
Yeah, that's true. They're like, look, you don't want to broadcast.
But see, you're right about that because golf lived off the nostalgia of their greats for a long time. The NFL lives off the future.
Yeah.
So I think the brilliant plan would be go buy whatever because they can't live off nostalgia anymore. You're going to have to buy all the players because if you buy the old guys, they'll be like, okay, that's fine. We're just a young league. That's what we are. We're going to draft more, and that's what we're going to keep doing. Go buy the younger players, man.
Patrick Mahomes, I hear you.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 18. This is Saquon Barkley saying, hey, I'm thinking about some stuff.
What do I think needs to happen to get the deal done? At the end of the day, I would like to address that. I feel like there's been some things out there that's been misleading. Obviously the sources or the stories that have been out there. But I've been public. I came out public. I've been open about it. I said I want to be a Giant for life. This is where I want to be. And at the end of the day, it's all about something that respectable. It's all about respect, and that's really what it is.
He would go on to say he would consider sitting out this season
for his contract. This is interesting because they placed, at least Dave's did, he placed so much on the fact that Barkley came back the way he was, prepared the way he did, and did all these things. He placed a lot of weight on that being the success of the team.
Yeah.
And now they're just like, well, that was last year. Now we're kind of moving on in negotiations and all this stuff. So that's very interesting that they're in this place, considering how important Dave said he was to the team.
Did we ever get more answers about why the porta potties on fire at AT&T Stadium created so much smoke?
I don't.
You didn't see the porta potty fire?
I didn't see porta potty fires.
Well, gas. I think that's a pretty easy answer. I mean, there was things to be lit in there.
Okay.
Corey, am I wrong?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
He just learned about the porta potty fires.
I literally just got it.
This seems like something that you would normally be very interested in.
Yeah.
Corey is definitely our porta potty correspondent.
I'm actually porta potties are the worst.
They are.
I'd rather just go outside in front of everybody than have to go into one of those things.
Can you imagine being at a concert and just everybody?
Oh my God!
Just, I mean, there has to be a certain area where you pee, though. You can't just go like, you know what? Let's just take a whiz right now.
Because then everybody would be standing around.
Yeah, you're
and weed.
standing in. I mean, even though the grass does take it, the ground, not the grass, but the soil absorbs it. You'd have to have a grass pee area.
I was at the old Texas Stadium. The
poop area.
And we were at George Strait, and they had all the porta potties in the middle of the field, like lined down the middle of the field up to the 50-yard line. And I was like, man, I've had a lot to drink. I need to go to the restroom. As I'm standing there, a guy walks out of the door, and I'm like, sweet, my turn. And this guy steps in front of me with his huge hose and goes, nope, we got to clean them now. And he walks in and he's just, and I was like, no. And it smelled worse because all that stuff just kind of mixed.
It's like here, the second floor. That's the porta potty floor because you have locks and you have your own bathroom with a shower. So if you feel really bad afterwards, you can shower up.
Couple more super quick things. You said Locke. PJ Locke, the Broncos defensive back. This is really cool. Unfortunately, Justin Simmons lost his dad in April, and PJ Locke commissioned a special pair of custom cleats with a painting of his dad. Well, you've seen how the cleats get painted. Victor Leroy Hobson Simmons. And on the other side, it says, any man can be a father, but it takes someone special to be a dad. And I just thought that was a super cool gift. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, since voting is open and the team has been on a roll this season, how many Rangers should be All-Stars? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers have been on a roll this season. This season's been amazing by pretty much every imaginable metric. How many All-Stars should they have now that the voting's open? And by the way, the Texas Rangers, if you go onto their site, are running ticket specials when you vote for the All-Star game and everything like that. And it's just really cool. So how many jump to mind? And then my follow-up question is, what do you think is the most number of All-Stars the Rangers have ever had in a season?
I want to say right around that 2011 or 2012. Didn't they have 6?
They had 7 in 2012.
Yeah.
They had Adrian Beltre, Joe Nathan, Josh Hamilton, Ian Kinsler, Mike Napoli, Matt Harrison, and Elvis Andrus. That's they had 5.
So they had 3 out of their 4 infielders make it. If you said that right, Kinsler, Elvis, and Beltre. Did you say those 3 guys?
Correct.
So only, what's wrong with Mitch Moreland, man? Or Michael Young. I don't know. I don't know what position at that point, he was kind of positionless.
And they had 5.
And a person who really liked baseball was like, we should totally get rid of this guy. Should have got rid of him 2 years ago. Now they're best friends.
Mitch Moreland was an All-Star in 2018.
That is true. For the
he was a World Series champion, so
Hey,
congratulations.
Kevin.
Yeah.
You said 2012, right?
Yeah.
Was Yu Darvish a replacement in that year?
I don't have him on the MLB Rangers list for that year. I have him making it in 14, but not in 2012. Hey.
It sounds like he did. I thought I remember him making it his rookie year.
I mean, that would be awesome. Then we can add an 8th to the pile.
Like if you got hurt, do you get taken off of it? Is it not like Pro Bowl? That's an interesting.
Yeah, that's a good
Because Pro Bowl, as long as you're top 5 in your position, you make
it. Well, that's interesting. So 3 other times they had 5, 2004, 2010, and 2011. So I guess I want to start with this.
I almost made it that year in 04. I was on the Rangers.
You really think you had a good shot?
I think I had 1 start going into the All-Star break.
How did the start go?
Went great. 7 shutout innings.
Well,
struck out Pudge twice. In your face, Pudge.
Do you think the Rangers have or will have 5 All-Stars? Let's start with that. Because, and Mike, you've brought this up in the past, being deserving of the spot doesn't necessarily mean you will get it because, again, every team has to have at least 1 All-Star.
I think they can have 5. I think it's going to be really close. Simeon's a lock.
Yep.
If the world doesn't vote Simeon as the starting second baseman, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, it's not even close. He's the best second baseman in all of baseball. I know you just have to be American League, but best second baseman in all of baseball, Marcus Semien. That one is super easy. From that point, though, it does get a little difficult. And what I mean by that is deserving is Evaldi and Gray. Will they both get in? I think one will for sure, and I think I lean towards Evaldi right now. But they both deserve it.
I think they have to both be in because, I mean, like you look at Cy Young. We talked about this Thursday. They're probably 2 of the top 5 candidates, right?
Yeah. So one of them will get in for sure, though, right?
Okay.
Like you got to count one of them in. So now we're at 2. Okay. So your next 2 that I think of because they've been healthy for the whole season are Garcia and Heim. One being an outfielder, one being a catcher. But we run into issues here. I've mentioned it. Salvador Perez is making the All-Star team. Now, he is deserving. But the horrible Kansas City Royals have to get one person on the team. Only 2 catchers make it. Now, you can have an injury and somebody replace, but only 2 catchers make it. So now you start after looking at Jonah Heim versus Adley Rutschman. I really think that's your competition for the 1 all-star spot available at catcher. And then, will Adley Rutschman win it because of popularity? Orioles don't draw that well.
But he's a name. Like, I just think about, I always wonder in the collecting world, too, if people are like, Adley Rutschman's obviously a way bigger name than Jonah Heim from that perspective. What about Josh Young's candidacy in the mix here?
I do. I think that he has a great chance to make it.
Okay.
I do think, and I don't want to gloss over him. I think there should be more Josh Young conversation here. I think Corey Seager, if he can stay healthy this whole month of June into the final spot of it, I think he has a chance. I think Bichette will probably get it. as the overall guy. Wander Franco, who we just saw, has a great chance. And then Corey Seager. Well, if you get to Corey Seager's qualifications, he qualifies for batting average. He qualifies for OPS. He's going to have a better batting average in OPS than both of those guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They'll just have kind of more accumulated stats because they both didn't miss a month of the season.
He has more RBIs than everybody but Bichette at shortstop.
Wow.
For the American League.
That's amazing.
Actually, every other shortstop except for Bichette in all of baseball.
Probably played like about
Okay,
half
so
the games
Seager has a
ish.
great chance too. So we've named
so now
7.
we're up to potentially 7.
I don't think you'll get 7,
Sure,
but
sure.
And that's where I wonder how much you'll get cut. One thing about Adolis Garcia that I worry about, once again, it goes to when you have to add a player from every team. I don't know all of the Chicago White Sox stats. I don't feel like they're a great team. You're going to have to add somebody. Is Luis Robert their best player on their team?
Because if so, then potentially.
Then that takes an outfielder. Rooker, I know, is the best player for Oakland. He will probably represent Oakland in the All-Star game. Sometimes you can find a reliever to do it too, but that takes an outfielder out. And when you look at voting, Judge is going to win voting. Trout is going to win voting.
Yep.
What
right?
about Rosarina?
Rosarina, I don't know if he's going to win voting, but he'll probably be an all-star. If they have the best record, you have to start looking at McClanahan and Franco and Rosarina, and you have to start looking at maybe some other guys to kind of represent the best team in baseball.
For sure. Although that is one thing that works to the Rangers' advantage, at least as of now, is they're the second best team in baseball.
Yes.
You know, right? Like, it's not like you're stuck in this at this moment behind the Astros or even up with the Astros. Is you've cleared some space for now, so that's a good sign.
Let me ask you this question. If Simeon has the best chance to make the All-Star team, which I think we'd all agree, he has the best chance as a Ranger to make it. Who has the second best chance to make the All-Star team for the Texas Rangers?
I think it's Evaldi. I do, and I know pitching is a different game. By the way, and somebody was asking about voting for pitching, at least not as of right now. I know they get down to the last spot or the last 2 spots where voting gets opened up a little bit more. I think Evaldi has the second best spot. I actually think both him and Gray should make it.
And it's interesting, Mike, looking at, like, Lowe's not that far behind Vlad in a lot of statistical categories, but he's not. Vlad's going to be considered far more than Lowe, right?
If you flip the names, like if Lowe had Vlad's stats, right? Don't you think it was like you're being all-star?
All right. Batting average 283, 9 home runs, 40 RBI, 799 OPS. Batting average 272, 7 home runs, 37 RBI, 782. Like almost the exact same, like very similar numbers. But you're right. If you didn't know the names.
Yeah.
The first guy, though, you'd pick.
The first guy was Vlad.
Yeah.
By a scotch. You know, like just barely. But you're picking that guy, but you're also picking his name in addition.
I was interested. Okay, so if we go with second guy, Evaldi, I agree. I'm going to throw out third guy, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong. Josh Young?
I think it is Josh Young. Yes. I'm surprised that you said that, but that is also what I think.
I look at Jose Ramirez right now he seems to be a perennial all-star, so he might get a lot of vote just because everybody knows that name around baseball. Where Josh Young, people are like, I just heard the other day, once again, it's Jung on MLB Network. And I get it. Hey, spell it differently. But it is spelt Jung, but, you know, I'm just wondering him. And then it comes to another very popular name, Devers and Matt Chapman.
And I know
and I'm
Bregman's
wondering if Young's going to
but
get left off. Even though I think he has a great chance, I wonder if he's going to get left off because he's a rookie and the other guys are established.
Do you think? Okay, that's interesting that you said that because I was wondering if being a rookie helped him at all because he's a newer name. Whereas if he was second or third year, they're like, oh, he's a young guy. But as a rookie, they're like, oh man, he's doing this as a rookie.
It's a great opportunity to highlight the youth. They know that to market that,
which I know we don't all excel
more
at.
often than not. Won't they be like, he's in the futures game, and you're just like, what is that? Why or whatever random like first year players game. But their third base is a really tight.
Okay,
bunch
so you think
to
maybe
deal
not
with.
Young?
I don't think.
He does lead all of third basemen in runs. In OPS, he's third in Major League Baseball. Jose Ramirez has a 842 OPS, and Young has a 841 OPS. The only guy better is J.D. Davis in San Francisco has an 854 OPS, who doesn't qualify, obviously, in the American League because he's a National League player. So, I mean, there's a lot of, like, Young deserves it. I just wonder, with Corey bringing up the names of Ramirez, Devers, and Chapman, will they kick two of those guys off for Josh Young?
Let me ask you this then. If Simeon and Evaldi make the cut, who's your third that you think is most likely Rangers All-Star? Because I get it. Like, there's a lot of them. I'm not saying we went through 7 people that I all think are worthy, but I don't believe they will all make it.
I feel like I want to go with Seager next.
If he stays healthy, I get it.
With all the things that he's doing, the pace that he's playing at, I would go Seager next. I do think Gray's deserving.
And that's a huge name, right? He also gets the Dodgers love.
Yep.
Too. Like,
That's
he didn't
a good
leave the
point.
Dodgers in a bad way. The Dodgers fans don't feel like you left us. The Dodgers decided we're going to go with Trey Turner. We're moving in another direction there. So when that happens, you get a lot more love from your former team than, like, let's say Josh Hamilton going, no, I'm not picking you. I'm picking another team.
It's very difficult, but Adolis is very deserving.
For sure.
Very deserving.
with the
Looking at the
RBIs.
numbers, that would be, for me, to say out of all this group, who do I need next? I think Adolis, just looking at where he is numbers-wise.
So you say they...
And then Jankowski, obviously.
Ooh.
I'm just
okay,
joking.
now we're up to 8. You say the Rangers get... I know we still got a minute.
I'm going to lean towards 5, but I'm worried that all of these conversations are going to be they haven't been good for half a decade and they only get 3. And my 3, I think, would be Simeon, Evaldi, and Gray as my 3.
I'm kind of right there.
But that's just... Sorry to jump in there, Mike.
That's okay.
I hear
Jump
what you're
in.
saying. That's crazy. They have the best offense in baseball, and they would get one player from their lineup.
Yeah.
That's wild to me.
I'm just looking at outfielders real quick, and I know I have it on OPS as the best, but Luis Robert has the 3rd best OPS, and I think that they have – I don't know all of the White Sox, but you start running into Rooker and you start running into Luis Robert on bad teams, and you're like – crap, we have to take a Royal. We have to take a White Sox. We have to, like.
Does that mean that Tim Anderson would be? No, not.
I don't think so.
Because that position is just too stacked.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, another position that might be it. I see where you're going with that.
But Adolis is crushing the RBIs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the RBIs, and honestly, he's leading all of American League outfielders in RBIs by a lot and runs by quite a bit, too. So you would think that has a lot of leeway. And then the only person that has more home runs is Aaron Judge. He's tied with Luis Robert with 15 home runs as second most home runs in the outfield.
And Adolis Garcia has the second most RBIs in all of baseball for any position.
Yeah.
So,
but this being said, I had a buddy come in, I think I told you guys this, from Boston and had no clue who Adolis Garcia is. He's a former baseball player. He follows the Red Sox. And, like, Adolis has not really made a national name for himself the way Simeon, Seager, Evaldi being in the World Series, being a Boston Red Sox. So, you kind of maybe look at those 3 guys and go, these are more national names that have played for other teams. But I'm hoping 5.
Have y'all seen the updated ballot leaders?
No.
Oh, no.
I just got this fresh off the presses from Kennedy Landry. Catcher, the current leader, with 460,000 votes. Adley Rutschman. First base.
Rutschman is having a great year. That's not like he's getting it because of popularity. It's very close.
These are the vote leaders, by the way. First base, Vlad. Second base,
Simeon. If it's Altuve, I'm going to leave the show.
No, he wants to do that.
We'll come back to second base.
Oh, no.
This
Third
Ranger
base.
fans, don't let this happen. Come on, because
hold on, Mike.
This is us.
Third base, Matt Chapman. Shortstop, Bichette. Outfield, Judge, Trout.
What is Toronto
Alvarez,
doing? What kind of computer program does Toronto have?
DH is Ohtani. At second base, Mike, you still have Mike Likes It to accomplish. Marcus Simeon. By the way, Heim is second at catcher, Seager is second at shortstop, and Young is second at third base. So that's where the currently those guys are all second.
Young is only 5,000 votes back for leading third base.
That's awesome.
That is
especially
awesome.
with like Devers in Boston. You just got to think of who has the most fans.
He has more than twice as many votes as Devers.
Man, Red Sox must hate Devers, and we don't know it. In outfield, how close? How close is
confirm.
Garcia to the 3? I'm assuming Judge has the most votes and Trout has the second most.
Yeah, Adolis has got 300,000, and Yordan Alvarez is 572,000. So
too.
is
he in 4th?
He's in 6th.
Yeah. So name the outfielders.
Judge, Trout, Alvarez, and then Rosarina, Kiermaier, and Garcia.
Kiermaier
with the Blue Jays again.
What the? I'm texting Ross Atkins back. What are you guys doing? What computer program you guys got?
Yeah, well, Canada, they're not very busy right now. You know, this is their downtime.
They got fires or something going on. They need some rain.
Well, they're all at home voting because of the fires.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing.
No, I don't know if they fixed up the fire stuff or whatever. We'll investigate that.
Just ask the Queen.
Coming up next.
Of England?
Yeah. Did you know she's a player in Canadian stuff too?
All right, what's next?
Coming up next, NBA Finals. Does the basketball season end tonight? Plus, would you watch this sports doc? Plus, Mike likes it. All of it as part of the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
in the basketball game. The Denver Nuggets are going to win game number 4 and take a decisive 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. We're coming back to the Mile High City, baby. Final tonight for Miami, 108-95.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Will the Nuggets be victorious this evening?
The Denver Nuggets?
The Denver Nuggets. Chicken Nuggets are always victorious.
Yeah.
Does the basketball season end tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
And they'll be the second ABA team ever. Is it only the Spurs? I'm thinking Pacers, Nets, Nuggets, Spurs. Are there other ABA teams that entered the league that I'm forgetting about? That
they only absorbed 4, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think so. So they'll be the second if they do
That's
it,
crazy.
which I think they will tonight at home. Look,
9-point favorites.
The Heat have had a great run. I can't believe that they were able to beat Milwaukee and Boston when you think about it. And I get the Heat aren't that bad. Like they were not the 7th. They seem to be better. Like going into that Knicks series, didn't everybody feel like, look, dude, they're better than the Knicks?
Yeah.
Like the Knicks
or that would be the most competitive series.
Yeah. So I look at it and go, Denver did not get enough credit, and I totally get it. They've never won anything. It's not like they've been to the NBA Finals. So it was, hey, this West is wide open. Why is it wide open? Because Denver's not a real 1 seed, right? Isn't that kind of what we were saying? Like, at least the public, they're not a real 1 seed. They just have the most wins, and kind of right about Memphis.
This might be a question for tomorrow then, is if Denver does win, will that narrative change is what I'm going to be curious about. There's a whole lot of interesting stuff happening in this series and going into this game tonight. Jamal Murray in game 4, holy smokes. The 3rd most assists in a finals game without a turnover since they started tracking that. Behind Magic Johnson, because Jamal Murray had 12 assists and no turnovers. Magic Johnson in 1987, 13 assists and 0 turnovers. Robert Reed. Mike,
of course,
or Corey.
Houston Rockets.
That is correct.
Yeah, I know Robert Reed. Yeah.
Houston Astros would have been incorrect.
I know this was before, but you had Rodney McRae, you had Sleepy Floyd, Akeem Olajuwon, Ralph
Sleepy
Sampson.
Floyd's first name?
Eric Sleepy Floyd from Georgetown.
He had 17 assists with no turnovers in a finals game in 1986.
Robert Reed. And he wasn't even a point guard, by the way. He was a forward, right?
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm assuming what year was that? Was that 81?
1986.
86. Oh, so against the Celtics. Okay.
And then this is the thing my son cares about a lot. The saga of Ish Smith. Ish Smith has played for an NBA record 13 different teams.
Doesn't Ish sound like we're forgetting his first letter of his name?
Or like his whole first name.
Yeah, like we've shortened it to Ish.
Tony-ish. Who knows?
Okay, I could see that.
Kevin-ish.
So Ish turns 35 next month. He's played for 13 of the league's 30 teams.
Name them all.
I probably can't.
Okay.
And
he's averaged like 7 points in his career.
Somehow he hasn't played for the Mavericks, which is almost impossible because Mark Cuban loves guys for 14 days.
Did we mark that? I don't know.
I don't know. That was the intention.
Okay, I don't know. But he's on the cusp of winning his first NBA championship, and he's on his NBA record 13th different team. And I think that's just a neat little story.
That is a neat little story.
Has he ever won a championship?
He has not.
Wow. Good for him.
And teams that have a 3-1 lead are 35-1 in the NBA
I saw
Finals.
that, except for LeBron when Draymond went after private areas.
Because you still think, if you go back, Draymond doesn't get suspended for Game 5, that series has a different winner.
Yeah, I do. I think if Draymond decides not to go junk chasing, I think that they win the championship.
Okay. Who is it a no-brainer or is it a true competition about who the MVP of the finals will be?
I don't think it's a competition. This isn't like
Murray.
Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one thing it's interesting. Kobe fans forget that Shaq was on the team and the most dominant big man, and was winning the MVPs.
Yeah.
And I get Murray's had a great finals. I just don't see how everything somewhat runs through Jokic. They could still win tonight. Let's just say Murray sat out tonight. He had to sit out because of an injury or suspension. I'd say, hey, Denver still has a chance to win. If you tell me Jokic isn't playing tonight, I'm like, Miami wins by 10 or more points.
Okay.
If Miami came back and won, it would be Jimmy Butler, right?
I assume that.
But in the steadiest thing in all of basketball, I think, is Jokic. Like, that's just he consistently is good.
You know what's crazy about that is, like, I get he's not the most exciting player, but when we say consistently good, this is what he's averaging in the finals. 31 points, 13.5 rebounds, and 8 assists. That's insane. He's the first player in NBA history to have 250-plus rebounds and 150-plus assists in a single postseason. And that doesn't even mention the points. So, yes, I also think it's a no-brainer, particularly if they close it out tonight. Now, to Corey's point, like if they go 7, well, who knows how it goes tonight and in Game 6 that would change the perception. But if they were to close it out tonight, it's going to be Jokic. And then y'all made reference to it earlier. I thought this was all part of the bit at first, but I guess Conor McGregor punched that Heat mascot too hard.
Oh, my God. I didn't know about this until yesterday, and I saw it.
Did it shock you?
Yes.
By the way, the Heat mascot says that they are back and good to go for tonight's game. Like the same person, and then they're not going to miss any time.
Aren't they in Denver tonight?
Well, doesn't the mascot still
have
either go or go to the watch party at the arena?
Oh, like he's in Miami, right? Because I was like, I don't think Mavs man traveled around with the team.
I don't know for the finals.
And you can't ask Jimmy King about that. He wasn't Mavs man.
He did not think that was a great idea. But yeah, Conor McGregor punched the crap out of this dude. I thought it was part of the bit.
It was part of the bit, but when you watch him fall, that's a real fall. Like his head pops back. Like when Conor McGregor hit him, somehow it kind of got through the padding pretty easy on, I believe it was a left hook. And then when he stood over him and punched him, I think he punched him through the spot where you can see through, so there is no padding, and accidentally punched him where there is no padding.
All right, here's my analysis on this. He missed the first punch and knocked the dude's head off. All right, the whatever hat he was wearing, the heat part of it. He missed and just hit the top part of it. That's nothing. And when he hit him in the second time, I think that one probably hurt him. The first one looked like it was planned.
But watch how the Heat mascot dude falls. Like he falls like he does not have control of his body anymore.
That's good acting by a mascot, Mike.
Yeah, but you don't want to pop your head back. You don't want to Tua-T it. He Tua-T'd it.
Gosh.
That's just my analysis of it, is that he took the fall. All right. He took the fall in this one. The second punch, unnecessary. But what would you expect from a man who would punch an old man in a bar because he wouldn't take a shot you offered him?
And apparently there's all kinds of other stuff too. The hero worship of Conor McGregor continues to perplex. You were talking about the potential of if Jokic were to miss a game, how big of a deal it would be. This is crazy from the NBA statistic, advanced statistics, is in the regular season, the net rating for the Nuggets when Jokic was on the court, 12.5. When he's off the court, minus 10.4. Easily the biggest gap for any player in the league.
What about the ratings gap between the regular season games and the playoff games? Is it much different, or is it kind of the same?
I thought I had seen that the NBA Finals TV ratings were about the same as last year, but that's a good question.
That's interesting.
I need to go back and double check.
That's actually really good for the league if it's about the same as last year and it didn't dip with considering the two teams that are in.
Because you don't have the marquee team like you did last year.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a very interesting thing, because even with the Heat, that's not a marquee team. It's a cool little area to visit and everything, but it's not marquee.
11.75 million viewers for the first two games, which was up from 11.66 last year, which was between the Celtics and the Warriors. And that was the lowest since they changed the way they did the rating system in 2007.
No, so it's bad still.
I mean,
but also good.
But it didn't continue to go
it's gotten
down.
Better. Yeah.
And it beat America's Got Talent.
Just imagine.
It's just ahead of America's Got Talent.
Just imagine next year when a LeBron-led Luka and Kyrie Mavericks team,
what are you doing
maybe
right
with Draymond, all get up on
If
that
they
TV
change it
screen.
to some silly MTV rules where there's 3 basketballs happening at one time, that team has a chance.
Now, if they do win the championship, you have to be careful of how you celebrate. Have you seen the final fallout from UConn winning the men's national championship in basketball? Is they've apparently had multiple students were expelled. So during the celebration, they had 16 people that were hospitalized and treated for injuries, and multiple reviews have concluded with expulsions. Can you imagine getting kicked out of your college because you celebrated too hard after a championship?
No.
Oh.
Or do you say worth it?
No, worth it.
What?
Sorry, college. It was a good run. Hopefully I get my GPA at some point. I don't know what it is, but dude, it's a championship. How many times do I get to experience this championship? Hold on. But I guess if I killed somebody, like I would be like, yeah, I deserve it.
That was just vandalism incidents. I do not believe there was a report of murder or anything like that. And I don't want to say just vandalism. I meant when compared to murdering somebody. But yeah, multiple students did in fact get expelled from this.
That stinks, man. Hey, you know what you just learned, college kids? Don't celebrate. Never celebrate, or you could be expelled.
Can there be a middle ground of, hey, okay.
How am I supposed to fully celebrate if I don't fully let it go?
So between
what is it that you're talking about there?
So between don't celebrate or celebrate to the point you get expelled, you think there's no.
Now I'm limiting my celebration experience.
You get one huzzah and that's it.
Yeah. And that's
Still
actually,
feel like
that
there's
sounds
a
like
lot of-
not even worth it for me at this point.
That's fair.
Well, if I'm not burning something down, what are we really doing here?
Wow. Okay.
Or taking the field goal post and throwing it off into the river.
That was amazing. By the way,
They marched it like a parade to the river.
And look, if you see a group of people marching with a field goal post, I feel like you fall in line, right?
Okay.
Like, I want to be part of it.
Somebody said they were ramming light poles through doors. So that's probably
vandalism.
Like the school doors or somebody's house. Because if it's the school doors, look, you just won a championship. Fix it, right?
Hold on. What?
Fix it with that championship money.
My other question was going to be, there's a 2-part documentary coming out about Oscar De La Hoya on HBO next month. Are you going to watch this? I know Dana White's going to watch it because he hates Oscar De La Hoya with all of his being. Reggie, you just said no?
Yeah, look, I feel like something that's happening in documentaries of late is like the executive, creative, control that ends up happening, which I believe is the case here with the De La Hoya situation.
So you don't think it's going to get into the stuff you really want?
It really makes me reconsider the idea of a documentary. It's like, how real am I getting here?
Okay, well, I'll read you from the press release because
Thank
they
you.
never lie in a press release.
Sure, never happened before.
The Golden Boy peels back the layers of his celebrated yet complicated figure that he is.
Like that interview he did with us.
Yeah.
Don't remind me of
Exploring
that.
his triumphs and turmoil to reveal a man struggling to come to terms with lifelong demons, an impossible burden of a nickname he couldn't live up to.
The Golden Boy.
That sounds like something.
I think we're going to get every ounce of reality out of that
All
one.
right,
man.
fine, I'll watch
And
it.
it comes from Mark Wahlberg's production company.
What?
You know that's going to be
Man.
real.
Are we going to see that scene, though?
Which scene?
You know, the pictures.
Are you talking about where he dressed up in like the lacy stuff? Lacy lingerie-ish leg things? Hosiery?
The alliteration is killing me.
The hosiery? The hoses?
Uh-huh.
What do you call the leg things? Leg warmers? I don't know.
Pantyhose? Warmers. Or
Yeah, pantyhose.
Even hosiery we would have accepted. I feel like you were saying hosiery.
You're talking about those pictures where he was in women's lingerie, right?
Yeah. Are we going to get that part of the story, or are they just going to leave it out?
Leave it out.
July 24th and 25th. We'll find out.
All right.
We're the KNC
He said we won't
masterpiece.
find out because the Max app is bad.
Man, okay, just real quick. The Max app sucks at continuing your progress, right? Like, look,
I don't know.
I'm watching on your streaming service and I'm probably going to watch a bunch of episodes in a row. You can't go, hey, are you ready to resume season 1, episode 1? I'm like, that's not where I am. I know that. Why must we persist with this? Then I have to remember what episode I was on? Come on.
Yeah, there's no way I can remember that. I'm trying to watch too many shows right now.
Exactly. Thank you. Now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit of baseball here. And I want to talk college World Series or college tournament talk. And I find this interesting. A lot of people have opinions on this on social media.
Were you locked into Tech before you dive into what I know we're really going to talk about?
Texas Tech?
Yeah.
No.
Like throughout the season?
Oh, no, not really.
Okay. So do you shift to TCU? I know Texas has game 3
Yeah,
tonight.
I'm really hoping.
Locked in on that?
I root for all the Texas teams.
Okay.
Now, I also was rooting for Oral Roberts in a weird way. I know that they're not considered our team, but they're from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I feel like that's close enough, and it's such a small private school.
Yeah.
That I feel like, how awesome is that? OU, Oklahoma State, two of obviously the huge schools that are considered like if you're a kid who's a really good baseball player, you're wanting to go to Oklahoma or Oklahoma State in the state of Oklahoma over Oral Roberts, right?
I would assume.
So I always really like, and Dallas Baptist kids, I don't know them, but if UT offers them a scholarship and A&M and TCU and Baylor, right? They're probably like, oh my gosh, these are the major schools, the Big 12 or SEC school that are offering me a scholarship. And DBU is like, hey, we probably are going to lose to those teams when they start offering the same amount that we're offering. But we're going to take the secondary kids in this region, and we're still going to have a really good team, which I know this is a little bit off topic, but on topic is if Oral Roberts is taking, and they got like Jose Trevino. Where's he from? He's from Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
If Oral Roberts is taking the secondary market of Texas kids and the secondary market of Oklahoma kids, if DBU is doing the same thing and taking the secondhand market of those teams. Now, Texas Tech's a little bit different. They take a lot of junior college California kids. They're not really recruiting tons of Texas kids. They do have Texas kids, don't get me wrong, but Tech is kind of a JUCO West Coast team in a way. And so if you look at SMU, hey, Nimrods, you guys suck at basketball most of the time. You guys aren't good at football most of the time. I get it. Those are money-making sports, more money-making sports than baseball. DBU and Oral Roberts now show you that you will make the 64 almost every year. Like almost, if SMU had a baseball program, I know North Texas runs into this too. I don't know if North Texas would be able to do this because UTA is not making the 64 most of the time.
Yeah.
But if SMU, a major university, I know they're not in the Big 12. Are they about to be? I can't even remember who's going to the Big 12 or not. SMU didn't make it,
No,
did they?
SMU is not included in.
But if SMU had a baseball team, why wouldn't they do as good as DBU? Why wouldn't they do as good as Oral Roberts? Why wouldn't they be in the 64 every year with a chance to make super regionals? They would. Because there's tons of kids. This is one of the hotbeds here, Florida and California are your hotbeds of baseball players, other sports too. But why wouldn't SMU pull their heads out of their rear end and go, guys, we can be a dominant force in a sport. We just have to make the sport. It's baseball. And 11.7 scholarships. Look, the reason SMU doesn't have baseball, why is it? Title IX. When Title IX came into effect, I'm not saying Title IX is a bad thing. Title IX is a good thing, but you had to eliminate men's sports because of Title IX. It wasn't that you added women's sports. You just had to eliminate men's sports. And so they eliminated baseball because they used to play at Reverchon Park. So if you're ever getting on the tollway, Reverchon Park is that park to the right.
D1 soccer, I know, took a big hit.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could put a brand new complex where Reverchon Park is. There's a lot you have to add to be competitive, but look at DBU and look at Oral Roberts. Pretty awesome that these kind of little schools are making major runs every year in baseball, and SMU has their head so far up their rear end, they don't know how to do it.
Right.
All right, morons, keep doing it, man. That football thing's working out well for you.
Oh, my God.
All right, now, moving on after bashing SMU for not knowing how to run sports, is yesterday, the Texas versus Stanford game. Stanford is losing the series 1-0. So if Texas wins last night, Texas goes on to the College World Series. Unfortunately, Texas did not win. I'm rooting for all Texas schools, by the way. I have A&M, Texas, whoever it is, TCU. I'm rooting for all the Texas schools and Oral Roberts. Quinn Matthews starts the game, and I was watching him pitch, and he's a really interesting prospect to me. He doesn't jump off of the screen.
Okay.
But I saw where he's rated the 119th best prospect in this upcoming draft. So somewhere between third and sixth round, let's say. You know, he could get drafted a little bit higher than 119. He could get drafted a little bit later than 119. So he has a future as a possible major leaguer. He's going to get drafted. He throws a complete game yesterday against Texas and throws 156 pitches in the game. So this becomes major news late last night, early this morning in the world of baseball of like, wait a second, what is Stanford doing? And obviously there's like, what a bulldog, what a guy, Quinn Matthews throws 156 pitches and gets the complete game. And then other people are like, what are you doing to this young man? Like, he's about to get drafted and get somewhere between, I'm going to guesstimate, $200,000 to like $200,000 to about $800,000. I know that's a big discrepancy, but it just matters. If he's a third round pick, you get closer to $1 million. If you're a fifth round pick or sixth round pick, you get closer to kind of that 150 to 300 marker in the draft.
That is a crazy amount of pitches.
But yeah, and it's interesting is Choppy let me know because he's obviously following the Tennessee situation versus Southern Miss. They play today for the last spot. There's 2 spots open for the College World Series, Texas versus Stanford tonight, and also Southern Miss versus Tennessee. Tanner Hall is the All-American pitcher for Southern Miss. He's considered a top 100 prospect in this draft. So somewhere between, let's say, late second round to fifth round pick. He threw 123 pitches on Friday and then came back and threw on Monday to close out a game. Now, that's one of the reasons, just to give you an idea, when I was getting recruited by all these schools, UT really wanted me to take a visit there. I didn't take a visit, and Cliff Gustafson at the time was the head coach. His son called me up and just cussed me out on the phone for 5 minutes, which didn't help out. Like, oh, you know what? Now that you've cussed me out on the phone, I definitely want to take a recruiting trip to UT. It's a really interesting. He was furious that I went to every Big 12 school and didn't go to UT to take a visit. My dad didn't want me going there because Cliff Gustafson would pitch his ace pitcher on Friday, 140, 150 pitches, win the game, and then on Sunday you would close out the game. So as the ace pitcher,
that was bad for you. Yeah.
So my dad was like, I don't want you going there because at the time I was considered a guy that you're going to be the ace, not as a freshman, but you're going to be the ace. And at the ace at Texas, Bruce Kieschnick at the time, whoever, you're going to throw however many pitches it takes to win on Friday. And then on Sunday, Cliff is going to ask you, he's going to say, hey, how are you feeling? You know, usually this would be your bullpen day. Can you give me an inning if I need an inning? And what are you going to say, man? You're like excited. You're part of UT's program. You want to win these conference games. You want to go to the World Series. You say, heck yeah, man, I feel good. Let's do it. But is that good for your development if you're trying to become a major league pitcher at the same time while in college? So I think it's an interesting conversation to start now is, do you think Stanford's coach did Quinn Matthews a disservice last night by throwing him the 156 pitches and winning to push it to a Game 3 deciding game tonight on ESPN?
I think I do believe he did his player a disservice, but you know it's tough when you were just mentioning, hey, if you were with Texas baseball, you'd be stoked to be part of the team and contributing. Is now for that pitcher with Stanford, don't you think he was like, heck yeah, I want to keep pitching?
Yeah.
And that's the tough part is I bet he's like, forget my draft status for now. We're 2 wins away from going to the College World Series. Now 1 win away from going to the College World Series.
Yeah, I wonder if like in that dugout, like everybody's kind of, you know, there's this little buzz going around that dugout and they're like, this dude's going back for another one? We gotta win this for him.
Yeah.
Like I do wonder if
That's
it helped.
probably
you
true,
know, and
too.
how much that
Yeah.
sent it over the top.
It's really tough because I did find this out during the baseball playoffs this year. In TAPS and UIL, you can only throw 110 pitches. In fact, the team lost. They had to forfeit the game and didn't move on in the playoffs because the guy keeping track of the pitches messed up. I forget which school it was, but he threw pitches like 113, 114 to a new hitter, and that's a forfeit because you have broken the rule of once you get to 110, if you get a guy out on pitch 107, you can face like kind of one more batter, or let's just say you get a guy out on pitch 109. Because you haven't reached 110, you're able to face one more batter. So if that guy takes 7 pitches to get out and you throw 116 pitches, that's still legal because he didn't reach 110 before the last batter faced. But they have a rule now, which they didn't have when I was a player at Duncanville, is you can only throw 110 pitches in a UIL or TAPS game. So once you get to 110, you have to be taken out. And you have to go on. Obviously, there's no rule like that in college. There's no rule like that in the pros. In the pros, because of the contracts that are given, they don't do this. But in college, you can. And we just saw it yesterday. And I would say this. If the kid is throwing 88 miles an hour, and this is a lefty, by the way, but let's just say he's throwing 86, 87, and his draft prospect was, you're going to be drafted as an extra. And what I mean by that is you're going to be drafted later in the draft. You're going to be offered $1,000 to play baseball. And if you get lucky enough to really overcome the odds, you can maybe make it to Major League Baseball. But everybody needs extra pitchers. Everybody at Frisco is not considered a Major League prospect. There's 5 or 6 guys on that staff that are kind of like, they're fill-ins because we need fill-ins to eat up innings in this league. And they're good enough to pitch AA, but never good enough to pitch in the major leagues. And so if he was considered like a fill-in draft pick,
then you say go for it, because
this is it. Yeah. This is your career. You're not ruining a career. This is your career. Your career is pitching at Stanford, and then it's pretty much going to end. Or your career is pitching at UT, and it's pretty much going to end. Everybody that pitches at Stanford, everybody that plays at UT is not going to go on and play professional baseball. They're not good enough to. So at that moment, I would say throwing 156 pitches, go after it. But could you imagine? I was just thinking of this because I watched Paul Skeens, by the way, pitch on Saturday, the pitcher for LSU, who could be there at number 4 overall for. He's in the 6th inning hitting 101. And I'm like, how is this guy not considered a higher pick than he's going to? It sounds like he's going to be there at 4. We'll see in a month from now when the Rangers pick 4th overall.
You kind of feel like he should be locked for 1 or 2.
Yeah. And if he's there at 4, it goes into another conversation. But now if Paul Skeens threw 156 pitches Saturday against Kentucky, I'm like, what are you doing? This dude's going to make 9 figures pitching a baseball in his career. And you might have just ruined it. He might now have to have a surgery that he might not be able to overcome in the next 12 months because you had to have this win against Kentucky. So it's kind of a little bit hypocritical of me to be like, this guy's the 119th best prospect. This guy's the number 5 best prospect. You treat number 5 different than 119. But I would say that is too many. I would say, hey, man, we got to make it. We want to make it to the World Series, but I can't ruin or possibly ruin this kid's arm to do it.
Just as an aside, did you see the ESPN director that died at the Super Regional?
I did not. No.
He said he was 42.
Oh, no.
And
where at?
Kyle Brown. Oh, it was at the Wake Forest one.
Wow.
Yeah, Alabama and Wake Forest is. So the game wound up starting 2 hours later than usual due to a non-game related medical event, and that was
That's
it.
Horrible.
He was 42.
Younger than all of us?
Yeah, or maybe the same age as Corey. It is very sad, and you've like seen the tributes rolling in, and that's nice, but like,
yeah,
you would rather.
I actually texted my buddy Ross Atkins, who's the general manager of the Toronto Blue Jays, and congratulated him because I came up playing minor league baseball with him and congratulated him on his school making the World Series. I did not know about that, so that stinks. But tonight, you have NBA Finals, and you have Super Regionals.
There's at least 2 Game 3s.
Yes, and that's it. And I know that UT and Stanford are on ESPN at 7 p.m. tonight. So obviously, Stanford does not believe a whole bunch in some other guys that they have because they went 156 pitches with one guy yesterday.
Will Matthews pitch tonight?
I would hope not.
Golly.
I do like him.
Somebody
I will say
said
this.
he threw 200 pitches last weekend.
Well, and I don't know that.
I'm trying to figure.
And that's probably a combo, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that just to be sure.
I will say, if you get to the 4th or 5th round and you're the Rangers, I kind of like that kid. I'm not saying I know he's going to be a major leaguer, but watching him in the game, I was like, oh, he's an intriguing prospect. 92, 93 from the left side, and he's a pitcher. And what I mean by that is he's manipulating the ball, moving it around, changing speeds. I was like, will that continue, and can he be successful in the major leagues with that? To be determined. Paul Skeens, I already know. That dude's going to be a major leaguer.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I got a question about games in your backyard, but also, what's more likely? The Niners fall apart or the Cowboys offense has its best season ever? And does one have to happen for Mike's prediction to come true? Next on The Fan.
The Rangers open up a 7
DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, what we were discussing off air just now, Kevin, we needed to get to.
No.
Okay, all right. I wanted to point this out. Just saw this from the Dallas Cowboys Twitter account, at Dallas Cowboys. By the way, if you tweet at Dallas Cowboys, it goes directly to Jerry, I'm told. So
I kind of believe that sometimes, the way he responds to
when
things.
you tweet at people that work at the Dallas Cowboys website, they report that stuff directly to Jerry and Steven, I'm told. You think
I think you're making
all right,
that
you know
up.
what? Whenever we get to camp, whenever we get to training camp, Kevin, we'll ask all the good people from DallasCowboys.com if that's true or not.
I think if we pose that question to Jerry, he would joke that he had a burner account.
He's like, I see it every day.
I saw what happened at Zion. I can't have my name on
Matter
that.
of fact, they print out them, bring them directly to my desk.
Now
and
that I
read
do believe.
Uh-huh.
That's a different thing. I do believe that.
I believe that too, for many reasons. All right, but I did see this, and I think it's cool. Special teams coordinator John Fossil. Have you ever heard of him?
Bones.
He hosted Kids with Prison Fellowship Ministries for a day.
Oh.
They ran football drills, had words of encouragement, shared stories, and some cool gifts for each one of the campers. Prison Fellowship, I was like, I have no clue what this is, so I went to look, Kevin. It is what I thought it was.
Okay.
Seeks to restore those affected by crime and incarceration to make communities safer and healthier. Look, whenever somebody goes to jail, there is a kid or multiple kids that saw this happen or know that their parent is in jail for whatever reason.
Oh, that's a good point.
And so I don't know exactly the whole, way that this is approaches, but I did see that this morning. I thought it was pretty cool. Wanted to pass it along.
Because they give a damn and they're trying.
Yep.
I'm not saying you got to solve everything, but if you give it a shot and you're trying to help, good.
Yes, absolutely. And so, and hopefully those kids, they're like, man, this experience was awesome. I need to take positivity into this world. Try and put as much positivity into this place as we can while we're here. All right.
Oh.
I got a question. What, do you disagree on positivity? Or are you like, I got to bring the negative?
I agree. It was that last part that made me nervous.
Okay. All right. What is more likely to happen this season? The 49ers fall apart, or the Cowboys offense has its best season ever?
Let's say the 49ers fall apart. I still understand all the reasons they should be good. But for some reason, regardless of how good your defense is or the rest of your weapons, I wonder if you trot Sam Darnold out there or he's a backup plan because you think Brock Purdy's back good to go. And unfortunately, if he were to get hurt again, I still think that's more likely than the best offense in Cowboys history.
Mike, your thoughts? More likely the Niners fall apart or the Cowboys offense has its best season ever?
Can I ask you this about the best offensive season ever?
Yeah.
What is considered the best offensive season ever by the Dallas Cowboys? Is it like 2014's efficient offense of Tony Romo handing the ball off to DeMarco Murray for 1,800 plus yards and him not turning the ball over?
Good question, Mike. That's up to you to decide.
Oh.
Dunked on.
Most likely to happen, I would say, I guess the offense. Because the thing is with the 49ers, I've seen over time, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it's Brock Purdy, it just seems like they're going to figure out a way to win 10-plus games, no matter who their quarterback is. And so I think that they're going to be a 10-plus win team. The Cowboys, I don't think they're going to be the best offensively, but I think they can be really good. If I kind of feel like I have to go all in. If I'm really going to say the Cowboys are making the Super Bowl, I have to buy everything on the Cowboys.
Okay. And that's interesting because like Steve Wilks was announced as the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. DeMeco Ryans was fantastic in that role. Robert Saleh was fantastic in that role. I don't know how much of it changes because of that, right? Like, I don't know how much Steve Wilks comes in and goes, hey, guys, I'm here to revolutionize the Niners defense. And the Niners are just like, but we're good. Like, why are we trying to change much? And I do trust that Shanahan hires good coaches. He has a wealth of knowledge of the coaching across the NFL. He's been in it for a long time, lots of history there. But those guys love DeMeco Ryans. They played for DeMeco Ryans. They played hard, and they hit hard. They played the way that he played. So I can see something where it kind of falls off just a little bit, and maybe their quarterback play is inconsistent enough where throughout the year, because they're like, we're trying to figure out, we're patchworking a quarterback this year. We don't know what's going to happen, that San Francisco is able to fall apart. Now, my question is, does one have to happen for Mike's prediction to come true?
I don't.
Does either one of these things have to happen for the Cowboys to get to the Super Bowl?
I don't necessarily think so, because I think dual top 5 Cowboys can get the job done. Like if you're top 5 in offensive efficiency, top 5 in defensive efficiency, I think that can get the job done. Now, clearly, I would get why we would think you need the 49ers to fall apart, but I could still see a scenario in which you play and defeat the 49ers. I wouldn't pick the Cowboys in that game, probably, but I could see that happen.
Yeah, we were illegal man downfield being called away from maybe the Cowboys winning that game. Like it was a close game. Obviously, your offense wasn't good enough. They didn't put the points on the board they needed, and once Tony Pollard was off the field, everything changed. But maybe McCarthy can adjust just enough in games where Kellen couldn't. I don't know. I don't know exactly how that's going to come together. But I do think that the Cowboys offense just needs to be good enough. When you square up against San Francisco for maybe the third time, that's where that question of we need them to fall apart. We need them just to not be here. All right, now my next question. So Sunday was yesterday, Kevin.
Yes.
And Adrian was gone getting her nails done. The boys were doing some other stuff, and I looked at Lucy and I said, want to go play in the pool? And she was like, yes, let's go. We get out in the pool.
She always want to play in the pool?
She's down for, yes. She always, if it's water, she wants to be there.
Okay.
We started playing this game. We have the mini basketball. Now, Kevin, you and Brandon used to play a game in this room where Brandon would go run routes around this table.
Yeah.
And you would throw a football at the basket, the trash can, and he would try to block it. And I loved this game because I love games like this.
Sure.
We have a float that just kind of is small enough to look like a basket. And so I'm sitting there, we're playing, we're shooting, she's trying to rebound. Like she's like, I got to get the ball before you. And we're playing. We played for an hour and a half. We played this game. I think she beat me 76-74. And
on a complex yet not totally clear scoring
She told me what the score was at the end of the game. So I was just like, all right, I'll trust you on this. Yeah, she kept me close in this one. It was so much fun. And when I got done, I was like, that's the most fun I've had in the pool since we moved into this house. I had an absolute blast. It brought me back to all those days of being a kid, playing games. And then even whenever I got older and me and my buddies were living together and we were in the backyard just drinking, and we just move our chairs to different corners of the backyard and start throwing the football. Here's the rule. Hand you catch it with, hand you have to throw it with. If you catch it with your foot, you have to kick it across the backyard. Stupid rules, right? But we're just having a blast out there doing those things. So 877-881-1053. What are your favorite pool games from being a kid, or backyard games in general that you've made up, that you created, that were fun?
And my question for the pool basketball, did most every, for a certain age, pool basketball game end up being a combination of Horse, Dude Perfect, and the And One mixtape?
Yes.
Like, I felt like you got to a point where, like,
jumping in, flying, doing flips,
maybe do a
as you don't.
flip and then see if you can still make the shot. That was the best.
Yes.
So what originally popped in my mind was not a pool game, is we would throw a tennis ball on top of the roof and try to field it accordingly, and we would turn it into like a baseball game. And sometimes it would be like, you have to let it bounce twice. And then it was like a hybrid with wall ball.
Okay.
And so you would throw it off the roof, and we had I don't know if all roofs are still pretty much like this, the different ridged roof, like you've got the shingles on there and everything like that, but that will create some unpredictable bounces.
Yes.
And so you had to react accordingly. And I always thought that was super fun. But as a kid, sometimes I feel like you will your way to this is fun. Like, is it really
probably
fun?
so.
I don't know, but it's fun.
And that's like that. You're right about that, because a lot of times when I was a kid, our game when I was a kid was diving into the pool, and my mom would sit in the shallow end on a float. This way she didn't have to do much, right?
Maybe toss the ball.
And she would throw the ball, and we would dive across the water and try to catch the ball in the air and land in the water. And we did this for hours. and hours on end. And you know what? There became a competitive part of it. I've caught 7 in a row so far. Yes. And if it was just me, then I'm trying to outdo myself. If I got a friend there, then I'm trying to beat them in this game. My kids aren't that competitive, I guess, because that's not fun to them. They'd rather be on their Switch or something like that. I'm still to this day. We were doing a fantasy football draft at my buddy's house. When we got done, the Conor McGregor fight was on.
Yeah.
In the middle of waiting around, we'd jump in the pool and somebody would throw the football across for us, and it was an absolute blast.
There's a lot of feedback about this. Is 972 is called turning a double play, catching and throwing while jumping into the pool.
Yes.
The 405. I feel like this is universal. Definitely diving football catches in the pool, because you would envision yourself as needing to get those toes down before you hit the sideline. But in reality, you mean to make sure you jump into the water.
Yes.
And
yes.
you'll
Guys,
be
don't land on the
okay.
concrete and everything's going to be fine. In 817, we call it goalie. One person stands on the trampoline, the other shoots a soccer ball about 20 yards away. If it gets past you, it's a goal. And you're diving on a trampoline, so it's not like you're going to break your ribs.
And you can redefine the goals to what parameters you find fair, right? Like, you might be like the goal, like, let's say it's not the pool. The goal is this fence post to this one, and you realize that's not fair, and then you tighten it up.
Yes.
And you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
like,
exactly.
You find the appropriate fence-to-fence level that's a fair goal.
It was always
outside of the pool.
The sidewalk outside was the out of bounds, and then I guess where like the flowers would be for most yards. Or you just kind of said, yeah, right along this side of the house so you didn't run into the wall. That was a very big deal.
The sidewalk makes a lot of sense as your marker.
It's a great line.
You would have the incident where you're like, all right, maybe the shrubs on the other side of the other outdoor are the other out of bounds.
Getting tackled on the sidewalk or somehow
yeah.
or the walkway to a house.
Yes.
Right? Because that would always have to be like the end zone or something, because you're like, God, and then but that's where the most violent things happen because you're trying to score. And so eventually you tackle somebody onto the sidewalk, and that kind of ends the game because then somebody's crying because they're bleeding and stuff.
And that's what somebody texted in. It's all fun and games until you eat it on the stones on the edge of the pool.
Should the parents have always just been like, instead of saying, all right, now it's done, should they have said, now play a little safer and let you get back out there and learn? Or was calling it off right then good for you? Because I mean, what if you learned a little more from that?
That's a tough question, because I feel like with the information we share in today's society, everybody knows what your parents are doing. Then it was just a shadow game of like, hey, we got stuff to do inside. What was that stuff? Don't know. But you knew you keep playing outside no matter the cost.
From the 214, my brothers and I would play a game called Nuke. We were positioned on the opposite sides of the playground in our backyard, and we would try to land a football to eliminate the other 10 teams' lives. Missiles were 1 hit, nukes were 3 hits.
Okay, I like that.
We used to play kickball on the back of a pickup truck, and if you make it the furthest, you win the whole damn thing. I don't know how
Not a moving pickup truck, right?
I don't know how that worked out. My brothers and I played
kickball.
Brothers and I played baseball in the living room. Wadded up piece of paper wrapped in tape was a ball. And we did the same thing. We would go to my parents' softball games, and there was this one square section out at Audubon, Kevin, where we didn't have a bat because you couldn't swing a bat around there because you could hit little kids. But we had a tennis ball or a paper ball, and we would use our hands to hit it over the fence, which was probably like 12 feet tall. But it was that's what it was, man. The trash cans were first and third base, and then the middle post was second base.
I rarely have random notes, but this is my random note about remembering my dad playing like a men's baseball league. I saw a person put mayonnaise on their hot dog. That's the only thing I remember as a little kid about my dad playing. I don't remember how he did. He probably did great. He's a former major leaguer and stuff like that. I just remember somebody putting mayonnaise on a hot dog, and that'll always stick in my head as going to my dad's adult league baseball
Wait,
game.
like over the top of the Frankfurter, or like lining the bun?
Like a hot dog's in there. You go pump your mustard or your hot dog, or your ketchup or whatever, and they put mayonnaise on top of the hot dog instead of like mustard or ketchup. And I was like, this is the craziest thing I've seen in my life so far.
This might need to be a follow-up segment. Is how did you transport household items and what were their new functions? Like when you talked about the trash can or the hose would be a base, especially if it was still all coiled up, that would absolutely be a base at times. your fence. Oh, I'm in for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Y'all ever played in-house football with balled up socks? 1,000,000%.
All the time.
Coming up next.
I used to have a dirty dunk. You know how many times I would just fill up my dirty clothes with
the
clean
dirty
clothes?
and most of them were clean. Yeah. Coming up next, where do all 30 MLB teams stand as the trade deadline moves closer? And who are the primary relievers available that, maybe the Rangers will take a look at? We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
The latest from
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
The first pitch, Grossman swings, and that one is hammered to left. Back on Rosarena, track wall, out of here! Robbie Grossman, a solo home run, and the Rangers are on the board. It is 4-1, Tampa Bay.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I did want to talk about the Rangers in baseball, but there's a couple of different things at play here. First of all, 877-881-1053. Do you remember a Sesame Street-based water park? Also,
where was it and what was the name?
Okay.
I think I went to this.
I'm going to get back to that in 1 second. Also, I take you to the now Reggie news desk for something and someone that we mentioned earlier today.
No, there are no trades involved here. Okay. I guess this is breaking news, and breaking news on 105 through the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Teofimo Lopez, who fought on Saturday when we were talking about the big day of sports, he fought against Josh Taylor?
Yeah,
is that his name again? He won. He's 19-1, 14 knockouts, and he is apparently announcing that he's retiring from boxing.
It's interesting. 4 hours ago, ESPN put out the article, "The Rebirth of a Star. Lopez is back on top and now has a whole division chasing him." Well,
chased him out the game, I guess.
Yeah, Josh Taylor. Yeah, that is.
This is a big deal.
I mean,
this is a retired too soon kind of thing, or what's?
I'm surprised just because Lomachenko was going to be the next big thing in boxing, and not to say that he hasn't already had an amazing career, but he lost to Lopez, and I personally was really surprised at the time, and to see him come back, get a big win, and then just wrap it up, that is pretty surprising.
Yeah, it feels like he still has the opportunity, or had the opportunity, to make a few fights that would make a lot of money, which it seems like is the end game in the boxing game right now, but I guess he's done enough for himself.
1,000,000%. From the 214, Sesame Place in Irving. I grew up right down the street from it. From the 214, it was off of 183. From the 972, it was called Sesame Place. It was on the corner of Esther's and 183 in Irving. And then somebody said Esther's and Pioneer Drive. But I think the point is they have figured out the small area in Irving, specifically where it was. I don't remember this at all.
I'm pretty sure my parents or grandparents took me to this as I was very little. I mean, I totally forgot about it, but I remember going to a Sesame Street thing, and obviously I didn't travel up to New York to do it.
I have this very distinct memory. The only reason I asked this is I was scrolling through Facebook and happened to see an old Wet n Wild picture. And then how one of those memories will pop for you. And I was like, man, I think there was a Sesame something around here. And I don't remember the name of it. So I went and looked. Sesame Place was open from 82 to 84. I would have been 3 years old. So yeah. I'm saying now that my oldest memory is at least 3. That's where I can start remembering things, or at least have a glimpse or an image or a picture of something. I don't know exactly what my oldest memory is. I know where the oldest hair on my body is, but that's it.
Oh my Lord. That image
It'd be on your head.
Is horrifying.
What?
The Sesame Street place?
The entrance.
It was a stairwell going into Big Bird's mouth.
That is terrifying.
It is terrifying. I told you, this is a terrifying thing.
Holy
This huge yellow stairwell that goes all the way up into Big Bird's mouth, and he's like,
and he looks kind of angry. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh. All right. So on the Rangers front, there's a couple things here that I wanted to just flip through. Is obviously ESPN had their article about likelihood of different teams to trade. And the Rangers are in aggression tier 1, full speed ahead, which I feel like we all kind of were on board with that, right? Whether it's just bullpen pieces or something else. I feel like we've all been on the same page that the Rangers will be involved and active in the trade market.
Yes. I think they'll be very aggressive, and you have to remember, this is a now team. This is not a developmental team. I've talked about it a week or so ago about the Shohei Ohtani fictional trading for him, and obviously he's coming to town and pitching Thursday.
Against Eovaldi.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm going to get to do that game. That'll be really fun to be there. And I said, that's the best ticket in all of baseball. When Ohtani's pitching and Trout is healthy, you get Ohtani and Trout in the same game, him pitching, hitting, and then Trout. There's not a better ticket in baseball when that happens. And you don't know how long it's going to last with Ohtani, how long he can actually do this. But this is a now team. Evaldi's not young. He's not under a 5-year contract.
Sure.
John Gray's not young.
Sure.
Like, these guys are in their prime. I don't want to say they're done, but this is a now team. Your middle infield, their average age is 30 years old because they're both around 30 years old. This is a team that can win now, and they're not built for 5 years from now. Maybe they will be great 5 years from now. This is a now team.
The thing that was exciting that went along with this is ESPN Stats and Info simulated win count for the Rangers, 102-60.
Wow.
We told you the other day that they were on pace for 106 wins. Obviously slowed down a little bit, but 102-60. But I want you to listen to this next part of it because this is amazing. Simulated playoff chances for the Texas Rangers, 99%.
Mavericks at one point this year were at 99%, Kevin. Well, I think with like 3/4 of the way into the season, maybe with like 13 games left.
Do you agree that the people running all levels of the Rangers right now are better than the people running all levels of the Mavericks?
Like Chris Young, who's going to be on at 420 today with G-Bag?
Yes.
Yes.
You think he's better than Mark Cuban?
Billion%.
Okay. Bruce Bochy better than Jason Kidd? At coaching.
Come on, dude.
I don't know. Jason Kidd got his team to the Western Conference Finals in the first
One dude
year.
has 3 World Series championships as a coach.
Yeah, but not with the Rangers.
True.
So this is his first year. We'll see how things go.
Jason Kidd watched in the bubble and won a championship as a coach.
We'll see how things go.
As an
with
assistant coach.
But here's the other part of it that I found epically fascinating. 80% likelihood of the Texas Rangers to win the division.
Okay.
Which goes against the idea that a lot of people think. And 21% chance to win the World Series. That is ahead of the Braves and tied with the Tampa Bay Rays for the best figure in all of baseball. So ESPN Sims is like, it's the Rangers and the Rays are your favorites right now to win the World Series.
Man, that is a great feeling. Obviously, it feels like the Rays will be in the way for that. But like you were talking about, I have no doubt in my mind that Chris Young has the want and desire to acquire whatever it takes to add to the bullpen by the end of the year or whatever they need and what they're finding out. I mean, did they find out anything from Tampa that their best pitchers are good enough against the best pitchers of Tampa? Or did they find out Martin Perez is still kind of the, more pumpkin than he was last year, Prince Charming?
Right.
And so that's kind of where we are with finding some things out. And whenever we get in a playoff series, Perez doesn't have to start any of these games.
Sure.
Like we can turn to this instead. So there's lots of fun here.
Now, there's also an article up on The Athletic. I believe it is by Mike Bassick's nemesis. And
Jim Bowden.
Yep. And
my former general manager.
Sorry, buddy.
Told me to keep trick effing him. I'll tell you what, Jim Bowden. Then he ruined my career. So he won. He had the power.
I'm sorry. We should have him on the show.
No. Oh,
would you tell him off?
No.
Okay. That's probably
it just wouldn't be productive because yuck.
I got you. They got a list of relievers. One of these, I'm going to say, hey, does this sound good? And then tell you why it's not. Pierce Johnson with the Rockies. He has 11 saves this year. Does that sound good?
11 saves sounds pretty good.
I think that's what our guy has, Will Smith.
Pierce Johnson has a WAR of minus 0.5 and a 7.2 ERA.
Is that good?
That's Colorado, bro.
No, it's not.
You're going to have a high ERA in Colorado.
Pick them up.
That's just the way it goes. Like, look at John Gray's history, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back. Let's go take a look real quick and see how he did when he was in Colorado versus here. His ERA in Colorado,
a 7.
First year, 5.53. Second year, 4.61. We'll skip over the third year.
What happened in the third year?
3. Fourth year, 5.12. Fifth year, we'll skip over that. There was another 3. 2020, 6.69. Nice. From the 21, 4.59. So he comes to Texas, 3, 2.3.
Yeah, look what John Gray did. Look what he's doing here.
Yeah.
But that guy also has a 7 ERA. That feels...
Yeah. in Colorado,
Okay,
Kevin.
all right. I'll give you some other options.
Come to Texas and see how our Texas thing happens.
What? Most likely to be. That made a lot of sense to Mike. What about with the Tigers? You think the Tigers are likely to be dealing off at the deadline? And the reason why I bring this up, too, is you're 50 days out from the trade deadline.
Yes.
But realistically, probably 20-ish days from like when things really get
All-Star
started.
break, things get really right. Everybody's talking.
Yeah.
And so All-Star break, things can happen or right before. Some team might want to jump the gun before general managers really start getting together and having strong conversations.
The Tigers, if you think they're going to deal, are a team to start watching because Jason Foley and Alex Lang are both up for consideration. Foley, 28 games, 2.63 ERA. Lang, he's their primary closer, 10 saves in 27 games with a 3.42 ERA.
All right.
And
we used to have Foley's here. It changed to Macy's.
Is that right? I'm not disputing that. I don't recall that being the shift. Okay. Are you looking?
Everybody knows that.
Do they?
Yeah.
Are you looking for 8th and 9th inning people, or is your confidence level in Will Smith where you're looking for 7th and 8th inning people? Like, where do you identify the bullpen needs outside of just we need some guys?
Will Smith has done a great job. I'd like to move Will Smith back to 8th inning.
Okay.
I'd like to have a guy that, not that Will Smith he's doing the job. I would just like Will to go back to 8th inning, 9th inning if needed, but I'd like to have a guy who's better than Will Smith in the 9th inning and bump him back to 8th.
So you would like to trade for somebody that you feel like could be your primary closer
Yes.
and then another bullpen piece that is available late inning.
Yes, I would like to have new closer, Will Smith, Sporgs, and another guy compete for the 7th, 8th inning situation. So you have 3 guys that you feel good about in the 7th, 8th inning, and you have a new closer. And nothing against Will Smith. He's doing a great job doing it while we're in this situation.
I agree with Mike.
Okay.
Give me Ariel Diaz as our closer.
I'm still gonna have nightmares about this Sesame Place thing.
Or give me that pitcher from San Francisco that's like 25 that throws 102. I want him.
I can see.
I want the top of the class. I want Class A.
Yeah, give me Class A.
Is it a bad look if you trade back for somebody that you already sent
I'll tell you
away?
what. Here's what we do: we re-sign Kluber and we trade him back. Kluber.
That's not. I don't think.
Are you still looking at Sesame Place? Then?
Yes, I am. Because it's
Did they have like a
stuff of
water slide, or was
nightmares.
it just was it a regular place and it had
Corey?
a water feature?
Just like in real life, I haven't moved past the entrance yet.
Okay.
Because I just can't.
I'm not going to do this, but it's at my parents' house. I think if I went through the pictures upon pictures that are just stuffed in boxes, I think I can find myself at this crazy place.
I think I can too. And I think there was like a little surfing section, and Snuffleupagus was there. And I
just don't remember everything, but I think I can remember the pictures of this place.
I would love for that to come to fruition. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you people.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Iggy. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. We had a sports and movie memorabilia question for you. Now, you can ignore the values because I get how that would play. There's a Wilt Chamberlain jersey and the shorts from his rookie year that's about to be auctioned off. The last jersey Wayne Gretzky ever wore in an NHL game just got auctioned off.
The Wilt Chamberlain, is that the Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay,
correct.
Philadelphia. Okay, go ahead.
Are they the Warriors, though?
I believe that is correct.
Philadelphia. Okay, go ahead.
The Wayne Gretzky last jersey he ever wore in an NHL game. Or
is that the Rangers? I don't even know.
That is correct.
Okay.
Or the Paul Newman gear from Slapshot.
Paul Newman's skates that he wore in filming the movie Slapshot sold today for $25,400.
CCMs? Bauer?
Do they have that CCM money?
They don't have anything on them. Like it's really weird, Broadus. You can take a look
They're
at this.
generic skate.
Very generic.
You just buy in a box.
There's rust on the skate part, like on the blade and everything. It doesn't, and they're just black. Black with white laces. That's about all I got on them right now.
I think they're CCMs.
Okay, all right.
Which would you prefer? Putting aside value because the Gretzky and Wilt are significantly more expensive. Just for you personally, which would you pick?
Man, it's tough because Wayne Gretzky is the best player in that sport of all time, but I like basketball a lot better.
Okay, yeah.
And Wilt's older, so I think that item's more rare. I'll take the Chamberlain.
Okay.
I'd go Gretzky because, yes, he is the best in his sport by a large margin.
By the biggest margin of any of the four
I think that would be pretty cool. And I think there's probably less hockey memorabilia, big picture, that you'd want than, say, the NBA or Major League Baseball or even the NFL. That'd probably be at the top of the list.
Give me Jacques Plot's first mask he ever wore in a game.
That would actually be pretty incredible. Now, the Gretzky jersey sold for $715,000.
His final one?
His final one. Wow. The most for any.
Did he sell it or did somebody have it?
That's a good
Let me ask you this.
question.
How often did he change jerseys throughout the game?
Oh, like a period guy?
Yeah.
I mean, is all of a sudden remember what
after each period.
Emmett
more
Smith
Yager.
did?
Eric's starting to giggle.
Yeah, remember what Emmett, he always tucked his jersey in the back of his pants too, by the way. That was something he did.
Emmett?
No, Wayne Gretzky.
Oh.
But
Got me
I
excited
wonder
for a
if he
second.
went through, knowing it was his final game, if he went through three or four jerseys.
Or a couple. That's an
Yeah,
interesting point.
yeah.
This surpassed Mike Ruzione's Miracle on Ice jersey.
Oh,
that had
Okay.
sold for $657,000.
I'll take that over Gretzky.
I think I would too.
That is badass.
That feels like that
Mike
transcends.
Ruzioni, who do you play for? I play for the United States of America.
By the way, the Wilt Chamberlain.
What a movie.
So
jersey,
badass.
They think it might sell for more than $3 million.
I'll tell you what, I'll buy one of these Oakland A's jerseys. This is the biggest miracle I've ever seen. That team's on a winning streak in Major League Baseball.
How many have they won now?
6.
Have they won 6?
Are the Oakland A's not the worst team in baseball?
They are.
Okay. Good job, Kansas City. Keep on keeping on.
All right, go ahead. Go back to it. Sorry.
I think I would have gone for the Wilt Chamberlain stuff, not just because of the price you just said, but I think basketball memorabilia has better resale value.
Okay, quick question since you brought up the Royals. Not trying to sidetrack you here.
Okay.
We were talking about starting pitching guys that you would trade for.
5 in a row.
They've
Sorry, I've
won
already
5 in a row?
counted. They've only won 5 in a row.
A's are 5.
Yeah, you gave one more. Maybe they'll end up winning again. Old as heck, big time grunter, but probably going to be cheap compared to some of these other guys. Would you have any interest in Zach Greinke?
0.
Okay.
He can't pitch a playoff game for me. Throwing 84 to 86 miles an hour. I get like he junk balls it up and he can give you innings in the regular season. I cannot depend on Zach Greinke at this point in his career pitching a playoff game.
How much
for
do
me.
you think they need another starter, Mike?
If they want to go deep into the playoffs, they need another starter and a
Here's
guy
the
who's
playoff starter.
a guy who's
Yeah.
better than Dunning, Perez, and Heaney. I don't need them to be better than Evaldi and Gray. It'd be great if they were, but I need a guy better than those other 3 guys. And nothing against those 3 guys. They're going to eat up innings for me. They're going to give me a chance to win. But if I get into a playoff round against Tampa, against whoever, the Yankees, the Astros, right? There's a good chance you play the Astros in the first round, either way, whether you're the wild card team or you're the division winner. Can I beat the Astros if my number 3 starting pitcher is, you name them right now? That gets a little bit scary for me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Now, we had an off-the-sports topic question. Do you have do's and don'ts for the self-checkout line, or are there things that people do that irritate the hell out of you at the self-checkout line?
You got to be ready. You got to be ready.
I'm with you.
Don't go up there fumbling around trying to kind of figure things out. Yeah, have your number ready, plug it in, get your discount, have your card ready, have the bagging area ready. Don't mill around. Don't feel like, I forgot something over in frozen pies area.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, and you're looking back and you're trying to figure things out. Be organized.
This drove me crazy. Over
Yeah.
the weekend, I had an experience here, and I was explaining to Abby as we walked out to our vehicle about 15 minutes after we should have. I said, when you're in elementary school and middle school, you can clearly see on a daily basis the difference in intelligent people and complete idiots. And the older you get, you don't run into these clear examples as often. But what we just witnessed is one. As the people are taking minutes to hit the pay by card button and then realize, I put my card over here?
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, all this stuff should be very, very automatic if you're venturing into public at all over the last 15 years. So, my first rule is that I don't want the line to be long enough because you'll think it's shorter, but the incompetency and the low IQ of the people in front of you will extend that. Beyond that, I try not to do more than about a half cart, about 45, 50 items is the most I'll put through that thing.
Let me tell you what, if you have alcohol in your cart, immediately identify with the lady or guy up there.
Yeah,
hey,
get ahead of that.
got it. Need some help. Get them over there. Don't wait till the thing beeps 17 times.
Well, because they lollygag too a little bit. They're not always on their
page. The helper
percent.
people?
Yes.
No, the helper people, you got to go.
You got to helpers.
No, you got to walk up to them immediately and get in their face and say, "Hey, I need help here. I've got alcohol." Okay, and then don't yell at them like, "Oh, hey, and it's beep and all that. No, immediately walk up.
Invade their
I've got
space.
alcohol here. Come here. Let's do this first. That's what I'm talking about.
That's good strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you about the timing of it is when people aren't watching when they're next.
Yeah.
To see what the next one
They're looking
is.
at the candy aisle or they're
Yeah.
kind of they're mesmerized by what's on D Magazine or some soap opera guide or
It's
something.
not for everybody. If you're not capable of scanning items and paying for something with a debit card efficiently, then just go stand on the regular line.
I'm with you on that, but I think people have a hard time accepting that it's not for them.
I know.
A lot of the people you're talking about, they think it is for them. They're like, I got this.
Well, number one, they're unemployed probably because they can't get any skills developed, and because of that, they don't have a schedule to keep. So 12 minutes to them is nothing. Those two things are facts.
Have
Do you think Abby picked up what you were trying to teach her yesterday?
Oh, absolutely.
Did she?
Yeah, I'm like, that's not who you got to be in life.
Yeah.
Let's just be able to get
I
that
tell
done.
you, what great parenting over there, man. I appreciate
Agreed. Agreed. What do you guys got coming up?
And
on
if
the
you have
program
produce, go let somebody else scan that, right? If it's produce, make sure that they can do it.
Look up my name. Look up my name
But
quickly.
nobody knows how to type. I'm just trying to figure out
3 letters can usually get it done.
I mean, we'll pull in there with 12 items and be like, bam, 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
Swipe, we're out of there. And somebody with 4 items is like, huh? I'm just a caveman. Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin. Back to the
I heard you guys
question.
got Chris Young coming on the show
That's
today.
right. Cy Young show at 4:20.
All right. So
I'm in a
it's gonna
mood.
be a good
Apparently.
show,
Yeah,
or-
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Nice. All right. Looking forward to that. I actually am. I think this cross-talk has been very effective to get people to carry over into the G-Bag Nation.
Those people are unemployed because
you can't handle it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. K and
Go work for Whataburger.
We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I love Whataburger, Kevin.
The food is great. The rest of the experience, get it together.
Be a part of the show. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome in on a Monday. General at your service at ease. Here's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. You do have Lucius Alexander, as per usual, in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and of course Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. How we doing, guys? You have a good weekend?
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Actually, excellent. Yeah,
it was good. I went to one of my buddies' 1-year-old. Their daughter had a birthday party, and I was house sitting over there out in Aubrey. Their house was also in Aubrey, so it worked out. And I ran into a big-time Tolo. His name's Braden. He loves the station. And he's a big fan of the top 10, and him and his wife every day will guess what the list's going to be, and then she'll quiz her afterwards.
Okay, that's good.
How well did you do? So
family that Tolos together?
Yeah, they've made it part of their day, which was like, oh man, that's fantastic, and they love every single one of the shows. G-Bag, of course, their favorite, but shout out to Brady.
Remy's coming up on 2 now, and right before I left for work, I'd been feeding her some lunch. Some chicken fettuccine Alfredo, which is really good. From Pizza Hut, the one. I always get a little side of pasta.
Oh, is that good? I have not had it.
I like it. They put a good cheese on it.
Really good.
And I was like, okay, Daddy's got to go to work. I got to take you to see Nana now. She starts throwing a massive fit. And I'm like, I'm kind of feeling guilty, but also feeling proud that she wants to hang out with Dad so much.
100%, dude.
She's like, no, Daddy. And I'm like, hey, I'm sorry. Daddy's got to go to work. I know you're going to miss me. So I'm dropping her off with Nana. And as soon as I put her down, she turned and ran for the chicken fettuccine Alfredo. She didn't care that Daddy was leaving. She just wanted to eat. I'm like, okay, I understand now. Okay, and I actually felt a little bit better, that she wasn't emotionally damaged from me going to work.
Because grown-ups come back, and she knows that. And fettuccine doesn't always come back.
No.
And my kids love pasta too. At 2 and 3 years old, if I just ask them, hey, what do you want for breakfast? They'll just be like, pasta?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I get that, but can we do something else here?
It is so good. It is so good when you get the gooey cheese bite with the sauce and the perfect pasta. Yeah. Rays take 2 of 3 from our Rangers over the weekend. Not a huge surprise. Little disappointment, I think, for fans, but it's understandable. That's the way baseball go, number 1. And they're a great home team, number 2. So you tip your cap to them, and we say, we'll see you back here in our place July 17th. Okay, and we're coming to whoop that ass.
Hell yeah.
Shortly after the All-Star break here coming up this summer. But, I think there is a topic in there, and I asked Mike about it there at Crosstalk. I wanted to get your thoughts on it. CY's coming up at 420. I think there is a reality around the idea that, maybe Martin Perez isn't going to be able to follow up on the greatness of 2021. And Heaney is nice but not great. You have 2 really good pitchers on your team, and maybe, there's a conversation to be had, like, what do you need more? Multiple relievers or one starting pitcher. I think you're going to need to fortify both parts of that pitching staff if you want to fulfill your dreams and what I believe is their destiny at this point, guys. What do you say?
100%, man. If they want to go win the World Series or go on a deep playoff run, I agree with Baskey. You're going to have to. You're going to be going up against some dominant lineups and, more importantly, some dominant pitchers that are not. You're not going to be able to just have these offensive outbursts where, okay, it was fine that we had an average pitcher on the bump today because we just put up 11 on these dudes. Like, you're not going to be able to do that.
No, not in the postseason.
You 100%, and it's very interesting. There's a lot of good trade deadline nuggets that we'll have to get into at some point, maybe during the hodgepodge or something, but a lot of people are going to be coming after pitchers right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see who ends up getting them, what's the compensation for it. But if the Rangers really want to do it, and they knew this, that's why they got DeGrom and Eovaldi. And then, of course, they have John Gray, and they bring in Heaney. They knew this is what they were ultimately going to need. You probably don't have to go get a DeGrom-level dude, but you got to go get somebody that can squeeze in their second, third in the rotation, I would think.
Yeah, there's some big-time names out there, the Shane Biebers of the world that you could go and get, and I don't know how expensive he would be. When we go around the bases at 6 o'clock, I got some other names. I think that both is the answer. I still think the bullpen is going to be the area that they need to address more, that is more pressing. But certainly if you have World Series aspirations, another legit starting pitcher, because they're already talking about, hey, should we go to a 6-man rotation just for a little bit, bring back up Cody Bradford to allow some of our starters to have some rest? And with Martin, he was the one that I was concerned about with the new rules, especially with the shift. He was a ground ball pitcher. The ground ball outs are down for him this year, and he's a guy that's all about I'm painting the edges of the strike zone. And if his command and his ball placement is not where it needs to be, which it wasn't yesterday, he hung a couple over the plate, Wander Franco takes him for a 3-run homer, he's going to struggle. So the consistency issues have been there. He's had a couple really good starts, and then he's had a couple like yesterday to where when you get into a playoff series, you might have some, I don't know, about this. So I'm not as low on Martinez, maybe others are, but I understand the need as this team has now put themselves in the contender World Series category to maybe need to make a move.
Hopefully he can bounce back, Brian. What do you say?
Yeah, I think the fact that they now know the DeGrom situation and what it is, I think there was some time where they were kind of holding hope that maybe that he was going to be able to come back and they were able to work through it. But once that they put him on the shelf, now the mission is clear. They for them to be like everybody's talking about what they need to do to have success. Yeah, they can score a lot of runs, but can you keep teams from scoring runs on you? And I think they're to the point now where CY, and we'll have him today and have the opportunity to ask him this question, but I think the picture now clear. It's pitching, whether it's starting pitching or relief pitching. That's where the Rangers, I think, need to focus on, going forward here as far as trying to kind of make up for that whole thing with DeGrom. It's a shame the amount of resources that they had to commit to even get DeGrom, but now they're going to have to even think about more resources in order to make up for DeGrom.
Yeah, and it's doable. This team has the money and they have the prospects to get more than enough done. So it's just a matter of timing and opportunity. You don't want to force something. You don't want to have to overpay. But that's amongst the topics we'll discuss with CY Chris Young here coming up at 4:20. 2010, 2011, the Rangers had like 4 guys in the mix, and at its peak, it was Cliff Lee and Colby Lewis and C.J. Wilson and Derek Holland. And at that point, you had 4 guys that you felt like could win you a playoff game and go out there and pitch 8 or 9 innings. And now, you have 2. And hey, the game's changed. You could lean on bullpen a little bit more. You have Dunning for long relief. You could, you could combo up with a couple of different great relievers to get a game started and underway. There's more than one way to skin a cat, but the thing that's more obvious than ever is they do need multiple pitching upgrades of multiple varieties. Nuggets looking to become champions tonight, Game 5 in Colorado. Probably the end of the line for Miami's system that's been so good against the star-laden teams in the East. Denver's a little bit too much. I guess my biggest takeaway is Jokic is too much to contend with, and no disrespect to Embiid or any of the other best players. Giannis is certainly in that category of just too much to contend with. And when healthy and things around these guys are right, there's no answer. There's no answer for Giannis, and there's no answer for Jokic when things around them are right. And his playmaking ability, if you need the best chance of getting a bucket for your team, it's give the ball to Jokic and let him either get all the way in there and finesse the ball in, overpower somebody, or throw it to a wide open shooter. But he's going to collapse the defense and seize everything. I grew up as a huge fan of Arvydas Sabonis. And they always talked about how much he could be more athletic when he was younger, but injuries kind of took away his athleticism. He was still giant at 7'3" and could scan the whole court and throw great passes. This is like Jokic, but much younger. Now, he's not a great athlete, but athletic enough to play on the move and be mobile. And I just that's what I think this playoffs and this finals is becoming about. Acknowledgement or proving that Jokic does belong with the absolute icons of the game, because he's carrying his team through a postseason run where there's no answer for him, just like there was no answer for all the other greats.
100%. We were having the conversation a couple months ago. Is this guy deserving of being a 3-time MVP? Nikola Jokic? Come on. A guy that his team always flames out in the playoffs? What are we doing? We can't go ahead and give this guy a 3. Now, all of a sudden, people that probably don't watch the Nuggets and they're talking out of their rear, you get to see him on the main stage in the NBA Finals, and the conversation has shifted. Where's this guy among the all-time centers in NBA history?
Yeah, it's a legit conversation. I imagine it's been eye-opening. It's been eye-opening for me, honestly, watching him in these playoffs and then in this series. Like this dude is ridiculous. Very, very well-rounded. And the touch that he has to where he's putting up these ridiculous angle, just goofy shot put kind of things, and it always just gets the bounce and goes in. It's like the best touch I've ever seen.
He puts backspin on it from crazy angles. He's like running through like a waiter serving a tray and just flip ski.
It's weird.
Yeah, there it is.
It's nuts. And now he's about to average a triple-double for the finals. He's averaging 9.8 rebounds or assists, per game. He's definitely going to get the double-digit assists tonight, so you can bet on that if you want, because the plan for them is obviously to end this series tonight and end the series averaging a triple-double, 30-point triple-double, I believe it'll end up being too. But also, I saw this. Jokic is going to be the first player in NBA history to lead all players in points, rebounds, and assists in a single postseason.
Wow.
Unheard of. We're literally watching something that has never been seen before.
Yeah, I guess he passed Wilt Chamberlain for most triple doubles in a run, and he's tacking onto it now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been decades since Wilt Chamberlain was that dominant. And, I think there are some similarities from Wilt's era to this era. Wilt had a huge athletic advantage and height advantage. And now Jokic does too, as the game is becoming smaller and smaller, and power forwards are like yesteryear small forwards, and centers are sometimes still small forwards. But teams aren't built to handle them.
Okay, but what's changed for Denver? They were always a team that seemed like they played very well during the regular season.
Yeah,
and they got into the playoffs and
it's health.
failed.
They got healthy, and they added Caldwell Pope and that Brown guy. They gave him much better depth.
Yes, the role players are better, but it's Jamal Murray and Jokic now being healthy at the same time.
And Murray taking his game to the next level.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Murray's a guy that you look at his numbers, he does elevate in the postseason, but he gets hurt. That's a big reason why they've been upset in the postseason before. But you're right. I mean, he's been a closer for them in the fourth quarter. Jamal Murray's been absolutely outstanding.
See, I was just kind of always wondering, with Jokic, we talk about him. He's an outstanding player, no question, but that was a team that would always seem to underachieve where they were.
They did, yeah.
And now that you're mentioning the health, it seems to be the biggest
guy
difference.
like Christian Brown steps off the bench.
Make a couple acquisitions, and then the next thing you know, the team's in good form.
Last time they were this far, they didn't have Michael Porter Jr. Healthy, and they had not acquired Aaron Gordon, right? So every year they found a way to like incrementally improve their team, and now 4 to 5 years later, they've built the kind of roster around him, that is very difficult to match up with. I don't know how this team's going to hold up historically. Would they be, looked at like this if the Golden State Warriors were still at the height of their powers? I don't think so. So we'll see if they can add more after this one to sort of cement their spot as a dominant type of team. But for this year individually, I definitely feel like the championship's going to the right team.
Did they catch a break by what happened in the West this year with some of the teams, with Memphis completely imploding?
Yeah, it might have fallen.
Sacramento is like Sacramento's a team that's on the rise, though. You get Golden State gets knocked out. Phoenix is kind of make a big trade, but they're really kind of useless in the way that they play.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the West is a little bit down, but heck, they swept the Lakers that had put it together. That Lakers team looked good and had won a ton of games. So. But yes, I don't think the West is quite as strong as it's definitely been over the last 20 years. Neymar says the signing of Leo Messi to MLS, quote, "I'm certain Leo is going to change the league in the U.S. I believe it'll become a lot more popular now. So everyone has to take advantage and enjoy watching him play because nothing lasts forever."
Well, this is what this current generation, this is what I got to experience way earlier when soccer was starting here in the 70s. Was when Pele came to play for the Cosmos. This was, Franz Beckenbauer, Pele, these huge European stars coming into Pele being a South American, but these huge stars coming in, and this is what they envisioned way back with, we talked about Lamar Hunt and what he did for soccer and stuff, but that's what they, when those additions with these players were what was going to grow the game. And now the game has grown to a point, though. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with what we have with these video games and things like that. With the FIFA and the way the FIFA, kids 100%. Play, and like my son Bennett. I remember when he was in high school, I'd ask him. I was talking with Mark Stein about this because Mark Stein's a big soccer guy, and Mark was like, Bennett asked him a question, and Bennett, what's your favorite team? And Bennett says, well, I like Bayern Munich. and Stein played the game of like, okay, name a couple of guys. Well, Bennett named all 11. You know, but that has to do with your ability to, you play FIFA, you watch the games, you become interested, and then the markets, the way they've opened up with the streaming and stuff like that.
That's been huge.
We know what's going on in Europe now. We know we actually pay attention to the transfer window. Like, Pulisic is not just a story. We know when he goes to one of these teams, oh, that's a good team, or oh no, he's not gonna be able to make the starting 11 with this team.
Yeah, it's on Sports Center. The games are on, and that wasn't the case in the late 90s. It wasn't even. It just started 20 years ago with the Fox Soccer Channel, and now it's grown, and everybody's getting in on that a little bit. A lot going on here in the world of sport. Fred VanVleet opting for free agency. Tyler Hero going to try to play in Game 5 tonight. Brittany Griner, I guess accosted would be the right word, at DFW Airport by a YouTuber. Phoenix Mercury coach says adjustments to their travel policy will be made, but that's unfortunate. I guess it's a long time coming. They should have had better travel arrangements already, Brian.
She has the ability to fly privately, and for some reason, with the way the schedule came out or worked out, she
wasn't able to happen.
Wouldn't be able to happen, so they had to deal with this.
Okay, we got CY coming up at 4:20. Chris Young, 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, we'll have the G-Bag of the day at 2:30. Top 10 worst quarterback seasons of all time, and a metric the Cowboys need to improve on next season is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 7 minutes. Brought to you by William Campbell at Travelmation. Segment here is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Now, here's Chia Fala with some content.
Okay, do you guys want Cowboys specific right now, or do you want the worst quarterbacks of all time? You're going to get them both now or at some point before the end of the program.
I like Cowboys specific.
Yeah, Cowboys specific.
I'm in a Cowboys mood.
I don't really care about the others.
I just feel like we've been harping on one particular portion of the offense, and it being turnovers. Turnovers, details, communication, same page, turnovers. It all goes back to the turnovers. Everything they're talking about with the new offense, it goes back to the turnovers. Everybody's so bent out of shape about Dak's interceptions and just, it's all the turnovers, but mostly it's just Dak's interceptions. And I saw today from Warren Sharp, who obviously does a great job with the metrics and stuff like that, and he was talking about explosive plays last year for offenses. And I think we discussed it last year about the defense. The defense was so much better last year at eliminating the explosive plays. Then they went through that chunk of time where the secondary was in flux, and it was like, oh my gosh, we got bad quarterbacks kind of going deep on us here. Had to adjust some things. Dan Quinn made it happen. It took about 3 or 4 games, though. And you started seeing, okay, the defense is not playing as well because they're giving up these explosive plays. Explosive plays are becoming more important, I believe, than even the turnovers themselves. It's the old adage is go back and look at the turnovers, and I could probably tell you who won the game, or at least have a pretty dang good idea. Well, the box scores now, the generic box score needs to have explosive plays in there, I think, in terms of new age football and what we're dealing with. When you look at the
for and against,
absolutely, because it matters so much for your defense and your offense. But specifically looking at the offense, Warren Sharp, and this is kind of just one specific way to look at it, but I think it encapsulates just a bigger problem in general, which is just explosive plays, which could be 20 yards or more. Warren Sharp did a list of offensive plays that gained 30 or more yards last year.
Okay, cool.
San Francisco was number 1 in the sport. Kansas City was right behind him at number 2. Philadelphia was number 3. Dallas was all the way down. There's only about 7 teams that had less 30 or more yard chunk plays offensively than the Cowboys last year.
Wow.
So I think adding a Brandon Cooks is a nice deal. I think some of this has to do with speed. You're talking about the Cowboys last year offensively probably having one of the slowest offenses in the league last year.
And 5 games with Cooper Rush.
And 5 games with Cooper Rush. That's a great point, actually, that I hadn't considered. 100% Walchuk. No question about that. Maybe we'll add 5. I mean, probably not even 5, but we can add a couple more.
Maybe in the middle,
still,
at best.
At best in the middle of the pack. And so to me, that was just eye-popping to me of, man, if I could just snap my fingers and make sure the Cowboys were really, really good at one thing next year, it would be what their defense already was last year and not giving up the explosive play, which is something that they were so Jekyll and Hyde with when they were getting all these big turnovers, but then they'd give up the huge play. Last year, they shrunk that down defensively, and it was really, really nice. It worked out for them hugely. If you could tell me their explosive plays offensively, I don't need to look at Dak's interceptions ever. Not after a game, not after the season. I don't even need to talk about it. Let's talk about the explosive plays because you sucked at it last year, and if you could be better at it, like the top 3 teams in the sport, San Francisco, Kansas City, Philadelphia, I think you'd find your place in a pretty good spot at the end of the season.
I like what you're saying. I do think the pushback would be like, well, they were at the bottom and they still found a way to win 12 games. So, I mean, is it, or were they just an outlier?
Predictive. Yes, I think they were. Yes,
I agree. I think that they were as well.
I think the question is why. You know, how does a team that's that good at moving the football and scoring struggle at chunk plays? Is it a bad schedule you're up against, and you're able just to keep scoring, taking smaller bites? But I think to me, it's a play calling thing, Brian. What's your culprit?
I mean, I would just say it's the defense, by the way. I mean, you're winning a lot of these games because you had one of the best defenses in the sport, and they were limiting these explosive plays in a huge
Getting
way.
you good field position you could score with. I think that's part of it.
I'll tell you what, I think Eric's onto something about the team speed.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's something when you look at what they tried to do, they went and tried to get Cooks when, during the trade deadline last year. You know, they knew that they were probably in a little bit of trouble with that. And they get T.Y. Hilton. I mean, T.Y. Hilton had he came up, one of those plays was like a 3rd and 20 something.
Heck yeah.
51-yard reception. I think he
5 minutes after getting signed, he's
exactly.
down the field
He's
making
down
plays.
Field, make the field. They missed that with Gallup. I really do feel like though that ability, the play calling stuff makes a lot of sense though too. But I think it's really. They just didn't. They, as a team, they didn't separate very well at all.
Yeah, that's really fair. And
who was your best deep ball receiver coming into the year?
Gallup.
Right.
Yeah.
Michael Gallup was bad.
It was a non-factor.
That's a big reason Michael Gallup couldn't do it. I do think the play calling is a big reason. You look at the route combinations, it's something we talked about all the time.
214 saying Dak isn't an accurate quarterback. I think that's part of it, but they didn't give him opportunities to throw to guys on the move facing the end zone they're trying to score on enough. Get them the ball with a little bit of space to run. Also, Dalton Schultz isn't a yak guy,
No.
And he got quite a few targets. I think there's a lot of things that went into it.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I think that the overall team speed, just the yak ability, even if you take out the speed factor, you don't necessarily have to be a burner to be a guy who's decent after the catch. I think CeeDee Lamb was a guy we saw in college that was pretty dang good.
I think he was the only one you had.
But how well was he set up in college by his play designer in Lincoln Riley, who's probably the best offensive mind in college football? That matters. It's no secret. I know they got some really good players, but it's not like there's speed all over the place. The fastest team in the sport was the Dolphins. They were up pretty high on this list of 30 chunk yard plays, but San Francisco, far less speed than the Dolphins. Kyle Shanahan's dialing it up. They're getting chunk plays all over the place.
Well, the thing
they're number one in the sport.
Yeah, the thing that San Francisco does real quick is their backs have the ability to make long runs.
Yeah,
too.
Debo too.
And then you can throw the ball to their backs too that make long runs.
Pollard stays healthy. He's going to make an impact on that stat by himself.
This should be Schottenheimer's and McCarthy's number one thing. It's not the turnovers. How do we get more explosives?
It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, brought to you by William Campbell at Travel Nation. Here's Lucius.
Yeah.
Howdy, happy Monday.
Let me get my there we go. Yeah. All right, let's get right into this because I have a lot of audio and it's long cuts, but they're really, really good. You know what I mean? Chef's kiss out of here. You did great this weekend. You did great this weekend, Sports World. Oh, my God. Let's go to Paul Pierce as our winner from Friday. He was Liddy 2 TDs. Wildin', as they say out here. He was on Kevin Garnett's Game 3 live stream, this NBA Finals live stream. Paul Pierce didn't realize he was live. He was super loose. Stephen A. Smith is worried about him.
So this is my girlfriend for the day. They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day. Stop, man. And so I got a girlfriend. I went on the website and I hired a girlfriend for the day.
Look, Collins. There go Collins. Look at D-Wade at the game.
Ross is writing down that URL right now. Look at him on the webcam.
D-Wade at the game. On the one.
You can start that website.
This is a live stream, We're live.
We're live.
Whatever you're saying, they can hear you. Oh,
It's
right
the
here.
stupid Kevin right now.
All right.
I need to wear the ticket at to speak that real.
To understand live stream. You know what I'm saying? No. Right.
Paige is a little peeved right now.
Truth after dark and some shit. You gotta do some productions and some editing within the live stream. Like
It's live right now, y'all.
Yeah, it's live.
It's live.
It's live. You burnt, Lord. You burnt.
You burnt.
No, we're working. We're working. We're not popping. We're working.
We're popping.
We're on the live stream.
Once you understand the difference between
No.
popping and popping,
No.
we're
No.
popping.
No.
Oh, this is it.
That's Paul Pierce right there.
Yes,
He's,
it is, buddy.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith is worried about him right now. You know, Stephen is out here bloviating.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. All right,
We need a rant about it.
Yeah, for sure it's coming. Let's see. Let's go to Yankees radio, WFAN 660. The man, the myth, the legend, radio Hall of Famer, John Sterling, he ate a foul ball right to the forehead. Ate it for breakfast.
Now the 3-2 swung on. A pop foul back here. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Oh, no.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal. A ground ball to third. Donaldson squares, throws to first in time. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
Oh.
You know, that foul ball actually hit me. It kind of glanced off my forehead.
Forehead.
So I took one for the team.
Okay, John.
Yeah.
My best star of the game is Kyle Higashioka, who wants to know if you're all right.
What did
Are you
she
okay?
say?
John?
Yes,
Okay, yes.
I am okay. Just a glancing blow.
Just a glancing blow.
Just a glancing blow. I'm okay right now. I got a question from down here. Yo, I had to look her up, bro. Nah, I had to look her up, dog. I went down a rabbit hole of her calls.
Yeah.
I'll have her for LA Live. She's hilarious.
What is it, Waldron? Or
She's a Radio Hall of Famer.
Susie Waldron?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's been around for a really long time. She sang the national anthem at games. She is amazing. I sing songs like this the whole time. She's amazing.
Man, that radio broadcast is like one senior moment after another.
I
though.
love it.
Wow.
I love
They're
it.
legends.
Yeah, that's what I love it.
Get somebody under the age of 70 on that call, please.
You got to relax.
I'm sorry. You're right.
I like the old
You're
cats, bro. I like the old cats to be going through things and struggling behind the mic. I like that.
There's like a whistle in their tone.
Let's see here. Friday night, we had a Don King pay-per-view. Our man Adrian Bronner stepped back in the ring. Nice. I don't know who he fought. I didn't even care to Google it. I didn't even see it at all, but I got sent this right here. This is Adrian Bronner post-game. Post-fight, excuse me.
Was it everything you wanted and needed?
It wasn't everything well, it was everything I wanted, but it wasn't everything I needed. Right now, I need some.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, before we get to that, who do you want next in the ring?
TMI. Hey, man, listen, man. This is my first time on Don King pay-per-view, so I got to give it to y'all. Anybody can get it. Africans, Americans, Dominicans. No disrespect to no law firm out there, but attorney just got it. Anybody can get it.
Is there nobody special that you like to want that you're asking
What's
for
going on?
or looking for? Anyone with the title?
Anybody with the title. What's his name? Romelo? Rotordo? What's his name?
What?
Rolly. Oh, Rolly. I like the winner of Tiafimo and Josh Taylor and whoever else got the belt. I want all the belts. I don't just want a Louis belt or Gucci belt. I want the WBA belt and WBO belt, WBC belt and IBF belt too.
Talk to
Don, what do you have in mind for our young man, Adrian Broner? What do you have in mind? What's next for him?
Well, right now, there's this guy named Oscar De La Hoya. He sent out a waiver, and he wants to meet with us. We're going to talk about it.
Nah, let him know. If he want to come over here, we got a fish net for him.
Come on.
You know what I mean?
Come over here, get that fish net, and I'm going to kick whoever ass you put in the ring with me.
Amazing, bro.
Does the guy who loses the fight get to interview the winner? Is that what we're doing there? that guy, well, what's next for you? What's your plan? What's going on?
Sound like the president trying to interview Broner to me.
Hey, man. You like to fight? Pretty good out there. All right, let's see. 10 quick points. Yesterday was a church day. I got to get this in. Hope you got your blessing. I did. I watched Reverend Ike talk about that prosperity. I got motivated, got on my job. I said, I got to get some money out of here in the name of Reverend Ike. But anyway, here's 10 quick points. Honor your husbands, ladies.
Come on.
Just 10 quick points. Love the Lord with your whole heart. Love, respect, and appreciate your husband. Never be argumentative with him publicly.
Amen.
Have a little mouth and a deep throat.
Hey.
Wow.
Learn to swallow pride. Honor your husbands as the priest of your home.
Pride.
And you should be his greatest supporter.
That's right. That's out.
Wow.
Boy, what?
Wow.
Boy, I'm about to,
Only needed 4 points,
we
sound
about
like
to be
to me.
a church-going family again. Where's this church? Get up, girl.
Swallow that pride.
Listen to this. Swallow that pride. That's what we call it now.
Good
Pride.
for the face, yeah.
Do we have enough time? Oh, no, we're against it.
Okay. Alrighty.
Forward that one to me, though, Lucius.
We'll do some voting. Yeah, I'm gonna
get
put that on replay. At
I
the
got
house.
some more, boy. I got some
dad some
fire.
pointers?
I got some fire in here. I got some John Blaze. We'll get to it tomorrow. We'll get to it for sure.
That one's gonna be on a repeat like a 2-year-old on TikTok. Just the same 8 seconds over and over and over. Paul Pierce on KG's live stream. Yankees radio, John Sterling. He bounced back pretty well.
Yeah,
he
he
did.
ate that to the face and came right. But when a grown man says, "Oh,
Yeah. Oh, I've fallen.
you know it hurt.
Adrian Bronner post-fight epic trash talk. Everybody got a little bit of that, and Church Day with the 10 quick points. I'll go with Church Day, Chief. I don't know about you. What do you say?
Oh, yeah, we got to double down on that one.
Lucius.
I'm gonna go with Adrian Bronner and this band that I'm playing right here, War, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Wake up.
These are lowrider guys, right?
Wake up.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Romeo Broner as well, so we have a tie here.
We're tied at 2, Brian. What do you say?
Church lady.
Church lady by a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag Today champion, it's the lady at church there with 10 quick points for you. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I need to know your confidence in this Cowboy team position-wise. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
To get back in the saddle and back on the road with a classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on Silverados, Trax, Equinox, Malibus, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 3 o'clock, NFL News of the Daytime. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Had some good wins again this weekend, getting everything together. LSU Tigers, by the way, College World Series.
Skiing doggy.
Yeah.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers. All right, let's get to this thing because I always talk about teas and stuff, and I never completely get through it. So this comes from our friends over there at Blogging the Boys. You know, I love those guys over there, the guys and gals. I think they do a heck of a job. This is a confidence level for each Cowboy position group heading in to 2023. I'm going to name a position. You give me the how much confidence you have in them. Okay.
What's the grading system here? Do we like
high,
A's, B's, C's, D's?
High, medium, low.
High, medium, low.
Oh, okay.
High,
we're on the stovetop right
high,
now.
medium, or low.
Usually a high guy.
You are usually a high guy. You usually are. Okay, I'll start with you, though.
You can get low, though, bro.
You usually are.
Yeah.
My guy's a knee bender.
He is knee bender.
Damn right.
I go from acorn to crotch first. Okay, just so we're clear.
All right.
I always appreciate you clearing things up before we get started here. You know, I was actually worried about that until you said it. Yeah,
I want you to know I'm fully engaged.
I know you
and
are.
aroused.
Now there you go. I appreciate you being that
I
way.
can see it from here.
Yeah, here we go.
Feel it.
What are we doing over there? Okay,
He's talking ball.
Balls. Wolchuk.
Yeah, give it to me.
Quarterback. High, medium, low. Confidence in your quarterback.
I've got, I'd say.
Oh, come on. Give him that high.
I do have high confidence in Dak. Like, I think we know what Dak is.
Have you changed since the postseason?
Of course. It's an off season. It's opium time. We're hope trafficking.
I
Man,
used to
give my
be,
guy a break.
Can Dak ever get to the elite category? And I was holding out hope. I'm now, no, he's not an elite guy. He's not a top 5 quarterback. But at any given week, he can be from number 6 in the league to number 12 in the league. So I'm high confidence in Dak. I think Dak has proven he's very good enough to win you 12 to 13 games a season. He's going to put you in positions in the postseason. The big question, if it's a playoff game, maybe I have medium confidence.
How about you, Chief?
We're on that mid grade right now.
Mid?
Yeah.
Mid confidence?
Mid
Gavin?
confidence.
Medium.
Medium confidence. So 1 high, 2 mediums, right? On the confidence factor?
Yeah. Wolchuk's conning himself over there once again. He just said the guy's between 6 and 12 and went high. You know?
I mean, I think if you're the 6th best quarterback in the league, that's pretty high confidence.
Okay.
Running back. How about you, Chief?
Running back, the overall position. We're not just talking about starters. We're talking about the whole
overall position. Yeah.
I would go a mid there as well.
Gavin?
With the runners, I'm looking at a high level of confidence because they're going to feature Tony Pollard a lot. That's
How about
what
you
need.
there?
I'll go medium just because you have a lot of unproven behind Tony Pollard, right? Malik Davis, I think, could be solid. I love Deuce Vaughn, but there's a lot of question marks there, so I can't say high. I got to go medium.
I think he's about the 6th best. Super high.
Yeah, Blogging the Boys.
If you think so, then I agree. That's a high rating.
Blogging the Boys go low. They say low confidence.
Low.
They have low confidence.
Okay, I'm intrigued now. I thought I was the.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of Pollard.
Yeah.
And I as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be great. That's what we need. He's way better than all 3 of those other guys combined.
Gavin, tight ends.
4. Tight ends, I'm medium to high. I'm medium high on that.
Okay.
Not quite crotch first.
That's weed.
That's right.
That's weed.
Medium high. If you had to pick between medium and high, which one would you be?
I'd say medium. You know, they don't quite have the Wookiee yet. They don't have the full real deal there at tight end, but you know, I think they're going to put it together in an exciting way.
I'm interested because, you know, you're the one guy that the Schoonmaker thing, like everybody, I know me, crotch first on Schoonmaker. You're the tap the brakes right now, Broadus. We'll see. I'm interested to see how Schoonmaker plays out.
I am too.
I really am.
We should put a show bet on it.
I got a couple of immunities I can play with, by the way.
So do I, thanks to you.
You guys, neither one of you has a couple of anything. You got one.
No, we got 2.
Be careful.
we can check the tape if you want.
We double or nothing?
Yeah, we double.
Did we do that?
Yeah, you did. And you answered like 3 questions. So
I think we were 6 out of 7.
Pipe down over.
I think we're going to play coming up this Friday, though, for an actual payoff.
Yeah.
None of this immunity pyramid.
So all that
stuff.
does is just if you guys get a payoff, then it just reduces your immunity.
I think losers should just be having to do bet payoffs. I think the bet payoffs are good.
Well, I think you guys should figure out how to win immunity.
Mix in a good immunity, I think,
the
from time
immunity
to time.
subsisting any
I
stuff.
think
Why don't we just play a game to play a game?
Well, you could
with nothing on the line.
Yeah, well, we got pride.
Hey,
I'm ticked off of these schmucks.
Why don't you just let me give you a ribbon and a trophy while you're
maybe
at
we
it.
should just play to win, Eric. Why don't we win one of these damn things?
That's
I'm sick and tired of always losing.
Man, I want to win. I want to win just as much as the next guy.
Let's play to win.
Dude,
Did you come upon a flex capacitor over the weekend? Because you're talking like you want to go back in time.
I do.
Last week would have been a good conversation to bring up that point.
Well, let's do it. I'm looking at the future. I'm not looking behind.
He's Sean Payton, and he's taking the rearview mirror out of his car.
Hell yeah. I'm not even driving with it. And I've gotten rear-ended a few times.
Oh, only didn't like a couple of them.
Wasn't unfortunate.
How about before you take a sip of your drink? How about tight end confidence?
Medium.
Over there? Okay,
I think you got a bunch of guys that are solid.
Medium, for sure.
that's what Blogging the Boys. They went with medium on that one.
If one of those guys was going to become a super beast, it would be Jake Ferguson, right? Do we all agree on that?
That would be my vote.
I think.
Okay.
I think they really I know this. They really like Hendershot. They think Hendershot's the real deal over there.
Okay.
They think he is real deal. Okay. How about you, Chief? Wide receiver confidence level with the wide receivers for your Dallas Cowboys this year, positionally.
You know, it's really tough because I feel so good about their top two. Like CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks, to me, it's really got me fired up. I'm looking forward to that. Everything else is giant question mark. I think that leads me to have to go with a medium because we're in a league where your third and fourth wide receiver freaking matter. Your fifth one kind of matters.
Yeah.
So you got two that I feel that I can really feel good about. So I'll go mid.
Gavin?
Oh, that's high. High degree of confidence here. CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, more than enough.
I'm a high confidence as well because I think Michael Gallup bounces back, and I'm actually still a believer in Tolbert.
That's what they're talking about. The Tolbert thing might be the one that kind of puts this in, but they have medium confidence right now.
They're selling that Tolbert thing, huh? They're selling Tolbert hard right now.
I'm not buying any of Tolbert, by the way.
Biggest improvement, I think they said, regardless of position. Yeah. Tolbert's biggest improvement.
They're trying to make that work. They really are trying to make that work.
They're trying to give him some confidence, aren't they?
I think so.
Keep talking about him like he's good.
Well, how about the offensive line there, Gavin?
Wow. I hope it's not low. Yeah, I'm medium to low though.
If you had to pick one,
I'll still take medium.
Okay, Chief.
Yeah, I'll go medium as well.
How about you, Wooly?
Yeah, it's got to be medium.
I've gone mid on every
position. I know, and I don't like it.
Blogging the Boys picked low on this one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I just think comparatively, if you compare this offensive line to the Cowboys' best, and maybe that's your expectation, where it's the best offensive line ever and okay, then yes, you're going to be low comparatively. But when you look across the other 32 offensive lines right now, I think you wouldn't end up on the low end of that.
If Tyron somehow was able to play 14 out of 17 games for you, is that a high?
Yes. If he gives me 50%
like all of a sudden,
of
your
the
offensive
games,
line, you don't have a concern because you feel good about Tyler Smith at guard or tackle. I think he's a guy that's going to be very, very good. I like Biotish. The question will be, what do they actually do at right tackle? I think it will be Steele because you'll have Tyron starting at left. And obviously, Zach Martin, he's one of the best guards, if not the best guard still in football.
It's still within the range of mid. If Tyron plays the whole year, he'll be 75% of what he was. Zach Martin's about 90 to 85% of what he was. But Biotish is mediocre. Terrence Steele is mediocre. And, yeah, Tyler Smith is mid at this point. A nice rookie lineman last year, but I don't think he's necessarily going to break out into great linemen. So I think mid's very fair for the O-line.
Let's go through this defense if we can here. Pass rush.
High.
Yeah, very high.
How about you, Chief?
High. Yeah.
High. That's
high.
exactly what they went
for. Is there a super high option?
Well,
you
could use it.
It's crotch first. We're going crotch first.
Run defense.
Medium.
I'll go high.
I'm high.
They went medium as well.
Yeah.
Look at those numbers once they got Hankins last year, though.
Well, you got to worry about the edge, and the perimeter is something they got to prove it.
Tank can do that.
Linebacker confidence.
Low.
Medium. I think Damone Clark has a good year.
I'll actually go high because they're really only playing one at a time, and that's Van Der Esch, and he was a beast last year.
That's kind of what they're saying right there. So, but they have medium confidence is what they're saying on Blogging the Boys. Cornerback cornerback.
Higher than hell.
Yeah, I'm very high on corner.
They went high as well. The fact that Jordan Lewis is seen to be on the bubble pretty much sums this up. With Diggs and Gilmore, last year's rookie surprise to Ron Bland, they just need to have one more depth player stake out a roster spot.
That's a live rosin pen with edibles. That's how high that is.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
It's a we'll see in a couple of days kind of high.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. All right, thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
Appreciate you as well. There he is, Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Coming up next, it's time for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. How we doing, Wolchuk? What are we looking at?
Saquon Barkley on the running back market. One Texas team is adding to the Ring of Honor, and this player might be retiring to join the booth. That's next.
Okay, we want to chat about Men's T Clinic.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You're 1 hour and 20 minutes away from the Cy Young Show. Here as Chris Young's going to join you on your home of the Rangers. We're very excited about this baseball team, even though they dropped 2 of 3 to the Rays over the weekend. It's a great team, and it's just a tough place to play. So, of course, that's not going to slow us down from being excited about this ball club as the pregame's coming up at 6:30 tonight here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Time now, though, for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. And here he is, Zachary.
Thank you. A lot of running back news going down today, but we found out that one team is going to add to their Ring of Honor. It's not the Dallas Cowboys, but it's the Houston Texans, and it's J.J. Watt.
Oh, I thought Houston was going to be like, all right, Jimmy, fine.
Yeah.
You can come in ours.
If the Cowboys don't want to put you in the ring, you know what?
Wow.
No.
You think Jimmy would be pretty fired up about that? I think he would be.
Pause.
I think he would be.
You don't get the name Jimmy Johnson for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
JJ. October 1st will be the day that the Houston Texans will induct J.J. Watt into the Ring of Honor, and it's actually going to be a pretty sweet day because they will be hosting the Pittsburgh Steelers. So his brother, TJ,
will be there.
will also be there.
Affair.
It absolutely
So the mom
is.
gets to wear the split jersey again,
Yeah.
kind of a thing.
I don't know. On a day like that,
I
do
think
you
you just
go
go
full on JJ?
I think you do.
It's
I
the
think
day of JJ.
He's going in at halftime
Show
to the
bet?
ring.
Show bet?
Oh, you want to do a show bet on
Yeah,
mom
let's do
doing
it.
half
Show
jersey?
bet if mom does half jersey or full JJ jersey.
I'm going to go full JJ. I'm going to go full JJ for Arnold as well. I think Schwarzenegger's going to be there, and he's going to be rocking full JJ.
Hey, JJ. Yeah, I'm going full J.J. Watt jersey.
Can you say in Arnold, could you say you and the Texans are fantastic?
You and the Texans are fantastic.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
That's great.
Damn good.
I can't do it, Arnold.
No, I mean, what do you? We're doing a bet payoff on this, so we got to lock this in. We got to remember.
I'm going full JJ on this. We'll see if we remember it.
Brian, you're going halvesies. No, we're remembering this damn thing. I want all the bet payoff.
See,
I want to wear this diaper.
Walchuk is now far enough removed from his painful back waxing that he's open to the idea of just getting crushed on the air with
I'm
these
getting
payoffs.
my taint wax this year, boys.
I am still close enough in the post PTSD of the gummy bear.
Yes.
So I'm still very clear
Me as well
on
with the
way.
state.
Yeah.
See, Broadus is over here throwing around bet payoffs like he just won $500 on a slot machine.
Well, when the Heat lose tonight, he's got to do one.
Playing with confidence.
Yeah, you're going to be back at 0 on your ledger here in no time.
Yeah, that's
oh, actually, you're right. You can just burn an immunity.
The way you
You're
pick
fine.
stuff, it'll probably be by Thursday.
Well, the way we stink at these games, you guys are probably.
I've never
fine.
seen two
You're never
dudes.
going to have to do
Have
one.
you ever seen two dudes panic more in a game than these two?
Yeah,
seriously.
I watched
No.
you a
It's
couple
like
games ago.
panicking. Yo, no, there's
I watched
panic.
you guys go over.
I
don't know.
There was so much panic going on there. Like Wolchuk's clues were terrible.
Yeah.
And then you were like, doing that kind of thing.
Was I really?
Yeah. It was like, man, we got this thing nailed.
It was
I
like
need to go
playing
back and
against
check the tape.
It was like playing against 2 Roy Whites.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to Roy White, by the way. That's not shots fired.
I can't wait.
Hey.
This is what I needed. I needed fuel because normally it's like, these things are fun. I'm just in it for the fun. Now the competitive juices are flowing, baby.
They just gave us goat fuel.
So you now all of a sudden you want to get competitive?
Now I'm ready.
Oh, okay. So you want to
talk that talk? You better back it up, old man.
Well, I have.
You old crusty bleep.
You just kicked your ass on Friday. Well, Chuck, slow down.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it again.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
I like to add up all the questions you guys have gotten
And you're
right in
right.
2 games. We were 0-8 that one time.
That was embarrassing.
Weren't you guys,
It was.
You guys 1 for 8 and you missed the alphabet question? I mean, like,
Hey, you know what? That's
pot
okay.
and kettle. Hello.
It's a win, bro. My
All right.
Super
Yeah.
Bowl ring looks the same as Brett Favre's.
Yep. He's going with the
Now
Super
he's
Bowl ring.
playing dirty.
Now he's
Now
going
he's playing
Shiesty
dirty.
Brian.
No, but rules are rules.
Rules are rules.
Oh, dang it, you're right. Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to say hungry for the Crimson Tide. And yes, Brett Favre's a bleep hole. I get it, but we got to do it. All
By
right.
the way, Roy has the highest SAT score in the history of the fan air staff.
Does he really?
He just choked when he got in trivia situations.
It can be tough
Yeah.
on the fly to
Yeah.
think of this stuff sometimes. But yeah, I need to get better with the clues. I own that. That's a me thing. All right, back to the.
No,
the
we're
voting.
both going to go back to the drawing
Your
board.
teammate was worse.
Well, my teammate's just not the brightest crayon in the box, but it's okay. I still love him
You're
for
a funny
it.
guy, but I don't know about everything else.
Everything else.
Excuse me, sir. You step right off.
Probably husband of the year, though, to be honest.
For sure.
My rear end on that one. Captain, but I appreciate that.
Captain,
I see how you're talking to your family on the phone, bro.
Yeah.
That's next level.
End on that one.
Don't know Spanish and you learned it real quick.
I'll drop in a couple of randos for them.
My,
Hola. Hola. All right. Saquon Barkley was talking to the media. He might end up holding out.
Good luck with
if
that.
he can't get this deal done.
Yeah.
Here's what he had to say at a golf event about the running back market. Here's Barkley.
Do you think maybe, in the next collective bargaining or something that the union and the owners can come together and find something that works out better for running backs? Because it seems like a lot of guys are just not being paid at the value that they need to be paid.
I don't know, because that's going to be in 10 years. And to be honest, I love the game a lot, but I don't see myself being on a football field in 10 years. But what I will say about the running back market and the value of it, what do you think is going to happen? They tagged the top 3 guys. We didn't even get a chance to hit the open market. So when we don't get a chance to hit the open market, it hurts a guy like Miles. It hurts all those other guys. They put the cap at 10. And then when they have the tag, they have all the leverage. And that's the reality of it. But there's a personal side of it too. There's a human side of it too. And going off back to the question what Kim said, how I felt like that they're diminishing what I've done since 2018. I'm not saying that, but everyone will talk about the running back market and this and that and the third. Every team is different. Like everyone, there's a thing that goes up, and I think you mentioned it before about quarterbacks in the Super Bowl and how many rushing yards, the top rusher. But every team is not like every team. Pat Mahomes is a 2-time Super Bowl MVP, 2-time MVP, and like this is not everybody have Pat Mahomes, and this is no knock to Daniel Jones, so don't even try to flip it like that. And then you look at the Eagles who play. Jalen Hurts, a great quarterback. That team is amazing, but every team is not the Eagles. Every team don't have that much talent. And when you come to my situation, come to me personally, I feel like that I helped our team a lot. I feel like not only on the field but off the field. I feel like as a leader, I feel like obviously there's a conversation of my numbers going down. I think there's a whole lot of other stuff that happened to play in the NFL. We were a one-dimensional team in the beginning of the season. We were running the ball. We have a great coach. We played Detroit Lions. They came in, bust that ass, stop me. We had to switch it up, and we have a great coach with Days and with Cav, and we had a whole new game plan. We came out and found a way to get the job done and make it to the playoffs. But going to the running back market, when you talk about the running back, no, I don't agree with that. I think that it's not fair because I don't think Tennessee Titans is a great team, but Derrick Henry's one of those guys on those team. St. Fran's a great team, but Christian McCaffrey's one of those guys on the team. Josh Jacobs, the list go on and on. And I think when you talk about the New York Giants, I think even Pierce came on and said it. I have a lot of respect in this league, and I think that's how it should be viewed.
He's trying to argue his individual stance. Like, obviously, the Chiefs, they don't need to pay a running back. The Eagles, you got a loaded team. You don't need to pay a running back. My team, look around. I'm the best player. He mentions Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs is also not signed the franchise tag. He also might be holding out, and there's a possibility that he could even be traded or released like Dalvin Cook if he does not go ahead and sign that. So it is an interesting time with the running backs and the market as we've seen. Miles Sanders got the most. He got $8 million a year.
Yeah, and that's so long since Zeke did his deal, 5 years ago. So I just think it's insane what running backs have to go through in this sport that they've made less and less violent every couple of years, but they still have the same level of violence. They still have the other team's fastest, strongest dudes chasing them down and hitting them 25 times a game, sometimes 2 or 3 of them. Sometimes it's a 330-pound guy that steps up in the hole and knocks them back. And as they've made the game less and less violent, it's been, devaluing of the running back position, but they continue to take the abuse. They're the only player that plays a position that if they give you the ball so many times, it's the end of your career. Even if you're still young, you can take so much abuse that your body breaks down, and it's like, well, he's not going to be able to get away from tacklers anymore. And they're making the less. So I don't know what they have to do. It was a good answer by Barkley and a good question, as far as does the union have to do something to compensate running backs differently? Yes. But Barkley knows the negotiation period is done, and we're just a couple of guys on a team that aren't going to vote for the best interest of running backs. I don't know what the answer is. I would want, if I get drafted as a running back, I want nothing to do with the franchise tag. I'm sorry, I'm never signing that. You're getting 4 years, from me. I'm not even signing a rookie deal where the franchise tag is possible at the end of these 4 years. I can't do it.
Maybe that's the move. Maybe that's the thing that they could remove. Like, hey, the running back position is not a taggable position.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's enough.
It's not taggable, and you need a bonus for the number of times you're tackled. And I don't know how you get that, but if
but then guys will be like, okay, I could score a touchdown right now, or I could get tackled for a little bit more.
Make some more money.
That's
what's
another
worth
tackle.
more?
What's worth more, the touchdown or the extra
tackle me into the end zone?
I mean, I hear you, but if you're getting tackled 320 times a season,
absolutely.
That's half your plays. Half the plays, you're the guy that gets pulverized, and you get $700,000. What the crap is that?
Yeah, it's the shortest shelf life.
You're the only one being physically abused in this sport anymore. The linemen are just wrestling with other giant guys who are like 6 inches away at the snap. There's no speed there.
No doubt. And like the 2 and 4 with the running back isn't important. Get rid of the position. Just 100% pass. I think it is still important. I mean, even with pass protection, running backs are very important.
You need the threat of the run to open up for the big plays. They're not being compensated for it. All the money's going to the big play guys. They're doing all of the hard work and getting peanuts.
No doubt.
And Le'Veon Bell probably ruined it for these guys.
He was the
they're
start.
not going to want to do the holdout thing. I mean, Zeke set a nice precedent where running backs are like, okay, maybe I can as long as my team acquiesces. But dear God, they don't. And then you go down the Le'Veon Bell hole and you're out for the season, and then you get less money than you would have originally gotten.
Right.
And all of a sudden your head coach is Adam Gase. I mean, that'll keep you up at night.
I can see a situation where the Giants and Barkley work something out, but I think ultimately if it doesn't happen, you're not having Josh Jacobs or Barkley miss time. They're signing the tag and they're playing.
Has anybody ever asked the Joneses why they signed Zeke long term like that?
I think at the time he said because they thought he was key to trying to win the Super Bowl when they did it.
I don't remember somebody giving a real answer like why they gave that extension. Remember, he was a holdout situation and all that, and I've never heard a real answer why they said, well, we felt like we needed to do this, and this was what I never heard that from anybody.
It was just a continuation of he makes everybody better. He helps the defense. He takes pressure off, and I don't know. To me, it was all about the celebrity of Zeke. It's been that.
The jersey sales.
The jersey sales and the
and
TV
at the
ratings.
time, he was still thought of as like, holy crap, this is the best running back in the league.
Yeah.
So it's, if you don't pay Ezekiel Elliott, are you just a team that doesn't want to pay your great players? And how does that affect the rest of the locker room? I don't know. I think it's a good question, Brian. Maybe we can ask him.
No, that's
but if Jerry's lips are moving, he's selling. So he's going to give you an answer that makes Zeke seem larger than life. We just had to have him. He was so important for everything, and we couldn't win the Super Bowl without him. It's like, okay.
And it probably doesn't feel good to watch your top 5 pick from like 2 or 3 years prior just not on your team. They invested a lot in him, so they didn't.
I mean, that's part of the downside of taking a guy top 5 like that is now you got to run him a lot and you got to pay him
100%.
So you're locking into this relationship with a celebrity back for 7 or 8 years. It's tough on team building, and it sucks that the running backs have to take the brunt of this criticism. But that's the game they've created with the rules.
I wonder if the Emmitt Smith holdout from years ago had anything to do with
that.
It.
Could have, because they did go 0-2.
They went 0-2, yeah.
And you've got Charles Haley throwing the helmet, breaking a wall. We can't win without Emmitt. And at that time, it was a totally different era, right? Yeah. So, and they were right. They needed Emmitt, of course. Of course, you needed the best running back of all time. Mark Ingram reportedly considering retiring to join the broadcast booth. What do you guys think? Mark Ingram,
he's awesome.
He might be a part of Big Noon Kickoff. He'd go join Brady Quinn and Leinart. Go ahead.
The college football deal.
Does that kick Reggie Bush to the curb then?
You can't kick. No, you can't kick Reggie Bush.
I think that they're fine with just having a giant set. Maybe it's Urban Meyer.
No, Urban's coming back.
Urban's the one that does the kick.
Or one of those guys could end up moving to be a color commentator.
Don't point the finger at Urban, okay? You know what I'm talking about?
Well, he'll enjoy that.
But no, Ingram's super hilarious.
I think he's great.
He is,
the big truss,
all of his deals are going to be great.
He is more of a college legend than an NFL legend.
Huh.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a Heisman winner.
He was fantastic at Alabama, and he ended up having a pretty good NFL career. But you're right. I mean, in college, I'd say that if you were to rank like all-time college running backs, all-time NFL running backs, he's going to be much higher.
And don't ever suggest taking Reggie Bush off my set.
No, don't you dare.
You seen that guy fill out a suit?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my dear Lord.
Looks
Reggie Bush still looks like as good as any professional athlete ever.
Or something like that, too.
No, I saw he was
Stone looks good in a suit.
He was golfing the other day, and I was blown. Like, Reggie Bush looks unfathomably
Is there
good.
anybody more obsessed with him than how men look when they're like, they're big guys?
Oh, Eric?
No,
he tattles on himself every day, but I
think
love
I'm the
him
one
for it.
seed in that category.
Yeah. You got a couple NFC
There's
North
not a close
teams.
second. I think Chop's fairly close. Fairly.
But he's more obsessed with his own calves than somebody else's,
Yeah.
Where for me,
No,
I'm
you're
looking
like,
at
you're
everybody
like,
else.
You are obsessed with that whole look. That like, oh, hey, that guy's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not even just the size;
In multiple
it's
ways.
the full composition,
The girth and the tonnage.
The ability for Reggie Bush to be as jacked as he is and as lean and shredded as he is after his playing days, like having the discipline to still eat as clean as he obviously does. I mean, it's one of the most impressive things ever.
Thank you so much.
Second to Jalen Smith.
Bears and Lions interested in Commanders defensive end Chase Young, as they're going to look to try and trade him. And we wrap up NFL News of the Day with this audio from Bryce Young, the new quarterback of the Panthers. He's now taking first-team reps. He was on with Taylor Rooks, does an outstanding job with Bleacher Report. And she said, hey, let's build the perfect quarterback. How'd Bryce do?
What characteristic would you like to take from Bryce Young?
I'd like to say my consistency in my approach. And that's something I pride myself in. I'll go overall like agility, speed. I guess I got to go Lamar for sure.
Okay.
But Vic's in there too. This is a tough.
It is tough. That's why it's a game.
Guys, I don't know if I could choose between Vic and Lamar. I have too much respect.
We'll let you put both. What about pocket presence?
I'll go Brady for pocket presence. It was a lot of categories that Brady could have went in. I'll go Aaron Rodgers for his ability to make throws in different platforms. That's something that I've definitely learned a lot from. Pat Mahomes' creativity. He's changed the sport. He's changed how things are packaged, how things look, what's acceptable to do as a quarterback.
I think he did a decent job there. And by the way, according to Andrew Marchand, Reggie Bush is expected to leave Fox due to a contract dispute.
Worst mistake they've ever made.
Mark Ingram would slide in and replace Reggie Bush.
The
Contract dispute? Why?
He thinks he needs more money.
Poor Fox, man. They lost. They've now lost Shannon Sharp, the one seed in terms of most physically impressive sports media members,
Here we
and
go.
then the number
Yeah.
2 is Reggie Bush. They just lost them both. Okay,
Big content win, though. Reggie Bush, little vanilla, wouldn't you say?
Mark
Little
Ingram's more
generic.
entertaining than Reggie, yeah.
Yeah, a little generic. I'm going to give you the good analysis.
I'm here to smile and look
Yeah.
at these biceps.
Yeah, I mean, he's a terrific athlete. Very
Same
athletic.
reason why we have brought us on our show.
You see him in person?
Smile. Let's see those biceps.
I got to see him at Iowa, Ohio State. Little underwhelming for Reg.
What? What was
the physique?
Yeah, I've had lunch with the guy. He's not that giant.
Here
he's
we
a smaller guy.
Here we go.
Yeah.
We're about to have a fist fight.
You
Get ready.
overrated him there.
I haven't been this offended in quite some time.
I saw him in person.
Mark Ingram doesn't look horrible in a suit either. He's more of a power pellet than a
You want to have a gun
He's
show?
the thunder to Reggie's lightning.
I think so.
Mark.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Please go on Reggie Bush's Instagram right now and just take back everything he said.
He was wearing a suit.
I need a breather.
And I'm just saying he didn't fill out the suit quite like Brady Quinn did.
All right, we got to run, Nation. Thank you so much for that NFL news of the day. We're going to talk about who's going to run the East this fall. It's next year on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat D&M Leasing, though. Oh, my goodness. My friends at D&M, they did it again. They won big awards for exceeding customer expectations across the board. That's what D&M Leasing does. Off-season coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. And salute to all those truck drivers out there. You know, you guys are doing a heck of a job moving goods and services around the great state of Texas and beyond. And we appreciate you. Old Johnny Matches here, 10 biggest takeaways from Cowboys rookie minicamp OTAs. And the first one is a really interesting, a couple of quotes and thoughts about the quarterback position and how Mike McCarthy's looking at Dak. Johnny writes that Dak looked to have a strong understanding of what McCarthy's trying to accomplish and all that, and called it the Texas Coast offense, which multiple media members are trying to shorten to the Texas Coast offense. Hopefully we can pull that off. Brian Schottenheimer saying about 70% is going to be similar. But here's the interesting quote from McCarthy. At the end of the day, the quarterback needs to own the offense. I have no interest in being known as some guru coach or a smart coach. I want smart, Hall of Fame type quarterbacks. The only way to get there is to make them own the offense. Prescott's done a really good job of taking ownership of that. He's knocked it out of the park. Yeah, I love everything I hear. You want your quarterback to be very capable of making adjustments as he sees fit. I think ownership and responsibility will bring out the best in you. If you're just a passenger, it's hard to be like, having the kind of focus and the kind of energy and initiative that it takes to be a great leader. So I like that. But when you say Hall of Fame type quarterback, is that the kind of language anybody thinks of when we're talking about Dak Prescott at 877-881-1053? I'm not hating on Dak at all. I think he might be the best quarterback in the NFC. I think he is better than Hurts. But Hall of Fame, buddy, if that's what you're looking for, I'd say you want a really bad year so you can draft a new one.
Man, that feels like a fireable quote.
Well, I mean,
your head coach just said it ain't about me being as good as the best coaches in the league. It's about that guy being the best quarterback in the league. Don't look at me. Don't expect me to be Kyle Shanahan. Don't expect me to be innovative.
Yeah.
Don't look at me and expect Bill Walsh. Dear God, don't expect that. But look at this quarterback here and expect Tom Brady.
Fellas, I was in the room when he said this, and that's why I asked you guys last week. He talked about Kellen Moore, kind of set up Kellen Moore as the scapegoat there, and that's, I think, why Kellen Moore got ticked off and said, I want out of here, and he got the job with the Chargers. Now, mutual. I think the Cowboys ready for that too. But now he's kind of setting up Dak. And you heard the snippiness from Dak. You don't get this from Dak when he's like, yeah, the frustration's starting to boil over. This is all on me. I'm the only one that's throwing interceptions. It's all my fault, right? And he clapped back a little bit with the media on those cuts that Bobby sent us that we played. So for me, yeah, I think McCarthy likes to kind of have it to where he's in a position where he can get a lot of glory if this goes well and the offense looks good. But he's also set up, hey, I've got people I can throw under the table.
The organization's done that too to Dak. Steven's done that quite a bit. Like, oh, man, if we want to reach our goals, we just need Dak to play like the Hall of Famer that he is, or, go to that next level. We're only going to go as far as Dak takes us. Brian, what do you say?
I'll tell you what, and everybody wonders why I have a problem with McCarthy. Everybody's on my ass about that. Oh, you hate him. It's a personal thing.
Just direct him to that quote for the rest of time. That is offensive, dude.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is right there. We talk about lazy and not work and not want to be this and that and the other. That right there, he ain't going to take responsibility for any of this crap. Come on now.
Okay.
Give me a Hall of Fame quarterback, and trust me, we'll get it figured out at that point.
If I got Pat Mahomes out here, I'll get this thing done.
Sounds like you might have just picked up Chief as your chief lieutenant. Wow. Okay, 254 says I think he's just building Dak up and trying to give him the confidence to perform at a Hall of Fame level for a few seasons.
No. He's passing the buck to don't look at me when you're talking about needing wins and great offense. Look at my quarterback.
Yeah.
If he's a Hall of Famer, we're going to be fine. Don't expect me to be innovative. Don't expect me to change. And don't expect me to adapt. Don't expect me to outthink the other guy on the sidelines. Just expect my quarterback to go be and be one of the best at the toughest positions in all of sports, in all of jobs. I need my quarterback to be a Hall of Fame level of the hardest job in the world, and then I'll be fine. And then I'll have Aaron Rodgers, and I'll get one Super Bowl in a decade.
I think there's a lot of head coaches that would be fine if they had the Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah. I do think, and I appreciate what you guys are doing there. Those are good takes, and I don't know what's in Mike McCarthy's mind, but I think it's like a failed attempt at being humble. Like, oh, you don't have to give me credit for being, the genius here. We got a great quarterback here who's gonna take this thing and run with it. It's clear he's very excited about it and he thinks he's amazing, or he wouldn't have said the things about play calling that he has in the past, or run Kellen Moore out and called him an idiot along the way.
Yeah, I think the fact that Kellen Moore left on his own accord is very telling.
He wouldn't have been around if he wanted to stay, though.
Oh, I think
he just did them the favor of not having to fire him.
No, I would be interested to see that, because that was Jerry Jones's guy right there. Would Mike McCarthy step up and say, "Well, hey, trust me, they had a little bloodletting going on with that offensive staff. Line coach go, running back coach go."
So Jerry just lets his favorite assistants go, doesn't he? Throw more cash at them for?
Well, he threw a lot of cash at Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's paid like an NFL head coach right now.
I think he just ran out of options with Kellen. You had to do something. You've had 2 years in a row where your offense has stunk it up in the playoffs, and somebody's got to take the fall for that. And it ended up being Kellen Moore.
Yeah, I think they got the right guy, too.
I do, too.
Okay, take number 2 here. Takeaways from the Cowboys' full off season now that it's pretty much over. With no pads or hitting in the trenches, it's difficult to come away with a strong take on Mozzie Smith, 6'3", 325, but he certainly looks the part. We don't know for sure what kind of an immediate impact he will have. We're going to get some 1v1s or something when we get to Oxnard. When's the first time they'll be physical enough to have a good idea, Brian?
Yeah, it'll probably be 2 or 3 days in before we get the full padded practice. Maybe when we get there on a Wednesday, maybe on that Friday, Saturday, somewhere right around there. They have that acclimation period, they have the build up, the ramp up, whatever, for a couple of days. and then we'll get a full padded practice. With Mike, it'll probably be shoulder pads and helmet kind of a thing. But yeah, you're not right now watching Mozzie Smith practice. You're just seeing Mozzie Smith what he looks like physically. You're not seeing Mozzie Smith at his absolute best because they really haven't had any competition where you could see him at his best.
Man, I super hope that he can fulfill that destiny as that huge guy that we've been waiting for this team to have for a long time. It's just so powerful when you get a big guy like that stays healthy and can be the player you envision. Number 3, despite Micah talking about only playing defensive end, he's been moving around a lot. Number 4, still don't completely understand why they haven't signed another kicker. Yeah, I hope that divisional round didn't give them false belief that they'll be good. Oh, look at this. It worked fine. We can just keep kicking the can down the road, pun intended, and, come up with some sort of solution that makes sense. But I don't know. It seems like negligence with such an important part of scoring, being your kicker. I mean, what you're asking these guys to do is incredible. There's only like a dozen specialists in the entire world, and they had a good one. And they're acting like you got to pay like $30 million to get a good one. Oh, can't afford that. It's just $2.5 million. You get a fairly reliable kicker. Number 5, all signs pointed towards the Cowboys getting more than just upgrades on the field with their trades for Gilmore and Cooks. Many have raved about how impactful those 2 veterans have been with the younger players on the team.
I think that's huge. I love that. I mean, of course, what you do on the field matters so much, but what you're able to do off of it, and when you're in rooms like Stephon Gilmore is with some younger guys in that secondary or cornerback room, or Brandon Cooks with some younger guys in that wide receiver room, and being able to help them along the way, especially a guy like a Jalen Tolbert right now, probably could use a Brandon Cooks in his life, especially after what we heard. I mean, you can tell Brandon Cooks 10 minutes on the phone with him, and we're all wowed. Imagine just being around him every day, soaking up his stuff. I mean, you see it with the Rangers right now. All these young guys are like so thankful we got a Marcus Simeon in this clubhouse. So thankful we can see Corey Seager working his tail off, and it's not an accident that these guys are great. Yeah, Evaldi for sure, 100%.
And Tolbert, Michael Gelkin's article today about his improvement, it's all about he's been working side by side with Brandon Cooks this offseason. And I think even a guy like Deron Bland is going to benefit a ton by being with Stephon Gilmore.
Those guys are huge.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's even out there practicing has been a big step for him going forward. He didn't do any of that this time last year. Never was a part of OTAs, minicamp. I think he went out there and out to Oxnard, and the pressure of it all was too much. They threw him out there. He really didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know how to prepare, how to play the right way. He thought things were probably going to come easy to him. He worked hard this year to get to a better point.
Yeah, those veterans can help you along the way, and reinforce the ideas of coaches. It's one thing if an old coach says. I mean, to a 22-year-old, if you're a 45-year-old coach, you're old. Young guy comes along, younger, and says, hey, we got to do it this way. Plus, the veterans can inspire confidence. If you get it going and they look at the young guys and say, guys, you got to appreciate this. It's rare that you have a team this good. It's like, holy crap, we got something special here. It's time to take it up a notch. That kind of veteran leadership can be the difference in realizing your dreams. Okay, speaking of your dreams, we got Best of the Weekend coming up next, right, Chief? Where are we heading?
Yes, sir. We got Rock Bottom, Flaming Porta-Johns, and the newest viral sensation, One Country, Two Jokers. That's next.
But we got the Rangers taking on the Angels tonight, and you can come on out to the Eagles Nest and enjoy.
About 16 minutes. Here's the Chief at the best of the weekend.
Stat of the day, Corey Seager, more RBIs for the Rangers than games played this year. He had a nice 5-for-5er on Saturday when the Rangers and Evaldi and Seager. It was Saturday was a beautiful day. Don't much care about Friday and Sunday, but Saturday, that's the headliner for the
That was a
baseball
statement game right there.
Yeah. It was our best. Maybe it wasn't quite your best. It would have been cool to get Evaldi versus McClanahan. But instead, Martin Perez went out there and, didn't really do what we needed him to do. And Baskey had some interesting numbers on Martin Perez today. When you look at the whip and where that stands amongst like some pretty poor pitchers, it's right there in line. Second worst batting average against. I mean, he's struggled, and it's been like some pretty high highs for Martin, some pretty low lows. That's going to be a huge talking point, I would imagine, over the summer is like Martin in particular, the entire pitching situation. What do the Rangers do? Walchuk still thinks, hey, man, just dial up this bullpen. Give us, 2-3 more arms and we feel good?
Yeah, I think the bullpen overall is still your bigger weakness than the starting rotation is. But I wouldn't be surprised. I'm very excited to talk with CY coming up at 4:20 about how serious they might consider looking to add another starter.
Yeah, that's a topic right there. And speaking of the front office, I think it's brilliant that they only did a 1-year deal with Martin.
Sure.
No question about that. Absolutely. Yeah. And I'm super excited to be out at the ballpark on Thursday.
Yeah.
Ohtani versus Evaldi.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Thursday at the ballpark is going to be incredible. And so I'm excited to be out there. Now, speaking of the ballpark and that general area, it was a pretty wild weekend when you consider that there was a man arrested after police were chasing him, and it started in downtown Dallas, and it ended up with this dude running into and out of AT&T Stadium by foot. My guy is it started in downtown Dallas, police chase, goes all the way to Arlington. This dude ends up just abandoning the vehicle, David Ray's, and he goes sprinting through our sports metroplex, if you will, in the Arlington area, and he runs right through AT&T Stadium. I don't know how are the doors just unlocked?
I don't know. Maybe he found an open one. Maybe he broke the glass. That's a bad place to run into. Huge parking lots. You got to go into structures that got a lot of cover immediately on the outside. These are the things you learn being obsessed with Call of Duty Warzone.
You don't think you could
need the cover?
Oh, the stadium's the worst place to run to.
You don't think you could hide in the stadium somehow?
You might have a chance, but they're going to get you eventually.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty easy to go ahead
delaying
and
the inevitable.
Swarm the surroundings to where's the exit plan for you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Jerry's got a nuke tunnel under there, but you don't have the codes. You're not getting out. You're not popping up probably in the Hurtado basement.
I kind of wonder if like he shot down 30 and then got into the into the parking lot and abandoned the car. Did he abandon in the parking lot? Is that what we did, or
probably?
Do we have any details on this?
I think he abandoned it. Yes, in the parking lot. I don't know if it was the specific parking lot of AT&T or if he just got into the sports compound of Arlington and then bailed and then sprinted. Ended up at AT&T Stadium. Fortunately for him, I guess the doors being unlocked, he ran in. I don't know. At that point, everything is split second winging it decisions. He didn't know when he was getting chased in Dallas, he was going to end up in Arlington. Now, I don't know if there's a better spot in the Metroplex he could have or should have gone, but inevitably he got caught.
I think I need to go on YouTube tonight and figure out, because great police chases that ended up with the guy escape. Because the helicopter chases, these people out in California figured out how to get to trees. Where they can't see you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they figure out to drive as fast as they can to
go into wooded areas.
Go into a wooded area neighborhood and then
you can avoid it. You can avoid that choppers that way.
Yeah,
you want to find a parking garage.
Yeah,
parking garages.
Parking garage.
You have to ditch your car in that parking garage.
Yeah, there you go. But I've seen a lot of it where, and you can hear it in the voice of like the news guy. It's always like, and he's making a run for he's into the trees. And then now it turns into mass.
We can't see him.
It turns into mass confusion for the helicopter because they don't know where to direct.
Get to the chopper.
The police.
Yeah. Well, and then also over the weekend, Walchuk showed me this yesterday. I had seen it, I believe, on Saturday, but there was just like a line of porta-johns right there at AT&T Stadium as well.
Porta potties are on fire.
Someone just lit. I don't know how it actually happened. I don't know that somebody just lit them on fire or whatever. Maybe they're trying to light a match, for the next guy. Yeah, trying to help the next guy, and then it went haywire on them. But there's a video of people driving by, and then there's just like 10 porta-johns lined up over by the ballpark and by AT&T Stadium, and they're just on fire. So it's a heck of a weekend.
Is it like really black, dark smoke? Because that's plastic, right?
Yes. Oh, that's horrible.
That's
very
plastic,
unhealthy.
bad smell.
It's a bad time.
Yeah, it's a bad time.
Well, by the way, we need to come up with a porta potty engineering improvement to like hold the toilet paper somewhere until you need it. Up along the upper rim.
What about Jerry's porta potties?
Got to be some sort of a.
Didn't we have something better?
Those were nice. But the problem with the toilet paper that sits out inside the porta potty, it's under heavy fire.
Hey, how about
you can't trust it even when it's brand new?
That's a good call.
Well, how about the fact that they even have it in there? Some of those don't even have it.
I don't know why you would.
What are you gonna do?
I mean, what
you can't use it. It's most of them are unusable.
Yeah. At that point, you got to hope you have a backup T-shirt or towel of sort. Golf towel.
Maybe take your own.
Yeah, take your own.
You got
your
terrifying situation. You're in the porta potty.
Use your shorts and dump them. You know what I'm saying?
You have no toilet paper.
No, you look over
What do you do?
and the one roll that's sitting there has the clear evidence that liquid's been on it.
Oh,
it's all frayed and warped, and you're like, am I going to really try this?
No, you're not.
Y'all go number 2 in porta potties?
No, first off, I
Absolutely.
would
I
never
have.
do this. I'm
I
going
have
in my
recently.
pants.
Everybody said it's on at the same time.
I avoided it, Lucius. I just was listening.
Yeah, me too, man.
I have recently.
That's
Really?
that's an avoider.
Oh yeah, you told us that story.
Well, that was an
I would rather
unintentional
go in the
one.
woods than go in a porta
Yeah.
potty.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I guess
would
you're
too.
right. I didn't think about the woods. I don't need to go in my pants. I'll go outside.
I don't know. Maybe this is a restroom revelations conversation, but what is the go-to in a pinch, no toilet paper, wiping utensil? If you don't have the golf towel, you got to use something on your person. Are you taking a sock? Are you going with the
Your
undies?
shorts. You're going with your shorts and dump.
Shorts?
Well, I
no,
look
your
around.
undies, and
Okay.
then you're dumping it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the hazards
you're
of free balling.
Yeah.
I've gotten toilet paper, or tissue paper. Like if I see it, there's a box of tissues, but I'm out of toilet paper. Like I'll rock with the tissues.
Fair enough, but in this particular hypothetical,
Those
there's
things-
no
yeah,
paper
those-
utensils here. You're
those-
having to use something.
Brian, you don't have to tell me it didn't
You
work
could just
well.
go mud
I
butt
know
the
it
rest
didn't
of the
work
day.
well.
Yeah,
I didn't like the decision.
That's not a good option.
Tissue just disintegrates on you. You got no shot there.
Yeah, I get it.
You're doing
Yeah.
a shower.
What
later
else
that
was I
night,
gonna
You're
do?
like, I feel like you got Q-tips up your rear.
Jeez,
Construction
Dad.
workers are saying you got to use your socks.
Okay, I thought socks, maybe the one seed or the undies.
Yeah.
But for free ballers, the socks.
Yeah.
If you're a foot blister person, like boots on bare feet is an insta blister, then you go undies. I have a sensitive foot.
I think the
if I don't wear
sock's the way to
socks, I'm
go.
getting blisters all over the place.
Okay.
I can't work another 3-4 hours like that.
Yeah, you got to know yourself. You got to know. You got to have the
Would you
self-awareness.
tell somebody though?
You got to know what's next for the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah,
that's a must brag
If you-
situation.
no. If you had to go with sock and you have the blister situation, are you telling somebody, hey, I can't work anymore, my boot?
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Can you get off work that way?
I think so. Give him the full story. He's probably
called
laughing.
the Basky day off.
I think Boss Man says, "Why didn't you go with the undies, bleep hole?"
Yeah.
Should have gone with the undies.
And
if you knew that you were a sensitive foot guy like Dawson, you shouldn't have pulled the sock off.
Maybe you went no undies with the jeans on, your work pants.
Yeah.
Well, that's called manning up right there.
You get a lot of rubbing and tugging.
That's called a different breed. Shout out to Joe Pompliano, my Italian brother, who's crushing it on the Twitters these days, just with like interesting, funny, and fun information. And one that he noted over the weekend, this is pretty crazy. Okay? Serbia is responsible for just 0.1% of the world's population, yet they have now produced two of the world's most dominant athletes. And they're dominant right now. It's Novak Djokovic. And it's Jokic. It's two jokers.
Yeah.
They've breeded two jokers. They're 0.1% of the world's population. Okay, so 99.9% of the people you have ever met are not from there, but they got two jokers.
It's incredible.
And the world's big enough for both of them. I mean, the Joker in basketball is about to win Finals MVP, triple-double machine, most points, leading the postseason in points, rebounds, assists. He's doing it all, and he's the champion of the world. And then Novak is, what did he just win? The French Open?
Yeah,
it's a Grand Slam situation.
He's well up. Yeah, he's on the top of Jordan.
That's just crazy to me, man. Shout out to Serbia for that.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
It's like when Jamaica had the top 4 fastest people in the world.
That's kind of what I was thinking of. Like Jamaica would be another country that would have those type of athletes.
I think there's something like if greatness is around you, it'll elevate you. And I think some of that's definitely happened in that part of the world with basketball players. It's unbelievable how they're cranking out the dudes right now.
I like this from the 817. He's ripping the sleeves off his shirt.
Yeah, construction worker texted in, said that they also use the sleeves on the shirt.
Well, you must be a mortar guy if you can you handle up on the sleeves and just pull them right off the shirt. I don't know if I could do that.
Or you're wearing like a thin shirt because it's hot, and you have maybe your work shirts are a little bit thinner at that point, and you feel like. But I don't know that I have a shirt that I feel I could confidently just rip the sleeves off like just a true badass.
I think the call is probably at that point. I'm jumping back in the rig and I'm heading to the nearest gas station to clean up.
With the mud butt?
Yeah, I had big plans.
But then your underwear's toasted anyways, man.
Well, you could do a little pinch maneuver.
I guess you could
maybe that deal I did at spring training where you're almost standing and driving at the same time.
Oh, there you go. You never actually fully sit down.
Yeah,
you just air ride that.
Dawson ain't lying about the pinch maneuver, bro.
That's worked for you many a time, huh?
Unintentionally.
My guy's talented. I'm telling you, the Walchuk physical skill set would surprise you, and it continues to surprise me after all these years.
Surprises me.
It's funny. I was looking up something. This, I guess, goes back to 2016. The countries with the most Olympic medals per capita: Finland, Sweden, Hungary. Those when you start to talk about most Olympic medals.
Yeah.
Per 10 million current residents. Finland's number one.
Those are those countries that specialize in the weird ones.
Like the Nordic skiing and stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe not Nordic skiing. I mean, that's an old traditional one. But
they got one medal per every 551 people in their country.
Yeah, they get in there and specialize in curling and things like normal people could medal in if you're just obsessed with it.
These countries, you're like hammering their athletes right now. You're saying they're no good.
Yeah, they're not that athletic. No, you don't.
They're winning the medals, bro.
You don't see a bunch of these cats popping up in other sports. They're winning medals.
Countries are winning medals.
Yeah, who was the guy?
One-trick ponies.
Jared Allen, the meathead defensive end who was not even coordinated enough to play a skilled position in the NFL. Okay, he goes out there and dominates curling right now. These are the kind of things those people are getting into. They want their medals, and the country is so starved for some kind of credit. They pay for them to do this.
Hey, if you're Finnish or Swedish or anything, we're really sorry. We'd love to.
You have some good hockey players.
Keep listening.
They dominate good hockey players. Yeah, they do.
I'm sorry about
Gavin. You do a nice
and
job.
the fact that he hates your country.
You're over here trying to pretend like other countries are better than America in sports. I'm just trying to be a little patriotic.
I'm just saying.
Thought you lived America, bro.
I'm saying, hey, you saw what I've got going.
You wearing your American flag Crocs today?
Yeah, you're darn right I am.
Well, damn well act like it.
I took the shoe off again, guys. Come on.
Can't believe you disrespected the flag.
If you're around the world, if you're around the world, I'm really sorry. Finland, Sweden, Bulgaria, countries all Gavin hates. because you have really good athletes there.
Yeah.
Australia, we can throw you in there. Cuba.
You figured out how to shoot a rifle and cross-country ski at the same time.
Cuba.
Wow.
Hey, I'm really
Peak
sorry.
athleticism.
I'm really sorry.
How about jump out of a pool sometime,
Netherlands. Netherlands. I mean, hey, you guys have got it going over there.
Hey, Dawson, you think he's fired up now? Wait till you bring up that Saudi dirty money.
That'll spark the combo.
Man, Twitter was not very happy with
By
him.
the way, at the Expressway coming up at 5:20, an incredible backstory on how all that came together last week with the PGA and Live, and the dude who was like the main catalyst for pulling that thing together. Pretty interesting cat. Now coming up next, it's time for the Wooly Bullies Top 10. Where are we going with that today, sir?
Big time segment. We got throwback jerseys in the NFL coming back. I got the top 10 best throwback jerseys in the NFL, and we celebrate the Mavs anniversary next.
I'd like to throw it back to cooler temperatures right about now. It was hot over the weekend, and when you get home and you drop back into that AC, it feels great, doesn't it? Well, it's here, the heat and the humidity and the high energy bills. It comes with a cost to keep the home cool like that. Well, it's time to beat the heat and the cost with Window Nation's summer sale.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Chris Young is coming up in 20 minutes. You're 20 minutes from the Rangers GM. Means we do have time right now for the Woolly Bullies Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, General. We are going to get to the top 10 throwback jerseys in the NFL, as we've got the Buccaneers are going to wear their classic creamsicle throwback uniforms in week 6.
Aren't those amazing? Don't we all love the creamsicles?
Against the Lions. We do. We love them.
Were they ever good in those uniforms, though?
Were they?
No, they weren't.
I don't think so.
They sucked in them, right?
No, well, they Sam Weiss brought them back in like 2012, I think this was.
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did wear them once.
Weiss, I think he might have been gone before then, but I know the last time they wore them, I think was 2012 is when they wore them.
I think you're right, according to this the article on NFL.com. There's another team that's bringing back their throwbacks as well. We'll get to in a moment. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite throwback jersey? But it is an anniversary. On this day in 2011, the Dallas Mavericks won their first NBA Finals championship.
Terry gets it, and the Heat will not foul. Sean Marion dribbles it out, and a celebration will begin. The Dallas Mavericks are NBA champions, the first title in franchise history.
Ooh, it still gives me goosebumps here in my brain, and it's going to be his 100th NBA Finals game to call tonight. Game 5, Nuggets and the Heat, as the Nuggets look to win their first ever championship. But a day that we will always remember here in DFW. Dirk finally got his, and you remember afterwards, he leaves the floor. And today, the Dallas Morning News, Brad Townsend had a piece up about the inside story of Dirk and his disappearance following the 2011 championship. And Dirk actually caught up with Bally Sports Southwest, did an interview about this. Here was Dirk and his emotions.
It was brutal.
And what was
I had the bubble guts at the worst time.
I had the two. What was going through? No, it's not Arnold. What was going through his mind after he left the floor as the Mavs clinched their first championship?
Honestly, there was no plan really. I felt overcome a little bit with emotions, and I just wanted to get away a little bit and be alone with my tears and with my thoughts a little bit. And I always tell a story. It happened to me in 2008. One of my biggest dreams was making it to the Olympics. And when we finally qualified after years of trying, I remember winning that last game in Athens to qualify for Beijing. And I was completely overcome with emotions. I couldn't speak for a few minutes. So I kind of fast forward to 2011. I kind of felt that same emotion coming on. And so I figured, hey, it's best if I go away and just be by myself with my thoughts a little bit for a couple of minutes. And that's what happened. I ran to the locker room real quick. There was a little bench by the shower area, and I just laid there and just enjoyed it for a moment and thought about the hard work and the people that supported me throughout all this. And it was a sweet moment by myself. But of course, Tim Frank, now the head of communication for the NBA, and Scooter, our PR guy, they kind of said, "You got to get back out. You know, you're getting the trophy." And I was like, "I don't want it. I just want to be by myself." And of course, now looking back 10 years later, I'm glad they forced me back out, so I have the shot of getting the trophy. Of course, I'll never forget. But there was a moment there for a second that I didn't even want to go back out. I wanted to lay there and enjoy and be with my thoughts. But of course, now I'm happy that I did went back.
They will never forget.
Unique guy, very interesting. I heard that's how the nosebleed guys reacted though when Spittle told them they got the afternoon drive job. Yeah, they went and cried together and held each other in the restroom.
It's quite a moment.
We would have, but Walchuk was in the kitchen of a local Chick-fil-A, and I was in
selling cars.
I was I had just got my third no of the day, swing and miss, and then I got the phone call.
What a difference a year makes.
Yeah.
No kidding. But shout out to the Mavs as we remember them hoisting the Larry O'Brien, and some similarities there with this Nuggets team and Jokic, I think, and Dirk. You know, Jokic, a guy probably hasn't been respected nationally. Now you win a championship, all of a sudden you're viewed differently. A lot of people were saying Dirk, you know, he's soft. He's a guy that you can't win a championship with. Finally does it. You know, everybody has a completely different impression and respect for Dirk Nowitzki.
And incredibly lucky that you get it. You know, nothing against them, but just teams don't win one championship in this era. You're dominant, so you're good enough that you win 2, 3, 4. I think it's the Detroit Pistons? Is that the only other team?
Yeah.
I guess the Milwaukee Bucks have only had one, but they're going to get more as long as Giannis stays there. And you got to take advantage of the Heat before they had really hit another gear the next year. You taught LeBron the final lesson about how to execute in the postseason, and he will talk about the job that Rick Carlisle and those 2011 Mavs did to him, and how it was sort of the final hurdle to clear to figure out how to be a champion himself. Incredible though that the Mavs were able to get that done. And I actually went to the Mavericks fantasy camp that they held for media, because there was a lockout that immediately followed that.
That's right.
And got to talk with Rick Carlisle and a couple of the other coaches about that whole thing. And it was just an unbelievable time in Mavs history.
Really was.
I was just thinking of something because you mentioned the Nuggets and the championship there first. Stan Kroenke, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's won a Super Bowl. He won the Stanley Cup. And now he's about to get the NBA all within 3-4 years now.
Right.
Hell of a run from Stan.
Crazy.
Wow.
Absolutely crazy. So shout out to the Mavs. We love you, and we love you, Dirk. All right, so back to the top 10 here. Top 10 best throwback jerseys. I mentioned the Bucks going to wear the Creamsicles in Week 6. The Seahawks are also going to wear their classic 90s era unis in Week 8 against the Browns. And those, to me, are also pretty sick.
Okay, I think I know. These like the what was it, Jim Zorn?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Jim Zorn
Steve
Seahawks.
Largent. Even Joey Galloway was rocking these when the Cowboys traded for him.
Kurt Warner. Remember old Kurt Warner?
Kurt Warner.
The running back.
Running back from
Not
Penn
the
State.
quarterback.
Wow. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yep.
So I've got the top 10 NFL throwback jerseys ever. Do you have a favorite, LA, when I say throwback?
NFL? You say NFL?
Yeah, I mean, you can give somebody else. The NBA, I think, has the best, but this list is specific NFL.
Because my favorite is the throwback Dr. J.
Oh,
That
the
is
old
fire.
Nets?
Yeah, that one is fire. No, 76ers.
The 76ers
Yes,
one,
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir. Throwback Jim Brown with the long sleeves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the brown joint. I like that one. Throwback Walter Payton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I like
with
that
theirs,
joint.
Love it. I think the NBA's got really, really good ones. I think the NFL, for the most part, I think you can go team by team and say that their throwback uniforms are better than whatever iteration they have currently. I think you could say that at just about every single team. The throwbacks look awesome, and these Seahawks ones are sweet. I had forgotten about these.
Yeah.
These look fantastic. I think the Broncos, the Houston Oilers, dude.
Houston Oilers, yeah.
Beautiful. Like looking at Earl Campbell. I saw a Photoshop of Derrick Henry in a Houston Oilers, and it was like, oh my gosh.
Amazing.
That's going to be awesome.
I love those. So we have number 10 on the list. We're getting some texts in. We got some love for the Oilers, the Chargers, Powder Blues.
Powder Blues and the Chargers,
of course, and those are
absolutely.
my number one.
Yeah.
The Black Lions jerseys were nice. I didn't even know that they had black.
Yeah, those. I mean, they were like I think they did like a Thanksgiving. It was more like an alternate. I don't even know that I would consider it like a throwback.
No.
I think they would just like.
Oh, I know what they're
It was
talking
like
about.
a City
Yes,
Connect.
yes,
kind of
yes.
deal.
They
I
used to do
remember
that
that.
Honolulu Blue.
Yeah,
That's
the
what they got.
Cowboys have similar ones they sell, but they've never worn.
Yeah.
Like I've seen people rock the Emmitt Smith like all black, and it's got the blue navy trim.
I bought one at the old Texas Stadium
Yeah.
years and years ago.
So number 10 on the all-time throwback list here, the Atlanta Falcons 1990s black throwbacks.
It's the Jerry Glanville issue
Yes,
ones.
the ones that Dion was wearing.
Yeah, they had the their Grits Blitz one was good too that they wore was red.
And now the
I like
Falcons,
those.
The Falcons look so dumb. Yeah. Oh, dude, the
And the
red
80s,
domes.
The red,
The
see,
red
I think
domes,
the red
red
ones.
jerseys, yeah.
I agree. The red ones are better than
The
I
red-
think the 1990s.
Yeah,
the black
red,
throwbacks.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the Seahawks with that we're talking about that they're going to wear week 8 when they play the Browns, and it's the dark blue,
Yeah.
the gray pants. It's got like the green neon outline. You got the
Silver.
Seahawk, silver helmet.
Yeah.
It looks sick. Number 8 is the Miami Dolphins throwback jerseys.
What, the Dolphins like jumping a little higher? What's different about their uniform?
Well, they've got the all orange crush jersey, but this is going back to like the 80s, 90s. Dan Marino. The aqua color is darker, allowing the colors that it just pops more. The aqua really pops. And
Looks
it's got like
way
the
cooler.
orange trim.
I was being fun. I was trying to be funny, but I think actually
All white.
the dolphin on the helmet is the difference of.
Yes,
it is.
and they've changed that
Yeah.
dolphin
Yeah.
logo several times.
How do you make a mean looking dolphin? I don't know.
I don't know either. The Cardinals are doing the same thing, like trying to make the bird look more mean and aggressive. I don't get it. Number 7 is the Broncos Orange Crush. I think this should be top 3. I think the Dolphins orange crush jerseys.
White
are fire.
pants, orange tops.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. And then the blue helmet.
Blue
with the Broncos D,
Yeah,
and then it's
yeah.
got the actual Bronco in the middle of it, and the D is orange.
And just the color blue instead of that more like darker navy blue that they have, it was
during the Peyton
a
Manning,
lighter blue,
during
like
the
a
Peyton
sky
Manning era,
blue.
they were much more of a navy color, but yeah, it was kind of a royal blue in the 70s with their jerseys.
Looked really good.
Yeah.
Number 6, we've got the Rams that they wore from the 70s to the 90s. They've kind of brought them back, but this is like the all yellow pants, the blue top with the yellow numbers and shoulders, and then it's kind of a darker blue helmet with the yellow Ram
Well,
logo.
they have a blue and white uniform. They
The Deacon
wear.
Jones
The
days.
Deacon
Yes.
Jones days. Yeah, that's pretty good.
But I like the yellow, the Eric Dickerson.
Yes, this is the Eric Dickerson.
Yes, dude.
Number 5, this is too high. Personally, I don't like these jerseys. Maybe others do.
Jets, something like that.
It's the Steelers Bumblebee.
No, that's awful
They're
looking.
disgusting.
That's awful.
Isn't that the Hamburglar ones?
Yes. Yeah.
They look horrible.
Yeah. Bad.
What they got now
them.
is great. Yeah.
Yeah, what they have now is fantastic. Number 4, and people do love these as well. I just hate the team, but I got to say, these are pretty clean.
Kelly Green.
It's the Eagles Kelly Green.
Yeah, the Eagles Kelly Green. Eagles. Is
Cunningham.
Yeah. Randall Cunningham. They wore for in '96.
Reggie White.
Yeah. They loved those. Number 3 is the Bucks creamsicle.
Okay.
And they are nice. I'm excited to see them.
The winking Buccaneer.
Yeah.
Bruce the Buccaneer.
And the creamsicle to me is just fun. And no, 817, that wasn't a political joke. I'm not that intelligent.
Which joke?
The orange D.
Oh.
But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers creamsicle at number 3, I think you could argue that for number 1, and I'd be okay with
I don't even think
You
his
wouldn't
D's
spray
weren't-
tan down there anyway, would you?
Yeah, I think it's just his face.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just it's South Park handled that well. Number 2 is the Tennessee Titans Houston Oilers throwback jerseys.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're specifically going with the white tops. You got the blue pants, the white tops, and then the numbers blue. It's got the red outline.
That was the
more
road
noon.
suits.
Yeah, the road jerseys.
Yeah.
Yes. But number 1, best throwback jersey in NFL history. It's the LA Chargers powder blues.
Yeah,
of
course
and
it
they
is.
are.
It's
They're
a great
the
color.
best.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So it's like best throwback uniforms altogether,
Yes.
not throwback jerseys. Like,
Oh,
not
like
like
individual
hot on the
player.
market type of situations. 'cause
Yeah, yeah,
There was no
absolutely.
Joe Namath mention and stuff like that.
No, right. It wasn't like
Okay.
in terms of,
Marshall
like,
Falk
valuables.
jersey, that was fire out here in the
Yeah,
streets.
absolutely.
Man.
No, I got where you were coming from as well, and that was fine. Like if the text wanted to take it that way out, but yes, the list was specific,
Well,
like
yeah, I get it, yeah.
team jerseys.
I totally swung and
you're
missed. That's all good.
You're busy.
I was imagining the
stuff.
era. I was
I'm
imagining
throwing
the
stuff
era
at you
those
left and
players
right.
came from, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what was crazy about the Cardinals fans last week, though? A lot of them were rocking Stan Musial and Lou Brock.
Yeah.
I mean, there were tons
No,
of throwback individual jerseys for those guys. They had a historic appreciation.
Oh, the Patriots ones are good too.
Yeah, I like the little hiking guy.
The snapping guy?
Yes, the Patriots have
86
good
Super Bowl.
throwbacks. Yes.
Even the Bills, man. Bills old
I like the
school
Bills
ones
ones
are
too.
sweet.
You're right.
Which
Yeah.
is the standing red buffalo?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it looks good.
Well, maybe get to Chris Young's thoughts on this. The Rangers GM is set to join us. Wolchuk's top 10 at 420, now in the books. Happened at 4 o'clock today, though, because CY is coming up. And we'll talk Rangers baseball with him next here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to chat Window Nation? The fan time now for the Rangers GM show here as Chris Young is going to join us. The segment is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by Cars for Kids and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you, frankly. You need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. As CY joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We are doing good. Tampa really good at home, so you dropping 2 of 3, no real cause for alarm, right? But where does the team have to be better to give yourself a chance to compete against those guys? What'd you learn after 3 games?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that Tampa they're a great team. Their record speaks for itself, and we knew it was going to be a challenge going in there and facing the pitchers we faced. And so, I think just overall playing, just consistently clean baseball. And I'm not sure there's much we would change or do differently. Tampa just came out ahead in 2 of the 3 games. And I think if we played them another series, we could easily come out ahead just the same. So I think that just continue to play good, clean baseball. If we take care of our business, we pitch well, we field the ball, and we continue to produce offensively. I think I like where this team is and where we can go, but just doing it consistently is the key.
What do you think of Martin Perez to this point in the season? Had a career year last year, but the whip and the ERA up a little bit. He's had some fantastic outings. Certainly yesterday, not one that I'm sure he wanted.
Yeah, Martin's been good. I think that certainly not to the level he was at last year, but he also had what could be considered a career year last year, and we knew that. We recognized it, but Martin has done very, very well. I think there have been a couple games where he's had some blow-ups and, given up 7 runs in a few games this year, which may inflate the numbers, but he's also had a number of games where he's pitched really, really well, and we've won the game because of it. So yesterday was a really tough lineup for him. Just Tampa crushes left-handed pitchers. We knew that going in. We had 2 of the 3 starters that we pitched against Tampa this series were lefties with Heaney and Perez. So we knew that it was going to be a tough day for Martin. We hoped that he could just keep it close, and really in the last inning, the 4th inning, it got away from us there. But even with that, we had a chance to come back and win in the 9th, or at least tie it with a tying run at the plate. So the guys kept fighting, and that's the part of the baseball season. It's why you play 162. But Martin will bounce back. He's a professional, and he'll continue to be someone we lean on, and will give us some great outings here ahead.
So with career years, there's no reason to believe that he can't get back to that form, in this year at some point.
Yeah, there's no doubt. His stuff is still really, really good. He's doing a lot of the same things that made him successful last year. He's had a couple games where maybe his command wasn't quite as sharp, or he did get some borderline calls, or we didn't play great defense, or just sometimes it didn't go your way. And so I think to start the game in Tampa the other day, I think he gave up 4 consecutive hits, and really none of them were hit overly hard, just kind of hit to the right spot. And that's the luck of baseball at times. So the stuff is still there. The person, the focus, the commitment, the work ethic, all those things that you look for. And we know he'll get on a roll at some point this season. But just one bad outing doesn't define a season by any means.
I mean, he's been around this organization for so long. We love him, and we're hoping for the best for Martin. But let me ask you this. A week removed from the DeGrom injury and a week closer to the deadline, do you feel like adding a starter is of importance or a priority?
Well, I'll say the standard line I gave all offseason, which is you can never have enough pitching, and specifically starting pitching. So we'll stay open-minded. We'll continue to assess the needs of the organization as we go. But, starting pitching is certainly something that every team should be looking for, and I don't think we're any different.
So we were having a discussion earlier, and it's, do you have enough starting pitching to win playoff series? And it sounds like you would answer that right now with a yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not looking that far ahead right now. I'm looking at winning. We got to get to the playoffs, and we're off to a great start. But as time goes here and we continue to play good baseball, we'll see what the specific needs are. Is it back-end starting pitching? Is it front-end starting pitching? Is it back-end relief pitching? Is it middle relief pitching? There's just a number of ways that you can go here, and some of that just takes time to fully flesh out and determine which direction we go. But nonetheless, I love our group. I love the way that our guys have played, and I'm confident in the group we have.
Best GM in the Metroplex with us, Chris Young, here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I do want to follow up on Jacob deGrom. Do you have an update on the surgery? And again, just how you guys went about letting the team know and your emotions when getting that news. I know the fan base, obviously, we were all bummed.
Yeah, I'll start with the second question first. It was a tough week last week. I think I saw you guys on Monday, and we knew at that point Jacob was going to go on the 60-day. That we probably we needed to get more information. He was going to undergo another MRI, and I think we got the results of that last Monday night, if I'm not mistaken. And at that point, saw a tear and structural damage to the ligament, and knew that it was going to require surgery. So it was a tough week for the organization. Most importantly, it was a tough week for Jacob and his family. I know that he had such high expectations coming here, was so excited to be a part of this and the start that the team is off to, and then hated to miss time. There were some periods where we felt like he was making progress with the rehab, and then some days where we felt like, this isn't necessarily going forward at the pace we would like. And so, I think first and foremost, caring about Jacob and his emotions and his mental status was of the utmost importance to us. And, once Jacob made the final decision, and it's his decision to have surgery, we supported that. We agreed with the decision, and now trying to provide every manner of support that we can and rehab to get him healthy and ready to come back and help us in the future. But, from the fan base, I know everyone's disappointed, and certainly we are as well. But Jacob is he's going to be back. He'll recover from this. He did have surgery today. The surgery went according to plan. Dr. Meister called me and said that he was able to repair the ligament, and expects Jacob to make a full recovery. And so we'll start taking it one day at a time with the rehab, and at some point we'll have him back.
CY, I know you're working on your team, your current roster of what you got, going forward here against the Angels tonight, but I know you have an eye on the draft coming up as well. And if I can ask you a philosophy question, not who you're going to take or anything like that.
Yeah.
But if you had the first overall pick, is there a big difference between, and again, not asking about the player, but the position? Is there a philosophy difference between a position player, and say a starting pitcher? With LSU's situation, again, that's my team. With Cruz and Skeen, and is it one of those things where you're like, listen, more position players make it taken that high than starting pitcher, or is that something that's not a true when you're evaluating where players to take at the top of that board?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think philosophically for me, it's the best player. It's who is the best player available. Who do you believe is going to be the best major league player and impact your franchise the most? And it can be a position player, it can also be a pitcher, and that's kind of the way we've approached it the last the 3 years that I've been here. And so I'm excited for this year's draft, and certainly LSU has two tremendous talents, and it's really hard to tell. I think that each one of those could be generational type talents. They're both really, really good, and there are a few others in the draft that are also in that category. And so, it really just, the needs of the organization, you need both. You need good pitchers and you need really good position players. And so, I think that for me, it's just really selecting who you feel like is going to be the best major league player in time, independent of needs. There's a lot of things that change before these guys make it to the major leagues. And, certainly these college players now come a little bit quicker, but I think just given how talented they each are, I don't think you can go wrong with any of these at the top of the draft.
And if I could follow up with Skeen, him coming from the Air Force Academy and then down to Baton Rouge, developed, with a pro pitching coach down there at LSU. Do you look at stuff like that where these players play, like where they do have guys, the coaches that the guy, he's got some pro experience, or does that kind of stuff make a difference when you're evaluating these players?
Well, it's all part of the puzzle. You try to get as much information and take in as much information as possible to make the best decision for the organization. And information like that does matter. It does factor in. To what degree, I can't specifically say, but it is part of the equation. And it's not specific to just the draft. It's with, pro acquisition. It's understanding what certain organizations or certain teams or college programs do well, what they don't do well, what access to coaching players have had or have not had, and then making, good predictions based on that information to determine how good the player can be. What is his upside? Can he continue to improve? Is he just now, reaching his peak, or is he, going to reach that in 5 more years? And those are the predictions that we're trying to make, but it's an inexact science, and you just try to take as many aspects of the decision and all the information you can to make the best decision possible.
We saw John Gray is going to be scratched for tomorrow's start with a blister. How long do you think he might be out?
Our expectation is just a turn. If he was dealing with this a little bit in his last outing, and we just felt like the prudent thing to do is to push him back, make sure we need him 100% healthy, and we don't want this thing to materialize into something bigger than it is. So we're going to push him back, skip a turn, and he should be back by his next outing.
Okay, CY, as a former pitcher, what's best for a blister? Does pickle juice really work? Is that an old wives' tale right there?
Oh, I don't know. I've heard it all. There's something called rodeo ointment, which I've heard works. Zinc, pickle juice. I've heard it all, and I'm not sure which of it does. I think the best ingredient, or the best way to heal these things is just time. And so I think time and just taking some of that friction off. So that's what we're doing with John. And but if you or your listeners have any suggestions, we're open.
Well, CY, also as a former pitcher, and we got the College World Series going on, as Brian was talking about the draft, Quinn Matthews of Stanford goes and throws 156 bleeping pitches yesterday. One, I just want to know your thoughts on that, but is that, malpractice? Should we not have a kid out there throwing 156 pitches?
Well, it's a lot of pitches. I'll leave it at that. So, they're playing to win, and obviously the kid, he was able to do it, but it's a lot of pitches, and I don't think you'll see that many pitches from any Texas Ranger this year.
In your heyday, though, you were breaking 156,
160, I assume.
No. I think my career high was 129, and that was with Boch as my manager, and I think it was actually against the Rangers, if I'm not mistaken. It was a game that the year after I'd been traded, came back and pitched here in Arlington, and was doing okay. I think I was in line for a win, and third baseman made an error with 2 outs that prolonged. Boch wanted to leave me out there so badly, but I reached 129 pitches, and he had to come get me at that point.
Well, we learned last week that hatred about that trade or moving.
You wanted revenge.
You were going to throw 169 pitches that day if you had to, right?
Yeah, that's right. Whatever it took, right? Exactly.
Well, CY, we love you, and best of luck here with these 4 games against the Angels. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, and I'll talk to you next week.
Cheers to you. There he is, Rangers GM Chris Young, right here on 105.3 The Fan. He's a battler. And we did learn last week he was pretty ticked off at the Rangers when they moved him to the point that in 2010 and 2011, even though he's a DFW guy, he wasn't rooting that hard for the Rangers.
No, really wasn't.
That stung. It would have been awesome if they could have kept him around. Had Chris Young on that World Series team. He didn't need to do that deal.
I just can't believe how big he is.
Oh,
I mean, we took that picture and he was standing next to me, and I was like, Man, he's
And
I'm 6'3", and he was like towering over me.
In the picture, you look tiny.
I know.
You look like Jamal Murray next to Jokic. Is what that is.
Looked like Matt Weiner, or is it Weiner, next to Shaquille O'Neal on NBA TV.
And I'm really surprised Chief has not commented on the mass of Chris Young's.
Yeah, I haven't either.
But
that
dude.
Yeah.
I'm actually
the power bottom area.
Yeah. There's a lot of sporting going on down there for him. You know, it's a good power bottom, I think.
Not skipping glute day, that's for sure.
Okay, a piece of sound from Mikey B begs a question, doesn't it, Chief?
Yes, sir. We will play the sound of Mikey B from earlier today. What's your most notable give up and quit moment? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
But hey, Twin Peaks, you're
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Thanks to Chris Young for joining us. That was fun. Got some sound here from Mikey B. Is that right, Chief?
That is correct. Cancy Masterpiece had an important conversation today. It's something we've discussed as well here in the G-Bag Nation, the self-checkout lanes and lines and all that is to do with the self-checkout stuff and the grocery store environment that we live in now. And we haven't really evolved as a society to work this thing like a well-oiled machine, but we'll get there. I believe in our people. I believe in our citizens. But Baskey revealed something about himself, about a particular grocery trip from, I assume, years ago. But here is him telling the story, and we'll piggyback off of it with what was or what is your most notable give up and quit moment in your life. Here's Baskey.
I have had a cart full of food at Walmart.
Oh, no.
And then the line was forever. And I just walked out of the building. I just left the cart and walked out of the building. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not spending 30 minutes in line to wait for a checkout. This food is not that important.
You spent 30 minutes piling the stuff into your basket.
100%. Over on the Cockrell Hill Walmart, 10:30 at night, and I had a carton full of food, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this, and I'm not going to go put everything back. I just walked out, and like somebody will eventually find this cart and go, man, this is a great.
Did you push the cart to the side or anything?
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm done.
Okay. Left the full cart just right there in the middle of the grocery store at 10:30 at night and said, forget this. I don't have to eat tonight. Neither does my family.
You know, I've done something similar. I don't think it was out of pure frustration and impatience. It was more like I thought I was going to be able to get the grocery shopping done and get back to the house before we had a hard exit time.
Hard out.
And I was like, I got to go now. I should be leaving this parking lot now. I got to go. And just left.
Just bail on the cart full.
Yeah, and I was
great.
like, man, I'm so close to being able to pull this off. But I'm always trying to cram like 3 errands in the time where I only have time for 2. And then I yell at other people for not getting out of my way so I can do it faster. College was a huge give up. I think I quit 4 or 5 times. Never really got through my sophomore year.
I'm proud of you for sticking to that. Finally, it sounds like you quit and then you went back. You went back on your quitting word, but finally you just sunk into the quit.
Had to trust my heart.
Yeah,
you know, and my heart was a college quitter. So eventually, I listened to that son of a gun and told my mom to be quiet. I was going to be her dropout son. You know, I'll make you proud in other ways, Mama.
Yeah, you've made good on that. I was a roofer for 90 minutes one time.
90
minutes? I was a roofer for 90 minutes. I got on one-story house. And it took me a while to get on it. It took me a while to get off of it. I was as uncomfortable as I've ever been. Just sitting there on top of a pretty small height-wise size house. And I was like, and I'm supposed to be moving around and fixing and doing things.
And walking.
There's absolutely no chance. And so I was like, I need to, let me go get some lunch here and just kind of regroup. And that was the last they ever saw me.
Done.
Did you just never come back?
Never went back.
No call, no show.
That was it, man. I was like, thanks, but no thanks. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been an eye-opening experience for me.
Did anybody call you the next day or anything?
Yeah, one of my buddies who was kind of the facilitator on that was like, what's going on? I'm like, sorry, dude. This is just this is just not for me.
That's hilarious. I'm with you, though, because I would be the same way. I don't want anything to do with my roof. I don't know why I thought it was fun up there as a kid. Like when you're 10 years old and you're really exercising and you're flexible, it ain't going to hurt that much if you fall. But now I get up there, I'm like, dude, no way.
No chance.
I mean, those guys are superheroes. It's raining. They're walking around up there.
Yeah.
You know, and I know injuries happen, but some of these dudes are doing it for years without an incident. You know, they have superior balance. They're the Spider-Man of construction.
Yeah, like respect to all the people that are getting up high and having to accomplish anything other than just, overcoming their own fears and just being there. Because I can't do anything. It was like, it was a pretty scary moment. So I was like, I'm up and out of here on that one.
One for me, and I think I've told you guys about this, it's when you're staying at a hotel and they've got the complimentary breakfast and it's the waffle maker. It's like I have an inner fear of I'm going to be the one that bleeps this up. Everyone's going to be waiting on me. I'm not properly going to know how to use it. I don't know if it was just I saw one that was super high-tech looking, and I've never had the courage to go back. But I'm out on the waffle maker, bro.
Wait, so you've been mid-waffle making and then just had to say...
It was like I was about to get the batter, and then I just said, you know what?
Not worth it.
I'm not
A lot of
doing
pressure
this.
here. There's a line behind you.
I got intimidated. I'm just going to go ahead and grab the eggs and the sausage.
That's good.
and move
I
on.
avoided as well. The last time I tried to go for it, I was like, hey, sir, we're out of batter. He's like, yeah, I know, because the people before you wasted it all morning. There's no more.
Yeah.
I was like, man, there's a lot that goes into these waffle makers at the hotels in the lobby.
Yeah, I love a good old-fashioned continental breakfast waffle maker.
Yeah.
I enjoy the experience with it, but I do think that must have been a pretty faulty one.
I don't know.
Capri Soda to punt on a waffle opportunity.
How hard is it?
That's an upset.
Brian, you're going ahead and praising yourself for connecting the Wi-Fi, all right, to your apartment.
I did.
I don't want to hear about how hard is it to use the damn waffle maker right now. I'm being vulnerable with you.
I tell you what, though.
For him to punt on a waffle pre-soda,
okay, that's the point, Chief. Yep.
But it's the situation where you put the little batter into the little cup.
I'm an idiot.
You open it up, you pour it, and then you just turn it over.
Yeah, okay, well, the turning process looks challenging. Next thing you know, it falls out from underneath. You've got batter everywhere.
One side's too burnt.
if you've only just put enough in the little cup where it kind of.
You've seen the way my shirt gets when I eat. I'm probably going to spill everything just pouring it into the cup.
That was impressive how we went to that grill and you had it all over your shirt.
We're going back for round 2 this year. I'm going to leave clean.
Redemption time. Lucius, I know. Is there any good give up and quit moments that you can reveal?
One that I do remember is speech class. Our final exam, we had to do a 5 to 8 minute speech about a subject that we knew. And I was killing it, bro. Everybody was hanging on to my every word. For some reason, I looked out at that crowd, looked at everybody's face, and I was like, I'm done with this, dude. So I just stopped. And the teacher's like, what are you doing? You were doing so well. I was like, did I get enough to pass? She was like, yeah, all right, I'm out.
That's it. We're here.
Good, I got to go.
Good for you, man. Speech class in high school especially, but even in college was a night.
I was talking about weed, too, by the way. Weed legalization. I was freestyling, fam. I didn't write anything down. Straight freestyle. And they were hanging on my every words. It's an illicit topic. You know what I mean?
That's fantastic, dude. Is this high school or is this college?
100% high school. Senior year, when you had half a days, I was just shooting it.
So beautiful.
Hey, I got a final exam. What am I going to talk about?
Time to get real honest with these teachers.
469 worked at McDonald's for one day, burnt themselves twice, and said if I burned myself again, I was done. Obviously, I burnt myself again and walked up out of there.
I was done.
Good for them, dude. Good for them.
I had a buddy worked at Chewy's. And he spilled an entire thing of sizzling fajitas on a customer, and that was the last day he ever worked.
Oh,
fired or quit?
No, he just quit. They weren't going to fire him. They needed help. But he's like, I'm not doing this.
Everybody was looking, too, because the fajita heads make that sound when they get there.
It's sizzling, yeah.
Well, the bad thing is it's the second time he's done this because he ended up catching it one time prior. It was about to fall on a little baby. And he ends up catching it with his bare hands.
That's a lot of pressure.
That should have been the signal.
Like that
dude, this isn't for you.
The skillet could have hit the little baby.
You're the star of the show. When you're the waiter or waitress walking through with the sizzling hot fajitas, it's all eyes on you at that moment. And that's a lot of pressure, dude. And there are babies around. That's not something I'd even consider. That's a high pressure gig.
They should have rolly carts almost for the fajitas.
They should.
Yes. Yeah. Make it more of an experience.
Yeah,
with some sparklers.
Damn right. Just like you do the
bottle service,
tableside guac. Just put them on there.
No, that's good.
Roll it on out.
All righty. Thank you, Chief. I like that. We're getting some great text feedback as well. Man,
we got some quitters out there.
Yes,
definitely. A couple of quitters. My favorite was my buddy Hayden, who is he's one of my best friends for a long time, and in high school, in the middle of one of our workouts, he was like kind of half-assed or whatever. The coach was like, "Well, why don't you just quit?" And he was like, "Actually, it was like the first time he dawned on him that like you didn't have to do this. You know what?" And it was just I think it was sophomore, junior year, and he was like, "Yeah, you know what? I am going to quit." And he walked up out of the indoor facility, never to be seen again.
I quit a job like that once. 1997. I'm in Oceanside, California, working for a telemarketing company, trying to talk people into changing their long-distance phone service. It was a big deal in the 90s, trust me. Okay, before cell service, there was long distance.
This is before you're selling magazines?
There was long-distance wars. This was after.
Oh, okay.
I thought all telemarketing jobs were great. This one sucked, right? So I moved up from getting the leads to trying to be a closer, and I was doing terrible at closing. So the manager lady comes up to me and she goes, "I don't think you're cut out for this." Meaning it was time to move back to the leads where I was actually pretty good. I said, "You're right. I quit." And she just looked at me like, "Oh, crap." And I was like, "I'm done." I walked out the door, walked all the way back to our crappy apartment, packed up my stuff, and drove back to Seattle.
Wow, man.
It was great. He
became a man that
day. I'm going back to selling fishing and hunting magazines, ma'am.
That's right.
I was out of there.
Yeah, go bleep yourself.
Okay, coming up next here, it is the 5 o'clock hour. We have an hour and a half to go. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30. We'll hit the expressway. Chiefs going to keep the party rolling, though, in the form of a sports hodgepodge. Where are we going with that, sir?
Sorry about that. We got stats of the day to marvel at. We have some baseball Rangers conversation, and maybe I will give you the definitive list of the top 10 worst quarterback seasons in NFL history.
Oh, I'd love that, but I got to tell you, there's never been a better time to get that engagement.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to hit the expressway coming up in 20 minutes. We'll give you 35 uninterrupted minutes of content, including LA Live coming up at 5:40. Incredible backstory on the guy that brought the LIV and the PGA Tour together. Some just incredible details and how unique of an individual that took. I'll hit that for you here coming up at about 5:20 as well. Time now, though, for a little bit of a sports hodgepodge. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo, to podge it up.
How about the Texas Rangers having the best record in baseball since losing Jacob deGrom on April 28th?
It's just incredible, dude.
27-12. And there's obviously there's going to be moves that need to be made. There's no question. The bar has been raised to, can we make the playoffs, to now let's go compete for something super, super special. But I just can't get over the fact of how impressive this Rangers season has been to this point. You lose DeGrom, and all you do after that is just have the single best record in baseball in the first 39 games without him.
It's a testament to our hero, Chris Young, the greatest GM in DFW sport right now, maybe the greatest GM in baseball right now, and the job that he's done putting together such a complete team. You know, we salute him for the job. And by the way, doing a hell of a job avoiding any possible offense to current players. You know, we'll talk to him and was like, hey, what do you need? Oh, we're doing great. You know, I believe in all these guys. And that's your job as a GM. You tell the media and the fans we love the guys we got. Meanwhile, you're burning up every GM's phone in the league trying to get you some serious help.
You know
he's acing the test.
You know he's working behind the scenes. About an hour from now, I got some names, and we'll have some input on maybe what it might take to get these guys as well when we go around the bases. Nice.
Oh, that's a tease right there, Walchuk. Very, very exciting. We got, Dane Dunning on the mound tonight?
Dane on the mound tonight, yep.
Back at home versus these Angels, and then we'll be at the ballpark. G-Bag Nation, 2 to 6:30. Thirsty Thursday, Evaldi, Ohtani. Gosh, that's going to be awesome.
I think I'm going to stick around for that one myself.
I think I might stay with you. That's a fun one to watch. I've gotten to see Ohtani a few times, and it's always a treat.
Yeah, that's
I would got a big soccer practice Thursday night. Otherwise, I'd stick around.
We'll rep it.
You got to coach it, baby.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the details in the sports hodgepodge, by the way, whenever you need to file that report, Chief. I know you've been covering the story closely.
I have. I absolutely have. You gave me Dad of the Year honors. I give you Coach of the Year honors.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Marcus Semien currently leads all AL second baseman in All-Star fan voting. So shout out to the Rangers fans getting it done that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mostly shout out to Marcus Semien for just being a super stud. You have Jonah Heim second at catcher. Corey Seager second at shortstop. Josh Young second at third base. And he's trailing Matt Chapman. When you look at the numbers, Josh Young, I mean, if you just remove the names and you look at the numbers, Josh Young has been a far better player than Matt Chapman has to this point. But still, the rookie Josh Young, second in All-Star voting for third baseman in the AL.
Can I ask you guys a question?
No.
Have you ever gone to a baseball game and got to vote? Did you ever use the old ballots?
No.
We used to have to punch out. You know, they used to, like the ushers.
You did it at the ballpark?
Yeah, the ushers would hand you ballots, and you actually had to take like your keys or a pen, and you actually had to. It was like the old Florida ballots to the Chad, the sticking Chad, the hanging Chad.
Yeah,
they had those. Used to do that at the ballpark. You
I don't remember if I ever did that. I don't think I voted on an All-Star.
Lucius, you ever voted at a ballpark?
No.
You never did? See, maybe I'm just that old. But yeah, you used to have to just poke out the, okay, oh yeah, who do you think at first base? Like you'd be, oh yeah, okay, that's him. Yeah.
It was kind of like an old Scantron, except for instead of a number 2 pencil, there was a punch through.
Punch through. That's exactly right. Yeah, and then we write in. You could write
number
in
2
on the bottom.
pistol.
Yeah, that too.
That is pretty cool. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh no, you used to be able to vote, and then the ushers would walk down the aisle, and then they would collect the votes. So these guys are like handing all these ballots to these guys.
Took thousands of people just to get this thing processed for the internet.
I like that, man. Okay, now we have a couple of quotes here. The first of which is Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs. On the difference between a practice in the NFL and a practice under Nick Saban. Quote, here in the NFL, we get good work in, but they don't try to kill us.
Yes.
That's a direct quote from rookie running back Jahmyr Gibbs, Alabama to now Detroit. And I would just caution him, hey, man, it's OTA's time. People are losing practices, losing opportunities, and getting fined for overdoing it in OTA time. A Man Campbell training camp It's going to involve knee biting.
Yeah.
It's going to involve day one before you've even stretched. When those pads come
Oklahoma
on,
drill.
here's Oklahoma drill situation going down. No water, a lot of just physicality. So just sit tight, Jameer. It's about to turn up on you.
Yeah. Dan Campbell's training camps are throwbacks to like the Junction Boys. That's what I imagine.
And then from one college situation to another, you have Anwar Richardson, who covers the Texas Longhorns. He said he was told that their quarterback Quinn Ewers continues to kill it this offseason. One source described Ewers as, quote, shredded after seeing him recently and said the quarterback has a six-pack. In addition, Ewers currently weighs 210 pounds. He was listed at 204 during the spring game. So
he was Haas, though. There was no 204. I don't know. To get to 210, I bet he's been putting in some serious work to get to the next level and stay healthy for the season.
He lost a bunch of weight and then bulked up. And I think anytime you get Arch Manning come to campus, it might go ahead and light a little bit of a fire. Although I've been on it.
That's right.
Yeah. There's no way Arch was playing this year.
Is that exciting to you, though? To me, it's exciting, even though I really don't have a dog in the college football fight. I think if the Longhorns are good and we have a superstar down there in Austin, it would make the season more fun.
Agreed.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I want that desperately. And I think Quinn Ewers has a chance to put himself, like he really does have a chance with a impressive football season here. He's got a chance to be one of these top, like Broadus will be, and Walchuk will be talking about breaking down his film as a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I actually text our scout down there to see if he's run into him at any fraternity parties or anything like that.
There you go.
See if he's really shredded or not. Or is this a factual report, or is this just a bunch of
Get him, Quinn.
Yeah.
They're going to have a fun offense, though. AD Mitchell transferring over. They've got some receivers.
We got a show scout down there. So
we do. We got a frat star down there that knows his way around the party scene.
But it just typed something I can't repeat on the air.
Okay, great.
You can't even give it over to Dawson and let him clean it up.
No, I'm not even going to say this.
Well, what did my source say?
I'm going to just go ahead and talk among yourself. I'm going to tell him to really tell me what he's going to say.
Okay.
This is something, that
he gave you some attitude.
He gave me some attitude about this. Is what he did.
Okay, very interesting.
Go after yourself, Dad.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers is.
I'm only bothering him at work. I'm trying to help our program here, and he's being a jerk.
What, he's trying to practice his short game right now?
I'm about to say he's working.
I learned it from you, Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
So Quinn Ewers, we'll see. Maybe he's ripped up like Rambo and he's ready to dominate. Maybe he is a maniacal perfectionist, the same way Blaine Gabbert describes Tom Brady and Pat Mahomes. He was able to be the backup quarterback to both of these guys. And so Blaine Gabbert is very familiar with greatness. He says, Brady, Mahomes, maniacal perfectionists. I mean that in the most endearing way possible. They're the two best, in my opinion, ever to play the game. To see the similarities, how they operate in the meeting room, on the practice field, they're completely different players, as we all know. But the way they approach the game on and off the field is the exact same. I think they cut off the sentence a little bit though, because he says the football field, or on and off the football field, is the exact same except for the beer consumption, I think is where the real sentence was supposed to end there, but they cut it off a little bit with the quote, because we know Mahomes and his beer consumption is just, it's probably 10 times the amount of Brady.
Tom Brady ain't touching that.
No doubt.
No.
And Coors Light, he is pounding them.
Yeah.
And I do think Brady has it in him if he wanted to, but he's so just.
I don't think he does, man. Did you see the way that he was after that Super Bowl party when they were on the boats and he was having that tequila?
Well, that's liquor.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think
That's shot taking,
and that's not conditioned.
I thought Brady was the guy that, by way of being, one of the boys in the locker room, could chug a beer as fast as anybody.
Yeah.
I just don't think his quantities are near to the level of Mahomes. Like Brady's probably a sprinter, whereas Mahomes is probably a sprinter and a marathon drinker.
He didn't get into this TB12 super healthy guy until he was 30 or so.
Right.
And I appreciate that shot you took at him, but in his day, you don't develop the kind of ability to chug beer like that unless you've put down thousands.
Maybe in Michigan he was a party animal.
Well, you don't choose the Big Ten coming from Northern California unless you like to binge drink light beer. That's what you go to the Big Ten for.
Sure. And maybe that's why he couldn't win the starting job there. He was just partying too much.
I like that idea.
But Mahomes is legendary.
For sure.
Mahomes is difficult territory to touch.
Did you see Brady throw that the football and hit
the drone
while on the yacht?
He was on a Mr. Beast yacht.
The accuracy of that man.
Yeah. He was hitting drones. He was hitting guys on jet skis out there.
Yeah.
And he made the comment, and that's the single most, or the second most YouTube viewed video in the history of YouTube, and it happened in 24 hours. That Mr. Beast guy is no joke with the following. And then you throw Brady in it, and he said something about, if I hit this drone, then maybe I should come out of retirement. That was his line, and then he freaking nailed it. So that was a great video from the weekend. But speaking of partying and beer consumption, we go to our Austin reporter, our frat star. Do we have a follow-up here on the Quinn Ewers alleged shredded situation?
He says physically he looks good. He goes, he cut his mullet. He says, but he's got some competition behind him. He says this Malik Murphy is a guy he says keep an eye on.
There's a lot of teams that are trying to poach him away, get him to transfer. And right now, Malik's holding strong at Texas.
He was going to go back to binge drinking and growing mullets, and when he saw Arch Manning show up, but then Malik Murphy showed up, and he was like, all right, I guess it is serious time.
He lost the mullet, but did he lose the mutton chops?
No.
Hope not.
I hope not too.
No, he still got
the chops. Okay. Gotta stay true to yourself.
I watched the spring game. I was plugged in on that.
It's a good call. Football guy, Wolchuk. What did you guys think about the news? We have two sports dads right now. We have Jamal Murray talking about how when he was younger, his dad would have him do pain tolerance drills, including balancing cups of hot tea on his quads while holding a squat to prepare for moments like the moment that happened in the game the other day where Jamal Murray's got like a giant blister, one that would keep a pitcher out of a game.
Yeah.
He's got, and it was a gnarly palm blister. I guess he fell on the hardwood and burned his hand. And so he was shaking, and it showed it, and it was pretty nasty. And then he was like, yeah, well, my dad had me go through pain tolerance drills as a kid, so this is nothing for me. So everybody's like, wow, I don't know if we should be showing love to Jamal Murray's dad or what the deal is here. But hot tea on the quads, doing what I assume to be wall sits. Wall sits are hard enough, dude.
Oh, that's how they used to punish us at LSU. Yeah, the wall sit.
Your legs start quivering and stuff. You got hot tea up there.
Yeah.
That's some next level training there from Pops, dude.
Yeah, it worked.
It did work, and we'll see if it works for the next sports dad, Baby Gronk. And we talked about it on Friday, but over the weekend, it became more and more about the Baby Gronk and really his dad, because you had the Bussin' with the Boys guys, former left tackle of the Tennessee Titans, Taylor Lewan, who's got one of the more popular sports podcasts going right now. He screenshotted Baby Gronk's Instagram, sliding into his DMs and saying hey, can you get my son on the podcast? His dad, Baby Gronk's dad, is the one who's running, his whole life basically, including his social
Dallas
media
kid,
stuff.
right?
He is a Dallas kid. And so the first screenshot was Taylor Lewan showing how his dad went into his DMs and was trying to get on the podcast. And then other media members started screenshotting all the different ones. And then someone goes, I bet every big-time sports media member, if you go in and look at your DMs, and if you're not following them, you don't even really get them directly. You got to go to message requests. They're go into your message requests and see if you have one sitting in yours. And then the internet and Twitter became inundated with screenshots of all these sports media members saying, wow, I didn't even realize it, but I've had a Baby Gronk message shooting their shot to get on my show or my podcast or whatever it is. And so his dad is just kind of being laughed at.
His DMs are right behind mine from reaching out to all those people too.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, do it, man. Shoot your shot. I don't have any issue.
Yeah,
with
but
it,
Walchuk, you're trying to get that person on our show. You're not offering your services for theirs, or your 10-year-old kid's services for theirs.
Yes, that's very true.
The number one player at that age, though, his dad is a Tolo, and he was actually messaging me on Friday after we talked about this and sent me a bunch of highlights. That kid can really go.
Legit.
Yeah.
Not Baby Gronk, but
not Baby Gronk. Prince. Cool. Is Prince the Third, I think's his name. Yeah, hell of a player. A lot of great players in this area. I wouldn't be surprised if there's dozens of kids who are number one rated at their position in the youth sports world. Long way to go, though. And if Chris Arnold was here, he would remind you that the grades are the most important thing in this equation.
That's right. Yeah. It's all about the student, not the student athlete.
Alrighty, buddies. G-Bag Nation, there it is. Another sports hodgepodge in the books. Rim sessions coming up at 5:30. But check out this backstory on how LIV and the PGA came together. And we'll hit the expressway. LA Live's coming up here in about 20-25 minutes in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
The Rangers are taking on the